Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 15. Although the creatures born in the embryonic universes of these two lower levels had a very low ceiling for their strength, that was only assuming all of them remained embryonic universes. With such a vast number of universes, complete ones must surely exist among them, and for the powerhouses who emerged from these complete universes, there was no upper limit to their cultivation realm. Coupled with the creatures originally born on the universal continent, one could only imagine just how many powerful existences there truly were. The so-called rule sovereigns of the myriad worlds, that is, the powerhouses of the rule realm, could by no means be considered the top-tier existences there. It had always been Sumyubai who shattered the worldviews of those around him. This time, however, his own worldview was completely shattered by the universal continent described by Si Qingyu. It was difficult for the creatures of the myriad worlds to imagine that there was such a vast stage beyond their own. No wonder those two outsiders had previously called them frogs in a well. Compared to the universal continent, the myriad worlds were indeed nothing. However, neither Sumyubai nor Yiyuan and Bengshuan were intimidated. Instead, their fighting spirit was ignited. So what if the universal continent was strong? As long as the myriad worlds transformed into a complete universe, there would still be a chance to compete. Grandmaster. Sumyubai took a deep breath, his eyes burning as he looked at Si Qingyu and asked, "I wonder, what exactly is this opportunity you speak of?" "Naturally, it is the universe itself." Si Qingyu waved his hand, and more than half of the 3,000 points of light instantly extinguished. Among the 3,000 high-level universes, more than 2,000 are complete. The remaining high-level embryonic universes are rare and supreme opportunities for any creature. Looking at the remaining hundreds of light points, he continued slowly. Because an embryonic universe can be refined by a powerhouse, refine the universe. Sumyubai repeated these 4 words, an expression of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had thought what he heard earlier was shocking enough, but he hadn't expected something even more staggering to follow. That's right. Si Qingyu retracted his palm, and the extinguished light points lit up once more. But his movements had changed. It was no longer a simple display, but a simulation. He held his left hand out, and a point of light slowly descended into his palm. The light point began to rotate, and fine patterns emerged on its surface. Watch closely. Si Qingyu brought his right hand together, his fingers forming a point, and tapped lightly on the light point. The light point trembled, and the stars within began to accelerate their rotation. Immediately after, wisps of golden silk drifted out from the light point. Those threads were extremely thin, yet they radiated a majestic aura of origin. They drifted toward Si Qingyu's fingers, winding around them and merging within. This is the process of refinement. Si Qingyu's voice was very soft, as if he were afraid of disturbing something. Merging the origin of the universe with your own self. From that moment on, you are the universe, and the universe is you. The light point gradually became transparent, and the scenes within became clearly visible. The orbital paths of the stars, the birth, aging, sickness, and death of life, the circulation of energy. Everything began to synchronize with Si Qingyu's breathing. Bang! Si Qingyu suddenly clenched his fist, and the light point shattered at the sound. Those golden threads drifted away again, returning to the void. Of course, this was just a simulation. He withdrew his hand and looked at Sumyubai. True refinement is 10 million times more complex than this. Yiyuan frowned, asking the crucial question, "Grandmaster, can the powerhouses of the universal continent enter an embryonic universe at will?" This was their greatest concern. If those powerhouses could come and go as they pleased, wouldn't the myriad worlds become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Of course not. Si Qingyu shook his head, his tone firm. It is not easy to enter an embryonic universe. To be precise, it is extremely difficult. As he spoke, he raised his hand and wiped across the void, creating a translucent barrier. The barrier was very thin, and the scene behind it could be vaguely seen. The spatial barrier of a universe is a natural defense. He pointed at the barrier and continued, unless one is lucky enough to find a place where the barrier is extremely thin. He condensed a point of golden light at his fingertip and touched a spot on the barrier, where fine cracks immediately appeared. Otherwise, even at my peak. Siqingyu withdrew his finger, his tone grave. I would be enabled to forcibly break through the barrier of a high-level universe. The three of them breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Not just anyone could get in. This was, at the very least, a piece of good news. But Siqingyu's next words made their hearts tighten once again. Chapter 1122. Lord of the Universe, however. The origin rules of the universe have a self-protection mechanism. Siqingyu paused, then continued. When an outsider enters an embryonic universe, their realm will be forcibly suppressed to the upper limit of that universe. Sumyu Bai's eyes lit up. In other words, once they enter the myriad worlds, they can at most be at the rule realm. That's right. Siqingyu nodded, but then shook his head. This is indeed good news for you. But, he looked at Sumyu Bai with a complex expression. The so-called rule-breaking realm of the myriad worlds actually also belongs to the rule realm. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the three of them. Beng Shuang couldn't help but speak. Grandmaster, do you mean? I mean that even if an existence at the rule-breaking realm enters the myriad worlds, Siqingyu said in a deep voice, they can still exert their full strength. Wait. Sumyu Bai discovered something amiss. Grandmaster, wouldn't an existence at the rule-breaking realm be repelled by the myriad worlds? That is indeed the case. Siqingyu nodded. But the universal continent has methods to avoid being repelled. For now, you can only pray that this gap in the spatial barrier is not discovered by existences of a higher realm. Otherwise, the myriad worlds will be finished. Speaking of this, he sighed. Unfortunately, I have long since fallen. Now, I am merely a projection of my divine sense and possess no real power. This news caused the hearts of Sumyu Bai and the others to sink to the bottom. Not to mention higher realms, if even a single powerhouse at the rule-breaking stage were to enter, what could the myriad worlds possibly use to stop them? Sumyu Bai and He Yuan exchanged a glance, seeing a profound sense of crisis in each other's eyes. The myriad worlds had reached a moment of life and death. No matter what, they had to find a way to seal the breach in the spatial barrier. Otherwise, even if they dealt with the two outsiders this time, the myriad worlds would remain under constant threat, seemingly perceiving their worries. Siqingyu waved his hand and said, there is no need to worry for the time being. No one would be willing to expose the supreme opportunity of refining a high-level embryonic universe. Therefore, in the short term, you only need to deal with those two fellows from before. He emphasized his tone. The problem now is that even at the same cultivation level, creatures from the universe continent are far stronger than those of the myriad worlds. Sumyu Bai frowned. Is it because the rules of the myriad worlds are incomplete, and our foundation is far inferior to the universe continent? Yes. Siqingyu nodded. This brings us to the power hierarchy of the universe continent. He raised his hand again, sketching out clear levels in the void. Below the saint extinction level, they are not worth mentioning. The first layer appeared, marked as Law Stage. The Law Lord stage. True gods of the myriad worlds correspond to the Law stage of the universe continent. This realm is also the mainstream rank there. The vast majority of creatures are at this level. As he spoke, Siqingyu tapped his finger, and this layer began to differentiate. However, the Law stage of the universe continent has a massive span of strength. The weakest are not much stronger than the lower gods of the myriad worlds. But the strongest, he paused, are not at all weaker than the so-called main gods of the myriad worlds. The two men and one dragon gasped in unison. Law stage, not weaker than a main god. This span was simply too vast. Looking across the entire myriad worlds, throughout countless epochs, only Sumyu Bai had achieved this feat. Even the Zhu Xingqian of the past did not possess such strength while at the Law Lord stage. Of course, this might have been related to his breakthrough being too rapid, not staying at the Law Lord stage for long. But Sumyu Bai knew very well just how much of a cheat he had used to attain his current strength. Could the universe continent actually have such Law stage powerhouses? And judging by the sound of it, there was more than one. Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Law stage powerhouses of the universe continent. I wonder if I will have the chance to clash with them. He had currently only fused 6 supreme rules to the limit of 9 patterns, and there was still room for improvement. So what if the universe continent has many powerhouses? Sumyubai was confident that he could still become the strongest among them. His unique taboo-level catastrophe talent, which even Grandmaster Wo Wun could not fathom, was his source of confidence. Next is the rule stage. Si Qingyu immediately sketched out the second layer. Only at this realm can one begin to be called a powerhouse on the universe continent. However, the rule stage is further divided into 3 minor realms. He swiped his finger, and the second layer split into 3 parts. Early rule stage corresponds to the main gods of the myriad worlds. Mid-rule stage corresponds to the supreme gods of the myriad worlds. Late rule stage corresponds to the rule-breaking stage. Each part was clearly marked with golden text. Sumyubai stared at the last line, his brows furrowed tightly. Rule-breaking stage is only the late rule stage on the universe continent. Then what lies above the rule stage? As if seeing through his thoughts, Si Qingyu added, above the rule stage, there is already an even broader sky. But those are still too far off for you. We shall discuss them later. He withdrew his hand, and the phantom dissipated. The point is, at the same realm, the powerhouses of the universe continent far exceed those of the myriad worlds. There are many reasons: more complete rules, more powerful cultivation methods and legacies, richer resources. Si Qingyu looked at Sumyubai, and after refining an embryonic universe, one can obtain the blessing of the universe's origin. He held up a point of light once more. A rule stage powerhouse who has refined an embryonic universe will have their chances of stepping into the origin stage in the future greatly increased. The universe will constantly nourish its master, helping them grow. And as the master becomes stronger, they can better perfect the universe. This is a virtuous cycle. The point of light rotated slowly in his palm, emitting an alluring glow. Therefore, all creatures covet such an opportunity. Si Qingyu's voice carried a sense of emotion. A high-level embryonic universe is enough to make countless powerhouses fight to the death. Sumyubai suddenly thought of something. Grandmaster, you said earlier that only embryonic universes can be refined, correct? Si Qingyu nodded. The origin of a complete universe is already stable and cannot be refined. And low-level or mid-level embryonic universes are of too little value. Powerhouses look down on them. Only a high-level embryonic universe is a true treasure. He looked at Sumyubai, his gaze profound. And you have a unique opportunity. Sumyubai's heart stirred. To establish reincarnation. Exactly. Si Qingyu smiled, his expression filled with anticipation. If you succeed in establishing reincarnation, you can become the universe lord of the myriad worlds, a high-level universe in the process. Not the kind of forced refining done by outsiders, but rather controlling it naturally from within. He tapped his finger, and 2 images appeared in the void. On the left, a powerhouse was forcibly refining a point of light, which resisted violently, its surface constantly shattering. On the right, inside the point of light, a figure was merging into one with the universe's origin. The process was gentle, a natural result of the conditions being met. Do you see? Si Qingyu pointed to the image on the right. This is the most perfect fusion. Your will shall become the will of the myriad worlds. Your thoughts shall influence the operation of the universe. At the same time, he looked at Sumyubai and said word by word, you will receive feedback from the entire myriad worlds. That kind of feedback far exceeds any heavenly treasure. That is the blessing of a universe. Chapter 11:23. The rare heart of reincarnation. Listening to Si Qingyu's words, Sumyubai's breathing could not help but quicken. He felt as if he could see that path, a path leading to the very pinnacle. Of course, this path is extremely difficult. Si Qingyu put away the projection, his tone turning solemn. Creating reincarnation is not an easy task to begin with. Not to mention that you must also fuse with the origin of the universe during this process. Even though you are a creature born within the myriad worlds, the slightest carelessness could result in your soul being scattered and your spirit destroyed. Soul scattered and spirit destroyed. Sumyubai had guessed that fusing with the universe's origin wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected the consequences of failure to be so dire. He couldn't help but think of his Sea of Death avatar. If he were to truly fail, perhaps his soul would not be annihilated, because the Sea of Death possessed a completely unreasonable cataclysmic characteristic. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, it would never be exhausted. And as long as the Sea of Death did not dry up, Sumyubai's soul would not perish, therefore, even if the fusion failed, he had nothing to fear. Of course, compared to failure, he naturally preferred success. The best outcome would be to establish reincarnation, making the myriad worlds complete while simultaneously fusing with its origin to become the master of this high-level universe. Regarding this, Sumyubai now possessed sufficient confidence, because he was not walking this path alone. Countless epochs ago, that creator sovereign named Guizu had already embarked on this journey. Beyond that, there were all the original supreme gods of the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds game was born precisely for this reason. If those 10 supreme gods had opened this path, then Zhuxingchen was the one who had perfected and widened it, and Sumyubai was the final runner on this path. With the planning and support of countless epochs, Sumyubai did not want to lose, and he could not afford to lose. No matter what, he had to succeed. Sumyubai's changing expression was taken in by Si Qingyu. "It seems you are very confident." He smiled slightly, his finger tapping lightly as he pointed towards Sumyubai's chest. "With this treasure, creating reincarnation is merely a matter of time. Even the crisis during the fusion with the universe's origin will be significantly reduced." "Grandmaster, does the universal continent also possess a heart of reincarnation?" A flash of curiosity appeared in Sumyubai's eyes. "Very few." Si Qingyu nodded. "I don't know how you obtained it, but a heart of reincarnation can only be extracted using absolute power at the very moment a nascent universe transforms into a complete universe. And as you know, due to the rules of the universe's origin, all creatures entering a high-level nascent universe are suppressed to the rule realm. At this realm, it is impossible to extract a heart of reincarnation in an instant." Having said this much, there was no need for Si Qingyu to continue. Sumyubai and the others understood just how rare the heart of reincarnation truly was. This treasure, even for the universal continent, was an extremely rare and supreme item. The gold content of the unique taboo-level talent Cataclysm was rising even further. Sumyubai couldn't help but look at his talent, Cataclysm. Unique taboo-level exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Promotion. Can permanently promote any object by 1 grade, no cost. 2. Sublimation. Consumes certain resources to permanently promote any object by 2 grades. 3. Minor Cataclysm. Consumes certain soul power to attach a cataclysmic characteristic to any object. 4. Major Cataclysm. Consumes certain soul power to permanently promote any object by 3 grades and attach a cataclysmic characteristic to it. Notes. 1. Cataclysm consumes the maximum soul power limit, not the current soul power value. 2. Each object can only possess 1 cataclysmic characteristic. Usage restrictions. Cannot be used on this talent itself. Cannot be used on the player's main body. Cannot be used on cataclysmic characteristics. Repeated use on the same target will overwrite previous enhancement effects. Grade exceeds limits. Cannot be inspected, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered. Disappears after player Bai completely dies. To this day, he still didn't know how this talent had been obtained. Was the originally S-grade promotion talent really just turned into Cataclysm because he triggered a bug? In the past, Sumyubai had once thought so, but now, he didn't think that way anymore. The Myriad Worlds game was created by the 10 supreme gods working together, existing in reliance on the Myriad Worlds, this high-level nascent universe. Its greatest function was to digitize the myriad worlds and significantly increase the cultivation speed of creatures below the Sovereign of Lo's realm. Even if the Myriad Worlds game really had a bug, it would be limited to within the Myriad Worlds and could not exceed it. But the power of the unique taboo-level talent Cataclysm clearly far exceeded the limits that the Myriad Worlds could withstand. Thinking about it now, the initial bug triggering had indeed been too smooth. Later, when he tried to repeat the same trick, the Myriad Worlds game added usage restrictions. But looking at it now, that was merely a slowing down of the digitization process. Although he didn't know where the Cataclysm talent came from, Sumyubai was certain that this talent was absolutely related to the original 10 supreme gods of the Myriad Worlds and Zhuxingchen. Otherwise, according to the nature of the Myriad Worlds game, the panel for the Cataclysm talent should have been 3 question marks. The fact that it could directly display a detailed panel meant that the data for the Cataclysm talent already existed within the Myriad Worlds game. Thinking of this, that silhouette flashed through Sumyubai's mind. When he broke through to the Sovereign of Lo's realm, after he made up for the second he had skipped, he had seen a scene that did not belong to his own memories. In that scene were the original 10 supreme gods of the myriad worlds. But before Sumyubai comprehended the great Tao of creation, the database of the myriad worlds game only contained 9 supreme rule Taos. Even the rule-level treasure he once used, the Sword of Creation, was forcibly brought back from the past by the myriad worlds game across the river of time. Why did the return to ruins fall before the birth of the myriad worlds game? This point had always puzzled Sumyubai. He had a vague premonition that although the talent cataclysm was certainly not created by the return to ruins, its appearance in the myriad worlds must have had something to do with it. Perhaps this question could only be answered after successfully merging with the origin of the myriad worlds. Although the information about the universe continent learned from Si Qingyu for the first time was not extensive, it was enough for Sumyubai and the others to digest for some time. Therefore, they did not continue to press for more details about the universe continent. Si Qingyu did not continue his explanation either, simply watching Sumyubai and the others quietly. Sumyubai was silent for a moment, then suddenly thought of another matter and hurriedly asked, "Grandmaster, what about the Void? What kind of faction does the Void belong to in the universe continent?" The breach in the spatial barrier here was entirely an accident. Compared to the 2 outsiders about to enter the myriad worlds, the Void was actually the original threat to the myriad worlds. Yet, despite Si Qingyu having said so much, he had not mentioned the Void. This made Sumyubai feel somewhat confused. However, Si Qingyu's subsequent answer was far different from what he had imagined. Chapter 1124. The Essence of the Void. What kind of faction does the Void belong to in the universe continent? Hearing Sumyubai ask this question, Yi Yuan immediately pricked up his ears. His impression of the Void could be described as profoundly deep. The human race's transition from prosperity to decline was precisely due to the invasion of the Void. The Void? Si Qingyu was slightly taken aback. The Void is not a faction of the universe continent. It's not. Sumyubai was startled. Yi Yuan's expression changed even more drastically. Could it be that the Void is an existence similar to the universe continent? He still remembered that the Void Monarch had once said that the myriad worlds were merely nourishment for the Void. If it were truly as he imagined, then the myriad worlds would be finished. Even someone as heaven-defying as Bai Yi could never grow to a level capable of contending with a world like the universe continent in less than 10,000 years. Fortunately, Si Qingyu's next words allowed the hearts of both him and Sumyubai to settle. It's not quite like that. Si Qingyu smiled and shook his head. The Void is the opposite side that exists for all embryonic universes. As he spoke, 2 points of light appeared on his palm. One of them was brilliant and radiant, representing the myriad worlds. The other was extremely dim, representing the Void. The 2 points of light attracted each other, made contact, and then began a tug-of-war. During this process, tiny specks of starlight were occasionally stripped away from the brilliant point of light and merged into the dim one. The myriad worlds are not complete, so they will autonomously repel things that might cause harm to them, such as existences that break the rules of the realm. Si Qingyu gestured for them to look at the specks of starlight and continued, "And the things that are repelled enter the Void. This is also the reason why it is extremely difficult for an embryonic universe to transform into a complete universe. Don't look at the 3,000 high-level universes and think that over 2,000 are complete. That is something accumulated over endless epochs. Normally, it might not even be possible to give birth to a single complete high-level universe in a trillion epochs." These words made Sumyubai and Yi Yuan tremble. After being repelled by the myriad worlds, do they actually enter the Void? Originally, they had thought that Zhu Xingqian was simply unable to return to the myriad worlds. After learning of the existence of the universe continent, they had even assumed that the other party had already entered it. Only now did they realize that ever since the last great upheaval, Zhu Xingqian had been in the Void. Is he all right now? Thinking of the terror of the Void, a look of deep worry could not help but flash in Yi Yuan's eyes. Although Zhu Xingqian was indeed very strong, the Void was not a place to be trifled with. Even if the Void Monarch's realm was no higher than Zhu Xingqian's, who could be certain that there was only one monarch in the Void? Sumyubai also frowned. He had not seen Zhu Xingqian since the time he first entered the undead realm. What was the other party's current situation? Was what he had been doing all this time truly meaningful? Thinking of this, Sumyubai could not help but feel a bit despondent. However, worrying now was useless. So the two quickly calmed their emotions and continued to listen to Si Qingyu. The void is the fundamental reason for the collapse of embryonic universes. This is a rule of the universe's origin, just like the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a person. I just said that if an embryonic universe cannot transform into a complete universe, it will inevitably head toward collapse. As his voice fell, the black point of light gradually swallowed the brilliant point of light. However, at this point, Si Qingyu paused, and two points of light appeared on his palm again, but this time, the brilliant point of light gained the upper hand, swallowing the dim point of light in turn and becoming even more radiant. The void is also an indispensable part of an embryonic universe completing its transformation. Only by swallowing the void in return can an embryonic universe truly become complete. Hearing this, Sumyubai and Yiyuan finally understood. The void swallowing the myriad worlds meant that the myriad worlds had entered a new cycle of reincarnation. The original myriad worlds would completely collapse and be destroyed, and a new high-level embryonic universe would be born shortly thereafter. But if the myriad worlds swallowed the void, they would transform into a complete universe, no longer in danger of collapse and destruction. In other words, the void was actually in existence on the same level as the myriad worlds. It was just that the myriad worlds repelled everything that might cause harm to themselves, while the void did not. This also led to the overall strength of the void being greater than that of the myriad worlds. That was why it was so difficult to give birth to a complete universe. But for Sumyubai, this was good news. There is still nearly 10,000 years of time. Although it is certainly not enough to contend with the powerful forces of the universe continent, it is more than enough to deal with the void. In fact, he doesn't even need 10,000 years. He is confident that he can completely resolve the void problem. Alright, let's stop here for today. Knowing more at this stage won't serve any purpose for you. Si Qingyu waved his hand, his gaze shifting toward the central area at the bottom of the deep pit. The most urgent priority now is to resolve this breach in the spatial barrier. After the energy permeating the pit floor was absorbed by the heart of reincarnation, a tiny spatial breach appeared before Sumyubai and the others in the central area. Contrary to what they had imagined, this breach was thinner than a strand of hair, almost invisible to the naked eye. However, since none of them were ordinary people, they could naturally see it clearly. The breach was shaped like a fissure, resembling a shocking scar, as if it were a passage leading to another world, emitting waves of mysterious and dangerous sorrow. Yet, looking through the crack, one could only see a void. It was impossible to perceive the other side of the spatial barrier. Such a small breach. No wonder those two fellows couldn't even descend their projections. Sumyubai touched his chin, lost in thought. He had found it strange before why those two outsiders didn't proactively descend their projections, but instead passively waited for Liu Xiao and Li Lai to enter this place before taking control of their souls. Now it seemed it was entirely because the breach in the spatial barrier was too small, making it impossible for too much power to enter in a short period. Even the energy spreading from the universe continent hadn't been able to extend beyond this deep pit. You should be grateful that the forbidden land of the gods has rules and restrictions in place. Si Qingyu looked at the tiny crack. After the power of those two fellows entered here, it was suppressed to the early stage of the saint extinction level, making it impossible for them to expand this breach. If not for that, the myriad worlds would have already fallen. Speaking of this, he frowned and sighed, saying, "It is a pity that this divine soul projection of mine not only lacks power but also only contains insights and experiences regarding the Zhuanshan Greater A. I have no way to guide you in the Zhuanshan sealing method. Otherwise, sealing this tiny breach would be as easy as turning over one's hand." Chapter 1125. The only way to buy time. Does that mean we have no way to stop those two outsiders from coming over? Si Qingyu's words caused Sumyubai to furrow his brows tightly. This ancestor's divine sense projection was entrusted to the inheritance Jade slipped out. Therefore, he currently only possessed insights and experiences regarding the Zhuanshan Greater A and could not guide Sumyubai in the Zhuanshan sealing method. But if that were the case, with the mere scraps of knowledge Sumyubai had mastered, it was impossible to seal this breach in the spatial barrier. Do not be fooled by the fact that this breach was thinner than a hair. It was, after all, a spatial barrier between the myriad worlds and the universe continent. No matter how small, it was definitely not something that could be sealed easily. But if this breach could not be sealed, then the myriad worlds would only have 24 hours left. Although Samurai could now easily kill the main gods of various races in the myriad worlds, he was not blindly confident. After all, his current realm had not yet truly broken through to the rule realm. And those two outsiders both came from the universe continent. Their strength and foundation at the same realm were by no means comparable to the native main gods of the myriad worlds. If their realm was only at the early stage of the rule realm, even if there were two of them, Samurai would have the confidence to fight them. But judging by the fact that they didn't put the so-called supreme gods of the myriad worlds in their eyes at all, it was very likely that their realm had reached the middle stage of the rule realm. Of course, that was already the worst-case scenario, because if they were at the late stage of the rule realm, also known as the rule destruction realm, they would not be affected by the rule restrictions of the 7 forbidden land of the gods at all. But even if they were just two existences at the middle stage of the rule realm, it was definitely not something the current myriad worlds could withstand. After all, those were existences at the same realm as the supreme god Leon, and their combat power was far greater. The more Samurai thought about it, the more restless he felt. Just as the human race was returning to the myriad races ranking and the netherworld had successfully appeared, everything was on the right track. Yet, at this very moment, outsiders had intruded. If only they had arrived a little later, even if it were just a year or two. As long as there was a buffer period of a year or two, Samurai would have the confidence to confront these two outsiders. It was a pity. Now even Ancestor Si Qingyu seemed to be at his wit's end. Thinking this far, Samurai's expression gradually turned ugly. 24 hours was simply too short. So short that there was almost nothing he could do. Watching Samurai's increasingly grim expression, Si Qingyu raised an eyebrow and said, "It's not that there's no way to stop them." Upon hearing this, both Samurai and Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. A flash of joy also crossed the face of the frost-covered figure beneath the three of them. Was the myriad world saved? Although the sealing effect of the Zhuanshan Greater A is far inferior to the Zhuanshan sealing method, it can barely buy some more time. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yi Yuan and continued, "With your comprehension of arrays, as long as you receive my guidance for a period of time, you will soon be able to make further progress. At that time, you only need to continuously set up the Zhuanshan Greater A at this fissure to temporarily prevent those two little fellows from breaking in. However, this means you will have to stay here indefinitely." Facing Si Qingyu's gaze, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and spoke decisively. "As long as it can buy some time for Bai Yi, I am willing to stay here for as long as it takes." In his view, this was the best choice. Although Bai Yi could also set up the Zhuanshan Greater A, his foundation in the path of arrays was relatively weak. Most importantly, Bai Yi was the only one with hope of dealing with those two outsiders in a short time. He absolutely could not waste his time here. After stating his position, he immediately asked, "Ancestor, how much time can this buy for Bai Yi?" "That depends on how much you can comprehend." Si Qingyu looked at Yi Yuan. "If the comprehension goes well, striving for 2 or 3 more months shouldn't be a problem." "Only 2 or 3 months." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart sank. In such a short time, could Bai Yi really grow to that level? Although his rate of improvement had always been heaven-defying, these were, after all, two opponents at the mid-stage of the rule realm from the universe continent. There is no other way. Si Qingyu sighed. "You are only at the low realm, after all. Being able to hold them off for 2 or 3 months by relying on the formation is already the limit." As he spoke, he glanced at that tiny gap. "At the very least, it will provide some extra time for you all to think of a countermeasure. It seems this is the only way to handle it for now." Samurai bowed to Si Qingyu. "Grandmaster, I will have to trouble you with what comes next." "It's no trouble at all." Si Qingyu smiled and waved his hand. "Passing on the Zhuanshan lineage is my responsibility. After all, let's go. Let's head out first. If you want Yi Yuan to comprehend as much as possible within 24 hours, I will need your help." "Understood." Samurai nodded and tapped his feet lightly. Frost surged into the sky, moving at high speed toward the outside of the 7 forbidden godland. In a mere 24 hours, Wanting to make further progress in the way of formations was naturally unrealistic. But with Sumyubai there, it was different, possessing the wheel of time and space. He was a walking time accelerator. Now, by fully mobilizing the power of the wheel of time and space, he could accelerate the flow of time in a certain area by over 10,000 times. Of course, to maintain such a high rate of time flow, the area of effect would be significantly reduced. But for the purpose of letting Old Man Feng comprehend the insights of the formation, it was more than enough. One day, under the blessing of 10,000-fold time acceleration, was over 27 years. With Old Man Feng's talent in the way of formations, coupled with Si Qingyu's personal guidance, he would certainly be able to take a step further, outside the No. 7 Forbidden Godland. A vast number of divine realms were layered upon one another, firmly surrounding this continent that floated in the starry sky. The main gods of various races wore solemn expressions, making their final preparations for the impending Great War. If even their combined strength could not stop the outsiders, then the myriad worlds would be finished out. Therefore, every main god here carried the resolve to face death without fear. They had survived the last great upheaval. Now, it was finally their turn to stand on the front line. Liu Yin's face was also filled with sorrow. They had already learned through Yi Yuan that the No. 7 Forbidden Godland had triggered the Myriad Race battlefield trial early and was about to merge into the Myriad Worlds. This meant that the countdown to the survival of the Myriad Worlds had officially begun. Little thief by can we win? Looking at the continent in the distance wrapped in a golden barrier, Liu Yin couldn't help but whisper to herself. Just then, a 9-clawed golden dragon roared as it rushed out from the golden barrier. However, the divine dragon did not continue to move away from the No. 7 Forbidden Godland, but stopped right outside the barrier. Liu Yin immediately took a step forward, arriving in front of Sumyubai and the others in an instant. Little thief Bai, you must leave quickly. Liu Yin grabbed Sumyubai's hand, speaking urgently. We will do our best to hold them off when the time comes. You are the last hope of the myriad worlds. You absolutely cannot fall here. Chapter 11:26. If comprehension isn't enough, use a cheat. Don't be impulsive. Before Sumyubai could speak, Liu Yin continued. As long as you are alive, the myriad worlds still have hope. And we still have hope. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Sumyubai applied a slight pressure, gripping Liu Yin's hand back, and continued. However, it hasn't reached that point yet. As he spoke, his divine sense stirred, and the wheel of time and space instantly appeared. Once he left the No. 7 Forbidden Godland, his lost divine soul and divine power returned in an instant. Time rule time acceleration 10,000 times. The power of time instantly enveloped the divine sense projections of Yi Yuan and Si Qingyu. Due to the massive disparity in the flow of time, the area where the two were located became distorted, making it impossible for others to see what was happening inside. Who was that just now? Liu Yin only then realized that the figure from just a moment ago was far from simple. Although it was only a divine sense projection without any power, she felt that she couldn't see through the other party at all. That is a certain Grandmaster of Maizhuanshan lineage. Sumyubai did not hide it and stated Si Qingyu's identity directly. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin's beautiful eyes noticeably narrowed. Although she was not a successor of the Zhuanshan lineage, she was extremely familiar with the Zhuanshan inheritance, because the sister she had been searching for all this time, the sovereign of destiny Yao Shu, was the previous generation's Zhuanshan successor. Now that she had suddenly seen her sister's Grandmaster, it immediately stirred up her memories. A moment later, Liu Yin calmed her emotions, pulled her hand from Sumyubai's grasp, gave him a sidelong glance, and said, You guy, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me fail to greet the senior. It's fine. Grandmaster doesn't care about such formalities. Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand. Then his expression turned serious as he continued. In the next 24 hours, Grandmaster will provide his full guidance to Yi Yuan, allowing him to take a step further in the way of formations. If all goes well, once the No. 7 Forbidden Godland merges with the myriad worlds, Yi Yuan should be able to hold them off for 2 or 3 months with the help of the Zhuanshan Great Formation. As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of joy crossed Liu Yin's face. But it was quickly replaced by worry. 2 or 3 months is still too short. She looked at Sumyubai, her brows tightly furrowed. Do you have confidence that you can deal with those two guys by then? Even if I can only deal with one, I should be able to stall the other. As for my strength, I'm not sure either. Sumyubai shook his head. For his current cultivation realm, 2 or 3 months was indeed too short. He dared not guarantee that he would definitely be able to handle a mid-stage rule realm powerhouse by then. Just as Lion was about to speak, Sumyubai suddenly shifted the topic. However, I'm confident that I can resolve the current crisis facing the myriad worlds. Really? Lion's beautiful eyes brightened. Do you have another plan? It's just an idea for now. It still needs to be verified. Sumyubai looked at Lion. Of course, I might need you, the sovereign of luck, to lend me a hand. You need the power of my authority, no problem. Although Lion didn't know exactly what the thief Bai was planning, she agreed without hesitation. Then follow me. Sumyubai took Lion's hand again and moved his divine sense. The next moment, their figures vanished from the spot and appeared at the very crown of the world tree within his internal main world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The sea of death roared and surged, and the world tree swayed gently, as if both were welcoming the master of this world. Compared to other powerhouses who had entered this place, Lion appeared extremely calm. This was not her first time here, and furthermore, there existed a heart-to-heart contract between her and Sumyubai. Last time, it was precisely by utilizing the power of the heart-to-heart contract the distance of the world's end that she had been able to enter the world tree's heart directly. Wait for me for a moment. Sumyubai released Lion's hand and sat cross-legged. With a flick of his wrist, a high-quality jade slip appeared in his palm. It was a blank jade slip, containing no recorded information. He gripped it, and his soul power surged directly into it, beginning to imprint information. This information consisted entirely of Sumyubai's own insights and reflections on the Zhuanshan sealing method. This was an idea that had flashed through his mind after Siqingyu mentioned that they could buy 2 or 3 months of time. In such a short period, it was highly unlikely that he could improve his strength enough. But if he used it to comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method, it would be more than enough. How did the insights and reflections of his two grandmasters, Siqingyu and Luo Wuan, come to be? Wasn't it because Sumyubai had upgraded the jade slips of Yuan and Zhongli Wen? Since the insights left behind by those two could be upgraded, his own naturally could be as well. Although Sumyubai was well aware that his comprehension of the Zhuanshan sealing method was far behind that of Yuan and Zhongli Wen. So what? He was a cheater. When had he ever played by the rules? If his insights and reflections weren't enough, he would just have to cheat a little harder. If upgrading wasn't enough, what about sublimation? And even if sublimation wasn't enough, didn't he still have catastrophe? As long as it worked, the time bought by that old man Fang would be put to perfect use for further comprehending the Zhuanshan sealing method. It must succeed. Sumyubai took a deep breath, his hand gripping the jade slip tightening involuntarily. At the same time, his already meager insights and reflections had all been poured into the jade slip. A light flashed across the surface of the jade slip. After a gentle tremor, the status window changed silently. Jade slip contains all insights and reflections on the Zhuanshan sealing method by the descendant of the Zhuanshan lineage. Bai Yi, however, he does not seem to be proficient in this path, so there are not many insights. The last sentence of the description made Sumyubai's face flush with embarrassment. He admitted he hadn't studied it much. But did he really have to be mocked like this? Myriad Worlds game. Well played. Sumyubai curled his lip, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Whether this works or not depends on you. Catastrophe target. Jade slip Bai's insights and reflections on the sealing method. Hint: please select the upgrade tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or attach a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. The catastrophe talent never disappointed. Sumyubai looked at the virtual light screen before him and clenched his fists. The myriad worlds could be saved. Chapter 1127. The authority of luck proves its worth. A double-length chapter. As the virtual light screen of catastrophe appeared, Sumyubai completely ignored the other options. His gaze locked firmly onto Option 3. Option 3. Catastrophe into jade slip. Siqingyu's insights and reflections on the sealing method. Costing 100 billion soul power. Once the name Siqingyu was mentioned, The value of this jade slip went without saying. However, to catastrophize it required a full 100 billion soul power. Ever since he had upgraded 3.28 million spirits of the soul last time, this was the first time Sumubai had encountered a situation where he lacked sufficient soul power. But for him now, this was not a problem. With a thought, he closed the light screen and directly dialed the communication channel of Fujiya-chanjia. "Boss, what are your orders?" The virtual projection of Fujiya-chanjia looked high-spirited. Sumubai smiled. "It seems you've been in a good mood lately. Thanks to you, boss, having the Death Domain Bank as a major platform has allowed me to show what I can really do." Fujiya-chanjia was all smiles as he briefly summarized the situation over this period. With him, the god of wealth, in charge, the Death Domain Bank had easily broken through the bottlenecks of countless eras and had already begun expanding into other realms. After all, the god of wealth talent could conjure currency out of thin air every single day. To this day, Sumubai still did not understand where this currency came from. In some respects, the god of wealth talent was even more outrageous than catastrophe. Catastrophe, at the tier 1 upgrade level, still required stealing energy. But the currency added daily by the god of wealth talent did not steal energy from the myriad worlds. Before he controlled the Death Domain Bank, Sumubai had assumed that the amount of currency added by the god of wealth talent was too small to notice any changes. But after Fujiya-chanjia became his representative, the energy of the myriad worlds still showed no fluctuations at all. That was truly terrifying, given the sheer scale of the Death Domain Bank. Practically all of its currency is currently placed with Fujiya-chanjia. A day or two would be fine, but over a long period, this amounts to an astronomical figure. Yet, to this day, the energy of the myriad worlds has never decreased by even a fraction because of him. Even for a cheater like Sumubai, this is a truly incredible thing. Just as Sumubai was feeling puzzled, Fujiya-chanjia continued, "By the way, boss, my profession was always a question mark before, but recently, some fragmented information has suddenly appeared in my mind." Hearing this, Sumubai raised an eyebrow. What kind of information? He had always been very interested in Fujiya-chanjia's profession. "It's all chaotic information. I can't piece together any useful content at all." Fujiya-chanjia shook his head, a flash of dejection crossing his face. Although he had already broken through to the Law Lord realm, he still didn't understand much about his promoted profession. "Then wait until you're clear about it before we talk." Sumubai nodded slightly. "First, send over some soul essence marrow. How much do you need?" Fujiya-chanjia didn't hesitate and immediately opened the trade. Now that he had broken through to the Law Lord realm, even if he was only a lower god, the range for cross-world trading had increased significantly. "Let's start with 1 or 200 million." Sumubai said casually. This number would be extremely massive for anyone else. But Fujiya-chanjia is now Sumubai's agent at the Death Domain Bank. On the surface, to those directors, he is even the person in charge appointed by the Death Sovereign Ming-Tu. 1 or 200 million soul essence marrow is nothing to him, not to mention just soul essence marrow. Even the higher grade soul essence spirit would be no problem at all. However, Sumubai has the catastrophe talent to freeload. So even though he is wealthy and powerful, he has no intention of being wasteful. After all, soul essence spirit is already the top tier resource in the myriad worlds and cannot be upgraded further. "No problem, boss. Notification. You have completed a cross-world trade with player Fujiya-chanjia through the God of Wealth contract." After the trade ended, Fujiya-chanjia hurriedly ended the communication. Now that the entire Death Domain Bank is under his management, there are naturally a great many things to handle on a daily basis. Moreover, this is a period of expansion where the Death Domain Bank is breaking through bottlenecks and reaching out to other realms. He is so busy all day that he barely has time to rest. If it weren't for his boss, Sumubai, looking for him, Fujiya-chanjia really wouldn't have had the time. Not long after ending the communication, a spatial vortex appeared in front of Sumubai. This was the transmission channel opened by the God of Wealth contract, which would deliver the items traded by Fujiya-chanjia directly to Sumubai across worlds. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, a large amount of soul essence marrow, radiating a dense aura of soul power, poured out from the spatial vortex. The speed was so fast, like a crystal waterfall, that it soon piled up into a mountain at the feet of Sumyubai and Lion. The system notification sound followed. Notification. You have obtained Soul Essence Marrow times 200 million. Upon learning that Thief Bai had a way to resolve this crisis, Lion's expression was no longer so worried. She held a lollipop in her hand, licking it while curiously watching Sumyubai's actions. Although she had long known about the existence of the catastrophe talent, this was the first time she had seen such a large-scale upgrade with her own eyes. Even she, a supreme god, was extremely curious. Wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Sumyubai smiled slightly at Lion. His gaze locked on the mountain of soul essence marrow beneath him. His divine sense stirring. Catastrophe target. All soul essence marrow. Promote by 1 tier. In an instant, massive energy appeared out of thin air, enveloping all the soul essence marrow. The soul power, which was already extremely dense, now almost materialized. If an ordinary person could take a breath here, they would likely increase their lifespan by at least several hundred to 1,000 years. You are no thief at all. Lion rolled her eyes while sucking on her lollipop. You're simply a robber. Although the total energy of the myriad worlds did not decrease significantly this time, as a supreme god, she still sensed it. This guy, Thief Bai, doesn't even blink when he snatches the energy of the myriad worlds. No, it's Robber Bai. Thinking of this, Lion shook her head gently. Forget it. Thief Bai is easier to say. I won't change his name. The situation is urgent. I'm borrowing it, just borrowing it temporarily. Sumyubai grinned. Isn't this also for the future of the myriad worlds? A supreme god is equivalent to the manager of the myriad worlds. Now, he is completely snatching the energy of the myriad worlds right in front of the manager. However, Lion is a reasonable person. She hummed softly. It's not the first time you've snatched it. If I really wanted to stop you, would I have let you do it so many times? Don't worry. It will all be returned in the future. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. That day shouldn't be far off. Just like what he did with the 7 Forbidden God Zone. After entering the myriad worlds, he had Fujia Qiangxia send back quite a few good things. Isn't that just a disguised way of increasing the total energy of the 7 Forbidden God Zone? As his strength grows stronger, the energy snatched by the catastrophe talent during each freeloading promotion becomes increasingly massive. If he continues to freeload like this, there will eventually come a day when the myriad worlds are plucked bald. Now that a gap has appeared in the spatial barrier between the 7 Forbidden God Zone and the Huanyu continent, although it has brought a crisis to the myriad worlds, isn't this also an opportunity? Since people from the Huanyu continent can come in, Sumyubai can also pass through this gap to go over there. When that time comes, snatching the energy of the Huanyu continent and sending it back to the myriad worlds, wouldn't that pay off the debt? The Huanyu continent is far more powerful than the myriad worlds. It is more than enough for the catastrophe talent to pluck until the end of time. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is the ability to kill those two and resolve the crisis facing the myriad worlds. Therefore, until his strength has increased enough to finish them off, the gap in the space barrier at the 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods must be sealed first. The Zhuanshan sealing method must be taken to the next level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The catastrophe talent took effect, and a massive amount of upgraded spirits of divine soul poured down like a torrential rain, falling directly into a surging sea of death. During this process, the world tree acted as if it had shifted into another dimension, not obstructing these spirits of divine soul in the slightest. Although the quantity of 200 million was vast, for the sea of death, it was not even a drop in the ocean. It couldn't stir up any waves at all. Notification. You have absorbed a spirit of divine soul. Soul power Kung 10. Notification. You have absorbed a spirit of divine soul. Soul power Kung 10. The moment these spirits of divine soul fell into the sea of death, Sumyubai's system notification panel began to scroll rapidly. Now that he had the Sea of Death clone, he no longer needed to condense divine soul projections to do the work for him. With the Sea of Death clone soul, which was on the verge of breaking through to the Supreme God realm, the efficiency of absorbing spirits of divine soul was countless times higher than that of a divine soul projection. However, in Sumyubai's view, this was still not enough. He naturally took Liu Yin's small hand, and with a thought, brought her directly to the central vortex of the Sea of Death. The wheel of time and space was summoned once again, and the power of the time rule instantly enveloped the golden vortex below. Time rule time acceleration 10,000 times. Notification. You have absorbed a spirit of divine soul. Soul power Kung 10. Notification. You have absorbed a spirit of divine soul. Soul power Kung 10. The speed at which the system notification panel scrolled suddenly increased by 10,000 times. If it weren't for Sumyubai's current immense strength and extraordinary eyesight, he probably wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. Before long, the last spirit of divine soul was completely absorbed by the Sea of Death clone. Current soul power, 210.836 billion. 210.836 billion Liu Yin. I need your help for what comes next. Sumyubai extended his hand, and the jade slip containing his insights and experiences regarding the Zhuanshan sealing method floated up. As could be seen from the introduction provided by the Myriad Worlds game, he did not possess many insights or experiences regarding the Zhuanshan sealing method. The gap between his insights and those of Si Qingyu was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. With such a massive increase in quality, this jade slip was highly likely to be unable to withstand the process and simply disintegrate. Therefore, this time, catastrophe required Liu Yin, the master of luck, to provide protection. The luck authority that Sumyubai himself possessed could only be triggered passively. But Liu Yin was different, as the master of luck of the Myriad Worlds. As long as her power was not exhausted, she could mobilize the authority of luck whenever she pleased. You may begin. Liu Yin nodded slightly, her expression becoming serious. She even put away her lollipop. She knew very well that whether Thief Bai succeeded in this catastrophe would determine the fate of the entire Myriad Worlds. Therefore, no matter what, he could not fail. Seeing that Liu Yin was ready, Sumyubai locked his gaze onto the jade slip and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe. Target. Jade slip Bai's insights and experiences on the sealing method. Notification. Please select the promotion grade, first grade is second grade, third grade, or attach a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Catastrophe third grade. Notification. Confirm consuming 100 billion soul power to transform the jade slip Bai's insights and experiences on the sealing method into the jade slip Si Qingyu's insights and experiences on the sealing method and attach a catastrophe trait. Notification. This catastrophe involves a massive upgrade. The target item has a high probability of disintegrating due to the inability to withstand the energy during the process. As expected, the anticipated notification sound arrived right on time. Sumyubai took a deep breath and made a decisive choice in his heart. Confirm. He believed that with Liu Yin, the master of luck, present, it would certainly not fail. As the catastrophe talent was activated, strange energy emerged from thin air and was rapidly injected into the jade slip between the two. The jade slip floated slowly in midair and began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Liu Yin immediately pointed a finger. The next moment, an invisible ripple descended, as if changing the aura on Sumyubai. What she was doing at this moment was exactly what she had done before, temporarily lending all of the luck authority she possessed to Sumyubai. Liu Yin could be said to be at her weakest right now, as she had temporarily lost all of her luck authority. Thief Bai, don't let your big sister down. After finishing this, Liu Yin took out her lollipop and began licking it again. She had done all she could. What happened next was up to Thief Bai. Unlike last time, Sumyubai had obtained the authority of luck while fully conscious. Notification. You have temporarily mastered the power of level 5 luck authority. The moment the system notification sounded, he moved his divine sense and, for the first time, actively invoked the power of the luck authority. The jade slip suddenly flashed with a rich, colorful light, and the cracks that had faintly appeared instantly vanished. Even the trembling slowed down significantly. A moment later, with a flash of light, the jade slip returned to its original state and fell back into Sumyubai's palm. However, the content within the jade slip had undergone earth-shattering change. Liu Yin's luck authority certainly did not disappoint Sumyubai. This wave was a massive success. Jade slip contains all the insights and experiences of the Zhuanshan lineage successor Si Qingyu regarding the inheritance of the Zhuanshan sealing method. Due to unknown reasons, It appeared within the myriad worlds. It is a supreme treasure of the sealing path. I will make up for what was owed yesterday first. There will be 2 more chapters today later on. Chapter 1128, Zhuanshan Sealing Method. Part 1 Warm Reminder. The missed content from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you may read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0 long chapter. Main text below. Did it succeed? Lian felt the changes in the jade slip, and her eyes immediately curved into 2 crescent moons. It wasn't clear whether she was happy that Sumyubai had obtained a powerful inheritance or relieved that the myriad worlds were saved. I did not fail the mission. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. As he reached out to grasp the jade slip, his divine sense stirred. Notification. You have lost the level 5 luck authority. After the catastrophe was complete, he had returned the luck authority to Lian at the first opportunity. It was a pity that this thing was not a tangible object. Otherwise, he would have definitely freeloaded a promotion for himself first. Since it's done, this sister will be heading off first. Those guys outside don't know this good news yet. Having said that, Lian put on a mature facade and patted Sumyubai's shoulder earnestly. Little thief Bai, study the sealing method well. The future of the myriad worlds depends on you. Just as Lian finished speaking and was about to leave the inner world, Sumyubai suddenly stepped forward, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Once I resolve the issue of the outsiders, I will come to find you and be announced to them." Lian's figure had already deeply embedded itself into Sumyubai's heart. "You? Who gave you the nerve?" Lian's pretty face flushed red. She hurriedly broke free from Sumyubai's embrace, and her figure instantly vanished from the inner world. The way she left looked exactly like someone fleeing in a panic. To put it bluntly, although she possessed immense power, she was, in reality, still a maiden and versed in the ways of the world. Now that she had been suddenly embraced by Sumyubai like this, her heart was pounding like a startled deer. Who would have thought that the dignified master of luck could have such a side? Watching the spot where Lian had departed, Sumyubai's lips curled into an arc as he lowered his head to look at the jade slip after the catastrophe. Catastrophe trait. By injecting a certain amount of energy, you can summon a divine sense projection of Si Ching Yu to personally teach you the contents contained within the jade slip. The catastrophe trait of this jade slip was indeed exactly the same as the previous 2. Sumyubai immediately injected his divine power into it. It wasn't until about 1/3 of the divine power in his body was consumed that the jade slip finally shone with brilliant light. The next moment, a vortex appeared on the jade slip, and a figure slowly condensed out of it. That figure gradually transformed from ethereal to solid, finally appearing clearly before Sumyubai. It was none other than Si Ching Yu, and even the way he appeared was identical to before. However, he acted as if he did not recognize Sumyubai, merely speaking calmly with a steady gaze. "Little one, are you the one who awakened this strand of my divine sense imprint left within the inheritance jade slip?" His voice remained gentle, carrying a rhythm that reached directly to the origin of the laws. This was to be expected. The divine sense projections of the 2 jade slips were independent existences. This divine sense projection of Si Ching Yu naturally could not possess the experiences and memories of the one from the Zhuanshan Greater A. After all, his true body had already fallen countless years ago. No matter how powerful he was in the past, it had all turned to dust. Although his lines were exactly the same as their first meeting, with no changes whatsoever. Sumyubai bowed respectfully and said, "This junior, the 178th successor of the Zhuanshan lineage Bai, pays respects to Grandmaster." Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Si Ching Yu's eyes. "You are actually a contemporary orthodox successor of the Zhuanshan lineage. Interesting. I did not expect that the meager insights I left behind would eventually return to an orthodox successor. It seems there is a destined path in the dark. Grandmaster, in fact, I have also obtained the Zhuanshan Greater A inheritance you left behind." As Sumyubai spoke, he extended his divine sense, directly manifesting the memories of the time he had spent with the other divine soul projection of Si Ching Yu. A moment later, Si Ching Yu smiled slightly. "So that is how it is." Through these memories, Si Ching Yu had already understood everything. "Next, I will have to trouble you again, Grandmaster." Sumyubai bowed once more. Si Ching Yu waved his hand and said, "No need for such formalities. Since the myriad worlds have already suffered an invasion, let us begin immediately. Since you have already glimpsed the wonders of the Zhuanshan Great Array, you should know that my Zhuanshan lineage excels in both offense and defense. And our sealing techniques are unparalleled in the universe. Si Qingyu's divine sense projection stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze like a deep, ancient well, quietly staring at Sumyu Bai. The Zhuanshan sealing method is not comparable to ordinary restrictions. It seals not just the form, but the spirit, the Tao, and the causality. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves, and the scenes of several seals Sumyu Bai had previously set up appeared before his eyes. Look at these seals you have cast in the past. They have form but no spirit, technique but no Tao. Si Qingyu critiqued him. Hitting the nail on the head. You merely piled energy into walls and wove laws into nets. No matter how thick the wall or how dense the net, they are ultimately just dead objects. Before his voice had even faded, those phantom images of the seals shattered simultaneously. They were not forcibly broken by external force, but disintegrated from within. Just like a sandcastle meeting the tide, dissipating without a sound. Now, look closely. Si Qingyu pointed his finger into the void. Within the projection, the space of that world suddenly solidified. The foundation of a seal lies in suppression. Si Qingyu's voice was like a booming bell, echoing deep within Sumyu Bai's soul. What is suppressed is not the appearance, but the fundamental state of all things' existence. His fingertips swirled slightly, and countless profound golden runes emerged in the void. Those runes were not static, they were constantly breathing, and in each expansion and contraction, they were perfectly synchronized with the origin fluctuations of the entire world. A true seal is not confrontation, but resonance. Make the rhythm of your seal synchronize with the existential rhythm of the object being sealed. If it is strong, you are strong. If it changes, you change, as long as it exists. Your seal will never fade. Sumyu Bai's pupils shrank. He finally understood why his grandmaster had said his seals were ultimately just dead objects. Watch carefully. This is how a sealing unit should be constructed. Si Qingyu traced his fingers through the air. Those golden runes began to combine and evolve. They were no longer simple connection points of energy, but had formed miniature circulatory worlds. Within each circulatory world, there was a complete system of energy flow, absorption, transformation, storage, and release. Self-contained and endlessly flowing. Even more ingenious was that these circulatory worlds were interconnected, forming a vast network. If one part was damaged, energy from other areas would instantly replenish it. If a certain point was breached, the entire network would automatically adjust its structure, instantly isolating the breach point while rapidly generating new cycles. This is the true unbreakable seal. Sumyu Bai was shocked beyond measure. His previous seals were like a bucket. Wherever it broke, the water would leak out until it was empty. But the sealing network Si Qingyu demonstrated was like a vast ocean. If you scooped out a ladle, new seawater would flow in the very next second. Unless you could evaporate the entire ocean in one breath, you would never be able to truly break it. The first update of the day. There will be another one later. Chapter 1129. The Method of the Profound Heaven Seal, Part 2. This is only the foundation. Si Qingyu's voice sounded once more. The transformation of the seal lies in the lock. He changed his hand gestures. Those circulatory worlds suddenly began to differentiate and evolve. Some collapsed inward, turning into points of return to nothingness, of absolute stillness. Any existence that entered them would fall into eternal silence. Others expanded outward, turning into boundless domains of exile. The sealed would be forever banished into the infinite void, unable to find their way home. Still others twisted and rotated, turning into corridors of time that looped back on themselves. Those trapped would repeat the same span of time, unable to escape for all eternity, trapping, suppressing, sealing, forbidding. Countless forms of seals were conjured with ease, each one pointing directly to the origin. Different targets required different seals. Si Qingyu explained as he demonstrated. To seal demons and evil spirits, one must use the lock of purification. Using the yang to overcome the yin, to suppress divine weapons. One must use the seal of silence to grind away their sharpness. To imprison powerful enemies, one must use the prison of reincarnation to exhaust their spirit and mind. And even, he looked at Sumyu Bai, his gaze profound. If you wish to seal a world, to seal a universe, then you must make your seal become a part of that world, a part of that universe. Let it transform from an external object into an internal rule. Samurai shuddered. Seal an entire universe. Transform from an external object into an internal rule. The method of the profound heaven seal. It was truly this terrifying. Are you shocked by this? Teaching you smiled slightly. The method of the profound heaven seal is not merely this. Seeing Samubai's shocked expression, he continued. The ultimate peak of sealing lies in the source. As he spoke, he slowly raised both hands, making a gesture as if embracing the void. The next moment, the origin of the entire world within the projection actually began to converge toward his palms. This was not a forced extraction, but rather an invitation. It was as if the entire world was willingly entrusting its power to him. The true strongest seal is not you going to seal something. It is letting existence itself help you seal. A wisp of light bloomed in Si Qingyu's palm. The light was soft, yet carried an indescribable majesty. It was the manifestation of the world's will. If you want to seal a person, let the heavens and earth loathe them, and let the myriad paths reject them. If you want to suppress an object, let time and space forget it, and let karma abandon it. If you want to end a place, let that region be stripped from the concept of existence, not destroyed, but never having existed at all. Samurai listened, his heart and mind swaying. This realm had completely exceeded the scope of his understanding. Letting existence itself help you seal. This was no longer at the level of technique, but had touched the origin of the Tao. Of course, this is still too far off for you now. Si Qingyu withdrew his power, and the small world returned to calm. But you should at least understand the direction. He looked at Samurai, saying each word clearly. If you can comprehend this step and initially fuse your own will with the origin of the myriad worlds, then within these myriad worlds, your seal is the seal of the universe. Your will is the will of the myriad worlds. Samurai took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Disciple understands. At this moment, his heart suddenly cleared. The confusion he previously held regarding creating reincarnation and fusing with the origin of the universe now faintly began to form a clear path. The method of sealing and the master of the universe, these two paths, at their highest point, might perhaps be one and the same. The basic concepts have been imprinted into your soul. Si Qingyu's figure began to fade slightly, but this sealing method must be based on the profound heaven great array. If your mastery of arrays is not refined, the seal cannot be completed. It will take quite some time for you to truly improve. Samurai bowed again. Many thanks to Grandmaster for the teachings. Si Qingyu's projection slowly dissipated, leaving behind one final sentence. Remember, the highest realm of sealing is not trapping something, it is defining something. As the voice faded, the divine light of the jade slip converged, returning to stillness. Everything he had said was not a specific sealing technique, but the concrete path of the method of the profound heaven seal. To better comprehend and master the method of the profound heaven seal, one must understand these things. Samurai stood where he was, eyes closed for a long time. Within his soul, countless sealing runes surged, combined, and evolved. Those previously obscure and difficult to understand principles of sealing now became clear and transparent. Looking back at the seals he had laid down before, they seemed laughably crude. Like a city wall built of mud by a child, compared to a true great wall of steel. Defining. Samurai murmured the word repeatedly, a light of realization gradually igniting in his eyes. At this moment, his understanding of the Zhuanshan sealing method underwent a complete transformation. Shedding its old skin to be reborn, of course, to successfully seal the breach at the 7 forbidden divine lands so that it could not be breached by the people of the universe continent. He would still require Si Qingyu's guidance for a long time to come. Yi Yuan's Zhuanshan Great Array could only hold off those two outsiders for 2 or 3 months, which was naturally far from enough. Even with 10,000 times time acceleration activated, it might not be sufficient. But Samurai was now the leader of the human race and could utilize the Tower of Time and Space at any time. The flow of time within that supreme rule treasure could reach a maximum of 100,000 times. In this way, the time delayed by Yi Yuan would be more than enough. Moreover, Samurai did not even need to personally head to the Tower of Time and Space. Because his Sea of Death avatar could accomplish all of this, the avatar and the main body shared a single soul. As long as the Sea of Death avatar could comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method under Si Qingyu's guidance, Sumyubai's main body would comprehend it as well. Si Qingyu was aware of this, which was why he returned to the Jade Slip immediately after finishing his guidance on the path of the Zhuanshan sealing method. At the same time, a figure emerged within the central vortex of the Sea of Death. Except for the aura, it looked exactly like Sumyubai. This figure was not the Sea of Death avatar itself, but a projected avatar condensed by it, much like the projected avatars condensed remotely by main gods. The Sea of Death avatar was too massive, making it extremely difficult to move. However, the avatar it condensed could still exert powerful strength, and even if it were to fall, it would not affect anything. The avatar grasped the Jade Slip, reached out to take the spatial ring tossed over by Sumyubai, and vanished into the main world within his body. Inside the ring was a small, private, sovereign-grade cosmic spacecraft equipped with cataclysmic properties, which would allow him to reach the core secret realm of the human race faster and enter the Tower of Time and Space. For this period, further comprehension of the Zhuanshan sealing method will be left to the Sea of Death avatar. As for the main body, a spark of fighting spirit ignited in Sumyubai's eyes. He glanced at the world tree, and his figure vanished from where he stood. It is time to make another trip to the origin land. Strength is the true foundation for resolving all crises. Chapter 1130 today. It is the third time, outside the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land. The divine realms enfolded by the main gods of various races still firmly envelop this continent. Between the numerous divine realms and the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land, there was a small, distorted region of time and space. Currently, Yi Yuan was sitting cross-legged within it, further comprehending the Zhuanshan Great Array under the personal guidance of Si Qingyu. The foundation of the Ray Dao lies in construction. The transformation of the Ray Dao lies in derivation. The pinnacle of the Ray Dao lies in fusion. Just as he had guided Sumyubai, Si Qingyu first pointed out the path of the Zhuanshan Great Array for Yi Yuan. Feeling the various Ray visions appearing within his soul, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and his entire divine body trembled slightly. So that was it. So that was it. This was what an array should look like. This was the true Zhuanshan Great Array. What Yi Yuan had obtained back then was merely a fragmented inheritance. That was why, when he set up arrays, he needed to prepare many materials in advance and refine array disks and arrays. Unlike Sumyubai, who could deploy the Zhuanshan Great Array with a wave of his hand using divine power or even soul power. At this moment, he had finally obtained the complete Zhuanshan Great Array inheritance. As the saying goes, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die without regret in the evening. At this moment, Yi Yuan clearly saw his own Great Tao for the first time. It was not any of the existing rule-based Great Taos of the myriad worlds, but the true and authentic Array Tao. As long as he could take that step, he would be able to walk a path that did not belong to the myriad worlds. Just like Huijian, although it was not recognized by the current myriad worlds, it could still cause his strength to undergo an earth-shaking change. When that time came, coupled with the Zhuanshan Great Array, Yi Yuan would be able to easily suppress the ordinary main gods of the myriad worlds, and his combat power might even surpass that of the current Huijian. This was the terrifying aspect of the Zhuanshan Great Array. You are indeed quite talented in the way of arrays. Si Qingyu looked at Yi Yuan and nodded with satisfaction. In this region where time flowed 10,000 times faster, he continuously pointed out the areas where Yi Yuan was lacking in the Zhuanshan Great Array. From time to time, he would point a finger, directly simulating and constructing different arrays within the latter's soul. With the dedicated teaching of this ancestor, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the Zhuanshan Great Array was improving at a rapid pace. He had achieved such high accomplishments before by merely obtaining a fragmented inheritance. Now that he had obtained the complete Zhuanshan Great Array inheritance, he had thoroughly compensated for his deficiencies in foundation and his lack of systematic knowledge. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, like a parched sponge. He was frantically absorbing the vast ocean of the Ray Dao. Everything within this area remained unknown to the outside world due to the massive disparity in time flow and the distortion of time and space. The main gods of the various races remained on high alert, their gazes fixed firmly in the direction of the No. 07 Forbidden Divine Land. with less than 24 hours left until the official arrival of the outsiders. A sense of tragic heroism inevitably stirred in their hearts. One could tell from the power of the void that the invasion of the outsiders was undoubtedly a terrifying catastrophe for the myriad worlds. During that great upheaval back then, the supreme gods and a large number of powerful human experts had stood at the very front. Even so, the various races had suffered heavy losses, and a large number of beings at the rule sovereign realm had fallen. The reason they were able to survive was purely due to good luck. If not for the sovereign of time and space, Fu Xingchen, forcibly breaking through and sealing the void with his own strength, the myriad worlds would have been finished long ago, and they would have perished in that great upheaval as well. But now, the only supreme god left in the myriad worlds was the sovereign of fortune. Although Bai Yi, who led the human race to a powerful resurgence, was heaven-defying, he had not yet broken through to the rule sovereign realm, and his combat power had not reached the level of a supreme god. He could never be a match for the outsiders. Therefore, these main gods had to stand on the front line without hesitation. Retreating was absolutely impossible, because behind them stood their respective races and the entire myriad worlds. In addition to the main gods present, the remaining main gods of each race were also rushing here at top speed, because every main god knew that the outsiders had no mercy for the creatures within the myriad worlds. What those outsiders wanted had always been the myriad worlds themselves. As for the native creatures of the myriad worlds, in the eyes of those outsiders, they were mere indigenous people not worth mentioning. Killing them was of no consequence. At this moment, even the main gods of various races who had previously held grudges set aside their prejudices. No matter how much they fought, that was merely an internal affair of the myriad worlds. But the outsiders were different. What they wanted was to refine the entire myriad worlds. When that time came, neither they nor their races would have any path to survival. I never thought that after fighting for so long, we would end up fighting side by side. A sovereign of the undead race looked at a sovereign of the demon race. His eyes filled with emotion. The latter sighed, indeed. For the sake of the myriad worlds, what do the disputes between you and me even amount to? These two races both held territories in the death realm, so it was naturally impossible for them to have no friction in normal times. But past frictions were no longer important when facing the outsiders. Similar conversations were happening among the main gods of all races. They tried their best to appear relaxed so as not to affect their performance in the coming battle. The battle about to unfold was very likely to be the final battle for each of them. It's a pity. If we had only given Brother Bai Yi a little more time, the outsiders would be nothing to fear. Kingston felt a sense of unwillingness. Except for Yumu. He could be considered the one among all the main gods who understood just how heaven-defying Bai Yi was. He believed that as long as Bai Yi was given more time, it didn't need to be long. Even just a few decades would suffice. By then, Bai Yi might be able to break through to the rule sovereign realm in one fell swoop. With that guy's heaven-defying nature, it was entirely possible for him to contend against existences in the rule destruction realm. It was just that the outsiders had arrived too quickly, not giving Bai Yi enough time to grow. There was nothing more tragic than this. Having the hope of victory, yet falling short by just a little bit of time. Indeed, if only Bai Yi could break through. It's just a pity that the arrival of a crisis never waits for you to be ready. Xing Heng also sighed, then turned to look at Yumu drunkard. At a time like this, aren't you going to bring out your prized wine for us to taste? Exactly, drunkard. Shouldn't you give us something good for our final drink? Bruno, the water sovereign of the undead race, quickly chimed in. He had long coveted the top-tier fine wine brewed from the glazed divine water that Yumu had won from him back then. It was just that, out of pride, Bruno had never mentioned it. After all, the glazed divine water had been snatched away because he couldn't beat the other party. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. But what time was it now? Who would still care about such trivial matters of face? Whether they could survive another day was already a question mark. Hearing this, Yumu swept his gaze across the main gods of the various races and waved his hand. The wine gourd at his waist suddenly grew in size, and streams of water shot out from it. At the same time, a wine cup appeared out of thin air in front of every main god, perfectly catching the fine wine shooting toward them. Everyone, I, Yumu, have no other skills, but today, the wine is on me. As he spoke, He raised his cup and laughed loudly. In my life, there have been 2 times when I drank to my heart's content. Today, this is the 3rd. Everyone, cheers. Chapter 1131. How could I not come for something this big? Everyone, cheers, cheers. Just as the main gods of the various races raised their glasses, preparing to drink in one gulp, a free-spirited voice suddenly rang out. Old ghost Yumu, how could you leave me out when drinking? As the voice faded, Huijian appeared before the group of main gods, carrying Shadow Chaser on his back. The true gods of the myriad worlds might not know, but the main gods of the various races knew all too well. Although the person before them was only at the Lawmaster realm, he was completely considered an existence equal to them. Appearing alongside him was a blurry black shadow. It was the only main god of the shadow race, the fierce sovereign Oscar. Not long ago, after Caroline awakened her demigod-level human bloodline, the shadow race bloodline within her was completely suppressed, and she recovered her identity as a human. Along with it, she recovered all her past memories. Therefore, she immediately dialed Huijian's communication device and stated directly that she would go find him after finishing her talk with the shadow race. Oscar had already harbored the idea of connecting with the human race through Caroline, so they naturally hit it off immediately. To avoid any accidents, he decisively chose to personally escort Caroline to meet Huijian, and incidentally, finalize the matter of hugging the thigh seeking protection. As soon as he met Huijian, he received the order from the Luck Sovereign, learning that the outsiders were about to invade. Thus, the 2 of them rushed here together. With Huijian's infinite energy sovereign-level spaceship, their speed was naturally much faster than the main gods of other races coming to provide support. As for Caroline, she was currently staying in Huijian's inner world, pouring out her heart to his divine soul projection. After all, with her current strength, she could not intervene in this matter. This pair of star-crossed lovers had not recognized each other for over 90,000 years. Huijian, how come you kid is here too? Yumu was slightly stunned upon seeing Huijian, but he still waved his hand to pour 2 cups of glazed divine wine, sending them in front of the 2. Nonsense. How could I not come for something this big? Huijian rolled his eyes. He had been anchoring space-time nodes everywhere for the purpose of bringing Zuxingchen back. But if the myriad worlds were gone, then what was the point of bringing anyone back? Which was more important? Did that even need thinking? They couldn't just let that brat Bai Yi handle everything, could they? Those old geezers of theirs haven't all kicked the bucket yet. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Huijian raised his wine cup high and nodded toward the gathered main gods. Everyone, cheers. As his voice fell, he was the first to drain the fine wine in his cup in one gulp. Laughing heartily, "Ah ha ha ha, good wine, truly good wine." With that, the fellow sat down right there in the starry sky, waved his hand to produce a drawing board, and picked up a brush to scribble away furiously. This scene is worthy of me painting a world-shaking masterpiece. Hearing this, the main gods of various races nodded one after another, all agreeing that Huijian made a fair point. After all, a scene like this was a rare sight indeed. It might very well be the last time they would ever drink together. It was certainly worth recording. Only Yumu's hand, holding his wine cup, stiffened, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. With your painting skills, how are you shameless enough to use the words world-shaking masterpiece? Have you really abandoned all sense of shame? Earth-shattering and ghost-weeping would be more like it. Yumu couldn't help but recall the time back then when Huijian had somehow taken an interest in painting and excitedly declared he would paint a portrait of him. To this day, he still didn't understand how that painting resembled him in the slightest. One couldn't even tell if it was supposed to be a human being. Remembering those past memories, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yumu's mouth, and he proceeded to drain the wine in his cup. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to see this kid Huijian's earth-shattering and ghost-weeping paintings again. Everyone, another round. I said it before. There's plenty of wine to go round. Yumu laughed heroically, and the fine wine from his gourd flowed as if it cost nothing, evenly distributed to every powerhouse present. At this very moment, there was no distinction between strong or weak, no distinction between races. Every powerhouse present would fight to the death for the sake of the entire myriad worlds once the rule restrictions in the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land were lifted. Just as the main gods of the various races were immersed in this final drinking session, a voice suddenly rang out. Although I really hate to disturb your atmosphere. As the words were spoken, the figure of Liu Yin suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The main gods all set down their wine cups and looked over in confusion. They saw Liu Yin smile gently. There is no need to be so pessimistic. Bai Yi has a way to resolve this crisis. Once these words were spoken, the main gods of all races were visibly shaken. Their eyes flashed with surprise at first, followed by deep skepticism. What, Lord Liu Yin? Are you speaking the truth? The strength of the outsiders is not something we can compare to. There are only 24 hours left. Does Bai Yu really have a way to solve this? Lord Liu Yin, I am not questioning you, but this matter concerns the survival of the entire myriad worlds. We absolutely cannot be careless. Although the entire myriad worlds knew that Bai Yu's current strength surpassed all the main gods, the strength of the outsiders had left a deep impression on them during the last great upheaval. This was not a doubt regarding Bai Yu's strength. It was simply that the shadow cast by the void was far too great, facing the doubts of the main gods. Before Liu Yin could even open her mouth, a figure appeared beside her. Everyone, rest assured, I would not make claims I am not certain of. Sumyu Bai nodded toward Liu Yin, his voice resounding throughout the entire starry sky. The main gods of the alien races were shaken by his words, but they remained silent. Even Kingston, who had a relatively good relationship with him, did not speak up. To be honest, Sumyu Bai's deterrent power in the myriad worlds was now even greater than that of Liu Yin, the supreme god. Therefore, after he spoke, the main gods of the alien races fell into silence. Only Yumu and Huijian looked at Sumyu Bai with serious expressions and spoke simultaneously. Bai Yi, this is not a matter for jokes. Kid, do you really have a way? Looking at the two human sages, Sumyu Bai nodded heavily. The two seniors should know my character very well. If I hadn't truly found a solution, I certainly wouldn't say such things. Hearing this, Yumu and Huijian pondered for a moment and stopped questioning him. Just as Sumyu Bai said, both of them knew his personality. Since he had said it, it definitely wasn't an empty claim. Liu Yin, I leave this to you. I still have some matters to attend to. After Sumyu Bai finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. The one who had appeared here was naturally his Sea of Death clone, not his true body. Seeing this, Liu Yin spoke again. Although Bai Yu says he has a way, we cannot let our guard down. Maintain the alert as usual until the crisis of the outsiders is completely resolved. The main gods of all races immediately replied in unison. We shall strictly follow the orders of Lord Liu Yin. Chapter 1132. The key brought by Frost. Inside his internal main world, Sumyu Bai's divine sense stirred, and the Death Realm Domain Master token immediately appeared in his palm. The cataclysmic property of this token had long since finished its cooldown. It was just that he hadn't had any free time before, which was why he hadn't entered the Origin Land. Now, if he wanted to rapidly increase his strength, entering the Origin Land was naturally the best method. However, Sumyu Bai did not rush to activate the cataclysmic property of the Domain Master token. Instead, his divine sense moved, and he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the other end of his internal main world. Below, a massive 9-clawed golden dragon was wandering aimlessly within the Sea of Death. The moment it sensed Sumyu Bai's aura, Frost immediately broke through the surface of the sea, transformed into human form, and said with a wink, "Master, so soon? I thought you would spend a little more time with the Master of Luck." Although he had followed Sumyu Bai into the internal main world earlier, he didn't have the habit of being a third wheel. Therefore, he hadn't stayed with the two of them but had gone off on his own. Listening to Frost's teasing, Sumyu Bai's face darkened. "You kid, you never have a serious bone in your body. I'm just concerned about you, aren't I?" Frost grinned. "All right, let's talk business." Sumyu Bai waved his hand, looking at you. "It seems you had something you wanted to tell me earlier." Back at the abyss of the underworld, he had sensed that Frost was hesitant to speak. But since the main gods of all races were present at the time, they hadn't been able to have an in-depth conversation. Later, the crisis of the outsiders suddenly erupted, making it impossible to attend to these matters. Now that there was finally time to be alone, and the outsider crisis had come to a temporary pause, there was finally time to have a talk. Upon hearing this, Bing Xuan immediately put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. Master, just call me Big Brother. All right, Big Brother. Bing Xuan was stunned for a moment, but ultimately changed how he addressed him. Big Brother, you also know that I have now reached the pseudo-main god realm. I am also quite curious as to how you reached this realm. Sumyu nodded slightly. Currently, in the entire myriad worlds, there were only 3 people who had reached the pseudo-main god realm. All other living beings were stuck at the Law Lord realm, unable to advance any further, even Sumyu himself. Although his combat power on his status window had reached the half-step main god level, his realm was still only at the Law Lord stage. That Bing Xuan could break through so quickly was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Lan Yu had reached the pseudo-main god realm due to the opportunity provided by the origin of the Chaos Rules. As for Bach, he was the #1 true god of the myriad worlds during his lifetime. It was only after he was eroded by the abnormal death or created by the death sovereign Mingtu, and became a special undead, that he was able to take a step further and break through to the pseudo-main god realm. Why was Bing Xuan able to reach this realm so quickly? What exactly did the ancestral dragon's inheritance bring him? These were all things that puzzled Sumyu. If it weren't for you, Big Brother, I wouldn't have been able to reach this realm so easily. As Bing Xuan spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and the power of the law of strength immediately emerged. This is the reason I was able to break through to the pseudo-main god realm. The law of strength. Sumyu frowned. His soul power surged out, enveloping the power of the law in Bing Xuan's palm, and he began to investigate carefully. Upon this investigation, he immediately understood and said in shock, "You have also comprehended the inverted law of strength. How did you manage that?" Sumyu could not help but be surprised, because the myriad worlds announcement had clearly stated that comprehending an inverted law would cause the vitality within one's body to constantly drain away. Even if one were to fully comprehend just one inverted law, they would be completely transformed into another entity. Yet, even with Bing Xuan having fused the inverted law of strength to the 9-pattern ultimate state, his vitality had not drained away in the slightest. After the surprise, Sumyu quickly reacted. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he spoke rapidly. Does the inheritance left by the ancestral dragon contain content from the universe continent? As expected of Big Brother. You guessed it right away. Bing Xuan nodded. The ruins of the ancestral dragon indeed contain some content from the universe continent, and there is even an inheritance from the universe continent, which has already been obtained by Ocean. The reason I was able to break through to the pseudo-main god realm is precisely because I mastered the method of balancing the positive and inverted laws. This is also the method for those at the law sovereign realm of the myriad worlds to advance further. Having said this, Bing Xuan moved his divine sense and directly imprinted the method of fusing the positive and inverted laws into Sumyu soul. After a long while, a look of sudden realization flashed in Sumyu eyes, and he murmured, "So that's how it is. The Death Sovereign Mingtu created the Nether to supplement the missing inverted law Great Tao of the myriad worlds. The Strength Sovereign, the ancestral dragon, left the myriad worlds and brought back the method to fuse the positive and inverted laws. Everything they did was to make the myriad worlds more complete and to allow the creatures of the myriad worlds to possess more powerful strength. Although neither of them fully succeeded, without them paving the way, the probability of Sumyu successfully creating reincarnation would have been significantly reduced, because after mastering the method of fusing the positive and inverted law Great Taos, Sumyu had an epiphany. To truly repair the incomplete heart of reincarnation, one must fuse the law Great Taos. If not for the inheritance Bing Xuan obtained from the ruins of the ancestral dragon, he did not know how long it would have taken him to figure out this method on his own. Now that he had the key, it would be much simpler for Sumyu to comprehend the inverted law Great Tao and fuse the positive and inverted law Great Taos together. Aside from his cheats, his comprehension was also extremely high. He understood this so-called method in an instant. Now, all that was lacking was practice. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Sumyu patted Bing Xuan on the shoulder and was about to activate the Death Domain Master token, but he suddenly paused. Is this piece of clothing of yours a high-level low-grade treasure? This is the Dragon Clan artifact, the 10,000 dragon armor. As he spoke, Bing Xuan moved his divine sense, instantly took off the 10,000 dragon armor, and handed it to Sumyu Bai. If you want it, big brother, just take it. His casual manner was as if he were handing Sumyu Bai a piece of paper, rather than a divine artifact of the Dragon Clan. If the various elders of the Dragon Clan knew about this, they would surely be so angry they would vomit blood. The 10,000 dragon armor was forged from the strongest dragon scales of a large number of powerful Dragon Clan members. Although it was only a high-level low-grade treasure, in terms of defense, it was undoubtedly the number one in the myriad worlds below the level of rule-grade treasures. For such a treasure to be given away so casually by the prodigy of their own race, Bing Xuan's actions made Sumyu Bai slightly stunned, and then he laughed and scolded. Do you think I'm short on treasures? Hearing this, Bing Xuan finally reacted. That's right. With big brother's heaven-defying talent, how could he possibly be short on treasures? Immediately after, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Big brother, what do you mean, nonsense? Do you really think I want your treasure? Sumyu Bai rolled his eyes, locked his gaze on the 10,000 dragon armor, and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe. Target 10,000 dragon armor. Promote by 1 rank. Chapter 1133. Big brother will cover it for you. Catastrophe. Target 10,000 dragon armor. Promote by 1 rank. As Sumyu Bai moved his divine sense, the catastrophe talent immediately took effect. Vast energy and the power of laws appeared out of thin air, surging madly into the 10,000 dragon armor. This Dragon Clan artifact immediately floated up, trembling slightly while erupting with a dazzling light. The materials used to forge high-level low-grade treasures are almost all rule-grade. Therefore, such treasures can easily withstand the immense energy and power of the rules brought about by an upgrade. Moreover, the 10,000 dragon armor is a legendary divine artifact of the dragon race. Among all high-level low-grade treasures, it is one of the most powerful. Thus, Sumyu Bai was not in the slightest worried that it would shatter from being unable to bear the energy of the upgrade. Are there any other good things? Bring them all out. Sumyu Bai looked at Bing Xuan and raised an eyebrow. I'll upgrade everything for you today, lest you go out and lose face for me. Yu Yi and the other 10 god-level netherworld beings, as well as Bach, now each possessed a rule-grade treasure. Even the world-ending titan, Duramid, who had only become a follower later on, had the destruction-type rule-grade treasure, Grasp of Destruction. Bing Xuan was the good brother who had accompanied Sumyu Bai the longest. How could it be justified if he only had one rule-grade treasure? However, Bing Xuan spoke up with some embarrassment. I really don't have any more. Is the dragon race that poor? Sumyu Bai was stunned, clearly not expecting that Bing Xuan only possessed this one high-level low-grade treasure. In his impression, the dragon race should be a wealthy and powerful clan, surely possessing many treasures. Back then, Zhu Xiaoyu, as a prodigy of the god race, only had strength barely reaching the peak of the upper god realm. Yet she already possessed 2. Bing Xuan was the future leader of the dragon race. His status was far better than Zhu Xiaoyu's. Yet he only had the 10,000 dragon armor. This clearly defied common sense. That's not it. Bing Xuan shook his head. It's mainly because I heard the news that you, big brother, were in the nether abyss. So I came to hastily. How could I have spared any thought for treasures? Speaking of this, he sighed and continued. It's a pity that the ancestral dragon's rule-grade treasure was shattered in the Great War back then. Otherwise, I could have had one more. Is that so? Sumyu Bai nodded and waved his hand. It's fine. I'll cover your rule-grade treasures. Big brother, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen weapons of various kinds shot out from the Sea of Death, floating before Bing Xuan. Choose. What kind of weapon do you like? Sumyu Bai patted Bing Xuan on the shoulder. The latter did not stand on ceremony and immediately began to pick. All this time, he had never used a weapon and did not know what kind suited him. So, he started trying them out one by one. These dozen or so weapons were all power-type high-level low-grade treasures. In the Battle of the Nether Abyss, the Netherworld army slaughtered the powerhouses of over 100 races on the death list, and the harvest was extremely bountiful. At that time, Sumyu Bai was quite relaxed. So, he did not use high-level low-grade treasures for upgrades. He consumed only ordinary low-grade treasures. He also didn't have the leisure to take inventory. So, he simply threw everything remaining into the Sea of Death to check later when needed. While Bing Xuan was selecting a suitable weapon, Sumyu Bai was not idle. With weapons and armor secured, a treasure to defend against soul attacks was still missing. Auxiliary treasures alone would not be of much use to Bing Xuan, because he was not a freak like Sumyu Bai, who had comprehended multiple supreme rules. And among the spoils from the Nether Abyss battle, there were no power-type auxiliary high-level low-grade treasures. Therefore, only a treasure capable of defending against soul attacks was lacking. The Sea of Death was essentially Sumyu Bai's avatar, so all the treasures within it were clear at a glance under his divine sense. This one is quite good, and the design is just right. Before long, Sumyu Bai's eyes lit up, and he picked out a suitable treasure. Whoosh! With a movement of his divine intent, a ring instantly broke through the sea. The setting was a golden divine dragon, and in the dragon's mouth was a brilliant purple gemstone. This was a soul-type high-level low-grade treasure, which had an excellent defensive effect against soul attacks. Boom! Bang! Bing Xuan's strength was no longer what it used to be, and the power unleashed by the weapons in his hands was naturally not to be underestimated. The Sea of Death below surged with massive waves, and the distant mountain ranges were shaken to collapse by the shockwaves that swept past from time to time. Soon, he found the weapon that suited him best and came before Sumyu Bai, carrying a long-handled battle blade. Big brother, this is the one. Bing Xuan casually performed a few flourishes with the blade, clearly very satisfied with this weapon. As long as you like it. Sumyu Bai nodded slightly. The design of this blade was similar to a green dragon crescent blade, but longer and broader. It was pitch black all over, giving off a keep-away vibe. Just by looking at it, it was extremely powerful. At the same time, the 10,000 dragon armor suspended in midair had also absorbed all the energy and power of the rules, suddenly shining with intense light. So fast. Bing Xuan's eyes lit up, and without standing on ceremony with Sumyu Bai, he directly retrieved the 10,000 dragon armor. Of course, after successfully upgrading to a rule-grade treasure, it had a new name: Ancestral Dragon Armor. Thank you, big brother. Bing Xuan stroked his new armor affectionately, carefully experiencing the power brought by the rule-grade treasure. Why are you being so polite with me? Sumyu Bai raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon the ring. Catastrophe. Upgrade by 1 tier. Catastrophe. Upgrade by 1 tier. Before long, the ring and the long blade were also upgraded by Sumyu Bai into rule-grade treasures. From then on, Bing Xuan officially possessed his own 3-piece set: 9 Heavens World-Breaking Blade, Ancestral Dragon Armor, and Divine Dragon Soul-Suppressing Ring. Big brother, there's really a future in following you. How about I just be your mount from now on? Bing Xuan put away the 3 rule-grade treasures and looked at Sumyu Bai with a grin. Compared to being the leader of the dragon race, he still preferred being his big brother's mount. Alright, don't say things like that in the future. Sumyu Bai smiled and patted Bing Xuan's head. Let's go. As the words fell, the cataclysmic trait of the Death Domain Master Token was activated by divine power. A majestic and profound force surged from the token, enveloping Sumyu Bai and Bing Xuan. Space twisted, and a passage radiating endless brilliance of laws, as if leading to the origin of all things, slowly opened before them. The next moment, their figures completely vanished from the internal main world. Chapter 1134. The effect of the human emperor title, an indescribable, intense sensation of being torn apart washed over them, as if their souls were being dismantled into their most basic particles, and then forcibly shoved into a cold, rigid pipe to travel at high speed. Surrounding them were bizarre, incomprehensible colors and twisted lines. This was Sumyu Bai's 3rd time entering the Origin Land. Furthermore, since his divine soul had reached the peak of the main god realm after refining the Sea of Death into a clone, he was already able to ignore this pulling force. However, for Bing Xuan, it was his first time like a bride on her wedding day. The tearing sensation within the teleportation passage made him wince and grit his teeth. Still, he had at least reached the pseudo-main god realm, so his performance was much better than when Brian and the others had entered last time. At least he didn't lose consciousness. As Sumyu Bai's strength grew, the number of people the cataclysmic effect of the Death Domain Master Token could carry had increased, reaching 12. But currently, Only Bingshuang and the 3 Signal Light brothers, who were inside his internal small world, were with him. The strength of Amon and the others was still a distance away from the Domain Master level. The process of teleporting into the Origin Land was a form of torture for them. So Sumubai planned to release them only after arriving. In any case, as long as the number of people did not exceed 12, the cataclysmic trait of the Death Domain Master token could protect them from being expelled. Brian had gone to the Myriad Demon Domain, and Lanyu was still in her own internal world, currently remaining in the Nether Abyss. Yuyi and the other 10 God-level Nether beings, along with Bach, were now officially leading the Nether army out of the Nether Abyss, beginning to purge the players of the races on the death list within the Death Domain. The situation had been quite urgent at the time, and Sumubai and Lian had left immediately, leaving them no time to bring them along. Regardless, this was not the only opportunity to enter the Origin Land, and such opportunities would only become more frequent as the number of Domain Master tokens increased. Therefore, Sumubai did not waste time going back to retrieve them. The most important thing right now was to rapidly increase his own strength and resolve the threat posed by the outsiders to the universe continent. Time passed, perhaps for an instant, perhaps for 10,000 years. All noise and the sensation of being torn apart vanished abruptly. The scene before them shifted, and when their vision cleared, Sumubai and Bingshuang found themselves in a magnificently beautiful world that defied description. This was the core of the Myriad Worlds, the Origin Land. Notification: you have entered the Origin Land of the Myriad Worlds. Notification: the Origin Land is the root from which all worlds and all races are born. Notification: your current status is that of a stowaway. You will be expelled by the Origin of Laws. Notification: your stowaway aura has been masked by unknown energy. This energy will be exhausted in 20 days. Bingshuang listened to the system prompts ringing in his ears, curiously observing the surrounding environment. Sumubai's strength had improved significantly compared to when he last entered. Therefore, the effect of the Death Domain Master token cataclysmic trait had also been boosted to a full 20 days. Coincidentally, Sumubai also possessed 2 opportunities to enter the Origin Land, which, when added together, also amounted to exactly 20 days. Notification: your current status is that of an Origin Traveler. You will not be expelled or suppressed by the Origin of Laws. Notification: your Traveler status will expire in 20 days. Please leave immediately at that time, or you will be expelled and suppressed by the Origin of Laws. These 2 opportunities were extremely rare fortunes, even for a main god, but for Sumubai, they held little meaning. After all, he was already capable of hacking his way into the Origin Land. The only difference between a stowaway and an Origin Traveler was that the latter would not be oppressed by the Origin Land. Given Sumubai's current strength, whether there was oppression or not made no difference to him. Bingshuang was different. He had indeed reached the pseudo-main god realm, and his situation was slightly better than Sumubai's first time entering, but he was still under immense pressure. Although he was not suppressed to the point of being unable to move like Brian and the others had been, moving was still extremely difficult. Big brother, is this the Origin Land? Bingshuang moved with great difficulty, his brows furrowed. What terrifying pressure. You're doing better than most. When Brian and the others entered before, they were completely unable to move. Sumubai smiled and moved his divine sense. A brilliant golden energy shot out from his eyes, instantly merging into Bingshuang's divine soul. This was energy condensed from tens of thousands of strands of faith, capable of causing Bingshuang's divine soul to undergo an essential transformation in a short period. Bingshuang, his soul bathed in the power of faith, could not help but close his eyes. This feeling was like basking in the winter sun, so warm and comfortable. The reason he could give Bingshuang so much faith power at once was not only because Sumubai was generous, but also because his own faith power had been growing steadily, especially after becoming the leader of the human race and ascending to the throne of the human emperor. Sumubai's fire of faith had seen a massive increase. Human emperor, unique title of the human race. Only the leader of the human race, who possesses the greatest strength and is recognized by all high-level human officials, can obtain this title. Title effects: 1. Faith. As the human emperor, you are the faith of the human race. The intensity of the fire of faith is increased by 1000%. 2. luck, fortune, as the human emperor. You are blessed by the destiny of the human race. The stronger the human race as a whole, the stronger your destiny. The influence of destiny includes, but is not limited to, luck, comprehension, potential. 3. Imperial way. Cannot be quantified. Please experience it for yourself. Special effect, authority. Unless you fall in battle, the title of human emperor cannot be switched, but the effects of all other titles will remain active simultaneously. Being a leader of a race is not just a symbol of status and position, it is also a heavy responsibility. Are you prepared? The authority of the human emperor title looks powerful, but in reality, it does not hold much significance. Given Sumyubai's current strength, his other titles can no longer provide him with any meaningful bonuses. Unless he obtains even stronger titles, they will be of little use. As for luck, this was his first time coming into contact with it, and he still needed some time to grasp its wonders. As for the Imperial Path effect, the Myriad Worlds game could not digitize it at all, so Sumyubai remained completely confused for the time being. After all, he had only just become the leader of the human race and had no experience whatsoever. Currently, the most intuitive effect was actually the first one. After obtaining the human emperor title, Sumyubai's fire of faith burned more intensely in an instant, and the speed at which he refined the power of faith increased significantly. Fire of faith ignited deafening speed. Believer scale. Level for 100 trillion power of faith. 23,486 wisps. After helping Bing Xuan complete the transformation of her divine soul, Sumyubai still had over 20 wisps of the power of faith remaining. This miraculous power had endless uses. It could be used to enhance divine power or elevate the power of laws. But its greatest use was still to cause the essence of a divine soul to undergo a transformation. Chapter 1135. One should look at others with new eyes after 3 days of separation. However, Sumyubai's current divine soul realm was at the peak of the main god stage, and it had already undergone one transformation. Therefore, these 20+ wisps of the power of faith were far from enough to cause his divine soul to transform again. Thus, he did not absorb them directly, choosing instead to save them for a rainy day. Now that he had become the leader of the human race, the scale of Sumyubai's believers would soon experience a massive explosion. Cultivating faith takes time. As time passed, more and more human players would inevitably become his believers. After Sumyubai closed the faith interface, Bing Xuan suddenly opened her eyes. A flash of brilliance crossed her gaze, and she instantly dashed out a distance before quickly returning. "Oh, finally, I'm not so restricted anymore. Thank you, big brother. Settle down for a moment. This is no place for playing around." Sumyubai glared at Bing Xuan and, with a thought, opened his internal world. Boom! As if a floodgate had been opened, the aura belonging to the origin land, as if having found an outlet, surged madly into Sumyubai's internal world. The humans living in the various small worlds, whether they were cultivating or not, felt a sudden flash of inspiration at this moment. Sensing the call and baptism originating from the source of all things, a miracle. The miracle has descended once again. It is the human emperor. The human emperor has heard our prayers in each small world. The human players once again felt the baptism of the origin aura and immediately began to kowtow and worship Sumyubai's statues. The flow of time in these small worlds was much faster than in the myriad worlds. After such a long period of development, they had long since become normal players, and Sumyubai was the only god in the hearts of these players. His statues stood in the center of every city. After the previous baptism of the origin aura, the potential and foundation of these human players had already undergone a heaven-defying change, completely making up for the defects caused by being kept in captivity for years. Later, as the human race regained its position as a top-tier race, they, like the players in the outside world, awakened bloodline powers of different grades. Now, welcoming the second baptism of the origin aura, the potential and foundation of the human players in Sumyubai's internal world would surpass the vast majority of creatures in the myriad worlds. In time, a large number of geniuses would inevitably emerge from these internal small worlds to become the backbone of the human race. In addition, the two foundations of Sumyubai's internal world, the Sea of Death and the world tree were also greedily absorbing this origin or descending from the sky. After Sumyubai opened his internal world, the frantically surging origin aura acted like a super fertilizer with amazing effects, directly accelerating their growth. The Sea of Death became deeper and more vast, its boundaries expanding rapidly, turning more void regions into part of Sumyubai's internal world. The world tree grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, its branches and leaves becoming increasingly lush and crystalline, emitting a life aura that was ever more pure and majestic. The last time was fine, but this time Sumyubai had a clearer understanding. Because the Sea of Death had become his avatar, he could clearly feel this avatar growing rapidly as a large amount of origin aura poured in. I wonder if I can comprehend the level 3 life authority this time. Sumyubai felt the cheering world tree in his internal world, and his heart stirred. From Lanyu's opportunity, it could be seen that one could comprehend rule authority through the rule origin of the origin land. As long as he could master the level 3 life authority, he would be able to refine the core crystal within the tree heart world. At that time, he would be able to make the world tree another avatar. Of course, this was not something Sumyubai could achieve just by wanting it. Everything still depended on opportunity. It was also a good chance to test the effects brought by the human race's luck. At the same time that the internal world was opened, the 3 Signal Light Brothers were also released. The Death Domain Master token immediately released 3 rays of light, wrapping them up to prevent them from being expelled by the origin land. Amon and the others already had experience, so the moment they came out, they activated the divine descent state. Sumyubai listened to their prayers and, with a thought, consumed his soul power to the maximum, causing the power of the great Tao of rules to descend upon the 3 of them. Simultaneously, some power of faith also descended. Yo, red, yellow, green, you've all become this strong. You haven't been slacking off. Bing Xuan looked at the 3 Signal Light Brothers and raised an eyebrow. That's right. If I didn't have at least this much strength while hanging out with the boss, wouldn't I be losing face for him? Amon spoke proudly, but upon seeing the realm that Bing Xuan voluntarily revealed, his mouth immediately fell open. No way to you. How did you reach the pseudo-main god realm too? Having not seen each other for such a long time, the 3 Signal Light Brothers were stunned by Bing Xuan's cultivation realm the moment they met. They were able to achieve such a massive improvement because they were following a boss who was essentially cheating. How did this guy Bing Xuan manage it? Could it be that he was cheating too? It's merely the pseudo-main god realm. It's not worth mentioning. Bing Xuan's lips curled upward. It won't be long before I break through to the rule sovereign realm. By then, all of you will have to address me as Lord Bing Xuan. As he spoke, he held his head high, waiting for the 3 Signal Light Brothers to bow down and worship. However, Amon turned directly to look at Bai Yi. Boss, he's acting this arrogant in front of you. Can you stand it? Green hair looked honest. If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand it. Me too. Cucumber nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Seeing this, Bing Xuan rolled his eyes. Oh, give me a break. It really is true that one should look at a person with no eyes after 3 days of separation. Watching Bing Xuan get shut down by the 3 Signal Light Brothers, Sumyubai couldn't help but smile. Alright, the time here is not meant to be wasted. Bing Xuan, teach them the method of fusing positive and negative rules. Amon, you guys explain the basic situation here to Bing Xuan. Hearing Sumyubai's instructions, Bing Xuan was momentarily stunned. Big brother, are you leaving? Yes, the place I am going to is somewhere you cannot reach yet. Sumyubai nodded slightly. How much you gain will depend on yourselves. All right. Bing Xuan nodded with some regret. With a flicker of his divine sense, he imprinted the method of fusing the 2 great rules of positive and negative into the minds of the 3 Signal Light Brothers. Sumyubai then flipped his hand to take out the Source Sea teleportation talisman, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Merry Christmas, Chapter 1136. Entering the Source Sea again. How much you gain will depend on yourselves. Sumyubai nodded toward Bing Xuan, and the 3 Signal Light Brothers flipped his hand to take out the Source Sea teleportation talisman, and injected his divine power and divine soul energy into it. The talisman immediately lit up with a soft glow. The next moment, the space around Sumyubai suddenly rippled, quickly forming a vortex that sucked him in. When he reappeared, His figure was already deep within the Source Sea. The moment he entered the Source Sea, auras of the same origin as the sea suddenly erupted from within Sumyubai's body. The terrifying pressure that should have been omnipresent had no effect on him whatsoever. This was because, during his first entry, he had inexplicably gained the recognition of the Source Sea. Not to mention entering as a Source Traveler. Even if he were a stowaway, he would still be able to completely ignore the terrifying pressure of the Source Sea. At first, Sumyubai didn't understand why he had gained the recognition of the Source Sea and was able to move through it unimpeded. It wasn't until not long ago, after listening to Grandmaster Xingyu explain many things in front of the gap in the spatial barrier, that he became certain of the reason. Thinking of this, Sumyubai touched his chest involuntarily. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Inside his chest, the incomplete heart of reincarnation was beating powerfully and rhythmically. The reason he was able to gain the recognition of the Source Sea must have something to do with this supreme treasure that did not belong to the myriad worlds. Sumyubai had already guessed this when the Phantom of the Heart appeared in the vacuum region during the last disturbance of the Source Sea. After Xingyu's brief explanation, this was finally confirmed. There are no source beasts nearby. Sumyubai closed his eyes to inspect the area. Within the range covered by his divine soul, there was nothing but wisps of primordial source chi. He did not discover any signs of source beasts. Only then did he sit cross-legged on the spot and begin to absorb the primordial source chi, unless the Source Sea experienced another disturbance. The effect of absorbing primordial source chi was about the same everywhere, so he did not bother to change his location. With the experience from last time, Sumyubai's absorption was much more efficient this time. Wisps of pure primordial source chi instantly merged into his limbs and bones, feeling so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. In addition to attempting to condense new Rule Dao seeds, he also needed to use this primordial source chi to cleanse the Rule Dao seeds he already possessed. Having cheated his way through, Sumyubai's foundation was very solid. But there is no best, only better. The foundation determines the height one can reach in the future. Since he now knew that there were realms higher than the Rule Realm in the Universe continent, Sumyubai's goals naturally had to be raised as well. One's vision influences one's perspective. Before breaking through, he wanted to make his foundation as solid as possible so that when the time came, his Rule Dao seeds could bloom into even more brilliant Great Dao flowers. His divine soul entered his body, and looking inward, Sumyubai saw illusory and tiny seeds within his divine soul. These were the Rule Dao seeds. Each one represented a chance to break through to the Rule Sovereign Realm, and he currently possessed 10 such seeds. 2 of them were noticeably more solid than the other 8. Those were the Death Rule Dao seed and the Fate Rule Dao seed, which had already been cleansed once. 10. Sumyubai whispered softly, not enough. Still not enough. In the past, he thought that establishing reincarnation only required the Chaos Rule Great Dao as a foundation, supplemented by the 6 major rules of time, space, life, death, fate, and creation. But after listening to Xingyu's explanation, he could almost confirm that the remaining 3 Great Dao rules, destruction, power, and luck, were also indispensable. Because if one wanted to fuse the cosmic origins of the myriad worlds, no power could be left out. Although there was still the luck sovereign, Liu Yin, existing in the myriad worlds, making it impossible for other beings to break through to the Rule Sovereign Realm using the luck rule. Sumyubai had not yet found a solution to the problem, however. Rule Sovereign was merely a term used within the myriad worlds. In the universal continent, this realm was known as the Rule Realm. The same Rule Great Dao should not be restricted to only one powerhouse at the Rule Realm. All of this was due to the fact that the myriad worlds were still incomplete. The transformation of the myriad worlds into a complete universe was not something that could be achieved overnight. Just as Sumyubai had created the species known as the Nether, hadn't that caused the myriad worlds to begin manifesting the reversal Rule Great Dao, further progressing toward completeness. Therefore, the issue of breaking through the luck Rule Great Dao would surely have a solution as the myriad worlds gradually became complete. The only uncertainty was just how complete the myriad worlds needed to be before a single Rule Great Dao could support multiple Rule Realm powerhouses. But the necessary preparations had to be made in advance. The current 10 Rule Dao seeds were indeed enough to allow Sumyubai's 10 Supreme Rule Great Daos to all break through to the Rule Realm. But if the Reversal Rule Great Dao were added to the mix, It would not be enough. Therefore, he needed to condense at least 10 more rule Dao seeds. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Sumyubai dared not guarantee that every one of his breakthroughs would be successful. The destruction rule and the power rule can be set aside for now. As for chaos and luck, I can attempt to comprehend them right now. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, making a decision in his heart. Absorbing the primordial chi to condense rule Dao seeds did not require much mental energy. He was fully capable of comprehending those few supreme rule great Daos he had yet to master while simultaneously absorbing the energy. He had very little contact with the destruction rule great Dao and the power rule great Dao, so he did not know where to start for the time being. But the chaos rule great Dao and the luck rule great Dao were different. The incomplete reincarnation heart had evolved from the fragmented chaos heart. Back when he was in the No.07 Forbidden Divine Land, Sumyubai had used the chaos domain many times, so he had a certain degree of understanding of it. If it weren't for the fact that he had too many cheats, he should have already gained some insight into the chaos series laws long ago. As for the luck rule great Dao, that went without saying. Normally, all living beings first comprehend a certain path of laws, then slowly comprehend all laws, subsequently begin to fuse the rule great Daos, and finally attempt to grasp rule authority through their talents and the rule great Daos. But a cheater like Sumyubai could not be judged by conventional standards. Before he had fully comprehended any single luck series law, he had already stolen a portion of the luck authority through his catastrophe talent. Later, he even signed the heart-to-heart contract with Lian, the luck sovereign, directly and permanently mastering a portion of the luck authority. Now, using the luck authority to reverse engineer the comprehension of luck series rules was, given Sumyubai's level of enlightenment, an effortless task. His situation was extremely rare. To date, only the 3 Signal Light brothers were like him. Regarding the luck authority mastered by the 3 brothers, Sumyubai had intended to ask Lian if the opportunity rose, but he had forgotten about it due to the Great War of the Nether Abyss and the invasion of the Outsiders. The situation of these 3 brothers was clearly somewhat abnormal, because Sumyubai still remembered that their luck authority did not belong to the luck sovereign. Chapter 1137. The 7th Rule Great Dao. Sumyubai had learned that the rule authority used by world lords was actually borrowed from the power of the rule sovereigns. In other words, the power of authority in the myriad worlds was held in the hands of the rule sovereigns. But when the 3 Signal Light brothers were together, the luck authority they possessed did not belong to Lian. This point was very suspicious. Could it be that these 3 brothers are also related to the universal continent? A look of doubt flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. However, this question was clearly not something that could be figured out in a short time. He even suspected that not even Lian, the luck sovereign, necessarily knew the specific reason. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about this matter for the time being. Sumyubai began to multitask, while absorbing primordial chi to attempt to condense new rule Dao seeds and cleansing his original rule Dao seeds. He also diverted the majority of his focus to begin comprehending the path of chaos series laws. Chaos rule great Dao. Sumyubai's consciousness sank into his body, his soul enveloping the incomplete reincarnation heart. The core power within it was the power of chaos. Rather than calling it the power of chaos, it is more accurate to call it the power of fusion. The so-called chaos rule of the myriad worlds was completely different from the chaos that Sumyubai, as a person from Blue Star, had initially understood. This supreme rule great Dao was formed by the fusion of 9 rule great Daos metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness as its foundation. And these 9 rules were all elemental rules. In other words, chaos was, in reality, a rule great Dao that contained all the elements of the myriad worlds. Compared to the concept of chaos in Sumyubai's mind, this was far from it. Regardless, I should comprehend it first and worry about the rest later. Sumyubai shook his head, casting aside all distracting thoughts, and sank his consciousness into the incomplete reincarnation heart. The divine powers of time, space, life, death, and others, which originally did not mix, were quickly fused into a brand new power after being absorbed by the reincarnation heart. By carefully sensing the process of their fusion, he soon gained enlightenment. This is fusion. Soon, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. At the same time, The long-awaited system notification sound rang in his ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a path of laws. Law of Fusion. This path of laws is the main branch of the Chaos Rule. As the level of comprehension increases, you will be able to fuse more laws of different elemental series. Current level of comprehension, 13.79%. With Sumyu Bai's current realm and extremely high level of enlightenment, comprehending a path of laws was very simple. Moreover, he had directly comprehended it to the first pattern realm in one go. The truly terrifying aspect of him is that even after having mastered so many Supreme Rule Daos, he is still able to comprehend other Supreme Tier laws without any obstruction. This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the myriad worlds. To be able to master the Supreme Rule Daos simultaneously is already an extremely rare, peerless genius. To attempt to comprehend yet more Supreme Tier laws is almost an impossible feat. This is because different Supreme Rules are mutually exclusive. Once one Supreme Rule Dao has been fused, the difficulty of fusing a second one increases by several dozen times. The third one increases by tens of thousands of times, however, for Sumyu Bai, who possesses the heart of reincarnation. Such limitations do not exist: time, space, death, life, fate, creation. He has already comprehended 6 of the 10 Supreme Rules. The fusion law he is currently comprehending marks the beginning of his mastery over the 7th Supreme Rule Dao, the Chaos Rule. For any other living being, from the moment they begin to comprehend the path of a law to the point where they comprehend all laws and begin to fuse them into a Rule Dao, a vast amount of time is required. Not only that, but during this period, they will inevitably encounter many bottlenecks that require sudden enlightenment to progress further. But Sumyu Bai is different. He is a cheater. As long as he comprehends the path of one law, that is enough. There is no need for him to slowly comprehend the rest. Locking his divine sense onto the newly comprehended fusion law, Sumyu Bai's gaze sharpened. Catastrophe. Target fusion law prompt. Please select the promotion grade, 1st tier, 2nd tier, or attach a catastrophe characteristic to it. Click to view details. Promote to 1st tier. As the catastrophe talent activated, the expected Chaos Rule Dao did not descend. This is because this place is the land of origin, the location of the sea of origin, where the origin of all rules was born. The catastrophe talent directly drew resources from its surroundings, seizing a massive amount of origin power and frantically pouring it into Sumyu Bai's divine soul. In an instant, a massive volume of information regarding all laws of the chaos system appeared within Sumyu Bai's divine soul. In terms of sheer quantity, the information contained within the Chaos Rule Dao was greater than all 6 of the Supreme Rule Daos he had previously comprehended combined. All laws under the Metal Rule Dao, all laws under the Wood Rule Dao, all laws under the Water Rule Dao. Information on countless paths of laws flooded Sumyu Bai's divine soul. However, with his current divine soul at the peak of the Dao Sovereign God realm, accepting and comprehending this content all at once was not a difficult task. Soon, he began to develop a sense of familiarity with these laws, as if they were things he had painstakingly comprehended through great hardship. The catastrophe talent is, as always, heaven-defying. After a long while, Sumyu Bai slowly opened his eyes, 9-colored divine light flashing within them. He had already comprehended all the laws of the chaos system and successfully begun the fusion process. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Prompt. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending all laws under the Chaos Rule. Prompt. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending the 7th Rule Dao. Prompt. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 7 Rule Daos. Reward. 1 opportunity to enter the land of origin. Prompt. A myriad worlds announcement is about to be made. Prompt. Your status as a traveler of origin has been extended to 50 days. Can't you give me some fresh rewards? Sumyu Bai rolled his eyes. Another opportunity to enter the land of origin. This thing is almost meaningless to him now. Even if this time it extended his traveler of origin status by 30 days, it was the same. It would be more practical to reward him with a few more breakthrough opportunities. Looking at the rewards from the last few announcements, the rewards the Myriad Worlds game can provide him are becoming fewer and fewer. However, The rewards were just a bonus anyway. Even without any rewards, he would still continue to comprehend new rule DOS. Sumubai smiled, temporarily setting aside the newly comprehended chaos rule Dao, and began to attempt to reverse engineer the luck rule through his authority of luck. Chapter 1138. Could you at least try to cover it up? Since the Great War of the Underworld Abyss, the landscape of the myriad worlds has undergone earth-shattering changes. Although the death list Brian had originally drawn up contained only 174 race names, it included 3 top-tier races: the demon race, the insect race, and the machine race, adding the Holy Light Angel race led by the self-destructive Huozhou. That made for top-tier races. The battle in the Underworld Abyss caused the strength of these 4 top-tier races to plummet off a cliff. Not only did more than a dozen sovereign god-level rule masters fall, but even their backbone forces, the world lords and peak upper gods, suffered losses of nearly half. The fall of so many powerhouses caused these races to lose the realms and great worlds they controlled one after another, their territories shrinking again and again. Whether it was the demon race, the insect race, or the machine race, they were all now frantically retreating and relocating, fearing that the human race's retaliation would come too quickly. In particular, the Netherworld army was a terrifying legion that even the 3 races combined could not contend with. As for the Holy Light Angel race, their situation was much better than the other 3, because their guardian sovereign, Nina, was the only sovereign god spared by Baiyi during the Great War of the Underworld Abyss. Although Nina had not yet returned to the Bright Realm, the base camp of the Holy Light Angel race, the remaining high-level members of the race had already begun to consolidate their powerhouses under Nina's instructions. These 4 top-tier races each had their own movements, but no other race dared to covet the territories they had lost, because everyone knew that these territories were all Baiyi's spoils of war. To offend a freak like Baiyi just to snatch a bit of land was simply, as the saying goes, an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Had they not seen that guy slaughter 16 rule masters in a single battle? Even the god race could not be his opponent. The other races did not even dare to have a single thought of resistance. However, the actions of the 4 peak races still had a massive impact on the entire myriad worlds. After all, the territory of every peak race is incredibly vast and expansive. In the worlds they withdrew from, there would always be those looking to fish in troubled waters. For a time, the entire myriad worlds became somewhat turbulent. This was only because the situation at the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods had been sealed off, apart from the rule sovereigns of each race. No one knew anything about it. Otherwise, the myriad worlds would have become even more chaotic. Those lacking sufficient strength are no longer qualified to know too much. Just like Sumubai in the past, before he reached a certain level of strength, Yi Yuan would not tell him many things, because if one's strength has not reached a certain realm, knowing certain things brings no benefits other than affecting one's state of mind. At the same time, a large number of human players appeared in various worlds, beginning to venture into various forbidden lands and secret realms. In the past, the human race was weak, and there were far too many powerful enemies. Therefore, at that time, the vast majority of human players could only hide to avoid being captured by the enemies of the human race. Being killed outright would be one thing, but if they were subjected to long-term torture or kept in captivity, becoming blood slaves for generations, that was true despair. Even the very few human players who were unwilling to hide and wanted to travel the myriad worlds would do their best to conceal their human identity. This had been the miserable state of the human race for over 9 epochs. But now, everything is different. In the Battle of the Nether Abyss, the Nether army slaughtered peak high gods and world lords, and Baiyi even successively beheaded 16 rule sovereigns, completely striking terror into the hearts of all races in the myriad worlds. Today, when human players walk through the myriad worlds, their status and standing are even higher than those of the god race, who rank first on the myriad races leaderboard. Unless they are pushed to the brink, almost no alien players dare to make a move against human players. Just as the myriad worlds were undergoing a transformation, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 7 rule great Daos. This is your Bai announced. Nay, players of all races learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Unlike in the past, The appearance of this announcement could not even make the players of various races feel shocked, because they had become completely numb. Isn't it just fusing the 7th rule Great Tao simultaneously? As long as this person is named by Yi, it is the most normal thing in the world. It is not worth being surprised at all. Players in various worlds of the myriad worlds were only slightly stunned before they continued with their own business. But not long after this announcement finished its 20-fold broadcast, another system announcement followed immediately. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 8 rule Great Taos. This is your Bai announced. Nay, players of all races learn from him to obtain generous rewards. For a moment, players of all races in the myriad worlds fell into silence. No, if you're going to cheat, at least try to cover it up a little. Right, in the past, there was always a gap between each announcement. But now it's a seamless transition. You're not even pretending anymore, are you? Are rule Great Taos really that easy to fuse? Not to mention doing 2 at once. And they are the 7th and 8th ones at that. The most infuriating thing is that the Myriad Worlds game even tells them to learn from Baiyi. Listen, just listen. Is that even human language? Who could possibly learn that? Contrary to the reaction of the players of other races. Every time Baiyi triggered a Myriad Worlds announcement, overwhelming cheers would erupt in every world where the human race resided. Because Baiyi is the current leader of the human race, the human emperor, the more Myriad Worlds announcements he triggers, the more powerful he represents. And the entire human race will benefit as a result. The origin land. Ever since Sumubai left, Amon had informed Bing Shuang about the basic situation here. Upon hearing that Len Yu had obtained a fortuitous encounter here last time and directly grasped a level 3 Chaos Authority, the latter's eyes lit up immediately. Without a word, he flew toward the depths of the origin land. During the years he spent receiving the inheritance in the ruins of the ancestral dragon, he had already fused both the Power Rule Great Tao and the Reversal Power Rule Great Tao to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. It was precisely because of this that he was able to break the long-standing limit of the Myriad Worlds and break through to the pseudo-main God Realm. Now, if he wanted to go further, besides breaking through to the Rule Sovereign Realm, it was to grasp more power authority. But wanting to break through from the Law Master Realm to the Rule Sovereign Realm is by no means an easy task. Bing Shuang knew the difficulty of this, and he also understood that his strength and realm had improved too quickly. He still needed a period of consolidation. Therefore, his goal this time was to try and grasp more power authority by observing the power rule origin of the origin land. Big brother, let's go to. Green Hair watched Bing Shuang's figure disappear from sight and turned to look at Amon. Let's go. Amon nodded slightly. Just as he was about to lead his two brothers to start searching for the destruction rule origin, Cucumber, who was beside him, suddenly poked his shoulder. Big brother, it seems we don't need to go. Chapter 1139. The unexplained activation of the luck authority. Big brother, it seems we don't need to go. Why are you guys so lacking in ambition? Amon immediately slammed a fist onto Cucumber's head, scolding him with a sense of iron not becoming steel. Among all of Boss's subordinates, we 3 brothers are the most useless. If this continues, we'll probably only be able to serve as mascots. Can you kid? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. He saw that in the direction Cucumber was pointing, a battle axe-shaped rule origin was slowly drifting toward them. Indeed. There's no need to go. Amon rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. As for the luck of his 3 brothers, even he himself didn't know how to explain it. It was one thing to run into the destruction rule origin immediately upon entering last time, but he didn't expect it to be the same this time. Alright, hurry up and take the time to observe and comprehend it. He nodded toward Cucumber and Green Hair, then sat cross-legged on the spot. Let's fuse the destruction rule to the 9-striped limit first. Just as the 3 brothers were preparing to continue fusing the destruction rule with the help of the rule origin, the giant axe, manifested from the origin of the destruction rule, suddenly began to tremble gently. A rich, purplish-black light representing destruction illuminated the surroundings, reflecting in the pupils of Amon and his 2 companions, turning them a deep purplish-black. Big brother, what is happening? Huangguo looked at the scene before him, bewildered. his voice stuttering slightly. A fist landed, and Amon frowned, saying, "You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask?" Beside him, Lumel spoke up with a sense of trepidation. "Big brother, we didn't cause any trouble, did we?" Another fist landed, ensuring everyone received equal treatment. "Cause trouble your head. We haven't even done anything yet." As he spoke, Amon pulled the two behind him, turned around, and said with a solemn expression, "Watch first. If the situation turns bad, run immediately." However, Huanggui and Lumel suddenly widened their eyes, pointed behind Amon, and exclaimed, "Someone is there!" "What?" Amon turned his head in shock, and sure enough, he saw a blurry figure within the giant axe. Aside from the boss, someone else was actually able to enter this place. And they had entered directly into the rule origin. Are there really so many people using cheats these days? Amon couldn't help but think of Lanyu, the Chaos Angel. Last time, that person had also entered the rule origin, which allowed them to directly grasp the level 3 Chaos Authority. Could the figure currently inside the Destruction rule origin have obtained the same opportunity as Lanyu? But why did this person look more and more familiar? Amon rubbed his eyes, turned to look at Huanggui and Lumao, and asked, "Do you guys think this guy looks familiar?" Deep within the Origin Sea. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a path of law. Law, good fortune. This path of law is a major branch of the luck rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be able to influence the good fortune of yourself and other living beings. Current comprehension level, 12.97%. After Sumyubai used catastrophe on the chaos rule, he quickly reverse-engineered and comprehended the law of good fortune through his luck authority. Immediately after, without a second thought, he used his talent again. Catastrophe target, law of good fortune. Notification. Please select the promotion rank, first rank, second rank, or attach a catastrophe characteristic to it. Click to view details. Promote to first rank. Again, there was no dissent of the rule. Great Tao. The catastrophe talent simply took materials from the surroundings, snatched a massive amount of origin power, and forcibly poured it into his soul. The efficiency of this promotion was much faster than Sumyubai simply relying on the origin power to comprehend it himself. In the span of a few breaths, the law of good fortune he had just comprehended was fully mastered. Following that, a massive amount of information regarding luck-type laws appeared and was rapidly digested. It felt as if he had spent endless years comprehending these laws bit by bit himself. The foundation laid by cheating could be described as exceptionally solid. After a long while, Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes, colorful light flickering in his pupils. He had comprehended all the laws of the luck system in a short time and found the point of fusion. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending all laws under the luck rule. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending the 8th rule. Great Tao. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 8 rule. Great Taos. Reward. 1 opportunity to enter the origin land. Notification. A myriad worlds announcement is about to be made. Notification. Your status as an origin traveler has been extended to 100 days. Notification. When you leave the origin land, the duration of your origin traveler status will be temporarily frozen. It had to be said that the Myriad Worlds game was quite considerate, but Sumyubai had no time to pay attention to these reminders at the moment, because the instant he fused the luck rule, he suddenly felt the luck authority he possessed being activated once again. How? A look of confusion flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Why would the luck authority be activated for no reason? Ever since he obtained this thing, it had only been triggered passively. Even when he wanted to use it actively, there was no response at all. Now, he hadn't done anything, and the catastrophe had already ended. Why would the luck authority be activated? Sumyubai was utterly baffled and tried to activate the luck authority again, but there was no response. However, at this very moment, the origin primordial chi that filled the surroundings vanished without a trace. The entire origin sea disappeared into thin air without any warning. The surrounding environment changed abruptly. The aura of the origin began to fill the space. and the rule origins in the distance gradually began to converge toward this area. It's a pity I couldn't condense a new rule Dao seed. Sumyubai sighed. Though he wasn't confused by this, because this wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. The location of the origin sea was inherently erratic, when it would appear, where it would appear, and how long it would stay each time were things that changed constantly. Therefore, the sudden disappearance of the origin sea was a very normal occurrence. But it's not like I didn't gain anything. Feeling the 10 increasingly solid rule Dao seeds within his soul, Sumyubai smiled slightly. He flipped his hand to take out the origin sea teleportation divine talisman, intending to enter the origin sea again, anyway, with the catastrophe characteristic. The number of times this thing could be used for teleportation had been increased to infinity. No matter where the origin sea ran off to, Sumyubai could instantly chase after it. But just as the origin sea teleportation divine talisman was about to be activated, Sumyubai suddenly stopped injecting his divine power and soul energy. His gaze fixed on the rule origins converging from afar. His pupils constricted slightly, and he whispered, "A new law of chapter 1140, endless vitality. This is a new law." Sumyubai's pupils constricted slightly. The origin power he had been plundering in the land of origin, aside from what he gained by slaying origin beasts, all came from the new laws that were unable to fully manifest within the various rule origins. These new laws were condensed from origin power, however, because the myriad worlds were incomplete. They would naturally shatter and annihilate once they grew to a certain extent. But at this moment, Sumyubai was certain that the laws contained within the rule origins gathering around him were more numerous than in the past. Could it be that every rule great Tao of the myriad worlds is also incomplete? Sumyubai couldn't help but murmur, but immediately shook his head. No, it's not that they are incomplete. It's that they were missing the other side all along. He suddenly recalled the existence of the reversal rule, and the answer dawned on him. Then let me see exactly what is so different about the reversal rule. After taking a deep breath, a rich golden light suddenly ignited in Sumyubai's eyes. The next moment, the vertical eye on his forehead opened as well. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupil spun rapidly, and deep within his eyes, the power of life and death flickered faintly. Watch and divine activate. In an instant, these approaching rule origins appeared before Sumyubai in their most essential forms. The first thing he observed was the rule origin of death, which he was most familiar with. The manifested form of this origin was a burning, cold nether fire. After activating the Zhuanshan divine eye, Sumyubai finally saw the other side of the death rule origin. It wasn't just one cold nether fire, it was two. It was just that the two nether fires were completely overlapped, making them impossible to distinguish under normal circumstances. The two seemed to exist in different dimensions. They were superimposed, yet separated by a vast distance. The feeling the second nether fire gave Sumyubai was diametrically opposed to the first. This was not the complete opposition of death and life, but rather the same root and origin, two sides of the same coin. The aura emitted by this nether fire was exactly the same as when you used the reversal death rule. This is the truly complete death rule. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. The reason why the rule stage powerhouses of the Huanyu continent were stronger than the main gods of the myriad worlds, aside from external factors like secret techniques and treasures, was fundamentally because they had comprehended the truly complete rule Great Tao in the past. The myriad worlds were incomplete, so even the land of origin had not birthed the reversal rule origin. Now that the netherworld had appeared, it had brought with it the reversal rule Great Tao, allowing the myriad worlds to become further complete. Naturally, the reversal rule origin had been birthed within the land of origin. With the support of his Sea of Death clone, Sumyubai was now fully capable of keeping the Zhuanshan divine eye active for a long time. He stared unblinkingly at the approaching death rule origin, falling into a state of epiphany. However, while in this state of epiphany, the vitality within his body was also continuously draining away. This was the drawback of comprehending the reversal law that the myriad worlds game had warned him about. If he were to continue this forced comprehension, even Sumyubai, the creator of the netherworld, would be completely transformed into a nether being. If he were in a conscious state, he naturally wouldn't be in danger, because before entering the land of origin, Ding Shuang had taught him the method to fuse the positive and negative rules. But at this moment, Sumyubai had entered a state of epiphany, his entire being immersed in the comprehension of the reversal death rule Great Tao, and he hadn't noticed his current predicament at all. Normally, in such a situation, he would either continue comprehending until he was completely transformed into another being, or he would be jolted awake the moment his vitality was about to be exhausted, abruptly exiting the state of epiphany. But within Sumyubai's internal world, he possessed a rule-level creation like the World Tree. The moment it sensed his vitality rapidly draining, the World Tree reacted immediately. Within the Tree Heart world, that endless vitality instantly began to flow continuously into Sumyubai's body. Between the draining and the replenishing, Sumyubai's vitality not only failed to decrease, but instead became even more robust. The life energy filled within the Tree Heart world was not just what the current World Tree had accumulated, more of it was what the original Life Sovereign had gathered. It was the accumulation of countless epochs, which could be described as endless. At this rate of depletion, even if Sumyubai were to comprehend here for 10,000 epochs, the World Tree could ensure his vitality would not be exhausted. Furthermore, amidst the cycle of draining and replenishing, Sumyubai's divine body was becoming increasingly resilient. Death Realm, Death Continent. Inside a hidden secret realm, a group of true gods of the prison race were fleeing frantically, and pursuing them was a netherworld legion. Don't come any closer. We have already been defeated. Why must you kill us all, devils? You are simply devils. This is a massacre. I was wrong. I shouldn't have used the human race as food. Despite their desperate pleas and attempts to surrender, the Netherworld Legion showed no mercy. Once caught, it was death. There was no way out. Ever since the Battle of the Nether Abyss, when Sumyubai left with Lion and the main gods of various races, the 10 god-level nether beings led by Yuyi had each taken command of a Netherworld Legion, officially beginning the hunt and purge of the races on the death list. Slaying the powerhouses of these races at the Nether Abyss was merely the beginning. Next, Sumyubai intended to have these races completely removed from the myriad race ranking. If they had only been hostile toward the human race, even if they had killed many human players, Sumyubai would not have been so ruthless. The myriad worlds was a world of the jungle, where the weak are prey to the strong. It was inevitable for the human race to be bullied when they were weak. But the races on the death list were different. They had committed the unforgivable act of farming humans as livestock for food. Since they had done such things, they would have to pay the price once the human race rose to power. Remember, don't provoke the human race in your next life. A figure clad in silver battle armor suddenly tore through space and appeared, wielding a blade of moonlight as he blocked the path above the final group of prison clan true gods. Clang! Without giving them a chance to beg for mercy, Yuyi slashed out with a cold expression. A crisp, clear sword chime resonated throughout the entire secret realm, and a brilliant flash of sword light vanished in an instant. The power of the laws contained within that sword light was something these prison clan true gods had never seen before. After that single strike, all the remaining prison clan true gods in the secret realm fell, their corpses plummeting toward the earth below like raindrops. Yuyi flipped his wrist, sheathed his moonlight blade, and turned to leave. To deal with these small fries, he didn't even need to use the rule-level treasure, god-slaying demon slaughtering. The Nether army that had been pursuing them from behind immediately transformed into a cleanup crew, swiftly collecting the divine sparks, corpses, and treasures of these true gods. Let's go to the next location. Yuyi waved his hand, preparing to lead this Nether Legion to the next secret realm, when his figure suddenly stalled. Creator. A ghostly light flashed in his eyes, and the power of the reversal death rule suddenly surged and churned within him. Chapter 1141, The Second Limit, The Origin Land. Sumyubai had his mystic heaven divine pupils activated, staring unblinkingly at the origin of the reversal death rule that was drawing ever closer, his entire being immersed in the comprehension of the great Tao of the reversal death rule. It was only when the rule origins that had been forced away by the Origin Sea returned to their original positions, leaving him just one step away, that he finally exited his state of epiphany. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification. You have comprehended a reversal law. Notification. Your vitality is rapidly fading, until it is completely converted into nether. Notification. Your creation, the God-level Nether Yuyi, has offered you his insights and experiences regarding the great Tao of the reversal death rule. Boom. In an instant, a massive influx of insights and experiences regarding the reversal death rule flooded Sumyubai's mind, causing his comprehension of the reversal death rule to instantly ascend countless levels. This speed of improvement was no less impressive than the effects of his cataclysm talent. One by one, the laws of the reversal death system were clearly displayed within Sumyubai's soul, as if they were being unraveled thread by thread. At this moment, it was as if he had become Yuyi, rapidly experiencing the entire process of how the other had comprehended the reversal death rule. The positioning of God-level nethers within the myriad worlds was inherently similar to the original 10 supreme gods. Yuyi was naturally attuned to the origin of the reversal death rule. Therefore, his comprehension of the reversal death rule was like a perfectly correct answer key. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending all laws under the reversal death rule. Notification. Once you fuse the death rule positive with the death rule negative, you will be able to master the complete death rule. Please comprehend the fusion method yourself. A moment later, Sumyubai opened his eyes, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect the creator to have such perks. Although he could have used his cataclysm talent to promote the newly comprehended reversal law into a reversal death rule even without Yuyi, being able to comprehend it directly was naturally a good thing. This way, once he left the myriad worlds or after the myriad worlds became complete, he would be able to promote it to the destruction rule realm for free without needing resources. This time, the comprehension of the Great Tao of the Reversal Death Rule did not trigger an announcement for comprehending the 10th Great Tao of Rules. Clearly, the Myriad Worlds game considered both the positive and negative death rules as the same Great Tao of Rules. It even thoughtfully provided a hint for the next direction, to fuse the positive and negative death rules. Though the method of fusion was something the player had to figure out on their own, did Sumyubai need to figure it out? Naturally not. Long before he entered, Ding Xuan had already told him the method of fusion. The key had been obtained in advance, and now that he had comprehended the reversal death rule, he could begin the fusion immediately. However, while Ding Xuan had fused each law one by one as she comprehended them, Sumyubai had chosen to comprehend all the laws first before beginning the fusion. During this period, his vitality had been constantly drained by the reversal death rule, HMM. Only then did Sumyubai notice his current condition. The reversal death rule was constantly draining the vitality within his body, at a speed far beyond what a simple reversal law could compare to. Good thing I have the world tree. He broke out in a cold sweat. If not for the world tree constantly replenishing his vitality, he would have likely been converted into a nether long ago. Although it seemed there were no downsides to becoming a nether was ultimately a dead object, and Sumyubai always felt there would be some limitations. Otherwise, compared to living beings, the advantages of dead objects would simply be too great. My divine body. Is this a blessing in disguise? Feeling his divine body, which was significantly tougher than before, Sumyubai couldn't help but be stunned. Vitality, 999 realms previously. After fusing the Great Tao of the Life Rule to the 9 pattern limit, his vitality had broken through to 700 realms. Just now, in the Origin Sea, he had newly comprehended the Great Tao of the Chaos Rule and the Great Tao of the Luck Rule. Although both Great Taos of Rules were only just beginning to fuse, they had still boosted his vitality to 800 realms. During the time he spent comprehending the Great Tao of the Reversal Death, the constant cycle of vitality being drained and replenished had actually caused his vitality to increase further, directly breaking through to the staggering figure of 999 realms. Is this another limit? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel that his divine body had reached a certain limit once again. 999 realms was clearly the second limit. The normal limit for vitality in the Rule Lord realm was 99 realms, even for beings like Lanyu and Bing Xuan, who were at the pseudo-main god realm. Their vitality was only that high. Only when both truly broke through to the Rule Sovereign realm would their vitality break through the limit and undergo a qualitative leap. As for Bahi, he was a nether. He didn't even have vitality throughout the myriad worlds. Whether in the past or the present, only Sumyubai has broken through the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm. Compared to 99, 999 might seem like a tenfold difference, but in reality, Sumyubai's current divine body is already thousands of times stronger than that of a top-tier world master. He had a premonition that if he could break through the limit once more, he might be able to go head-to-head with the main gods of the myriad worlds using nothing but the power of his divine body. Is this still not enough? Sumyubai felt the tug-of-war between the fading and replenishing vitality within his body, but the power it brought was far from sufficient to shatter the vitality limit of the 999th realm. If that's the case, then let's make this tug-of-war even more intense. Sumyubai gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and made a decision. He decisively abandoned his original plan to immediately begin merging the two death rules. I hope the world tree can hold on. Not only did he not intend to merge the positive and negative death rules to prevent the loss of vitality, but he actually wanted to accelerate the rate of that loss. Since the newly merged inverted death rule wasn't enough, he would merge it to the extreme of 9 patterns. If that still wasn't enough, he would add another inverted rule. If one wasn't enough, there were 2, 3, even 10. As long as the tree heart world could keep up with the replenishment of vitality, Sumyubai believed he absolutely had the potential to break through the vitality limit once again. In any case, he had prepared to stay in the origin land for a long time during this visit. After making his decision, Sumyubai sat cross-legged on the spot. A great web of rules condensed and emerged, ready at any moment to snatch the power of origin to rapidly merge the inverted death rules. As his gaze swept over the several rule origins nearest to him, he suddenly understood what the unexpectedly triggered luck authority had brought him. Chapter 1142. Rapid Progress. After the origin sea departed, those rule origins that had previously been repelled immediately drew closer. Several of these rule origins even came directly to the area around Sumyubai, surrounding him in the center like stars orbiting the moon. These rule origins all radiated dense fluctuations of supreme rules, yet they did not interfere with one another. In addition to the death rule origin, which manifested as a cold, ghostly flame, there was the life rule origin that transformed into a beautiful flower, the creation rule origin that condensed into the shape of a giant bell. Death, life, creation, fate, time, space, chaos. Every supreme rule path that Sumyubai had comprehended was present. Not only that, but a little further away, Sumyubai also saw the destruction rule origin, which had transformed into a world-ending millstone, and the power rule origin, which had condensed into a mountain peak. The origins of the 10 supreme rule paths he needed to master had all been delivered to him voluntarily. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Clearly, this was brought about by the luck authority that had been inexplicably triggered just moments ago. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Sumyubai smiled slightly. Although the luck authority hadn't been triggered many times, every single time, it brought a pleasant surprise. If he hadn't accidentally signed the heart-to-heart contract with Lion back then, his journey certainly wouldn't have been this smooth. It seems I must properly go into seclusion this time. Golden light flared brilliantly in Sumyubai's eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow spun rapidly. The Zhuanshan divine pupil was operating at full power. New laws were still constantly being born upon these surrounding rule origins, but after growing to a certain extent, they would suddenly shatter, turning into the purest power of origin. After the netherworld appeared, the rules of the myriad worlds had indeed become more complete, and the inverted aspects of each rule path had naturally come into existence. However, the positive and negative rule paths were originally one and the same. The total number of rule paths in the myriad worlds had not actually changed at all. For example, the sword path comprehended by Huijian still could not be recognized by the myriad worlds. This was because the origin land of the myriad worlds had not yet given birth to a sword path rule origin. Sumyubai speculated that when the myriad worlds transformed into a complete universe, the number of rule paths would increase geometrically. This was because new laws were being born here every moment, and a large number of laws could condense into new rule origins: the sword path, the ray path, the sealing path, and even the forging path, the alchemy path. A complete universe, in theory, should not have any flaws. Any path should be able to be taken to the extreme and break through to the rule realm. And for every rule path, there should not be only one powerhouse at the rule realm. These were the areas that the myriad worlds needed to supplement. Of course, It was precisely because of the existence of these flaws that Sumyubai was able to use his current strength to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and seize the power of origin in front of the rule origins. Crack. Now is the time. As a new law suddenly snapped and turned into the power of origin, Sumyubai immediately moved his divine sense, and the rule web condensed from the 8 rule powers instantly enveloped it. Swish. No sooner said than done. By the time that law had completely snapped, the rule web had already successfully snatched a few wisps of origin power and returned to Sumyubai's hand. 6 wisps. The efficiency is much higher than before. Looking at the wisps of origin power floating in his palm, Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. 6 wisps might not seem like much, but the effect brought by each wisp was equivalent to 10 full infusions of origin power. He still remembered that when he first entered the origin land, he could only snatch 1 or 2 wisps each time he acted. The current efficiency had improved significantly. Let's start with the death rule path first. Sumyubai moved his divine sense, absorbing all the origin power in his palm, and then operated the Zhuanshan divine pupil at full strength to observe the death rule origin that was close at hand. At the same time, the insights and experiences that Yi had offered previously also became an aid in his fusion of the inverted death rule path. With 3 methods working in tandem, Sumyubai's progress in merging the inverted rule path advanced by leaps and bounds. Notification. Congratulations. Your fusion level of the inverted death rule path has advanced further. Current fusion level 10.01%. System prompt. Warning. The rate of life force depletion is increasing exponentially. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. System prompt. Congratulations. Your fusion level with the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules has advanced further. Current fusion level 20.01%. System prompt. Warning. The rate of life force depletion is increasing exponentially. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. The system prompt scrolled across his vision incessantly. As Sumyubai's fusion level with the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules grew higher, the rate at which his life force drained away within his body became faster and faster. If, at the beginning, he was losing 1 or 2 worlds worth of maximum life force per minute, then now, it was 20 to 30 worlds per minute. Even a top-tier world lord, faced with such a rate of life force depletion, would be completely transformed into a member of the netherworld within minutes. But Sumyubai was different. Not only did he possess a maximum life force capacity as high as 999 worlds, but his internal world also contained a rule-level creation like the world tree. Every time his life force drained away, a surge of rich life energy would erupt from the heart of the world, instantly replenishing his life force to its maximum value, countering the extraction caused by the reversed rules, and his divine body, amidst this constant tug-of-war, became increasingly resilient. Although there were still no signs of breaking through the second life force limit, Sumyubai was certain that if he continued down this path, he would eventually reap the rewards. System prompt. Congratulations. Your fusion level with the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules has advanced further. Current fusion level 56.19%. System prompt. Warning. The rate of life force depletion is increasing exponentially. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. With 6 strands of origin power combined with the insights offered by Yui, Sumyubai quickly fused the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules to the 5-pattern realm. At the same time, the rate of life force depletion increased once again. Still not enough. Continue. Sumyubai took a deep breath, waiting quietly for the moment a new law shattered, before once again snatching food from the tiger's mouth, seizing strands of origin power from the grasp of the various rule origins. This time, it was 6 strands again. Immediately afterward, he continued to immerse himself in the fusion of the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules. For other powerhouses in the myriad worlds, the time taken to fuse with a Great Tao of Rules is calculated in epochs. Often, a single percentage point can keep them stuck for several epochs, and the bottleneck between each additional rule pattern is enough to stop many peak upper gods in their tracks for a lifetime. It was only in a place like the Origin Land that one could fuse with the Great Tao of Rules so rapidly. After all, both the reference answers and the super accelerator were right here, coupled with Sumyubai's already extremely high comprehension. This explained his exaggerated speed of progress. The insights and experiences offered by Yi also played an indispensable role. However, When Sumyubai successfully fused the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm, the long-awaited breakthrough of his life force limit still failed to materialize. If that's the case, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, then continued. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward another Supreme Rule origin. If one Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules wasn't enough, then he would take another. He refused to believe that it wouldn't be enough once he had comprehended all 10. Chapter 1143. The Turning Point of the Myriad World's Destiny. System prompt. Congratulations. Your fusion level with the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules has advanced further. Current fusion level, 99.99%. System prompt. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully fusing the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. In just one day, Sumyubai had successfully fused the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. However, in the eyes of the Myriad Worlds game, the rules of positive and reverse death were actually the same Great Tao of rules. Therefore, this did not trigger a Myriad Worlds announcement. Moreover, he had currently only purely fused the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. In order to break through the second life force limit of the Law Lord Realm, Sumyubai had deliberately not fused the positive and reverse death rules together, because once he used the method taught by Bengchuan to fuse them, his life force would no longer drain away. But for the current Sumyubai, whether or not he could trigger a Myriad Worlds announcement was no longer important. After all, the rewards the Myriad Worlds game could provide were just so-so. What he wanted to do most right now was to break through the second life force limit of the Law Lord Realm. To complete the breakthrough as quickly as possible, he even set aside the task of condensing new rule seeds. After the Great Tao of Reverse Death Rules was fused to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm, Sumyubai's rate of life force depletion had reached a terrifying hundreds of worlds per minute. If it were a top-tier world lord, they would at most last 10 seconds before their life force was exhausted. But the speed at which the heart of the world replenished his life force remained steadfast. Even at such a rapid rate of depletion, the world tree was still able to keep up with the replenishment. This could be considered good news, since that's the case. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, then continued. As he spoke, his divine sense stirred, and he once again snatched a few more strands of origin power, beginning to comprehend the second Great Tao of Reversed Rules. As long as the replenishment speed of the life energy in the heart of the world could keep up, Sumyubai had no intention of stopping. He refused to believe that he couldn't break through this second life force limit. Forbidden Divine Land. No. Although the battle at the Divine Dragon Imperial capital had spread, the people at the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters had been knocked unconscious at the time, and there was a barrier in the vicinity. So no one knew the reason behind it. The news that outsiders were about to invade was also unknown to anyone. The locals here and the Blue Star players only knew that the Myriad Races battlefield trial was about to begin. When that time came, Forbidden Divine Land No. 7 would be able to merge into the Myriad Worlds, and they would also be able to follow in the footsteps of the Human Emperor and travel through the Myriad Worlds. Announcement from Forbidden Divine Land No. 7. The Myriad Races battlefield trial will officially begin in 30 minutes. All players, please prepare yourselves. When this announcement rang out, the entire Forbidden Divine Land No. 7 erupted into a frenzy. In every city, whether they were local players or players from Blue Star, everyone was checking their weapons and equipment. The world chat channel was being flooded with messages at a frantic pace. Ha 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 ha. Myriad Worlds, here I come. Once I reach the Myriad Worlds, I must recruit a Beastkin girl as my follower. TSK. You've got some wild tastes, brother. Cat girls, fox girls, elves. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Buddy, you're only at the 7th order epic level. You'd better stop dreaming. So what if I'm 7th order? I've awakened a high-level human bloodline. Recruiting 1 or 2 demi-human followers shouldn't be a piece of cake. That's only because the big boss Bai Yi is so damn strong. Otherwise, we'd have to figure out how to survive the moment we entered the Myriad Worlds. That's true. Will the big boss Bai Yi show up for this Myriad Races battlefield trial? Who knows? But one thing is for sure, we definitely can't lose. It must be said that the players in the human Forbidden Land are truly fortunate these days. They don't have to fear being bullied by other races after entering the Myriad Worlds. Nor do they need to worry about survival, because while they were still in the novice zone, Bai Yi had already single-handedly propelled the human race to the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. If nothing else, the mere status of being a top-tier race was enough for them to enjoy extremely high treatment in every small world. As for the upcoming myriad races battlefield trial, no one was worried at all, because among the players of Forbidden Land No. 7, there was Bai Yi. With him there, how could they possibly lose? Just as all the players in Forbidden Land No. 7 were sharpening their blades, the main gods of various races remained on high alert outside this continent. Although Sumubai had said there was a solution, they dared not relax in the slightest. After all, nothing was set in stone yet, and with the survival of the myriad worlds at stake, one could never be too cautious. Liu Yin had not left either. As the only supreme god in the myriad worlds today, she was the backbone of this place. Little thief Bai, I hope your plan goes smoothly. Liu Yin looked at the continent floating in the starry sky not far away, colorful divine light swirling in her beautiful eyes. In another half an hour, the golden barrier enveloping the continent would disappear. Whether the myriad worlds could survive this crisis depended on whether Yi Yuan could temporarily hold off those two outsiders when the time came. Thinking of this, Liu Yin's gaze involuntarily fell upon the distorted space-time region in front of Forbidden Land No. Yi Yuan was currently inside, receiving the inheritance from an ancestor of the Zhuanshan lineage. One day, under the influence of 10,000-fold time acceleration, was just over 27 years. In such a short time, could Yi Yuan's formation skills really reach the next level? No, just reaching the next level might not be enough. Liu Yin had experienced the power of the rule realm of the universe continent during her dreams. Even at the early stage of the rule realm, it could pose a significant threat to her. This was the gap and foundation between the myriad worlds and the universe continent. Yi Yuan was only at the Law Lord realm. Although the gap in the space barrier was tiny and the outsiders couldn't exert much power at the beginning, stopping them would be no easy task. As the younger sister of the previous Zhuanshan successor, the Fate Sovereign, Liu Yin knew very well how difficult it was to comprehend the Zhuanshan lineage's inheritance. The person Little Thief Bai chose. I hope you don't let him down. Liu Yin's red lips parted slightly, a flash of determination deep within her beautiful eyes. No matter what, they had to stall until Little Thief Bai could seal the gap in the space barrier. If Yi Yuan couldn't stop them, then she would have no choice but to use that method. As the countdown for the start of the myriad races battlefield trial in Forbidden Land No. 7 neared its end, all the rule sovereigns present became tense. The turning point for the fate of the myriad worlds had arrived. Chapter 1144. The myriad races battlefield trial begins. Just 1 minute before the myriad races battlefield trial in Forbidden Land No. 7 was set to begin, the distorted space-time region suddenly calmed down. Si Qingyu's figure had already vanished, leaving only Yi Yuan sitting cross-legged in the starry sky. Seeing him appear, Liu Yin immediately took a step forward and arrived at his side. Greetings, Lord Liu Yin. Yi Yuan hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Liu Yin. Regardless of her relationship with Bai Yi, she was currently the only supreme god of the myriad worlds. The proper etiquette could not be neglected. Liu Yin nodded slightly and went straight to the point. How is it? Are you confident? The ancestor said that with my current level, I can buy Bai Yi 3 months of time. As he spoke, a look of worry flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes. I just don't know if that little bit of time will be enough. Being able to hold off the outsiders for 3 months was actually quite impressive, given that he was only a law lord. However, 3 months was truly too short. If Bai Yi hadn't found a solution by then, the myriad worlds would still be unable to escape the fate of being refined by the outsiders. 3 months. Upon hearing this number, a flash of joy appeared in Liu Yin's eyes. That should be enough. Does that mean Bai Yi already has a solution? Yi Yuan looked up abruptly, his face filled with pleasant surprise. Yes. Liu Yin smiled slightly. 3 months is already much better than he anticipated. Plus, with your human race's supreme treasure, the Tower of Time and Space's Zhuanshan sealing method will surely be able to reach a level sufficient to seal the gap in the space barrier. That's great. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the 3 months he bought were useful, that was all that mattered. Go. We will keep watch here until the gap is sealed to prevent any accidents. Liu Yin left these words behind, and her figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yuan's ears. Notification. The Myriad Races Battlefield trial is about to begin. You will be teleported into the Myriad Races battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Countdown 10, 98, 7. As the countdown ended, a pillar of light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Yuan and carrying him away into the starry sky. In the distance, the main gods of various races watched the spot where Yuan had vanished, their hearts tightening involuntarily. The barrier of the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone was about to open. At the same time, countless pillars of light descended from the firmament of the No. 07 Forbidden God Zone, precisely enveloping every single player. Whether they were combat class players or life class players, they were all instantly teleported to the Myriad Races battlefield trial space created by the Myriad Worlds game. In an instant, the entire No. 7 Forbidden God Zone became completely deserted, leaving behind only the wild monsters and bosses created by the Myriad Worlds game. However, everything here seemed as if a pause button had been pressed. The wild monsters, bosses, flowers, trees, and grass all became motionless. Even the howling gale in the high sky and the small streams flowing through the valleys had come to a standstill. The moment the Myriad Races battlefield trial began, time in the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone was completely frozen. Inside the Tower of Time and Space. Notification. The Myriad Races battlefield trial is about to begin. You will be teleported into the Myriad Races battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Sanchi Qingfeng and the others heard the same system notification as Yuan. Having long been prepared, the group immediately rubbed their hands in anticipation and vanished from where they stood. They had been waiting for this trial for 274 years. Now, they could finally show what they were capable of. Why would they need the guild master to personally intervene for a mere Myriad Races battlefield trial? They alone were more than enough. Death Realm, Death Continent, Death Domain Bank Headquarters. Notification. The Myriad Races battlefield trial is about to begin. You will be teleported into the Myriad Races battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Listening to the system notification in his ears, Fujia Qiangxia put down the documents in his hands with a wry smile. Why is it a mandatory teleportation? I'm just a merchant. What use am I in the Myriad Races battlefield? As his voice trailed off, a pillar of light descended from the sky, carrying him away from the office. It wasn't just them, even Yi and the other two, who had been created by Sumyu Bai in the No. 07 Forbidden God Zone, heard the system notification at this moment. Even though they had transformed into true god-level nether beings, the Myriad Worlds game still regarded the three of them as members of the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone. Therefore, the three of them, who were leading the Nether Legion and hunting down the 174 races on the Death Continent, also suddenly vanished into white pillars of light. Fortunately, the three had been prepared and had arranged for strong individuals to take over command in advance, so their departure had minimal impact on the operations of the Nether Army. Land of Origin. Notification. The Myriad Races battlefield trial is about to begin. You will be teleported into the Myriad Races battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Sumyu Bai heard the system notification as well, but he received one extra line compared to the others. Notification. Detected that you possess Supreme God-level Dominator authority. Do you wish to accept this teleportation? Refuse. Sumyu Bai didn't even think about it. He immediately exerted his divine sense and chose to refuse. The next moment, the countdown in his ears stopped abruptly. As someone who held a portion of the game creator's authority, he naturally possessed the right to choose. The Myriad Races battlefield trial was hardly a challenge for the current No. 7 Forbidden God Zone. The strength of Sanchi Qingfeng, Han Tebei, and the others had already broken through to the peak of the upper god realm after such a long period of seclusion in the Tower of Time and Space. After all, the Tower of Time and Space had a vague connection to the Land of Origin, which could greatly enhance the speed of comprehending laws and rules. Although they had not yet fused their respective rules to the 9 pattern limit and had not become Realm Lord level powerhouses, They were more than enough to deal with the alien players in the Myriad Races battlefield trial. What's more, the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone still had Old Man Feng sitting in command, even if they wanted to lose. They could in single quotes t. Therefore, Sumyu decisively chose to refuse the teleportation. His most important task now was to comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method and continue to improve his own strength. It's a pity I can't directly stop the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone from merging into the Myriad Worlds. Sumyu sighed. Everything related to the Forbidden God Zones required the collective Supreme God-level Dominator authority to influence. This was a consensus reached by all the Supreme Gods at the beginning of creating the Myriad Worlds game. Because the Forbidden God Zones were the only places in the Myriad Worlds that possessed protective properties. This was a point that neither Sumyu nor Lion could change. Otherwise, why would he need to race against time to comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method? Shaking his head, Sumyu continued to immerse himself in the comprehension of the second reversal rule path. This time, it was the rule of reversing fate, chapter 1145, The Frozen Blue Star. The Myriad Races battlefield trial was a war that determined the positioning and resources of the Forbidden God Zones after they merged into the Myriad Worlds. It was a war that had to be fought for the prosperity of one's race. Although there were only 10,000 races on the Myriad Races ranking, the number of races below the ranking was far more than 10,000. And a single race did not just possess one Forbidden God Zone. For example, the human race possessed tens of thousands of Forbidden God Zones. The No. 7 Forbidden God Zone was merely one of them. All Forbidden God Zones that had achieved unification were qualified to merge into the Myriad Worlds. But in reality, the vast majority of weak races' Forbidden God Zones would not choose to actively merge into the Myriad Worlds, even when they were able to, because the Myriad Worlds was far too dangerous for them. The strong individuals of these races who wished to take risks could enter the Myriad Worlds through the cross-boundary teleportation arrays of the Forbidden God Zones to seek opportunities. As for the remaining weak ones, they could continue to survive under the protection of the Forbidden God Zone. For weak races, this was the best choice. However, the situation for the human race is not the same as that of these weak races. Because Sumyu had passed the Heaven's Pride challenge, the human race gave birth to a Heaven's Pride. Consequently, all the divine forbidden lands of the human race would be unsealed in 10 years and completely integrated into the Myriad Worlds. The two outsiders controlling the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master merely accelerated this timeline by more than 9 years. Although weak races all wish to cower within the Divine Forbidden Lands and are unwilling to easily integrate into the Myriad Worlds, the original intention behind the existence of the Divine Forbidden Lands was not to provide unlimited protection for weak existences. Therefore, once any Divine Forbidden Land chooses to integrate into the Myriad Worlds, the Myriad Race battlefield trial will begin. At that time, the Divine Forbidden Lands ranked in the top 999 in terms of comprehensive strength will be forcibly pulled into the Myriad Race battlefield trial space. Even if they are unwilling, the ranking of the trial determines the position and resources of these 10,000 Divine Forbidden Lands after they integrate into the Myriad Worlds. Therefore, this is a war that must be fought for the prosperity of one's race. Of course, this applies to races below the Myriad Race rankings. For the human race, however, this is not the case. Because of Bai's existence, the human race's Divine Forbidden Land had already ascended to the ranks of top-tier races even before it was unsealed. For the human race, possessing the bloodline power bonuses of a top-tier race, participating in such a trial is practically like child's play. During the teleportation process, the Myriad Worlds game directly imprinted this basic information into the minds of all players. This scene was exactly the same as when they first descended onto Blue Star. This included the map of the Myriad Race battlefield trial space, the method of conducting the war, how to obtain more points to improve rankings, how to end the war to determine rankings, and so on. Everything was provided. But all the information preceding this became important after the final piece of information appeared in their minds. This final piece of information made almost all Blue Star players widen their eyes. Many people even burst into tears, weeping with joy. Therefore, when the players from Divine Forbidden Land No. 7 were teleported into the Myriad Race battlefield trial space, The sound of sobbing erupted one after another. The chat channel for Divine Forbidden Land No. 7 also exploded at this very moment. Little Fubao, Mommy misses you. Grandpa, I never thought I would have the hope of seeing you again in this lifetime. That's great. It turns out the Myriad Worlds game had arranged everything long ago. I was the one who misunderstood the Myriad Worlds game before. I'm going to count out to it right now. Once the Myriad Race Battlefield trial ends, I'm going to eat the food Grandma makes. The final piece of information was a heartwarming notification from the Myriad Worlds game. When the Myriad Race Battlefield trial ends and Divine Forbidden Land No. 7 is completely integrated into the Myriad Worlds, Blue Star players will be able to choose to teleport back to Blue Star. Furthermore, a teleportation array has already been established between Blue Star and Divine Forbidden Land No. 7, as long as a certain amount of resources is paid. Teleportation can be performed at any time. Most importantly, those elderly and children who did not enter the Myriad Worlds game, to be precise. The elderly over 60 and children under 16 finally had their whereabouts revealed. In reality, ever since the Myriad Worlds game descended onto Blue Star, they had been in a time-frozen zone, along with the entire Blue Star. Time had not passed for them at all. For these elderly and children, the Myriad Worlds game had only just descended. Such news was an absolute trump card for the Blue Star players. The relatives they once thought they would never see again could now be seen once more. And these relatives had been safe the entire time. Many players who had cursed the Myriad Worlds game during the early stages of the game were now singing its praises, because the arrangements made by the Myriad Worlds game were already perfect. If these elderly and children had been allowed to enter during the early stages of the game, the difficulty for them to survive would have been far too great. But now it was different. Even if the human race were not so powerful, the players would at least have a certain level of strength by the time the Divine Forbidden Land integrated into the Myriad Worlds. To say nothing of anything else, protecting their own relatives from dying at the hands of wild monsters was no longer a problem. It is just a pity that for those elderly and children whose time was frozen, a portion of them are destined to break down, because for them, it was only an instant, but their relatives were already gone. The Myriad Worlds game was never a charity. Although Divine Forbidden Land No. 7 had far fewer dangers because of Sumubai, casualties among the Blue Star District players were still inevitable. Dying once results in a loss of 10% of one's lifespan, with a minimum loss of 10 years. Before the Divine Dragon Empire unified Divine Forbidden Land No. 7, there were quite a few Blue Star players who had died permanently. Even after the unification was completed and the Blue Star District players joined the Hegemony Guild and the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce, there were still casualties. After all, bosses do not reason with you. So for a portion of the elderly and children whose time was frozen, the first thing they had to face was that their relatives were inexplicably gone. But for the Blue Star players, this was already the best possible outcome. As long as they finished this Myriad Race Battlefield trial, they could go home. If it weren't for the existence of Sumubai, which significantly shortened the time, they wouldn't know how many more years it would take to return to Blue Star. After all, the XP required for the Myriad Worlds game to level up was simply outrageously high for ordinary players. Fortunately, there were no ifs. What they needed to do next was to quickly complete the Myriad Race Battlefield trial and then go home. After the Blue Star players calmed their emotions, the high-level members of the Divine Dragon Hall, the Hegemony Guild, and the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce immediately began to organize, preparing for the upcoming racial war. But just then, a series of announcements suddenly resounded throughout the entire trial space. Chapter 1146. The only possibility. Myriad Race Battlefield Trial Space. When they first teleported into the Myriad Race Battlefield, every Divine Forbidden Land was in an independent space. The Myriad Worlds game would provide time for each Divine Forbidden Land to organize. Divine Forbidden Land No. 1086 Trial Space. This Divine Forbidden Land belonged to the Poro race. This race favors environments of ice and snow and is quite proficient in ice elemental magic. The vast majority of Poro players who break through to the Saint Extermination stage comprehend ice-type laws. Although their overall strength does not meet the requirements to ascend the Myriad race's ranking, they are still among the best of the many weak races beneath that ranking. In reality, Forbidden God Zone No. 10,086 had long since met the requirements to integrate into the myriad worlds. However, the Poro race was self-aware and understood that life would not be easy after integration. So they deliberately chose not to merge, but this time, Forbidden God Zone No. 7 took the initiative to integrate into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule, causing the myriad worlds game to forcibly pull them into the trial space as well. The few powerhouses from Forbidden God Zone No. 10,086 who had already ventured into the myriad worlds were now also teleported in. Their expressions were so gloomy they could practically drip water. This was because once pulled into the trial space, even if they finished in last place, they would be integrated into the myriad worlds once the trial concluded. For the Poro race, this was not good news. Great Emperor, what should we do? Should we go all out? In the trial space of Forbidden God Zone No. 10,086, a group of Poro powerhouses surrounded a Poro radiating a powerful aura. These Poro players were all powerhouses who refused to be mediocre, choosing to leave their kin to venture into the myriad worlds. Their strength had all reached the Lawmaster realm. Although the vast majority were only lower gods, they were still an absolutely formidable force within the Forbidden God Zone. Even though the strength of Lawmasters would be suppressed to the peak of the Saint Extermination stage during the Myriad Race's battlefield trial, in terms of their understanding of laws and combat experience, they were by no means comparable to ordinary Saint Extermination stage creatures. Surrounded by the group was the patriarch of the Poro race, the Poro Great Emperor. His strength had reached the early stage of the Upper God realm, making him the only Upper God in the entire Poro race. Listening to the inquiries from the high-ranking members of his race, the Poro Great Emperor frowned and spoke slowly. Since we have already entered the Myriad Race's battlefield trial, let us strive to obtain more points. Having said this, he looked up at the spatial boundary above the firmament, his expression solemn. Life will not be as easy as it was in the past after we integrate into the myriad worlds. We must take this opportunity to secure more resources. Upon hearing this, the morale of the Poro powerhouses soared. That's right. Our race has been dormant for so many epochs. Now that we have no choice but to integrate into the myriad worlds, we might as well give it our all. As long as we can obtain enough resources, our Poro race will surely be able to give birth to more true gods in the coming epochs. The slime race has already ascended the myriad race's ranking and will not participate in this myriad race's battlefield trial. If nothing goes wrong, our Forbidden God Zone No. 10,086 will be the Forbidden God Zone with the highest overall strength in this trial. If we push ourselves, it is highly likely we can take first place in this trial. As long as we can take first place, our position will have a great advantage, and the dangers in our surroundings will be minimal. Integration into the myriad worlds was now unavoidable. The Poro true gods rolled up their sleeves, preparing to show their prowess in this myriad race's battlefield trial. A sense of heroism welled up in the Poro Great Emperor's heart. Everyone, we are determined to take first place in this trial. He took a deep breath, a divine light flashing in his eyes. The human race will certainly not let off the races on the death list next, since the slime race could use this to ascend the myriad race's ranking. It is not impossible for our Poro race to do the same. First place, first place, first place. Ascend the myriad race's ranking. Ascend the myriad race's ranking. Ascend the myriad race's ranking. The flames of battle rose in the eyes of all the true gods as they shouted in unison. Their desire for first place in the myriad race's battlefield trial reached its peak at this moment. If they could ascend the myriad race's ranking, they would be able to receive bonuses from the myriad worlds game. By then, the Poro race would surely rise in a short period of time. Of course, their so-called rise was relative to the races beneath the myriad race's ranking. After all, not every weak race had a goal like the human race, nor did every weak race possess as many powerful enemies as the human race. All the Forbidden God Zones should have been teleported in by now. The Poro Great Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Let me see which Forbidden God Zone can serve as our opponent. And what kind of sacred entity is that Forbidden God Zone No. 7 that took the initiative to open the trial? As he spoke, he moved his divine sense and opened the overall combat power ranking for the myriad race's battlefield trial. The next moment, all the Poro powerhouses present instantly widened their eyes, their mouths agape, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. and they stood completely stunned on the spot. Battlefield Trial Overall Combat Power Ranking First Place, Forbidden God Zone No.07 Human Race. Overall Combat Power 999,999,999,999. Second Place, Forbidden God Zone No, 10,086 Poro Race. Overall Combat Power 113,454. It was not because Forbidden God Zone No, 10,086 was only ranked second. It was because the first place Forbidden God Zone No. 7 actually belonged to the human race, and its combat power had reached a terrifying 999,999,999. This was almost 10,000 times the combat power of Forbidden God Zone No. 10,086. Forbidden God Zone No. 7. The poor Great Emperor's pupils dilated. The combat power actually exceeded the judgment limit of the myriad race's battlefield trial space. Could it be? The 999,999,999. 999 points of overall combat power was the judgment ceiling of the myriad race's battlefield trial space, not the limit of Forbidden God Zone No. In other words, the true combat power of Forbidden God Zone No. 7 might far exceed this number. The gap between the two Forbidden God Zones was by no means as simple as 10,000 times. This gap could be 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 10 million times, or even 1,000,000,000,000 times. It was not impossible. A terrifying conjecture suddenly arose in the poor Great Emperor's heart. Although the human race had risen strongly under the leadership of Bai Yi, a single Forbidden God Zone could not represent the entire human race. The fact that the comprehensive combat power of Forbidden Land No. 7 can reach such a high level means that it must contain a large number of powerhouses who have no business being in a Forbidden Land. Or perhaps it possesses a terrifying existence at the World Master level. But how could a Forbidden Land possibly harbor a terrifying existence at the World Master level? Emperor Poro was unaware that Yi Yuan and the other high-level human leaders had been staying in the Forbidden Land before they concealed their strength. Therefore, after ruling out all impossibilities, he arrived at a suffocating conclusion. It is common knowledge across the myriad worlds that Bai Yi hails from a Forbidden Land. Thus, Forbidden Land No. 7 must be the very place where Bai Yi resided before he entered the myriad worlds. This is the only possibility. Chapter 1147, Skyrocketing Points, Forbidden Land No. 07, Human Race. Bai Yi. How is anyone supposed to play this, compete for first place, risking one's life to compete against that freak Bai Yi? If they were unlucky enough to run into Forbidden Land No. 07 first, they would likely be wiped out by Bai Yi with a casual wave of his hand. The news of the Battle of the Nether Abyss, where Bai Yi commanded the Nether Army to slaughter the top powerhouses of over 100 races, had already swept through the entire myriad worlds like a gale. Later, he had even single-handedly annihilated 16 rule sovereign level existences from 4 top-tier races in succession, let alone the rule sovereigns killed by Bai Yi later. Even the peak upper gods and world masters of those races who were massacred by the Nether Army in the Nether Abyss, any one of them, if taken out, could easily wipe out the entire Poro race. That is the entire Poro race, not just Forbidden Land number .1086. The gap between them goes without saying. Thinking of this, Emperor Poro couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly reached out with trembling hands and tapped on the entry for Forbidden Land No. 7 on the light screen before him. Without any hesitation, he made a decision that could save Forbidden Land No. 1086. Submission, surrender. This was not cowardice, but rather the wisdom of knowing when to yield. Facing a terrifying existence like Bai Yi, who stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, choosing to surrender voluntarily was the best option, and the only path to survival. At the same time, it wasn't just Forbidden Land No. 10,086 that saw the comprehensive combat power ranking of the myriad races battlefield trial. The powerhouses of the other 998 Forbidden Lands were also staring blankly at their virtual light screens. The leaders of each Forbidden Land were no fools. They quickly reached the same conclusion as Emperor Poro, and subsequently made the same decision without hesitation. And so, a series of announcements suddenly began to ring out incessantly throughout the entire trial space. Myriad Races Battlefield Announcement, Forbidden Land No. 10,086 has chosen to submit to Forbidden Land No. 07. Forbidden Land No. 7 gains 100 million points. Notification: point ranking updated. Myriad Races Battlefield announcement. Forbidden Land No. 4678 4697 has chosen to submit to Forbidden Land No. 07. Forbidden Land No. 7 gains 100 million points. Notification: point ranking updated. Myriad Races Battlefield announcement. Forbidden Land No. DQXP95-7 has chosen to submit to Forbidden Land No. 07. Forbidden Land No. 7 gains 100 million points. Notification: point ranking updated. One announcement after another rang out continuously. Aside from the different Forbidden Land numbers, the content was identical. With every announcement, Forbidden Land No. 7 gained another 100 million points. In an instant, the total points of Forbidden Land No. 7 were skyrocketing at rocket speed. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion. Before long, the number broke through 10 billion. Yet the battlefield announcements showed no sign of stopping. The Forbidden Lands selected to participate in this trial were all scrambling to choose submission. And at this moment, the Myriad Races Battlefield trial had not actually begun. Forbidden Land No. 7 was still in an isolated space and had not yet connected with the other Forbidden Lands. On the entire leaderboard, only the name of Forbidden Land No. 007 appeared, and the number representing its points was still climbing at a rate of 100 million per second. Wait, is this right? Feng Yishao listened to the constant stream of announcements in his ears and said, somewhat dumbfounded, looking at this, I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to make a move. Why is there even a comprehensive combat power ranking? Han Tabayi looked melancholy. This situation is completely different from what I imagined. When the Myriad Worlds game notified them that Forbidden Land No. 7 would start the Myriad Races Battlefield trial early, the countdown was 24 hours. But for those of them inside the Tower of Time, it had been a full 274 years. Over these years, they had been integrating their respective rules with the help of the Tower of Time, all while looking forward to the start of the Myriad Races Battlefield trial. In the imagination of Han Tabayi and the others, this trial was supposed to be their moment to shine. But now that they had entered the trial space, they suddenly discovered that before the trial had even begun, Forbidden Land No. 7 seemed to have already won. This feeling was truly unbearable. It was like throwing a punch with all one's might, only to hit a pile of cotton. No, it was even more frustrating than that, because they couldn't even throw a punch right now. Sankai King Feng silently sheathed his King Feng sword, saying nothing. But from his tightly clenched fists, it was clear that he was also feeling extremely frustrated. Aside from these powerhouses, the other players of Forbidden Land No. 07 were also speechless. Whether they were local players from Forbidden Land No. 7 or the Blue Star players who were later pulled into the Myriad Worlds game, they all shared the same thought. What kind of nonsense is this? They had looked forward to the Myriad Races Battlefield for so long, and this is it. It hasn't even started, and it's already ending. All the players stared blankly at the leaderboard, watching helplessly as the point total for Forbidden Land No. 7 grew higher and higher. Yet there were still a full 20 minutes left before the trial truly began. 20 minutes, for them at this moment, felt like an eternity, because the announcements of surrender from other Forbidden Lands of the gods continued to ring out incessantly. Currently, the points for Forbidden Land of the gods No. 7 had already exceeded 100 billion. Yet the announcements showed no sign of stopping. At this rate, the remaining Forbidden Lands of the gods would surely choose to surrender directly, until the points of Forbidden Land of the gods No. 7 reached the limit of 999.9 billion. The only one with a smile on his face was Fujichonjia. To him, this trial was merely a formality. If it could end early, that would naturally be for the best. The Dead Zone Bank had many matters to attend to, and rather than wasting time here, it was better to return early to handle the bank's affairs. This achievement can truly be called unprecedented. Yi Yuan stroked his beard, filled with emotion. He had long anticipated this situation, which was why, after entering, he had not made any arrangements for the Divine Dragon Palace to prepare for the impending war. because he knew very well that no Forbidden Land of the Gods would dare to launch an attack on Forbidden Land of the Gods now, unless they no longer wished to exist in this world. However, the expression on Yuan's face was not relaxed, because once the Myriad Race's battlefield trial ended, he would need to go and stop the outsiders from the universe continent. Although Si Qingyu had clearly stated that his current level would certainly be able to hold the opponent off for 3 months, and the Lord of Fortune had also said that Bai Yi had already found a solution. But this, after all, concerned the survival of the myriad worlds. To him, it was an extremely arduous task. Once a mistake was made, it would truly be an irredeemable catastrophe. Happy New Year to my godfathers. I am truly too busy today. Please excuse my absence. Chapter 1148, Trial Ends. Myriad Race's Battlefield Announcement. The trial will officially begin in 10 minutes. Please have players from all Forbidden Lands of the Gods prepare. Countdown. 10 o'clock countdown. Amidst the uncomfortable expressions on the faces of the various powerhouses in Forbidden Land of the Gods now. 7. The Myriad Worlds game finally sounded the countdown for the start of the trial. But at the same time, the full 20 minutes of surrender announcements had reached the very last one. Myriad Race's Battlefield Announcement. Forbidden Land of the Gods no. ASD 98765 for 3-1 chooses to surrender to Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 7. Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 7 gains 100 million points. Note: point ranking updated. Myriad Race's Battlefield Trial point ranking: first place, Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 07 999.9 billion points. Second place, third place. On the trial point ranking, there was still only the name of Forbidden Land of the Gods no, and the point total behind this name had reached 999.9 billion at this moment. Every single Forbidden Land of the Gods participating in this trial had, without exception, chosen to surrender voluntarily, without even a shred of thought about competing with Forbidden Land of the Gods no. After all, Bai's reputation had already resounded throughout the myriad worlds. The world lords and even the rule sovereigns of the 4 top-tier races had been killed by this freak. If they didn't surrender quickly, were they really looking to die? Well, there's really nothing left to play for now. Feng Yixiao spread his hands, his gaze sweeping over Han to Bai and the others. It seems we have to go back into seclusion again. Sigh. I was originally planning to stretch my muscles and see how strong my current power is. Han to Bai sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. Hearing this, San Kai King Feng patted both of their shoulders. Just consider this an outing to clear your minds. Speaking of this, he changed the subject. Although the human race is rising strongly now, it is basically supported by the Guildmaster alone. The core strength of the human race is severely lacking. We can't always rely on the power of the nether, can we? King Feng is right. Han Tabai nodded heavily. When we go back this time, we must break through to the World Lord level before coming out of seclusion. A flash of determination crossed Feng Yixiao's eyes. I will not come out of seclusion until I have fused the Rule Great Tao to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Never come out of seclusion. Never come out of seclusion. Seeing the 3 of them say this, the other geniuses also echoed in unison, their faces filled with high spirits. Although it was a pity that they couldn't show off their skills this time, after coming out of seclusion, there would be even broader battlefields in the myriad worlds waiting for them. At that time, representing the human race to challenge the world lord powerhouses of various alien races would be the true grand stage. San Kai King Feng and the others were merely a microcosm of the geniuses accumulated by the human race over the past 10 epochs. Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 07 was, to the entire human race, nothing more than a drop in the ocean, inside the Tower of Time and Space. There were still a large number of human geniuses in seclusion. When the day they emerged arrived, the human race would no longer lack top-tier powerhouses. Coupled with the influence of bloodline power, it would allow the human race to give birth to more rule sovereign realm experts in a short period of time. The number of lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods would all increase geometrically. Only then could the human race be called a true top-tier race. Rest assured, when you all come out of seclusion, I will have suitable treasures ready for you. Fujia Tianjia smiled slightly, his eyes squinting into slits. With your word, we can rest easy. Han Tabai cupped his hands toward Fujiitianjia, regarding equipment, treasures, and the like. He had never worried in the slightest in terms of status. He and Fujiitianjia were actually quite similar. One managed the Bai Guild for the boss, Sumubai, and the other managed the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. The connection between the two was much closer than that of Senkai King Feng and the others. He was the one among all the Blue Star players, other than Sumubai, who understood just how capable Fujiitianjia was. "Leave it to me." Fujiitianjia patted his chest. Under his management, the Dead Zone Bank was currently expanding rapidly, and its tentacles had already reached other realms. Moreover, providing treasures for the core strength of the human race was a task Sumubai had entrusted to him in the first place. As the few chatted, the expected battlefield announcement resounded throughout the trial space. 10,000 Races Battlefield Announcement. Congratulations to Forbidden God Zone 007 for obtaining the submission of all other Forbidden God Zones. 10,000 Races Battlefield Announcement. Congratulations to Forbidden God Zone 007 for reaching the maximum score, securing first place in this 10,000 Races Battlefield trial ahead of schedule. 10,000 Races Battlefield Announcement. Congratulations to Forbidden God Zone 007 for completing the trial. All players from Forbidden God Zone 007 will be teleported away in 30 seconds. The remaining Forbidden God Zones will compete for rankings below first place after the trial officially begins. 3 consecutive announcements rang out, declaring that Forbidden God Zone 007 had finished the trial and secured first place without any suspense. Although the players of Forbidden God Zone 007 felt a tinge of regret, they were actually eager to end this trial as soon as possible, because once they were out, they could return to Blue Star to see their families. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from all the other Forbidden God Zones. They had finally managed to send off the heaven-defyingly strong players of Forbidden God Zone 007. Now, they could finally compete on equal footing. Although taking first place was impossible, they could still secure decent positions for second, third, or even the top 10. After the announcements ended, the players from the 999 Forbidden God Zones began to flex their muscles, waiting for the countdown to end so the trial could officially begin. But all of this had nothing to do with Forbidden God Zone 007 anymore, because as soon as the 30 seconds were up, countless rays of white light descended from the sky, and the entire population of Forbidden God Zone 007 vanished from the trial space. Forbidden God Zone 007 Announcement. The 10,000 Races Battlefield trial has ended. Integration into the Myriad Worlds is imminent. Forbidden God Zone 007 Announcement. After integration into the Myriad Worlds, the teleportation array to Blue Star will be activated, and the first teleportation will be free of charge. The moment they left the trial space, both announcements echoed in the ears of all the players. However, they had no time to be excited before they froze in place. This included Yi Yuan, who had returned outside Forbidden God Zone 007, as well as all the main gods of various races who had expanded their divine domains to surround this starry sky. The entire starry sky near Forbidden God Zone 007 stood still at this moment, because the space-time here had been frozen by the Myriad Worlds game. In reality, every Forbidden God Zone existed in a separate space. The starry sky here was created by the Myriad Worlds game, and apart from Forbidden God Zone 007, no other living beings existed. Now that the trial had ended, the Myriad Worlds game would proceed to integrate this space completely into the entire Myriad Worlds. To avoid excessive turbulence during the integration, it was necessary to freeze the space-time here. The only one unaffected was Lian, the lucky sovereign. It's starting. Watching ripples spread across the entire space, Lian couldn't help but clench her fists. From here on out, it all depended on Yi Yuan. First update, Chapter 1149. Integration into the Myriad Worlds. Rule restrictions vanished. Death Realm, Death Continent. After the trial ended, Yu Yi and the other two were teleported back to their previous location. The system announcements ringing in their ears had no effect on them whatsoever. Without needing any adjustment, the three of them immediately set off to catch up with the nether legions they each commanded. The 10,000 Races Battlefield trial was, to them, nothing more than a minor interlude. The three of them now only wanted to properly complete the mission entrusted to them by the Creator, to hunt down and exterminate the races on the death list. The Death Continent was merely the beginning. This great purge would sweep through the Death Realm and even the entire myriad worlds until these races were all struck off the 10,000 races ranking. And the people executing this mission were not just the Nether armies led by Yui and the others, but also the Golden Scourge Legion led by Brian. The latter had actually begun the purge long ago, though at that time it was limited only to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom and its surroundings. Now that Brian held the Death-type Rule Supreme Treasure Scythe of Eternal Silence, his strength was even greater than that of the Undead Realm Lord, Sean. Naturally, the scope of his purge would no longer be limited to a small place like a Divine Kingdom. It was just that Brian had only recently completed the previous mission assigned by Sumubai and was currently on his way back to the Death Realm. Therefore, the fame of the Golden Scourge Legion had not yet spread. Tower of Space-Time. After Sankai King Feng and the others were teleported back, they immediately began their seclusion, although they also wanted to see their respective families as soon as possible. This matter could not be rushed, because the secret realm where the Tower of Space-Time was located was simply too far from Forbidden God Zone 007. Only after they achieved the Realm Lord level and emerged from seclusion could they mobilize the resources of the human race and use sovereign-level starships to return quickly. Fortunately, the time flow inside the Tower of Space-Time was 100 times faster. Even if they needed to be in seclusion for a long time, it wouldn't be long for their families. Most importantly, while in the trial space, Han Dabai and Fujiya Tianjia had already arranged for personnel to take care of the families of those in seclusion. Therefore, Sankai King Feng and the others did not worry about the safety of their loved ones. Now, their desire to break through to the Realm Lord level was stronger than ever before. Death Realm, Death Continent, Death Domain Bank Headquarters. After returning to his office, Fujiya Tianjia immediately began handling various affairs. Like Sumubai, he had long since lost his family and was a lone wolf. As for the various beauties he had kept in the past, how could they be considered family? Now, his focus was entirely on the expansion of the Death Domain Bank. If I want to expand to the entire Myriad Worlds as quickly as possible, the Myriad Worlds Transportation Group and the Bounty Hunters Home are partners I must cooperate with. Looking at the intelligence in his hands, Fujiya Tianjia narrowed his eyes slightly. These two major powers were the top forces in the Myriad Worlds, with influence spanning the entire realm. They also had the highest number of rule sovereigns backing them. However, Fujiya Tianjia was not afraid that they wouldn't cooperate, because the person standing behind him was named Bai Yi. Thinking of his perversely strong boss, the corners of Fujiya Tianjia's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. That soul contract he signed back then was truly a stroke of genius. The 5% of wealth had now grown into an astronomical figure. Fujiya Tianjia had long since stopped caring about how much money or resources he possessed, because those were nothing more than cold, hard numbers. What he enjoyed was the process of making the Death Domain Bank bigger and stronger. Setting down the intelligence report, Fujiya Tianjia raised his wrist and sent a message to the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank. With his current authority, he could convene a board meeting at any time. God Forbidden Land no. The moment the trial ended, the space-time of the entire area was frozen by the Myriad Worlds game. Even the main gods of every race were frozen in place at this moment. After the entire space trembled for a moment, it quickly returned to its original state. Although the surrounding starry sky appeared and changed, in reality, this originally independent space had already completely merged into the Myriad Worlds. Announcement from God Forbidden Land No. 7. The integration is complete. Welcome to the true Myriad Worlds. Notification, God Forbidden Land No. 7 has been officially renamed the Divine Dragon Secret Realm. Located in the Divine Realm. Notification. The Blue Star Teleportation Ray has been activated. Following the announcement, two system notifications immediately followed. The first notification clarified the location of the God Forbidden Land after its integration into the Myriad Worlds. The Divine Realm was currently the most powerful realm in the entire Myriad Worlds, possessing the most resources, and belonged to the God race, which ranked first on the Myriad races ranking. Merging into this realm was the reward for taking first place in the Myriad races battlefield trial ahead of schedule. If it were in the past, this might not necessarily have been good news for the Divine Dragon Secret Realm. After all, The people of the god race were accustomed to being arrogant and overbearing. If one were to provoke a powerhouse of the god race, it would be a disaster. But now, things were different. With Bayuan, the human race was the one that could not be trifled with. As for the second notification, it was something only Blue Star players could hear. In an instant, a large number of players began searching for the location of the Blue Star teleportation array, wanting to return to Blue Star as quickly as possible to see their families. As for leaving the Divine Dragon's secret realm to explore the myriad worlds, that would have to wait until after a trip back to Blue Star. Outside the continent, after the integration ended, the space-time freeze was lifted, and all the main gods returned to normal. Although they had been affected by the space-time freeze, they were well aware of what had just happened. At this moment, the main gods of all races were staring fixedly at the continent in the distance, which was wrapped in a golden barrier, their expressions graver than ever before. Because from this moment on, the rule restrictions of the Myriad Worlds game were about to be lifted. Under the watchful eyes of the various main gods, the golden barrier enveloping the continent slowly vanished. From this moment on, God-forbidden land No. 7 ceased to exist entirely. In an instant, they sensed the foreign power within the deep pit at the ruins of the Sakura royal capital. Let's go. Lian appeared instantly beside Yuan. The next moment, the two of them vanished into the starry sky. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the bottom of the deep pit. The moment the restriction vanished, the breach in the space-time barrier here began to tremble slightly. In just a few breaths of time, it had expanded significantly. This meant that the outsiders on the other side of the space barrier had already sensed the disappearance of the restriction and were tearing the breach wider. If things continued this way, it wouldn't be long before they could enter the myriad worlds through this breach. I'll leave it to you. Lian looked at Yuan. The latter nodded with a grave expression, took a deep breath, and stepped in front of the breach in the space barrier. The foreign power seeping out from here was constantly increasing. The second update is here, Chapter 1150, Yuan's Profound Heaven Array, Divine Dragon's Secret Realm. The moment the rule restriction barrier vanished, every main god felt a chill in their hearts. Just like a giant boulder being thrown into a calm lake, that abnormal energy aura coming from the ruins of the Sakura royal capital instantly spread outward. That was a powerful energy that did not belong to the myriad worlds, but came from a higher level world. Is this the energy of the Huanyu continent? Xingyang's expression changed abruptly, and he looked toward the direction of the deep pit for the first time. Kingston, Robin, and the other sovereigns also sensed it simultaneously, their expressions all turning grave. Without the concealment of the rule restrictions, their divine soul power instantly enveloped the entire continent. The main gods of all races could feel that the breach in the space barrier was expanding rapidly, like a wound being forcibly torn open. The energy pouring into the myriad worlds from the breach was also becoming more and more intense. Now it all depends on Yuan. Yumu's expression was grave as his gaze crossed space to look at the deep pit and the ruins of the Sakura royal capital. Don't worry. Since the kid is so confident, there certainly won't be any problems. Haijian stood with his hands behind his back. He had not yet truly broken through to the rule sovereign realm, so he did not have a divine domain. Compared to the main gods of various races who needed to maintain their divine domains to firmly surround the distant continent, he appeared much more relaxed. I hope so. Yumu nodded, then changed the subject. Everyone, let us lend Yuan a hand. As his voice fell, Yumu moved his divine sense, and the wood element main god power instantly flowed precisely into the deep pit of the divine dragon continent. Good. Kingston and the other main gods of various races nodded in unison, and their respective elemental main god powers followed suit. With their level of control over power, they would not cause any negative impact on the divine dragon continent. The energy that was about to overflow from the deep pit, upon being resisted by the power of so many main gods, saw its rate of spread immediately stagnate, and there was even a faint sign of it being pushed back. This was a pure confrontation of energy, having nothing to do with the power of rules or authority. The reason the main gods of various races were able to temporarily gain the upper hand was entirely because the rule restrictions had just vanished. The breach in the space barrier was not yet large enough, and the energy pouring into the myriad worlds from the Huanyu continent was still too little. However, Their intervention could also alleviate some of the pressure on Yuan. I'll go down and take a look. Haijin did not possess main god power, so he could not contribute much. He patted Yumo on the shoulder, his tone heavy as he began. If just as he started, he shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about such depressing things. As his voice trailed off, Huijian instantly transformed into a streak of sword light, entering the Divine Dragon continent. Since leaving last time, this was his first time returning to the place where he had lived for so long, at the bottom of the deep pit. From the moment the rule-based restrictions vanished, two powerful forces had been seeping in from the other side of the gap in the spatial barrier. With the strength of those two outsiders, they did not have the ability to break the spatial barrier, especially the spatial barrier on the side of the universe continent. Seeping their power into the myriad worlds through the pre-existing gap, and then expanding the gap from within the myriad worlds was what they truly intended to do. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He could clearly feel that with every passing moment, the crack expanded by a fraction, and as the gap grew larger, the speed of expansion was constantly accelerating. At this rate, in 3 hours at most, it would expand to a degree sufficient for those two outsiders to enter. It's up to you. Liu Yin took a step back, her tone unprecedentedly serious. She was not a formation master. At a time like this, she could only trust Yi Yuan. She trusted this man, the #1 formation master of the myriad worlds, who had endured and laid out plans for countless epochs among the human race. However, like the main gods outside the starry sky, Liu Yin was also releasing her supreme divine power to block the energy surging in from the gap. Clang, old man. Go ahead and do it with confidence. If it really doesn't work, I'll just go over there and fight them to the death. The sound of a sword ringing out echoed as Huijian appeared beside Liu Yin, nodding at her. His hand rested on the Zhuiying sword, his gaze fixed intently on the gap. If anything went wrong, he was prepared to be the first to rush over and fight those two outsiders to the death. Back then, with the help of Zhu Xingchen, he had inadvertently comprehended a rule Dao that did not belong to the myriad worlds while residing within them. As a result, he was not recognized by the myriad worlds, which was why he had been unable to break through to the true rule realm. If Yi Yuan truly could not hold them back, he was prepared to enter the universe continent through this gap. Since the other side could come over, he could go over as well, if nothing went wrong. As soon as he entered the universe continent, he would be able to break through to the rule realm immediately. At that time, even if it cost him his life, he would secure enough time for that brat, Bai Yi, because only Bai Yi was the future of the human race, the future of the myriad worlds. It's not your turn to risk your life yet. Yi Yuan took a deep breath. Forcing himself to calm down, he closed his eyes, and the insights of the past 27 years flashed through his mind. Only 24 hours had passed in the outside world, but within the 10,000-fold time acceleration zone set up by Sumubai, he had already comprehended for over 27 years. Coupled with his accumulation of formation knowledge over countless epochs, the guidance of the Grand Master is truly exquisite. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with clarity. He raised both hands, his 10 fingers dancing like butterflies weaving through flowers. Lines of formation patterns flowed from his fingertips, not golden, but transparent, like ripples in water, like a halo of light. They silently merged into the surrounding space. This is the true Zhuanshan Grand Formation. A light of realization flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes. In the past, his formation setting was like drawing a diagram connecting energy nodes to construct the framework of a formation. But Si Qingyu's guidance made him understand that it was too low level. A true formation should be as natural as breathing. It is not that you are setting up a formation, but that you are letting the formation become a part of the environment. The formation base is not a point, but a field. Yi Yuan flicked his 10 fingers in succession, and 72 transparent formation patterns flew out, evenly distributed around the crack. They did not directly touch the crack but hovered at a distance of 3 feet from it. Then, they began to resonate, like 72 hearts. They beat at the same frequency. With every beat, they caused the surrounding spatial origin to tremble slightly. The expansion speed of the crack slowed down abruptly. It was like encountering resistance when tearing cloth, changing from a sharp rip to a slow, grinding sound. It's working. Liu Yin's eyes lit up. But she soon noticed that Yi Yuan's expression had become even more solemn. Because on the other side of the spatial barrier gap, those two figures had noticed. Chapter 1151, Confrontation. On the other side of the crack, at the edge of the universe continent. This was a desolate star field, floating above the universe continent, completely unremarkable. The stars here were sparse, the energy thin. It was a remote corner of the vast universe continent that no one cared about. Two figures hovered in the starry sky. They wore dark purple robes embroidered with strange, twisted patterns, resembling some unknown script. The figure on the left was tall, and in addition to his normal eyes, he actually had two vertical eyes on his forehead, which were currently flickering with a ghostly light. The figure on the right was shorter and also had 4 eyes, one pair of which were vertical pupils. The two were clearly creatures of the same race, apart from the extra pair of vertical pupils. They were not much different from the humans of the myriad worlds. Big brother, the shorter figure spoke, his voice thin and sharp. That fellow Yi Yuan is actually trying to stop us. The tall figure called Big Brother was named Haikwan. He let out a cold snort, and purple light shot from his two vertical eyes, striking the crack. Just ants from a nascent universe. In such a remote place, almost no creatures would come to explore, as there were simply no resources to speak of. The reason the two appeared here was entirely due to an accident. They never expected to find a gap in the spatial barrier here. And on the other side of the gap was a high-level nascent universe. At that time, they were ecstatic and wanted to tear open the gap and enter without a second thought. But the result was self-evident, the rule-based restrictions existing in the No. 7 divine forbidden land suppressed their power, making it impossible to shake the gap at all. Thus, the two had been guarding here ever since, spending a great deal of effort to set up hidden formations in the surrounding star field. They were waiting for someone in the nascent universe to discover this breach, to manipulate them, and to find a way to lift or unlock the restrictive rules governing that place. Initially, although some individuals entered the deep pit of the Sakura Kingdom ruins in search of opportunities, they were all too weak. They perished instantly, unable to even withstand the energy seeping through from the universe continent. Fortunately, the subsequent arrival of the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master provided them with the perfect vessels to control. Now that the restrictive rules had finally vanished, how could they allow a native of a nascent universe to ruin their plans? Not even if that native was a successor of Zhuanshan. Haikwan pressed his hands against the edges of the rift and exerted force, his internal power surging madly through the breach and into the myriad worlds. Boom! The breach in the spatial barrier trembled violently and expanded by another fraction. But almost simultaneously, a resilient resistance came from the other side. It was like a spring. The harder you pushed, the stronger the rebound. What? A flash of surprise crossed Haikwan's eyes. In such a short time, that fellow Feng Yuan's comprehension of the Zhuanshan has undergone a complete transformation. The short figure, named Haiju, had a look of astonishment in his eyes at this moment. It seems his understanding of the Zhuanshan inheritance has reached a profound level. As he said this, a smirk curled the corner of Haiju's mouth. But so what? A native is a native after all. On what grounds does he think he can block the two of us brothers? As he spoke, the two vertical pupils on his forehead shot out intense purple light, which instantly plunged into the breach, attacked together, and crushed right through. Both of them erupted with power simultaneously. The power of the Mint Stage Rule Realm, and two of them at that, even if only a portion could enter the myriad worlds. It was definitely not something the Yuan could withstand. Previously, they had been suppressed by the restrictive rules, which was why they could only control beings like the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master, who were at the Saint Extinction level. But now that the restrictive rules had vanished, controlling a low-realm Feng Yuan was a trivial matter. Once this annoying bug was dealt with, no one would be able to hinder their entry into the myriad worlds. At the bottom of the deep pit, HMPH, do you really think your sister doesn't exist? The moment the purple light lit up the breach in the spatial barrier, Lian suddenly let out a cold snort. With a wave of her hand, a colorful bubble enveloped Yuan. This bubble, which appeared extremely fragile, was actually condensed from her greatest power. Supreme divine power, rule power, and authority power were all imbued within it. 4 beams of purple light shot out one after another, but the moment they touched the colorful bubble, they vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Such powerful soul energy. A look of gravity flashed in Lion's eyes. Although the colorful bubble protecting Yuan did not shatter, she felt the opponent's strength through the clash. And this was merely a fraction of their power. Once the spatial barrier was successfully torn open, allowing those two outsiders to unleash their full strength, she would certainly be no match for them. But as long as the breach remained untorn, she could still hold on. Lian mobilized the power within her, protecting Yuan with all her might. Leave the defense to me. You continue setting up the ray. Understood? Yuan nodded heavily, his expression much more solemn than before. The 72 ray bases he had laid down had already seen more than a dozen shatter. Although the soul attacks were blocked by Lian, the power the opponents were leaking through the breach was far stronger than before. Rule Realm. Yuan gritted his teeth, recalling what Si Qingyu had told him. The gap between the Rule Realm and the Low Realm is an essential difference. That is why you can only hold out for so long at most. He took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and changed his approach. In the past, he had only obtained a fragmented inheritance of the Zhuanshan ray, so every time he set up the ray, he needed to prepare a large amount of materials and treasures in advance to give the formation sufficient power. But now it was different. After 27 years of careful guidance from Si Qingyu, Yuan had long since obtained the complete Zhuanshan ray inheritance, and the true Zhuanshan ray required no prior preparation. Everyone, lend me your power. Just take it and use it. The main gods of various races in the starry sky spoke in unison, their voices echoing directly in Yuan's mind. Lian also nodded slightly. A brilliant light flared in Yuan's eyes. With a grasp of his hand, he instantly mobilized the main god power of the various races and Lion's supreme divine power. Not just that, but their soul energy as well. Yuan's comprehension of the ray path was indeed profound, but he was, after all, only at the Law Lord realm. If he used only his own divine power and soul energy to set up the ray, he would absolutely be unable to stop the two outsiders. But with the power of so many rule sovereigns, it was a different story. Under his precise control, these powers transformed into solid ray patterns, silently merging into the surrounding space. The rate at which the rift was expanding slowed down once more, and it even began to show signs of shrinking. On the other side of the spatial barrier breach, Haikuan was not angry. Instead, he laughed with disdain. Is this the gathering of all the power of these so-called rule sovereigns? Ha! A look of contempt flashed in Haiju's eyes. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Even if they exhaust all their strength, they can only delay us for a little while. This will only make them wait for their destruction in helpless despair. This high-level nascent universe, the myriad worlds, will be ours sooner or later. I'm not worried about these natives. Haikuan shook his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. I'm only afraid that someone else might discover this place. As he said this, a ferocious look flashed across his face, increased the intensity. I want to see how long these natives can hold out. Chapter 1152. Entering the Tower of Time and Space, increased the intensity. I want to see how long these natives can hold out. Haikuan's expression was ferocious as he directly utilized a certain secret technique, causing his own strength to increase significantly in an instant. This secret technique was one that Haiju had previously used when controlling the God Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the two brothers simultaneously activated their secret techniques to boost their strength, all for the sake of breaking through Feng Yuan's formation as quickly as possible and tearing open the gap in the spatial barrier. Just as Haikuan had said, he was not worried about these natives. What truly frightened him was the possibility of others discovering this place. God Dragon Continent. Ruins of the Sakura capital. At the bottom of the deep pit. Be careful. They have activated their secret techniques. Liu Yan sensed the change in power intensity immediately and hurriedly spoke up to warn them. Beside her, Gui Jian heard this and couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt of his shadow-chasing sword, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In the myriad worlds, he was merely at the Law Lord realm. Even if he wanted to help, it wouldn't be of much significance. But if Yuan truly couldn't hold them back, then that would be the moment for him to step onto the front lines. No matter what, the myriad worlds must not fall, otherwise, that Kidzu Shengchen would be trapped in the void forever. This was something Hui Jian absolutely could not accept, therefore, even if it meant risking his life, he had to buy enough time for Bai Yi. Inside Hui Jian's internal world, in front of a waterfall surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, his soul projection sat on the grass, holding Caroline in his arms. A drawing board was set up before them, though neither had picked up a brush. Clearly, it wasn't that Hui Jian didn't realize how abstract his drawings were. Of course, at this moment, neither of them had their minds on the drawing board. "Are you afraid?" Hui Jian looked at Caroline, his eyes filled with a tenderness that was a far cry from his usual image. However, Caroline's response shattered this warm scene. "Afraid?" Caroline suddenly stood up. "The word afraid doesn't exist in my dictionary." As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and pinched Hui Jian's ear, twisting it 360 degrees in an instant, her voice rising sharply. "You aren't thinking of ditching me again, are you?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Hui Jian put on a pained expression, but his heart was filled with nostalgia. This was the familiar feeling he had finally gotten back. "It's good that you know pain." Caroline let go. "Let me tell you, if this time..." Before she could finish her sentence, Hui Jian suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. "This time, we do it together." Caroline was stunned for a moment, and after a long while, she nodded, softly uttering a single word, "Okay." At the bottom of the deep pit, "Be careful. They have activated their secret techniques." As Liu Yin's warning rang out, there was no look of surprise on Yuan's face. He and Sumu Bai had already clashed with the two outsiders previously. Although they had only fought the puppets controlled by the outsiders, he had already gained a certain understanding of the secret techniques of the universe continent. Coupled with the information he had learned from his grandmaster, Si Qingyu, he had long been mentally prepared for the difficulty of stopping the outsiders this time. The situation of using secret techniques to temporarily boost strength was naturally within his considerations. Crack! After the two used their secret techniques to enhance their power, the first layer of the formation Yuan had laid down was instantly covered in cracks. It only held for a few breaths before shattering completely. One by one, the formation patterns snapped and crumbled, and the grand formation fell apart, reverting into the power of the main gods and the supreme god. However, the power of Haiquan and Haiju did not successfully enter the myriad worlds, as a new formation blocked them once again. In fact, even before the brothers Haiquan and Haiju had activated their secret techniques, Yuan had already begun setting up the second layer, the Zhuanchen Grand Formation. Being able to freely call upon the power of the many main gods of various races as well as Liu Yin's power was equivalent to providing him with ample materials and resources for setting up formations. Added to the time bought by the previous formation, the strength of the second layer had been further enhanced. "You want to get in now? Keep dreaming." Yuan let out a cold snort, never stopping for a moment as he condensed new formation patterns and quickly began laying down the third layer of the Zhuanchen Grand Formation. As long as the power of the main gods and Liu Yin was not exhausted, and his own soul could hold on, the outsiders would never be able to enter the myriad worlds easily. The power of the brothers Haiquan and Haiju entered a stalemate with the power of the Zhuanchen Grand Formation. Both sides were locked in an extreme tug-of-war, yet neither could break through. Nevertheless, the expansion of the gap in the spatial barrier did not stop completely, though it was much slower than before. After all, the Zhuanchen Grand Formation was not the Zhuanchen sealing method. Although the formation could block the outsider's power, the confrontation between the two forces was inherently destructive. This was the reason why Si Qingyu had explicitly stated that he could only hold them back for 3 months at most. If not for this, as long as Yuan's soul and mental energy were not exhausted, he could rely on the power of the main gods and Liu Yin to hold the outsiders back indefinitely. And fortunately, there were no ifs. The time he could buy was only 3 months. Being able to successfully hold them back was already a very good outcome. Now, it all depended on whether Bai Yi could comprehend the Zhuanchen sealing method to a sufficient degree within those 3 months. On the other end, the brothers Haiquan and Haiju were also feeling extremely anxious at this moment. What they were worried about was whether anyone else would discover this place during this time. Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom. center of the far North Star region, core secret realm of the human race. Outside the hidden secret realm vortex, a small private spaceship appeared out of thin air. It was Sumyubai, who had arrived via space jump in a sovereign-class ship. Of course, what arrived was only a projection avatar condensed by his Sea of Death clone. In other words, it was a clone of a clone. But such nesting doll tactics were Sumyubai's specialty. Only a clone with a massive physical form like the Sea of Death had enough divine power to condense such a projection avatar with formidable combat strength. Following his arrival, Q, who had already received notification, immediately activated the formation of the hidden secret realm. The next moment, the vortex-shaped entrance to the secret realm appeared in the starry sky. Sumyubai waved his hand to retract the spaceship and flashed inside. Greetings, Human Emperor. On the floating stone platform, Q, Sakalnyu, Yuchu, and the other 8 high-level members of the human race bowed in unison, except for Yuan, Yumo, and Huijian. All the high-ranking members of the human race were present here at this moment. They had remained here originally to prevent the top-tier races, such as the demon race, from acting out of desperation, and to protect the human geniuses within the Tower of Time and Space. However, the outcome of the Battle of the Nether Abyss had far exceeded their expectations. In their view, the fact that Bai Yu was able to contend with main gods like Kangli and survive was already enough to shock the entire myriad worlds. But who could have imagined that the threat of the 4 great top-tier races would be resolved by him in one fell swoop? Therefore, their mission had shifted from preventing the demon race and others from acting recklessly to waiting for Bai Yi, the human emperor, to enter the Tower of Time and Space. Looking at these seniors who had silently guarded him, Sumyubai bowed to them from the bottom of his heart. Everyone, the situation is urgent, so I will forego the pleasantries. Once the threat of the outsiders is successfully resolved, I will bestow a great fortune upon you all. As his voice fell, he nodded to the group, took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished into the Tower of Time and Space. Chapter 1153, Seclusion. The 8 high-ranking human members watched as Sumyubai entered the Tower of Time and Space. Their expressions varied. They had originally thought that Bai Yu would give some instructions upon his arrival. They had not expected him to enter the tower directly, nor that he would promise them a great fortune once the threat of the outsiders was resolved. This truly caught them off guard. In reality, compared to Yuan, they did not actually know much about Bai Yi. This was because the speed of Bai Yi's rise had been simply too fast. The only person here who was somewhat familiar with Sumyubai was Yuchu, who had met him before. Yuchu, do you think the fortune the human emperor mentioned could be a rule treasure? Sakalnyu nudged Yuchu with his elbow, and the latter immediately rolled his eyes. I don't know either. Even so, Yuchu felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. It felt like only yesterday that she had last met Bai Yi. She never expected that this little brother would so quickly become the new leader of the human race and ascend to the position of human emperor. Although there was no answer, Sakalnyu's words still made the eyes of the high-ranking humans present light up. The news that the 11 commanders of the Netherworld army each possessed a rule treasure had already spread throughout the myriad worlds. Who wouldn't want to possess such a treasure? Only Q was able to remain calm, as he already possessed a rule treasure himself. It was one of the only 2 rule treasures remaining to the human race after the great upheaval of the past. The first was naturally the clan-protecting treasure, the Tower of Time and Space, and the second was the world-stabilizing divine pearl in his possession. It was precisely because of the existence of this rule treasure that the safety of this secret realm had been guaranteed. However, the importance of the world-stabilizing divine pearl would be greatly diminished from now on, because the foundation of the human race no longer needed to hide in this small secret realm. Thinking of this, a gratified smile could not help but appear on Q's face. He knew that Bai Yu was the future of the human race, but he had not expected the future to arrive so quickly. Tower of Time and Space. It truly lives up to its name as the human race's clan-protecting treasure. After entering the Tower of Time and Space, Sumyubai immediately released his divine soul power to investigate. But with the divine soul power of this projection avatar, he was completely unable to detect the edges of the internal world of the Tower of Time and Space. One could imagine just how vast this place was. The internal world of this treasure contained a massive amount of opportunities and secret realms. Furthermore, It had some sort of connection to the origin land, causing the area to be filled with a significant amount of origin ore. With this treasure, the lacking foundation of the human race will soon be replenished. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction and vanished from where he stood. This treasure did not have a definitive owner. To use it, one needed to possess the authorization of the human high command. As the leader of the human race and the current human emperor, Sumyubai naturally held the highest level of authority, what his divine soul power could not detect. He could see at a glance by utilizing his authority. These guys are all improving quite quickly. In various secret realms, Sumyubai saw Blue Star District players like Sanchi King Feng, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Han Tebei. Many of them were familiar faces from the Dark Knight mercenary group. Besides them, there were other acquaintances like Liyun and Longzi. Their strength was now far greater than it had been in the past. Longzi had even fused both the Destruction Rule and the Ice Rule to the peak of the 9-pattern realm, possessing combat power at the level of a world lord. The reason he was still in seclusion now was entirely to master higher-level rule authority. Once he succeeded, combined with the high-level low-grade treasure mark of the God Slayer, he would be able to become a top-tier world lord directly. While observing, Sumyubai's figure also appeared in a distorted area. This was a space where the flow of time was 100,000 times faster. The geniuses of the human race who entered here had to search for opportunities to reach such a place. But Sumyubai did not need to. Possessing the highest authority of the Tower of Time and Space, he only needed a thought to arrive here instantly. Begin seclusion. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai flipped his wrist and took out a jade slip. The next moment, the figure of Si Qingyu appeared beside him. For a long time to come, this projection avatar of his would remain here, receiving instruction from Si Qingyu, until he mastered the Zhuanshan sealing method well enough to seal the gap in the space barrier. Or until the day Yuan could no longer hold on. If it reached that point and the gap still could not be sealed, then all Sumyubai would have to rely on would be his own strength. Myriad worlds, origin land. While Yuan was deadlocked with the two outsiders with the help of the power of many rule sovereigns, Sumyubai continued to comprehend the great Tao of the reversal rule. Regarding everything in the outside world, he could only trust old man Feng now. The time the other party could buy was exactly what he needed. During this period, in addition to comprehending the Zhuanshan sealing method, he also needed to improve his strength as much as possible. And the second breakthrough of the life force limit of the Master of Lo's realm is the very opportunity to make his strength advance by leaps and bounds once again. Therefore, aside from his projected avatar, his true body also needed to enter seclusion. 1 isn't enough, then 10 it is. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze toward his next target, the delicate, vibrant, 7-colored flower representing the origin of the life rule. He quickly locked onto a strand of law on a petal that was on the verge of snapping, and his great web of rules shot out instantly. Swish! 7 strands of origin power were secured, with almost no pause. Sumyubai absorbed them directly, his soul sinking into the comprehension and fusion of the reverse life rule Tao. Soon, the system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. You have comprehended a reverse law. Notification. Your creation, the God-level Netherwither, has offered you its insights and experiences regarding the reverse life rule Tao. Boom. In an instant, a massive influx of insights and experiences regarding the reverse life rule flooded Sumyubai's mind, causing his comprehension of the reverse life rule to ascend countless levels in a heartbeat. Strands of laws belonging to the reverse life system were laid out clearly within Sumyubai's soul, as if he were peeling silk from a cocoon. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into Wither, rapidly experiencing the entire process of how it had comprehended the reverse life rule, coupled with the enhancement of the origin power. Sumyubai's comprehension of the reverse life rule progressed by leaps and bounds. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending all laws under the reverse life rule. Notification. Once you fuse the life rule positive with the life rule negative, you will be able to master the complete life rule. Please comprehend the fusion method yourself. Sumyubai turned a deaf ear to the system notifications. He was completely immersed in his comprehension of the reverse life rule at this moment. Soon, the 7 strands of origin power were completely consumed, and in one breath, He had fused this reversed rule Tao to the 6 pattern realm, but this was far from enough. Sumyubai opened his eyes and once again seized the opportunity to snatch 6 strands of origin power from the mouth of the rule origin. Continue, Chapter 1154 Frenzied Comprehension. Notification, congratulations. Your fusion level of the reverse life rule Tao has advanced further. Current fusion level, 99.99%. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully fusing the reverse life rule Tao to the 9 pattern ultimate realm. Notification. Warning. The rate of life force depletion is increasing exponentially. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. Having entered the origin land for only 2 days, Sumyubai had successfully fused to reversed rule Taos to the 9 pattern ultimate realm. However, the speed at which his internal life force was being extracted was also increasing exponentially. Sumyubai could clearly feel that his body was like a system with 2 faucets turned on. One was extracting frantically, that was the dual effect of reverse death and reverse life. The other was injecting frantically at the same time. The life energy within the tree heart world surged out like a bursting river. After the 2 reversed rule Taos were fused to the 9 pattern ultimate realm, Sumyubai's rate of life force depletion had reached a terrifying nearly 2,000 worlds per minute. Even with his current terrifying life force of 999 worlds, he could barely hold on for 30 seconds. Such a terrifying extraction speed would be enough to drain the life force of a top-tier world master in 3 seconds. Fortunately, the life energy of the tree heart world remained potent, no matter how fast the depletion rate was. It could replenish it in an instant. It was just that Sumyubai's body had now become a battlefield for this extraction and infusion of life force. No, it wasn't just his body, it was even his soul. Because the soul is also a vessel for life force. The 2 forces tugged and tore at every inch of Sumyubai's flesh and every strand of his soul. The pain was far beyond that of being sliced by 1,000 knives. It was as if someone were using red-hot iron wires to stir from the depths of his bone marrow, then spreading to every single nerve ending. Yet, Sumyubai didn't even frown. He simply turned his gaze toward his 3rd target, the ancient, massive bell representing the origin of the creation rule. Not enough, far from enough. Despite such frenzied extraction and infusion, Sumyubai hadn't even felt a shred of the opportunity to break through the 2nd life force limit. Therefore, he needed to comprehend even more reversed rule Taos. The moment he caught the snapping of a new law, a great web condensed from multiple rule forces struck out instantly. This time, he snatched 7 strands of origin power. The path to comprehending a reverse law was, for the current Sumyubai, an easy task, especially now, with the added enhancement of the origin power. Soon, a series of familiar system notifications rang in his ears. At the same time, the god-level Nether who mastered the reverse creation rule Tao and also proactively offered its insights and experiences regarding the reverse creation rule Tao. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully comprehending all laws under the reverse creation rule. Notification. Once you fuse the creation rule positive with the creation rule negative, you will be able to master the complete creation rule. Please comprehend the fusion method yourself. The 3rd reversed rule Tao was comprehended by Sumyubai with ease. It was as if he possessed no bottlenecks whatsoever. Under the enhancement of the origin power, he rapidly pushed forward the fusion level of this reversed rule Tao. Although fusion held no difficulty for Sumyubai, the process of the fusion level rising rapidly also intensified the tug of war and tearing between the 2 forces of extraction and infusion. For every percentage point the fusion level increased, the pain Sumyubai endured intensified by a notch. Fortunately, he had already experienced the process of death, and his will was as firm as a rock. He stubbornly endured it without making a sound. Notification. Warning. The rate of life force depletion is increasing exponentially. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. The system's warning had turned blood red, almost jumping off the panel. And Sumyubai's rate of life force depletion had now reached a terrifying 5,000 worlds per minute. Yet, he merely wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth with an expressionless face and calmly turned his head to look at the 4th target. At this moment, Sumyubai had forgotten everything, his entire being immersed in the comprehension and fusion of the great Tao of inversion rules. 3 were far from enough. He needed to comprehend more to break through the limits of his life force for the second time and enter an entirely new realm. The difficulty of this current limit was so immense that even Sumubai, a player who had been cheating his way through, felt it was beyond reach. He even doubted whether any creature in the entire universe continent had truly broken through the second life force limit of the Law Lord realm. Fate, time, space, luck, chaos. One by one, the inverted aspects of the supreme rules were fused by Sumubai to the 9-pattern limit at a frantic speed. With each additional one, the rate of his life force depletion doubled. When the inverted aspects of the 8 rule Daos he had currently comprehended all reached the 9-pattern limit, Sumubai's pupils contracted sharply, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. Within the heart world of the world tree, the concentration of life energy, which had been nearly infinite, had actually begun to show signs of decreasing. This was truly outrageous. One had to know that the life energy within the heart world was the accumulation of endless epochs from the previous world tree. Yet now, under the full force extraction of the 8 inverted rule Daos, it had begun to show clear signs of depletion. Even if the drop in concentration was slight, it was still an incredibly inconceivable event. In fact, Sumubai's life force state at this moment was exactly like bungee jumping. One instant he was drained dry, and the next, the life energy of the heart world surged in frantically, restoring him to fullness in a heartbeat. Then he was drained again, and restored again. He no longer had the mental capacity to calculate the speed at which his life force was being extracted, because this cycle was repeating several times every second within his body and soul. His life force, reaching as high as 999 realms, could now not even last for half a second before being instantly sucked dry. His body was like a balloon being constantly inflated and deflated. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of his skin, only to heal rapidly. The pain was beyond the reach of language. If one had to use an analogy, it was as if someone were using billions of steel needles to pierce outward from the inside of every cell, while simultaneously, billions of ants were gnawing from the depths of his bone marrow. It was also like being thrown into a furnace, where every inch of flesh and blood was melting, reforming, melting again, and reforming again. Even more terrifying was the torture at the level of his soul. Every instant his life force was drained, it was accompanied by the realization of death. And every instant it was replenished, it was accompanied by the illusion of rebirth. Between life and death, several times a second. This frequency was enough to drive any true god insane. But Sumubai did not. His gaze remained clear, and if anything even sharper. However, the fact that the concentration of life energy in the heart world had begun to drop made him frown involuntarily. The life energy within the world tree, it wouldn't run out, would it? Chapter 1155, 10 Inverted Rule Daos. The decrease in the life energy concentration of the heart world suddenly gave Sumubai a sense of crisis. For him, if the energy were insufficient, the worst-case scenario would be to immediately use the method taught by Frost to fuse the positive and negative rules, stopping the extraction of his life force. As for breaking through the second limit of his life force, he would simply have to find another way. But the heart world still contained a crystal core, and wrapped within that core was the previous life's sovereign Ling Shi. Although it was only a wisp of her true spirit, it was the only possibility for Ling Shi's resurrection. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to find another way. Sumubai shook his head, but that was a matter for later. For now, the life energy concentration in the heart world had only dropped a little and could still support him for a long time. He had to take advantage of the remaining abundance of energy to comprehend more rule Daos as quickly as possible. 8 is not enough. It seems I must also comprehend the remaining 2 supreme rules. Sumubai dared not waste a single second and immediately turned his gaze toward the 2 clusters of rule origins in the distance. Those were the origin of the destruction rule, which had transformed into a world-ending millstone, and the origin of the power rule, which had condensed into a mountain. He had not touched these 2 supreme rules before. He hadn't even comprehended their positive aspects, making them the 2 rule Daos he was least familiar with. However, that was not important. All he needed now was to make the inverted rule Daos extract his life force faster, so he could directly comprehend the inverted rule Daos first. As for the positive ones, it wouldn't be too late to make up for the lesson later. And for the inverted rule Daos, With the existence of the god-level netherworld, Sumyubai possessed the reference answer. Comprehending and fusing them was not particularly difficult. Let's start with the inverted power rule. Sumyubai took a deep breath, and his web of rules spread out once more. This time, he snatched 15 strands of origin power, which was completely enough to fuse the inverted power rule down to the 9 pattern limit in one go. Come on. Let me see if the limit is harder to break, or if my life is tougher. A flash of madness crossed Sumyubai's eyes as he instantly absorbed all the origin power and began to frantically fuse the inverted power rule down. System notifications rang out one after another. The rune felt its creator comprehending the inverted power rule and immediately offered its own insights and experiences. At this moment, under the frantic extraction of the 8 inverted rule douse, Sumyubai's divine body and soul had long since become riddled with holes. If not for the fact that the soul of his Death Sea clone was sufficiently powerful and resilient, it would have been difficult for him to reach this stage. If the divine body was destroyed, it could be condensed again, but if the soul were destroyed, that would be true death. Fortunately, there were no ifs. With the Death Sea clone present, Sumyubai did not worry at all that his soul would be unable to withstand it. However, the intense pain, which could not be described in words, was torturing him severely. Moreover, as the inverted power rule fused to the 9 pattern limit, the rate of Sumyubai's life force depletion soared once again. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending all laws under the inverted power rule. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending the 9th rule Dell. System prompt. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 9 rule Great Douse. You are rewarded with 1 opportunity to enter the origin land. System prompt. A myriad worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. System prompt. Your status as an origin traveler has been extended to 10 years. System prompt. When you leave the origin land, the duration of your origin traveler status will be temporarily frozen. So long. This system prompt made even Sumyubai cast a sidelong glance, although the extension of his stay duration didn't hold much significance for him. The previous reward for simultaneously fusing 8 rule Great Douse had only extended his origin traveler status to 100 days. Now, it had jumped directly to 10 years. It seems the gap between fusing 9 rules and 8 rules is quite significant. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the decrease in the concentration of life force within the tree heart world. It's much better than expected. At this rate, it will definitely be enough. He let out a long sigh of relief and looked toward his final target, the origin of the destruction rule, the 10th inversion rule Great Tao, and the final one. Sumyubai took a deep breath. With a thought, he condensed the rule Great Web once more to seize the power of the origin. Just as before, he ignored the positive rules and began directly comprehending the inversion rule. Jinmi did not hesitate to offer up his own insights and realizations regarding the inversion destruction rule. At this moment, it had only been 10 days since Sumyubai entered the origin land for seclusion. Other seclusions were generally measured in epochs, but Sumyubai, this cheater, measured his in days. Just as the 10th day was about to end, he snapped his eyes open. The 10th inversion rule Great Tao was complete. System prompt. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully comprehending all laws under the inversion destruction rule. System prompt. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully comprehending the 10th rule Great Tao. System prompt. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first player in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 10 rule Great Taos. You are rewarded with the authority to enter the origin land at will. System prompt. A myriad worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. System prompt. Your status as an origin traveler has become permanent. The system prompts rang out one after another, but Sumyubai had no time to pay attention to them. The moment he fused the inversion destruction rule Great Tao to the 9 pattern ultimate realm, the 10 inversion supreme rule Great Taos within his body resonated for the first time. Life, creation, fate, time, space, luck, power, destruction, chaos. And the first one he had comprehended, death. A total of 10 inversion supreme rules now formed a perfect closed loop within his body. The next moment, the rate of life force depletion exploded. System prompt. The rate of life force depletion is incalculable. Please pray for your own survival. The Myriad Worlds game had stopped issuing warnings, because the rate at which Sumyubai's life force was draining was now so fast that the system couldn't even calculate it. Sumyubai could clearly feel that his vitality wasn't just flowing away, it was jetting out, like a floodgate opening, like a dam bursting. The vitality limit of the 999 worlds was drained countless times in an instant. The life energy of the Tree Heart world surged out frantically, its replenishment speed pushed to the absolute limit. At this moment, Sumyubai's vitality on the system panel had even turned into garbled code. The concentration of life energy within the Tree Heart world also began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't take long before the life energy accumulated over endless epochs by the previous world tree would be completely exhausted by Sumyubai. Yet, in his eyes, a light of wild ecstasy ignited at this very moment. Finally, I can feel it. Chapter 1156. Has Baiyi become slack? Only a few days had passed since Sumyubai last triggered to Myriad Worlds announcements, and the announcement that players of all races had been anticipating finally rang out again. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 9 rule great Daos. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Sometime after this announcement ended, another one rang out. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 9 rule great Daos to the 9 pattern ultimate realm. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. From the start of comprehension to fusing them to the 9 pattern ultimate realm, it hadn't even taken a full day. However, no players were shocked anymore. They even felt this speed was a bit slow. Big brother Baiyi has slacked off this time. It's been a full 9 days since he comprehended the 8th rule Great Tao. It seems the bottleneck between the 9th rule Great Tao and the 8th is hard to break through. Even a freak like Baiyi took so many days. No, it's one thing for Baiyi to be heaven-defying, but have you all become arrogant too, measuring the comprehension of rule Great Taos in days? We certainly can't do it, but this is Baiyi. This speed is indeed a bit slow for him, that's true. But Big Brother Baiyi's speed in fusing the 9th rule Great Tao to the 9 pattern ultimate realm hasn't slowed down at all. I really wish I had 1/10,000th of Baiyi's comprehension. By now, there were no longer any voices of doubt throughout the Myriad Worlds, because all the players who had questioned Baiyi had long since had their faces slapped swollen. No one dared to open betting pools regarding Baiyi anymore, because it was nothing but losses. Players of all races knew how monstrous Baiyi was. Did they really not know how to place their bets? However, this time, players of all races believed that Baiyi would go quiet for a while again. After all, even the 9th rule Great Tao had stalled him for 9 days. The difficulty of fusing the 10th would surely be even higher, not to mention months. Surely it would take at least 10 or 20 days, right? But reality is often cruel. On the very next day after they reached this conclusion, yet another announcement rang out. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 10 rule Daos. This is hereby announced. May players of all races learn from him to receive generous rewards. Big brother Baiyi really doesn't play by the rules. I was wrong. Why did I ever think yesterday that a freak like Baiyi would hit a bottleneck? Baiyi bottlenecks, they don't exist. Everyone sit down. This is just basic operation, don't make a fuss. Even if Baiyi said he had comprehended nothing but Supreme Rule Daos now, I would believe him. The facts of the past few months have told me that anything Baiyi does is normal. Just wait. There will definitely be another announcement today. Sure enough, before the day had even ended, the announcement that players of all races had anticipated rang out once more. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 10 rule Daos to the 9 pattern ultimate state. This is hereby announced. May players of all races learn from him to receive generous rewards. Now, players of all races were speculating whether Baiyi would comprehend an 11th rule Dao tomorrow and trigger the announcement again. There was also a portion of players who were even more fanatical. They firmly believed that all 10 rule Daos Baiyi had comprehended were supreme rules. If this were in the past, Such speculation would certainly have been met with doubt or even disdain, but this time, no one questioned it. Even those players who believed such a thing was nearly impossible fell silent, because once the most impossible things were linked to the name Baiyi, everything changed. Divine Dragon Secret Realm, Divine Dragon Continent, bottom of the deep pit. The breach in the space-time barrier had been trembling slightly the entire time. Over the past 10 days, although Yi Yuan had continuously set up layers of mystic heaven grand arrays with the help of the main gods of various races and the power of Liu Yin, the breach had still inevitably expanded somewhat. However, his efforts had played a massive role. If not for the obstruction of these mystic heaven grand arrays, Hai Quan and his companion would have torn the breach open on the very first day and descended into the myriad worlds with their true bodies. Upon hearing that Baiyi had successfully fused all 10 rule Daos to the 9-pattern ultimate state, a flash of joy could not help but cross the faces of Liu Yin, Wei Jian, and Yi Yuan. That little thief by fellow. His speed of strength growth really exceeds the sister's expectations. Liu Yin vigilantly watched the breach in the space-time barrier to prevent the two outsiders from attacking Yi Yuan again, feeling shocked in her heart at the speed of Baiyi's progress. It was not just her. Hui Jian and Yi Yuan felt the same, because they were the people who understood Baiyi best. They were very clear that the rule Daos this guy had comprehended were indeed all supreme rules, even though both involved comprehending 10. The difficulty gap between supreme rules and ordinary rules was completely incomparable. Not to mention 10, in the past, there had never even been a creature that could comprehend for ordinary rules. This is a good thing, Hui Jian grinned, for the myriad worlds. The faster he progresses, the better, indeed. Yi Yuan nodded while setting up the ray. If he can successfully break through to the rule sovereign realm, that would be even better. If the brat breaks through, those two guys on the other side definitely won't be his match. Hui Jian narrowed his eyes slightly. They had never seen a monster like Baiyi before. They hadn't even dared to imagine one. Back when he was only at the Law Lord realm, he had been able to slay over a dozen rule sovereigns in the battle of the underworld abyss. If he were to break through now, what would that even mean? Regarding this, Liu Yin also expressed agreement. Once little thief Bai breaks through, his strength might even be able to rival that guy directly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan and Hui Jian could not help but exchange glances, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. They were all too familiar with the person the Sovereign of Luck was referring to. The Sovereign of Space-Time Zhu Xingchen. Yi Yuan and Zhu Xingchen were both high-level members of the human race, so they naturally had plenty of contact. And Hui Jian was even more familiar with him. As he and Zhu Xingchen came from the same world, they were both teacher and friend to one another. When Zhu Xingchen was still weak, he had provided quite a bit of help. It could be said that Zhu Xingchen had grown from an ordinary person into the only powerhouse in the myriad worlds at the Destruction Rule Realm under his very eyes. That kid broke through to the Destruction Rule Realm. Although little brat Bai is strong, he shouldn't be able to rival him just after breaking through, right? Hui Jian said this not out of doubt, but because he felt it was somewhat inconceivable. Indeed, little brat Bai was heaven-defying, but the Xingchen kid wasn't much worse. Even when the myriad worlds were incomplete, he had been able to forcibly break through to a higher realm. How could such a person not be a monster himself? If he really can rival Xingchen after breaking through, then the myriad worlds will be safe for the time being. Yi Yuan said with deep emotion. We'll know when the time comes. Liu Yin smiled slightly without explaining further. It's just unclear when that guy will be able to break through. Chapter 1157, Gathering. Advance, Death Domain, Death Continent, Death Domain Bank Headquarters. At the moment the announcement rang out that Sumubai had fused 10 rule Daos to the 9-pattern ultimate state, the group of powerhouses under his command was gathered here. Aside from the 10 god-level nether beings like Yu Bak, and the director of the Death Domain Bank, Bloomer, there were 3 others present. First was the witch god Brian, who had just returned from the myriad monster domain not long ago. The second was the chaos angel Lan Yu, who had resolved the conflict between the fallen angel race and the holy light angel race within his inner world. The final person was the world-ending titan Dolomite, who had successfully passed the trial of the origin of destruction rules and had already become the successor to the Sovereign of Destruction. As the most powerful force under Sumubai's banner, The Death Domain Bank was naturally the undisputed choice for their meeting point. Lord Baiyi has become stronger again. Listening to the announcement ringing in his ears, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with adoration. Hearing this, Brian stroked the brand new Rule Supreme treasure, the Skull of Burying Heaven, his expression firm. We must also continue to work hard. This rule level treasure was something he had exchanged from Bach. Compared to the Scythe of Eternal Silence, this Skull of Heaven burial was more suitable for him as a witch god. Most importantly, the Scythe of Eternal Silence had originally been promoted from the Scythe of Death, so returning it to Bach's hands could be considered returning it to its rightful owner. After the two exchanged their rule-level treasures, both of their combat strengths could be improved somewhat. Although the improvement was not massive, it was clearly much more intuitive and handy to use. Indeed, if we want to be of help to Lord, we cannot afford to slack off. Dulong might, with his burly physique and the destruction-type rule-level treasure grasp of destruction in his hand, spoke in a booming voice. As the spokesperson for the Netherworld, Yue swept her gaze over the gathered powerhouses and spoke indifferently. Since everyone is here, let us begin. They had gathered here for a reason, and that reason was to enter the origin land. Although Sumyubai had already entered a step ahead of them, it was not impossible for them to enter as well. Currently, besides Sumyubai, there were 3 others who possessed the Domain Master token capable of smuggling them into the origin land. Among them, Dulong Might had previously obtained the Destruction Domain Master token, and having passed the trial of the Destruction Rule Origin to become an acting Domain Master, he was naturally able to utilize the Domain Master token. As for the Domain Master tokens in the hands of Brian and Lanyu, they had been promoted and imbued with catastrophe characteristics by Sumyubai, who had taken over Yu's body during his seclusion to use his catastrophe talent. Lanyu was already the successor to the Chaos Overlord, so she could use hers directly. As for the one Brian possessed, it was a Domain Master token for a non-rule domain like the Myriad Demon Domain, which did not require the recognition of any specific rule origin. As long as his strength was sufficient and he held the Domain Master token, he could directly become an acting Domain Master. Combined, the 3 of them were fully capable of bringing everyone present into the origin land. In reality, during the battle at the Nether Abyss, Sumyubai had also obtained a large number of Domain Master tokens. It was just that his current priority was his seclusion to comprehend the method of profound heaven sealing and to improve his strength. So, he had no time to promote them one by one for now. Once he was finished, more acting Domain Masters would emerge from among his subordinates. By then, the origin land would also become a cradle for him to cultivate powerful subordinates. Cultivating in the origin land was no different from using a cheat code. Even if one's comprehension was not as good as Sumyubai's, one could still comprehend and fuse the rule Great Douse at an extremely rapid speed here. Everyone get ready, we are going in, Brian gave a reminder, and holding the Myriad Demon Domain Master token, he began to inject his divine power and divine soul energy into it. At the same time, Lanyu and Dulongmai did the same. They had all entered the origin land before, so they specifically reminded Yue and the others to be prepared to withstand the terrifying pressure. The 3 Domain Master tokens flashed with golden light, enveloping everyone present. The next moment, their figures completely vanished from the private room. Is this the origin land? Bach looked around at the environment with excitement. He had heard legends about this place long ago, but this was his first time entering it. What terrifying pressure! Yue and the other 10 god-level netherworld beings frowned slightly. If one did not count the special nature of the netherworld and their treasures, they were the weakest among everyone present, not even having reached the 9-pattern realm. So they bore the greatest pressure. Fortunately, although it was very uncomfortable, they still retained a certain degree of mobility. Act individually. Remember, once the protection of the catastrophe characteristic fades, you must withdraw immediately. Lanyu left these words behind, flapped her wings, and transformed into a beam of chaotic light, disappearing into the depths of the origin land. The rules everyone comprehended were different, so there was no need to act together at all. After she left, Brian and the others also quickly began to act separately, searching for the rule origin most suitable for themselves. In fact, apart from the 10 god-level netherworld beings like Yue, The purpose of everyone else entering the origin land this time was to comprehend the inverted rule Great Tao. As for the method to fuse the positive and negative rule Great Taos, Sumyubai had already taught it to them while he was in control of Yu's body. It was not just them. The entire Netherworld Legion and all the human powerhouses had now learned the fusion technique. However, for those who had not entered the origin land, it would still take an extremely long time to comprehend the inverted rule Great Tao and fuse it. Sumyubai naturally had not forgotten to tell Lion the fusion method, but Lion still needed to protect Yuan and had no time to enter the origin land to cultivate, so that would have to wait for later. Haijin, Yuan, and Yuma were in the same situation. As for the other high-ranking humans, they had now entered the time-space tower for seclusion, attempting to comprehend and master the inverted rule Great Tao to further their strength. As for the main gods of other races, apart from the dragon race, no one else yet knew the method to fuse the positive and negative rule Great Taos. For the sake of the overall strength of the myriad worlds, Sumyubai would certainly teach them, but not now. At the very least, he had to let the human race occupy a certain advantage first. In this way, it could also compensate for some of the overall gap between the human race and other top-tier races. After everyone left, Dulong might set his sights on a certain direction and flew away rapidly. Over there, 3 little brothers were waiting for him. Some time ago, when he had just emerged from the Destruction Rule origin, he had encountered the 3 Signal Light brothers. After some conversation, he realized they were all on the same side. Dulong might also sensed a special power from the 3 of them. For some reason, he always had a feeling that following those 3 little brothers would lead to some gains. Chapter 1158. The Tree Heart world is about to collapse. Origin land, finally. I can feel it. A light of wild joy ignited in Sumyubai's eyes. At the very moment the inverted destruction rule Great Tao fused to the Extreme 9 pattern realm, he could feel that. Amidst the tug of war between extreme extraction and replenishment, the indestructible barrier of his life force limit. It's starting to loosen, break. For me, Sumyubai let out a roar toward the heavens. His 10 reversed rule Grand Tao spinning frantically within his body. The extraction speed increased by another 30%. Within his internal world, the world tree suddenly swayed, causing the entire Tree Heart world to tremble violently. At the core of the Tree Heart world, the emerald green crystal began to flash with light at an extremely high frequency. The life energy accumulated over countless epochs surged out like a tsunami. This speed was dozens of times faster than before. The 10 reversed rule Grand Taos now acted as a single entity. The speed at which they extracted vitality was not merely additive. The life energy within the Tree Heart world poured out like a breached dam, frantically replenishing the vitality that was being continuously drained from Sumyubai. The rate at which the energy concentration dropped was also unprecedented. If it continued at this speed, all the life energy would be completely exhausted very soon. But Sumyubai could no longer concern himself with such things. His entire focus was concentrated on that barrier within his body. Crack, crack, crack. Faint shattering sounds echoed within him. It was not the sound of bones breaking, nor was it a physical noise. It was a sensation, the feeling of the shackles of his life level disintegrating. The first crack appeared on the barrier of the 999th realm, then the second, the third. Soon, the cracks spread like a spider web, covering the solid barrier that did not actually exist. But at the same time, Sumyubai's body reached the brink of collapse. His skin cracked, his flesh withered, his bones were riddled with fissures, and even his soul began to slowly dissipate. Before the life energy in the Tree Heart world was exhausted, it could indeed replenish the vitality being extracted from him. However, the tug of war and tearing between this extraction and replenishment had long since pushed his body and soul to their limits. Fortunately, Sumyubai, who possessed the Sea of Death clone, did not fear that his soul would dissipate. His soul did indeed begin to dissipate once it reached its limit, but the Sea of Death clone could always restore his soul to its original state the moment it began to fray. The energy of the Sea of Death was infinite, which meant Sumyubai's soul was eternally indestructible. This dissipation didn't even count as an injury to him. At most, it only slightly affected his concentration, but the consumption of life energy within the Tree Heart world was real and tangible. At this moment, Sumyubai had poured his heart and soul into breaking through the limit of his vitality, completely unable to pay attention to the situation in the tree heart world. Soon, the life energy that had once seemed almost infinite was more than half depleted. Yet, Sumyubai's breakthrough was still not over. Although the cracks on the invisible barrier were becoming denser and deeper, it had not yet completely shattered. "Break for me." Sumyubai gritted his teeth, mobilizing all his power to launch another assault on that solid barrier. Throughout his journey, as someone who had always relied on cheats, he had never encountered a bottleneck so difficult to break through. If even he was struggling this much, one could imagine just how difficult it was to break through the vitality limit of the Rule Lord realm for the second time. Just as he launched another strike, the speed at which the 10 reversed Rule Grand Douse extracted vitality increased several times over. The consumption rate of the life energy within the tree heart world surged violently. The emerald green crystal flashed with dazzling light, and the entire crystal began to tremble violently along with the tree heart world. 45%, 40%, 35% as time passed. The life energy within the tree heart world was consumed rapidly, visibly nearing the bottom. 20% crack. When the life energy dropped to the critical point of 20%, a fissure suddenly appeared on the emerald green crystal dot inside the crystal. The figure curled up like an infant in a swaddle suddenly furrowed its brows, as if it had sensed something. But it was merely a strand of true spirit left behind by the previous life's sovereign Ling Shi. Even if it wanted to wake up, it was simply impossible. Crack, crack. Soon, the cracks on the emerald green crystal grew more numerous. At the same time, Ling Shi's true spirit began to flicker in and out of existence, as if it might dissipate at any moment. The vast life energy within the tree heart world was the very thing maintaining her true spirit. Now that the life energy was nearly exhausted, her true spirit naturally could no longer sustain itself. If Sumyubai had noticed this, he would have surely stopped immediately and quickly used the method taught by Beng Xuan to fuse the positive and negative Rule Grand Douse, ceasing the extraction of vitality, even if he had not yet comprehended the positive aspects of the power and destruction rules. The speed of vitality extraction would have been difficult to sustain against the life energy in the tree heart world. This would have preserved Ling Shi's true spirit from dissipating. He could always find another way to break through. But Ling Shi was Liu Yin's sister, even if they weren't as close as she was with the Fate Sovereign. Sumyubai could not stand by and watch her die. However, his mind was now completely immersed in the breakthrough, and he had not noticed that the extraction speed of the 10 reversed Rule Grand Douse was rising rapidly. The rate of life energy consumption had long since exceeded his expectations. Just as only the final 10% of life energy remained in the tree heart world, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. First, the tree heart world began to show signs of collapse, and the emerald green crystal began to shatter. The figure curled up inside the crystal had now become translucent, her face filled with pain. The dissipation of Ling Shi's true spirit seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. The 10% threshold acted like a true critical point, officially triggering a certain switch. The world tree in Sumyubai's internal world suddenly lit up with a dazzling light of life. The radiance was so brilliant that it illuminated the entire internal world. Even the grayish-white sea of death, which shimmered with golden light, was cast in an emerald green hue. At the same time, a massive surge of life energy was instantly injected into the tree heart world, compensating for the depletion caused by replenishing Sumyubai's vitality. This was the world tree sensing that the tree heart world was on the verge of collapse, frantically consuming its own life energy in an attempt to save it. Under normal circumstances, this would be a futile endeavor, because the tree heart world was not something that a newly born world tree could sustain, let alone refill with life energy. If this replenishment were to continue, there would only be one outcome, that is, the tree heart world would still collapse, and the world tree would wither and die as a result. Because at this moment, the rate at which Sumyubai's vitality was draining was incalculable. It would soon drain the entire world tree dry. But this world tree would not head towards such an end, because its master is named Sumyubai. Chapter 1159. The greatest aid to breakthrough. Just as the concentration of life energy within the tree heart world dropped to the 10% threshold, the world tree seemed to be completely awakened. Not only did a massive amount of life energy pour back into the tree heart world, But even the task of replenishing Sumyubai's vitality was taken over by the world tree. Its energy seemed infinite, even when consumed at such a terrifying speed. It showed no signs of decreasing in the slightest, remaining at its peak state throughout 0.10%, 11%, 12%, because it simultaneously needed to replenish the vitality being drained from Sumyubai. The recovery speed of the life energy concentration in the tree heart world was not particularly fast, but at the very least, it had begun to recover. The tree heart world immediately ceased its collapse and gradually became stable once more. The emerald crystal at the core was devouring life energy even more frantically, repairing its cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expression of pain on the face of the curled-up figure within the crystal slowly faded, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed bit by bit. The crisis of Ling Shi's true spirit dissipating was completely resolved. All of this was thanks to the world tree. To be precise, it was thanks to the cataclysm trait that Sumyubai's talent had bestowed upon the world tree. Cataclysm trait 1. The energy within the world tree is inexhaustible, even if the myriad worlds were destroyed. It would never run dry. 2. When the world tree exists within the body's small world, the creator of the small world will be constantly strengthened by the power of life, passively tempering their physical body. 3. The life force nurtured by the world tree has undergone a mutation, allowing undead creatures to absorb it safely. The first cataclysm trait was the reason why the world tree could replenish the life energy of the tree heart world and take over the task of replenishing Sumyubai's vitality. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, the energy of the world tree would never be exhausted. How could it possibly be drained by a mere second breakthrough of the vitality bottleneck? The crisis resolved, Sumyubai's breakthrough continued. Attempting to break through the second vitality limit of the Low Master Realm was countless times more difficult than Sumyubai had imagined. Although he could now feel the existence of the barrier, it would still take time to completely shatter it and complete the breakthrough. Fortunately, with the world tree and its infinite energy taking over, Sumyubai's breakthrough was now only a matter of time. As time passed, the life energy within the tree heart world gradually returned to its original state. However, the world tree showed no signs of stopping, continuing to pour life energy into the tree heart world, and this excess life energy was being frantically devoured by that emerald crystal. By now, the crystal had long since fully recovered, all cracks had vanished, and the figure curled within it had become solid once again. Days turned into weeks, and Sumyubai sat cross-legged in the origin land, surrounded by the 10 great rule origins. His body had long since become tattered and broken, although his vitality had not dissipated. It gave off a sense of decay. It was as if a single light touch would cause this body to crumble into dust. The dissipation of his divine soul was compensated for by his Sea of Death clone, but when his body reached its limit, Sumyubai was powerless to intervene. This was the result of his own divine body foundation suffering excessive damage from the countless cycles of draining and replenishment. Even if he were to self-destruct and reform his divine body, it would still end up in this state. To solve this problem, he had no choice but to complete the breakthrough in one go. Having reached this point, Sumyubai had no path of retreat. Either complete the breakthrough and advance his divine body further, or fail the breakthrough, while his divine soul would remain intact. His divine body would become fragile and weak due to the damaged foundation. How could Sumyubai possibly accept the second outcome? Therefore, no matter what, he had to break through the second vitality limit of the Low Master Realm and enter a brand new world. Sumyubai continuously mobilized all his power, launching strike after strike against that invisible barrier, and every strike caused the rate of his vitality loss to accelerate once more. Fortunately, with the world tree present, he no longer needed to worry about a lack of life energy. During these repeated impacts, the figure curled within the crystal also absorbed a massive amount of life energy. As time went on, the speed at which she absorbed life energy grew faster and faster, until the 48th day of Sumyubai's seclusion. The figure suddenly opened her eyes. Dazzling divine light suddenly flashed within the eyes of Ling Shi's true spirit. 2 beams of divine light instantly traversed space, shining upon Sumyubai's divine soul. At the same time, Sumyubai's divine soul shuddered, and he snapped his eyes open. This is the inheritance left behind by the Master of Life. Countless pieces of information poured into his divine soul, all of them being the insights and applications of the life rule Great Tao and the authority of life left behind by Ling Shi. Sumyu Bai's understanding of the positive life rule began to improve and deepen at an unprecedented speed. Many previously obscure and difficult concepts suddenly became clear in this moment, just as when he first received the inheritance of the underworld path. The life Tao seed within his soul now faintly showed signs of being on the verge of blooming and bearing fruit. At this moment, if he wished to break through to the ruler of rules stage, there was a certain hope of success. But Sumyu Bai did not intend to do so, because the life rule mastered by Ling Shi was incomplete. The breakthrough he sought was a true breakthrough, not the so-called ruler of rules stage seen in the myriad worlds in the past. After a long while, Sumyu Bai completely absorbed the inheritance left behind by Ling Shi, a flash of the light of life crossing his eyes. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully receiving the core inheritance of the life ruler Ling Shi. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully mastering a portion of the authority of life. Notification: congratulations. The authority of life you have mastered has reached level 1. Notification: congratulations. The authority of life you have mastered has reached level 2. Notification: congratulations. The authority of life you have mastered has reached level 3. Level 3 authority. Merely by initially digesting the inheritance left by Ling Shi, the authority of life mastered by Sumyu Bai had reached as high as level 3 in one go. It was not his first time mastering level 3 authority, but mastering level 3 authority of life at this very moment provided the greatest assistance for Sumyu Bai to break through his second vitality limit. Even if this limit is the heavens themselves, I will pierce through you. Sumyu Bai took a deep breath, temporarily halting his assault on the bottleneck, and sank his consciousness into the tree heart world. He was going to refine the heart of the world within the tree heart world, making the world tree his avatar. Just like the Sea of Death, Chapter 1160 Limit Broken. After obtaining the inheritance left by Ling Shi and mastering the level 3 authority of life, Sumyu Bai immediately sank his consciousness into the tree heart world. The life energy here is actually even more dense than before. Only then did he notice that the life energy within the tree heart world had not been exhausted. On the contrary, it had become even more concentrated. The catastrophe trait truly never disappoints me. Sumyu Bai's lips curled slightly as his divine sense projection instantly arrived before the heart of the world. Within this emerald crystal, Ling Shi's true spirit remained curled up, eyes tightly shut, as if her opening them just a moment ago had been nothing more than an illusion. The life rule fused to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, and mastering level 3 authority of life, the requirements have all been met. Sumyu Bai looked at the heart of the world before him and immediately channeled the life rule and the level 3 authority of life with all his might. Now is the time. The two powers instantly transformed into thousands of crystalline threads, reaching out toward the heart of the world. The moment the threads touched the crystal, they did not encounter any rejection. Instead, like a wanderer returning home, they were gently accepted and guided deep within the crystal. The lingering trace of Ling Shi's true spirit consciousness fluctuated gently, conveying a faint, ethereal intent. This was telling Sumyu Bai that the heart of the world had accepted him. Ling Shi had transformed her final origin mark into a key. The emerald crystal began to melt. It was not a physical melting, but a deconstruction at the level of rules. It transformed into a torrent of life origin, pure to the extreme, which flowed against the current along the threads of authority and surged into Sumyu Bai's body. In the land of origin, a phantom of the world tree suddenly appeared upon the body of Sumyu Bai, who was sitting cross-legged. As time passed, this phantom grew larger and larger, and a continuous torrent of life origin poured into his body. It has begun. Sumyu Bai's mind was focused and steady as he channeled this torrent with all his strength. The process of refining was more delicate and complex than he had anticipated. The heart of the world was not a dead object, it was the manifestation of the highly condensed life rule, possessing an almost instinctive life consciousness. Forcing a refinement would only invite a backlash. But Sumyu Bai was taking another path: fusion. This was not something he was born knowing, but something this rule-level creation had told him itself when he first made contact with the heart of the world. using the level 3 authority of life as a bridge, his own understanding of the life rule as a foundation, and Lingxi's true spirit as a guide. He would make the heart of the world acknowledge him and voluntarily merge with him. If not for the trace of true spirit left by Lingxi, it would have been absolutely impossible for Sumyu to refine the heart of the world so easily. The torrent of life origin spread and permeated through his body. With every bit that fused, Sumyu felt his divine body's foundation improve slightly. Even those divine body foundations that had been damaged by repeated extraction began to repair themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, it was more than just repair. It was reconstruction, it was sublimation. The energy and rules that originally constituted his divine body disintegrated like sandcastles meeting the tide under the scouring of this higher-level life origin. Then, they were reconstructed according to a more perfect and solid blueprint. The world tree was a rule-level creation. Its life level was far higher than that of Sumyu, a mere lord of laws. Even though Sumyu had already broken through the vitality limit of the Lord of Laws stage once, his life level was still far inferior to that of the world tree. Now, this torrent of life was rapidly reconstructing his divine body using the world tree as a blueprint. This would allow him to contain more divine power within a divine body of the same size. On the surface of Sumyu's body, those seemingly decayed cracks began to heal rapidly. But it was not a simple healing. The flesh and blood at the cracks were being completely replaced by more refined life matter. A majestic sense of power surged from his limbs and bones. Sumyu could clearly feel that his divine body was undergoing a qualitative leap. This was nothing short of a rebirth. Every inch of muscle fiber became denser and tougher, and every bone began to reveal natural patterns of the life rule. If he were to return to the myriad worlds at this moment, he could cause space to tremble with pure physical strength alone, without even needing to use any divine power. But this was only the beginning. The fusion of the heart of the world was still continuing. Just as the fusion reached the halfway point, an unexpected change occurred. The world tree, which had always stood at the center of his inner world, suddenly began to tremble violently. Its roots, branches, leaves, every single part began to emit vibrations that were perfectly synchronized with Sumyu's current life frequency. A marvelous resonance formed between the two. It was as if they had always been one, only separated for too long, and were finally reunited at this moment. It's here. A flash of joy crossed Sumyu's eyes. This feeling is exactly the same as last time. The moment the resonance reached its peak, a phantom of the world tree hovered behind Sumyu, its roots sinking deep into the depths of space, its branches and leaves spreading out like a magnificent canopy. At the same time, the torrent of life essence transformed by the heart of the world split in half, surging toward that phantom. It was like the reconnection of a heart to its body. During this process, Sumyu felt his divine body becoming increasingly compatible with the world tree. The life frequencies of the two were gradually becoming completely identical. He had experienced this feeling profoundly last time when he refined the Sea of Death into a clone. The situation was exactly as he had anticipated. Refining the heart of the world was equivalent to refining the entire world tree. As long as he achieved perfect compatibility, he would possess a second clone at the level of a rule-based creation. Boom! Sumyu's entire body shook, and a brilliant light of life erupted from his skin. His previously shattered divine body was completely reshaped. The foundation that had been damaged before was not only fully repaired but had also ascended to a higher level. But this was still not the end. The fusion continued. The phantom of the world tree became increasingly solid, gradually creating an illusion of overlapping with Sumyu's true form. It was as if he were both a person and a tree. Sumyu felt that at this moment, he could shake a main god with his physical body alone. Yet, this power was controlled perfectly, as fluid as moving his own arm, without the slightest obstruction. This was because one of the world tree's abilities was perfect coordination. It allowed Sumyu's control over his body to reach the ultimate level of microscopic precision. Not only that, but the limit that Sumyu had charged against countless times, only to fail in the end, finally loosened at this moment. Although he had not yet fully refined the heart of the world, he could clearly feel that the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. Break! This time, Sumyu did not roar. He merely uttered the word softly. Simultaneously, He mobilized all his power once more, launching a final charge against that invisible barrier. Boom! In an instant, the invisible barrier shattered completely. A life force so immense it was hard to imagine surged out from the deepest part of Sumyubai's body. It was not the energy of the heart of the world, but a rebirth brought about by the leap in his own life level. The second life force limit of the Lawmaster realm, broken, Chapter 1161. An unexpected breakthrough to paths. The moment he broke through, Sumyubai felt as if he had entered an entirely new world. The refining speed of the heart of the world skyrocketed countless times over. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through the second limit of the Lawmaster realm's life force. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first entity to break through the second life force limit of the Lawmaster realm. Reward. 10 additional opportunities to attempt a breakthrough to the Rule Sovereign realm. Notification. A worldwide announcement will be made shortly. This time, the rewards far exceeded those of the past. In an instant, 10 brand new Rule Dao seeds condensed within Sumyubai's divine soul. The worldwide game is finally being generous for once. Feeling the 20 Rule Dao seeds within his divine soul, Sumyubai couldn't help but reveal a smile. With this, I have enough Rule Dao seeds for the breakthrough. Of course, that was assuming he could succeed in one go for every Rule Dao he attempted to break through with. Otherwise, he would need even more Rule Dao seeds. This kind of power. After breaking his limits once again, Sumyubai felt that he could crush the main gods of all races in the myriad worlds with his divine body alone. Is such exaggerated power truly something that can be achieved at the Lawmaster realm? Just as Sumyubai was feeling puzzled, the system notification that rang in his ears again left him completely stunned. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully breaking through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign realm. Notification. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 12th tier and achieve the Rule Sovereign realm. Reward. Faith Fire increased by 300%. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. This sudden system notification left Sumyubai completely dumbfounded. He was certain that every Rule Dao he had comprehended was still only at the peak of the 9-pattern stage. They had not reached 100% fusion at all. But how had his realm broken through so inexplicably? He had originally thought this realm would require some time to settle before he could reach it. After all, the difficulty of fusing a Rule Dao to 100% completion was far beyond everything that came before. To have broken through so easily now truly left him at a loss. Within the Tower of Time and Space, in the 100-fold time dilation secret realm, Grandmaster Sumyubai's Sea of Death clone suddenly spoke, interrupting Si Qingyu, and said blankly, I have broken through. Broken through? A flash of confusion crossed Si Qingyu's eyes. What breakthrough? With your current attainments, you are still far from being able to seal the rift in the space-time barrier. It's not the Zhuanshan sealing method. Sumyubai shook his head. It's my realm. I've broken through to the Rule realm. So fast. Si Qingyu was slightly taken aback and immediately asked, which Rule Dao is it? That is the problem. A trace of confusion flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. I haven't fused any single Rule Dao to 100%. This Si Qingyu first frowned. Then a sudden brilliance erupted in his eyes. He grabbed Sumyubai's shoulders abruptly and asked with a hint of excitement, your divine body has broken through again, yes? Ha ha ha, good. I never expected that my Zhuanshan lineage would produce a genius like you who follows the divine body path. Si Qingyu laughed heartily. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Sumyubai. No, it's not just a pure divine body path, but a peerless genius who dual cultivates both the divine body and the laws. The divine body path. Sumyubai murmured this brand new term, his eyes filled with confusion. In the myriad worlds, the Rule Sovereign stage has always referred to beings who have completely mastered a specific Rule Dao. However, the divine body path was clearly different from the path taken by the myriad worlds. I ask that you enlighten me, Grandmaster. Do you know that in the universal continent, there are 2 main paths for practitioners entering the Rule stage? Si Qingyu restrained his laughter, his expression turning serious. He sat cross-legged in the starry sky and gestured for Sumyubai to sit as well. The most common one is what you perceive as the Rule path. He reached out and traced a line in the air, and a clear diagram of veins emerged. One lays a solid foundation in the lost stage, then chooses a core rule, whether it be an ordinary rule or a supreme rule, comprehends it thoroughly, fuses with it completely, and transforms oneself into the embodiment of that rule, thereby pushing open the gates to the rule stage. This path is stable, but its upper limit is relatively fixed. Once a rule is chosen, one's future development and the ceiling of one's combat power are largely constrained by the level of that rule itself. Ordinary elemental rules can never compare to the potential of supreme rules. Sumyubai nodded. This was similar to the breakthrough methods he had previously understood in the myriad worlds. However, this is only the weakest form of the rule stage and cannot yet be called the true rule path. Si Qingyu shook his head and continued, for any living being, once they break through to the rule sovereign stage, the difficulty of comprehending other rule daos increases exponentially. But there are always geniuses capable of mastering multiple complete rule daos simultaneously, pushing their strength even further. This is the true rule path. The vast majority of geniuses on the universal continent follow this path. At this point, Si Qingyu looked at Sumyubai, and with a movement of his divine sense, the diagram between them changed instantly. But you said you haven't fused any single rule to 100%, yet you still broke through the realm. The light in Si Qingyu's eyes grew even brighter. This leads to the second path, the divine body path. The so-called divine body path does not focus on comprehending rules, but on purely proving the Tao through strength. It does not seek to understand a certain rule to the extreme, but rather pursues the ultimate essence of life. Practitioners of this path pour massive amounts of resources and infinite energy into the tempering of their own divine bodies and the elevation of their life levels. They do not cultivate rules, or perhaps only do so as a supplement, yet they temper their physical bodies to a degree comparable to or even exceeding rule treasures. When the strength of their divine body and the origin of their life reach a certain critical point, they can forcibly break through to the rule stage based on this physical body alone. Because their very existence has formed a rule, to exist is to be powerful. Si Qingyu's tone carried a hint of longing. Practitioners of this path are as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns even on the universal continent. Because the resources required are terrifying, the demands on talent are harsh to the extreme, and the tempering process is incomparably painful, often carrying the risk of death and soul dissipation at any moment. But once they succeed, their combat power, he looked at Sumyubai meaningfully, will far exceed those of the same rank. Because every move they make is pure, ultimate power and origin, completely unrestricted or countered by specific rules. Chapter 1162, Top of the Rankings. Sumyubai's heart surged with emotion after listening to Si Qingyu's explanation. So, can I suppress many rule stage powerhouses now based solely on my divine body? That's right. Si Qingyu nodded with a smile, affirming. And your situation is even more special than the pure divine body path. He looked Sumyubai up and down, as if observing a peerless treasure. You have also comprehended the 10 supreme rules, although you haven't fully fused them. Your understanding of them already far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even on the universal continent, a genius capable of comprehending the 10 supreme rules simultaneously is something rarely seen in countless epochs. This means your talent on the rule path is equally unparalleled. Having said this, Si Qingyu paused deliberately before continuing. At the same time, your divine body has broken through its second limit, placing you on the divine body path. This makes your foundation, your physical body, unimaginably powerful. Combining the two is dual, cultivating both the divine body and rule paths. Your divine body is the vessel, the foundation. Because it is powerful, it can carry more complex rule powers. Your understanding of rules is the weapon, the technique. Because it is exquisite, it allows you to unleash the power of your divine body to the extreme and attack the enemy's weaknesses with the power of rules. In the records of the universal continent, as long as dual cultivators do not fall midway, their future achievements are limitless. Si Qingyu took a deep breath, his tone solemn. Although you are only at the early stage of the rule stage now, your true combat power is likely already capable of sweeping through the vast majority of existences at the early rule stage, and perhaps even fighting across ranks against those at the mid-rule stage. And this is only the beginning. The higher your realm, the greater the gap between you and those of the same rank will become. Fighting across ranks against the mid-rule stage, Sumyubai's pupils constricted. He finally understood what it meant to break through the life force limit of the Law Lord stage for the second time. The early rule stage and the mid-rule stage might seem like just a small leap in realm, but in reality, in the myriad worlds, this is the difference between a main god and a supreme god. The gap between the two is like a chasm. For a supreme god to deal with a main god, a single projection avatar is more than enough. Not to mention, what Si Qingyu was referring to was the mid-rule stage of the universal continent. What they have mastered are the complete, supreme rules of the Great Tao. Sumyubai's divine body had only just broken through, so being able to contend with such existences was already exaggerated enough. After all, the rules of the Great Tao he had comprehended were all still at the peak of the 9-pattern realm. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning of his journey on the divine body path. As his divine body grew stronger, the gap between him and others at the same level would only continue to widen. So that's how it is. Sumyubai couldn't help but murmur softly. With such a massive improvement, it was no wonder that the difficulty of breaking through the limit this time was countless times greater than the first. If not for the assistance of the World Tree, even a cheater like him would have had almost no chance of success. This also had a lot to do with the fact that resources in the myriad worlds were far scarcer than those on the universe continent. Normally, the resources within the myriad worlds were insufficient to support any creature at the low realm in successfully embarking on the divine body path. The only reason Sumyubai succeeded was because the catastrophe characteristics added by his catastrophe talent were simply unreasonable. Infinite energy was no joke. This unexpected path of dual cultivation had opened a door to unprecedented power for him. Seeing the excitement in Sumyubai's eyes, Si Qingyu hurriedly offered a word of caution. Do not be complacent. Although the dual cultivation path is powerful, the road ahead is destined to be even harder to walk. You need to balance the continued tempering of your divine body with the deep comprehension of the rules. The energy and resources required will be astronomical. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice. Subsequent breakthroughs on this path will be 10, even 100 times more difficult than a single path. Perhaps fearing he might dampen Sumyubai's enthusiasm, he immediately added, but once you break through, the benefits you gain will also be 10, even 100 times greater. I understand. Grandmaster. Sumyubai nodded heavily, his gaze firm. No matter how difficult the path, I will simply keep walking it. The catastrophe talent was his greatest source of confidence. At the very least, he was still far from reaching the limits of the catastrophe talent. After all, even Wo Wuan, a grandmaster who had cultivated the Zhuanshan divine pupils to the extreme, could not fathom the depths of the catastrophe talent. With such a heaven-defying talent by his side, Sumyubai believed he would surely be able to go much further. Good. That is the spirit of a successor of my Zhuanshan lineage. Si Qingyu clapped his hands and laughed. Now, continue to comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method. After all, the trouble outside is still waiting for you to resolve it. With your current strength, you cannot fully handle the threats coming from the universe continent. Sumyubai's spirit lifted, and he said solemnly, please, Grandmaster, enlighten me. System notification. Congratulations to the human player Bai for becoming the first existence to break through the vitality limit of the Law Lord realm for the second time. This is hereby announced. We hope all players of the myriad worlds will learn from him to receive generous rewards. Just as Si Qingyu was clearing up Sumyubai's doubts, a sudden system announcement left players of all races in the myriad worlds stunned. What's going on? Wasn't it already announced before that Boss Bai broke through his vitality limit? Second breakthrough. What does this mean? Can the vitality limit be broken through repeatedly? It's obvious that Bai has created history once again. It's hard to imagine just how strong his divine body has become now. The myriad worlds game really thinks highly of us. How are we supposed to learn from this? Aside from Bai, no one has even been able to break through the first vitality limit. Do you think it's possible that Bai is already the strongest in the myriad worlds? Are you saying that Bai's strength has surpassed the sovereign of luck? That's probably unlikely. After all, Bai is still only at the Law Lord realm. Even if he's strong, he shouldn't exceed a supreme god. Just as players of various races were speculating, a second announcement followed. causing the Myriad Worlds to boil over completely. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human race for surpassing the god race in comprehensive combat power and ascending to the top of the Myriad Races ranking. This is hereby announced. We hope races not yet on the ranking will continue to strive to ascend the Myriad Races ranking as soon as possible to receive generous rewards. Once this announcement was made, the entire Myriad Worlds was in an uproar. The chat channels of every world were instantly flooded with frantic messages. I thought the human race would reach the top of the Myriad Races ranking sooner or later. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It's too exaggerated, truly too exaggerated. Baiyi really led the human race to the pinnacle of the Myriad Worlds all by himself. Boss Baiyi must have already broken through to the Rule Sovereign Realm. Bullshit. If Boss Baiyi had really broken through, how could there be no visions in the Myriad Worlds? Now that you mention it, that is indeed strange. But if he hasn't broken through, how could he directly push the human race to the top of the Myriad Races ranking? Latest news. According to human players in the Divine Dragon Secret Realm, just a moment ago, Boss Baiyi did indeed successfully break through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm. Chapter 1163, One Move is Enough. Sumyubai's method of breakthrough was a divine body path unprecedented in the Myriad Worlds. Because he had not fused any single rule of the Great Tao to 100%, he did not trigger any visions in the Myriad Worlds. He didn't even trigger a Myriad Worlds announcement. This was because the database of the Myriad Worlds game contained no information regarding the divine body path. His breakthrough in Realm was treated by the Myriad Worlds game as an ordinary breakthrough. Although the number of Rule Sovereigns was limited, there had been quite a few existences who had reached this realm over countless epochs. Therefore, Sumyubai's breakthrough to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm only triggered a Blue Star regional announcement. However, whether or not it triggered a Myriad Worlds announcement no longer mattered to him. With his Rule Tao seeds already reaching 20, Sumyubai had no interest in the stingy rewards from the Myriad Worlds game. Infusion of origin power. Could it be faster than just snatching it directly from the origin land? He had even made his status as an origin traveler permanent. The Myriad Worlds game probably didn't even know how to reward him anymore. Although Sumyubai did not care, the human players were currently cheering and celebrating the top of the Myriad Races ranking. This position was something the human race had never managed to secure, even during their absolute peak, yet now, they had ascended to it so easily. It felt just like a dream. Although the difference in bloodline power bonuses between top-tier races was not significant, the human race's ranking had jumped from 7th to 1st, and their bloodline power had still increased by a considerable margin for every human player. This was a monumental piece of good news. And all of this was brought about by the current leader of the human race, the human Emperor Baiyi. In an instant, Sumyubai's prestige among the human race rose significantly once again. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast majority of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. This Blue Star region announcement rang out one after another with the announcement of the human race reaching the top of the Myriad Races ranking. The entire Divine Dragon Secret Realm was instantly in an uproar. Compared to human players from other worlds, they were more familiar with Sumyubai and even more fanatical. However, the happiest people were not them. At the bottom of the deep pit, in front of the rift in the space-time barrier, for over a month, Yi Yuan had been continuously setting up the Zhuanshan Greater A to prevent the two outsiders on the other side from tearing the rift open further. He did not dare to slack off for even a single second, fearing he would be unable to hold out until Baiyi emerged from seclusion. During this period, the main gods of various races in the starry sky of the Divine Dragon Secret Realm had also been doing their utmost to contribute their main god power, allowing Yi Yuan to mobilize it at will. They knew very well that the only one who could save the Myriad Worlds now was Baiyi. As long as they could hold on until Baiyi emerged, everything would be resolved. Liu Yan had not taken out a lollipop for nearly 50 days, because she had neither the time nor the mood. She had to constantly monitor the situation on the other side of the space-time barrier rift to ensure Yi Yuan was not affected by the outsiders. As for her mood, since the last Myriad Worlds announcement, there had been no news of Little Thief for over a month. Now that she finally heard the announcement triggered by Little Thief Bai again, the tightly furrowed brows of Liu Yin finally relaxed. Little Thief Bai, you truly didn't let your big sister down. Listening to the announcement ringing in her ears, divine light swirled in Liu Yin's beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up into an arc involuntarily. Yi Yuan and Hui Jian were even more shocked, exclaiming in unison, Bai Yi of the Brat has finally broken through. Liu Yin was slightly stunned. Lord Liu Yin, Bai Yi has broken through to the Rule Sovereign Realm. The joy in Yi Yuan's face could not be concealed, and at the same time, he felt a long-awaited sense of relief. With Bai Yi's monstrous talent, now that he had broken through to the Rule Sovereign Realm, his combat power would definitely be astonishing. With his existence, even if the two outsiders on the other side of the space-time barrier broke through now, the myriad worlds would have the power to fight back. Moreover, he could still hold the opponents off for another month or so. This amount of time might not mean much to others, but Bai Yi was different. Yi Yuan firmly believed that Bai Yi would definitely be able to advance even further in the coming month. However, after hearing his words, the confusion in Liu Yin's eyes deepened. Is it an announcement from the Myriad Worlds game? She was not a player from the Blue Star region, so she could not hear the announcement of Sumu Bai breaking through to the Rule Sovereign Realm. But as the only supreme god of the Myriad Worlds today, if Bai Yi had truly broken through to the Rule Sovereign Realm, she would certainly have sensed it. Yet, she felt nothing at all. Liu Yin was certain that no new sovereign had been born from any of the supreme rule paths. That was why she felt confused. I am also puzzled as to why no phenomenon was born. Yi Yuan spoke slowly. But this is indeed an announcement from the Myriad Worlds game. This guy, Little Thief Bai, has shattered my understanding once again. Liu Yin's figure of Sumu Bai flashed through her mind, and she could not help but whisper softly beside her. Hui Jian seemed to have remembered something, his pupils dilating sharply. Could it be? Hearing this, Liu Yin and Yi Yuan immediately turned to look at him. With the help of the Star Boy back then, I once accidentally comprehended a rule path that did not belong to the Myriad Worlds. He gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. It was also at that time that I learned a legend about the universe continent. It is said that there are peerless geniuses there who, without comprehending a rule path, can specialize in the foundation of life and forcibly break through to the rule realm using their divine body. This is the legendary divine body path, land of origin, the rule realm. It really is a completely different new world. Sumu Bai felt the surging power within his body, a smile flashing in his eyes. In the battle of the underworld abyss, although he was able to crush Kang Li and the other main gods, it was mostly due to external forces, detonating Heidi's corpse, detonating the projection avatar of Ming Tu, and self-destruction. The reason that brilliant sword strike at the end was able to instantly kill the four main gods, including Kang Li, was also because they had already been pushed to their wits' end by multiple explosions. At that time, Sumu Bai's combat power was actually only at the level of a main god of the Myriad Worlds. But now, it was completely different. To kill those guys like Kang Li now, one move is enough. Sumu Bai clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth curling into an arc. I guess Liu Yin probably isn't my match anymore either. Thinking of this, he continued to refine the heart of the world while opening his long-neglected character panel. Chapter 1164. Number 1 in the Myriad Worlds. Player, by Eurus, Human Stateless Freelance Bounty Hunter. Title, Human Emperor Vitality 1368 Worlds Rapidly Increasing. Realm 12th Tier Rule Sovereign Realm Main God of Yin Soul. Peak Main God Realm. Divine Body. Early Main God Realm. Divine Spark. Top Tier Divine Spark Transforming Rules. 1. Death Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. Inverse Death Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. 2. Fate Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. Inverse Fate Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. 3. Time Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. Inverse Time Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. Limited Combat Power. Supreme God Realm Panel Combat Power, excluding additional means. Looking at his somewhat strange status panel, Sumu Bai did not feel surprised in the slightest. As his realm and strength grew higher, the limitations of the Myriad Worlds game's datification were becoming increasingly apparent. After all, this game was only created by the original 10 supreme gods to accelerate the growth of strength for the beings of the Myriad Worlds, things that they were unaware of, or things that did not exist in the Myriad Worlds to begin with, were beyond the comprehension of the Myriad Worlds game. Even if it wanted to datify these things, it would require a very long period of time. For example, the new profession obtained by the wealthy god of wealth after his promotion. The same was true for Sumyubai's current divine body. After breaking through the second vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm and forcibly advancing to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign realm via the divine body path, according to the Myriad Worlds game's understanding, his divine body realm should have been at the early stage of the main god realm. However, the level of power in Sumyubai's divine body at this moment had already exceeded the upper limit of the Myriad Worlds game, which was why several question marks were appended after his divine body realm, let alone the Myriad Worlds game. Ever since the birth of the high-level embryonic universe known as the Myriad Worlds, such a powerful divine body had never appeared before, even for supreme gods like Lion. In terms of divine body strength alone, they were far inferior to Sumyubai, who had formerly embarked on the divine body path. This was because their strength lay more in their mastery and application of the supreme rule Great Taos and their authorities. It was precisely because of such a powerful divine body that Sumyubai's combat power was directly rated as the supreme god realm by the Myriad Worlds game, even while his other panels were only at the main god realm and his godhead had not yet finished transforming. It is just as Master Ancestor said. Looking at his current panel combat power, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. However, as his strength continued to rise, the significance of the character panel provided by the Myriad Worlds game was already becoming negligible. As he came into contact with the universal continent more and more, the data of the Myriad Worlds game would even begin to show signs of distortion, unless the Myriad Worlds game could perform a large-scale database update and carry out an overall version upgrade. But that was not something Sumyubai could solve right now. Compared to the upgrading of the Myriad Worlds game and the establishment of reincarnation, the most urgent matter now was to resolve the threat of the outsiders. Supreme God Realm combat power corresponds to the mid-stage of the Rule Realm on the Universal Continent. Sumyubai murmured this sentence, his heart lost in thought. If a real fight were to break out, the mid-stage Rule Realm powerhouses of the Universal Continent would certainly be much stronger, because they possessed complete mastery over the supreme rules. But Sumyubai felt that he was already capable of fighting against a mid-stage Rule Realm powerhouse. This confidence came from the Heartlink contract. In the past, although the Heartlink contract had been signed, he had never been able to sense what Lion was thinking, whereas Lion could sense some of his thoughts at any time. All of this had quietly reversed after he stepped onto the divine body path and broke through to the Rule Sovereign realm. This also meant that Sumyubai's strength had already surpassed Lion, the Sovereign of Fortune, making him the true number one in the Myriad Worlds. Is the strength of that thief already beyond mine? This thought was one he had just suddenly sensed, without a doubt. This was what Lion was thinking at this very moment. Beyond that, Sumyubai could clearly feel that Lion was thinking of him right now. The Heartlink contract did not allow him to know Lion's thoughts with such clarity at all times, but it could allow him to sense the other party's emotions and whether they had encountered a crisis. At this moment, besides confusion and longing, there was also a sense of crisis in Lion's heart. The sense of crisis stemmed from the fact that the threat of the outsiders had not yet been truly resolved. The Myriad Worlds remained shrouded in shadow. As expected, you were there at that time. Lion's figure flashed through Sumyubai's mind, his gaze filled with unprecedented tenderness. The fact that the Heartlink contract could sense whether the other party was in crisis reminded him of the situation when he was breaking through to the Lawmaster realm in the Fusion Secret Realm. Back then, if he had taken a single wrong step, he would never have been able to wake up again. After waking up, he had always felt that Lion's power had appeared, but it had only ever been a guess. Now, through the ability of the Heartlink contract, he had finally confirmed this. Being able to survive from that half-dead state was inseparable from the help of Lion's power. Thank you. Sumyubai whispered a soft thank you, then firmly uttered two words, wait for me. As his voice fell, he immediately closed his eyes. devoting his heart and soul to the refining of the heart of the world. Although he was now confident in dealing with mid-stage rule realm powerhouses from the universal continent, it was still far from enough. Even within the same realm, there existed gaps in strength. The outsiders about to invade might very well be the elite among the mid-stage rule realm. What's more, there were two of them. Although Sumubai was confident, he was not arrogant. Old Man Feng could still stall for some time, and he had to use this period to elevate his own strength to the absolute limit. Most importantly, the gap in the space-time barrier had to be sealed, otherwise, the crisis of the myriad worlds could never be resolved. To seal the gap in the space-time barrier, Sumubai's current comprehension of the mystic heaven sealing method was still insufficient. Therefore, now was not the time to come out of seclusion. The refining speed of the heart of the world had increased significantly after Sumubai broke through to the rule sovereign realm. The phantom of the world tree had already almost completely overlapped with his divine body. Perhaps it was because Sumubai's divine body was now excessively formidable that the speed at which the 10 supreme reversal rules drained his vitality had also significantly decreased. However, with the world tree providing infinite energy, Sumubai did not care in the slightest about the loss of his vitality. His only desire now was to completely refine the heart of the world and make the world tree his second avatar. As time passed, the heart of the world gradually became transparent, and the figure curled up within it became increasingly clear. The life frequency of Sumubai and the world tree became more and more synchronized. The moment their figures completely overlapped, Sumubai felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The next instant, his figure vanished from the origin land. Chapter 1165, a question mark. A question mark again, within his internal world. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The world tree swayed continuously at a miraculous frequency, as if welcoming Sumubai's arrival. Rich, emerald green divine light continued to illuminate the entire internal world. The sea of death, which usually surged and roared, had returned to a rare state of calm at this moment. Little one, you seem very excited. Sumubai touched the main trunk of the world tree, a smile in his eyes. He could feel that the world tree was cheering and leaping with joy. Compared to this towering giant tree capable of supporting a world, his own size was not even comparable to a speck of dust. As if responding to his words, the trunk of the world tree, which was harder than starry sky profound iron, suddenly rippled. It was just like the surface of water. The next moment, Sumubai's body slowly merged into the world tree. At the same time, the heart of the world at the center of the tree heart world suddenly flashed with dazzling light before instantly disappearing. However, the figure curled up within it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to exist in the core area of the tree heart world in the same posture. The rich life energy surrounding it was being continuously absorbed by the figure. Before this, the strand of true spirit left behind by Ling Shi would not actively absorb life energy. But as Sumubai refined the heart of the world, it seemed to have been awakened. Not only did it begin to absorb energy actively, but as time went on, the speed of absorption became faster and faster. Sumubai was very clear about this. In his view, this must be the method to awaken this strand of true spirit. As long as there was enough life energy, one day, Ling Shi's true spirit would be able to possess consciousness. At that time, the opportunity to resurrect her would finally arrive. And energy was precisely the thing Sumubai lacked the least. With the unreasonable nature of the catastrophe trait, he could have as much of this stuff as he wanted. Surely, resurrecting a supreme god wouldn't require exhausting the energy of the entire universe continent and countless other universes, would it? The catastrophe talent had never been about creating something from nothing, but rather about forceful seizure and plunder. Sumubai had known this long ago. It was just that his only doubt back then was where the infinite energy came from. After all, even when the myriad worlds were destroyed, the infinite energy attached to the catastrophe trait would not be exhausted. It wasn't until he learned of the existence of the universe continent that he finally found the answer. What difference was there between the energy of the universe continent and infinity for the myriad worlds game? Ling Shi's true spirit regaining consciousness was merely a matter of time. Relying on the infinite energy provided by the catastrophe trait, Sumubai moved his divine sense and increased the flow of time around the true spirit by 10,000 times. In an instant, The speed at which Ling Xi's true spirit absorbed life energy also increased by 10,000 times. In any case, the energy was endless. She could absorb as much as she liked. In this way, the time it would take for this strand of true spirit to regain consciousness would be significantly shortened. All of this was done the moment Sumyubai merged with the World Tree. As he completely became one with the World Tree, Sumyubai instantly felt his vitality cap rising rapidly. 999 worlds was the second vitality limit of the Lawmaster stage. After breaking through this limit, Sumyubai officially stepped onto the divine body path, forcibly proving his Tao through sheer strength, and broke through to the rule stage without having mastered a complete rule great Tao. Subsequently, his vitality surpassed 999 worlds and rose rapidly as it was torn between being drained and replenished. When he opened his character panel to check, his vitality had already risen to 1368 worlds. But the rate of increase back then was nothing compared to the present: 1500 worlds, 1600 worlds, 1700 worlds. Almost every instant, Sumyubai's vitality cap was rising at a rate of 100 worlds. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed 3000 worlds. But this was far from the end. Vitality represented the amount of life force. Sumyubai had broken his vitality limit twice in succession and broken through to the rule stage via the divine body path, which meant that at the same level, his divine body could contain more life force. When he first broke the limit, he was able to possess 10 times the life force of a Lawmaster at the same level. Now that he had broken the second limit, it meant that the life force his divine body could contain would reach 100 times that of the same level. And this was merely life force. The most terrifying aspect of the divine body path was always the extreme power brought about by a powerful divine body. It was just that the power was already possessed the moment he broke through. To improve in the future, he would need to continue absorbing energy and tempering his divine body. But life force was different. The breakthrough brought about an expansion of the container. What was originally a lake had now become an ocean. It was just that the water in this ocean still needed to be slowly filled by Sumyubai. The process of merging with the World Tree now had largely bypassed the process of filling the ocean. 4,000 worlds, 5,000 worlds, 6,000 worlds. Sumyubai's vitality seemed to have no limit, continuing to rise crazily. The vitality limit of the Lawmaster stage was 99 worlds. But Sumyubai did not know what the vitality limit of the Rule Sovereign stage, or rather, the main god stage. He only knew that he was nowhere near his limit, until his vitality reached 9,999 G. The unit behind the number finally changed. 0.1 U. This was a new unit, yet it was still not the end. Sumyubai was completely immersed in this extreme pleasure, temporarily forgetting everything else. He felt as if he had completely merged into one with the World Tree. Every crevice on the main trunk, every leaf on the branches, every vein on those leaves, even the fruits hanging from the branches, and the small worlds contained within them, he could perceive them all with absolute clarity at this moment. It was as if this were his own body, a massive body capable of supporting the world. He did not know how much time had passed before Sumyubai finally regained his senses. When he saw his current vitality cap, he couldn't help but be stunned. Vitality, question marks again. A vitality cap 100 times that of the same realm could no longer be digitized by the Myriad Worlds game. Fortunately, there is the Cataclysm trait. Sumyubai felt a sense of relief. Although the World Tree was a rule-level creation, and one created by the Life Rule, which was among the supreme rules, it had not yet fully grown. If not for the infinite energy Cataclysm trait, Sumyubai feared he might have accidentally drained the World Tree dry. Fortunately, there were no ifs. The heart of the world was successfully refined without encountering a single bottleneck. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Chapter 1166, New Avatar. Abilities of the World Tree. Notification. Your divine body has been upgraded to the peak of the main god realm. The heart of the world and the World Tree were one and the same existence. After successfully refining the heart of the world, Sumyubai's divine body realm, much like his divine soul realm after refining the Sea of Death, had directly ascended to the peak of the main god realm. The question mark level vitality stemmed from this. A vitality 100 times that of a peak main god realm divine body had already exceeded the data limits of the myriad worlds. Hence it could not display a specific numerical value. Normally, for Sumyubai to temper his divine body to the peak of the main god realm while following the divine body path, he would have needed to undergo long, arduous tempering and endure extreme pain, but merging with the world tree bypassed this process entirely, allowing Sumyubai's already powerful divine body to instantly take a step further. As a product of the life rule, the power of the world tree was beyond doubt. If it weren't still in its growth stage, it could have even directly elevated Sumyubai's divine body to the supreme god realm. Of course, such an improvement was inseparable from the infinite energy provided by the cataclysm trait. After all, the strength of Sumyubai's divine body far exceeded that of creatures in the same realm. To improve, the energy required was naturally far greater than that of his peers, however. This was an expected result, so he was not surprised. The next system notification, however, was what Sumyubai had been longing for. Notification: your divine soul has completely merged with the rule-level creation, world tree. Notification: congratulations on obtaining an avatar world tree. Avatar: the avatar shares the same divine soul as the main body. When in the same world, power can be borrowed from one another. Avatar 1, Sea of Death. Avatar 2, World Tree. It was done. The World Tree, like the Sea of Death, had become one of Sumyubai's avatars. At this moment, he was a human, the Sea of Death, and the World Tree all at once. Sumyubai now possessed 3 life forms, 3 perspectives, and 3 power systems. The Sea of Death avatar brought him endless divine soul power. The World Tree avatar brought him endless vitality. The former ensured his divine soul would never perish. The latter ensured his divine body would be eternal. And the commonality between the two was an inexhaustible supply of divine power. Although infinite energy was merely a description after being digitized by the Myriad Worlds game. According to Sumyubai's speculation, the energy seized by the cataclysm trait likely originated from the universal continent. With such a massive cheat enabled, it would truly be difficult to die in the future. Even when facing existences beyond the rule realm, Sumyubai felt no fear. However, he was only fearless for himself. If such an enemy truly appeared and intended to refine the myriad worlds, this high-level embryonic universe, he would only be able to protect himself and would be unable to stop the opponent. Therefore, he still needed greater power and a higher realm. Now that his divine body could not be improved further in the short term, he had to start from the rule path. After the explanation from his grandmaster, Sichinyu, Sumyubai had firmly decided on the path of dual cultivation. Ordinary people make choices, a cheater takes them all. After his divine body reached the peak of the main god realm, the tempering effect brought by the 10 reverse supreme rules extracting vitality no longer had any effect on Sumyubai. Therefore, he prepared to officially merge the positive and negative sides of the 10 supreme rule great Taos. Before that, he first needed to comprehend the positive force rule Dao and the destruction rule Dao. Thinking of this, Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes, and his main body stepped out from the trunk of the World Tree avatar. In those eyes, a miniature phantom of the World Tree swayed deep within the left pupil, while the right pupil held a vast Sea of Death. As long as the World Tree and the Sea of Death remained within his internal world, he could borrow the power of both avatars at any time. So, in a sense, what his enemies had to face was a triple Sumyubai. Like the Sea of Death avatar, the World Tree avatar was difficult to move due to its immense size. Of course, this avatar could also condense a powerful projection to walk the myriad worlds. As Sumyubai moved his divine sense, a figure dressed in emerald green robes instantly condensed into existence, except for the temperament and aura. This projection looked exactly like Sumyubai himself. Being exactly the same is not necessarily a good thing. Sumyubai's divine sense stirred, and the appearance of his projected avatar changed drastically in an instant, coupled with a completely different aura. No one would be able to distinguish that this was his projected avatar. The task of upgrading and transforming the Golden Scourge Legion will be left to the World Tree avatar, Sumyubai murmured, and his figure vanished into his internal world. He needed to continue his seclusion to fuse the rules of the Great Tao, striving to advance his strength further within the limited time he had. The ability to modify and upgrade the Golden Scourge Legion was something he had gained after refining the heart of the world. In the past, Sumyubai had only scratched the surface of the World Tree's utility. Now that he had refined this rule-level creation into an avatar, he could finally unleash its true power. The strength of the Golden Scourge Legion was worlds apart from the Nether Legion. It was high time for a complete, transformative upgrade. Awaken. The World Tree Avatar spoke softly. The next moment, the Golden Scourge Legion, which had been slumbering within the sea of death, opened their eyes in unison. The light of their soul fires shone like starlight, illuminating a small area. Though it was only a small area, that was only in comparison to the vastness of the entire sea of death. In reality, the current number of the Golden Scourge Legion had already reached a staggering magnitude of quadrillions. However, the vast majority of them were still below the Saint Extermination level in strength. Such a legion was no longer sufficient for the current Sumyubai and the human race. Therefore, what the World Tree Avatar needed to do was to have the Golden Scourge Legion completely break the limitations of being summoned entities and become true living beings. As for their strength, the World Tree Avatar could also resolve that. Because the Golden Scourge Legion shared the same origin and had been slumbering for a long time in the Sea of Death, which was saturated with soul energy, they had also absorbed a massive amount of mutated life force. Thus, before they transformed into true living beings, the World Tree Avatar could use his fusion ability to make the Golden Scourge Legion even more powerful. Roar tilde, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. A group of bone dragon emperors was the first to emerge from the sea. The divine dragon bodies, formed from golden bones, shimmered brilliantly under the radiance of the World Tree. The number of bone dragon emperors was no longer the original 9, but had reached over 10,000. Following closely behind were a vast number of Death Knights and Lich Lords. They were the commanders of the Golden Scourge Legion. Finally, there were the overwhelming, endless Golden Scourge skeletons. Among them were also a large number of even more powerful skeleton kings. Chapter 1167. The Transformation of the Golden Scourge Legion. The World Tree Avatar's emerald robes fluttered without wind as he hovered in the sky of the Tree Heart world, looking down at the overwhelming Golden Scourge Legion rising from the Sea of Death. Golden Bone Dragon Emperors circled in the air. Death Knights formed into stern phalanxes, and Lich Lords floated in front of the formations, their soul fires burning silently. Further away was an endless ocean of golden skeletons, with countless taller skeleton kings standing among them. Same origin, soul resonance. The seed of life has already sprouted. The World Tree Avatar's voice was ethereal and grand, like a whisper of the rules of life. He extended his right hand, palm facing downward, his 5 fingers slightly spread. The World Tree instantly unleashed a light of life so immense it was indescribable, instantly enveloping the entire Golden Scourge Legion. This light was not ordinary life energy, but a powerful force that Sumyubai had synthesized from the rules of life, the authority of life, and the mutated life force of the World Tree. Wherever the light touched, miracles quietly occurred. For those summoned entities that had originally relied solely on summoning contracts and soul energy to function, a faint spark of life deep within their soul cores was instantly ignited and catalyzed. These were the seeds that had been quietly planted deep within their souls after they had slumbered in the Sea of Death for so long and absorbed vast amounts of mutated life force. At this moment, under the guidance of the World Tree Avatar's power, they finally broke through the soil. Fusion begins at the source. The World Tree Avatar tapped his fingertip, and the light of life began to divide and guide. The first to change were the 10,000 bone dragon emperors in the air, as if receiving an invisible summons. They began to converge toward 9 central points. This process was not a simple physical approach, but an essential fusion of their souls and bones. The brilliant golden dragon bones softened and flowed in the light of life, like golden lava. The massive soul fires attracted, collided, and merged with one another, emitting low, soul-level roars. With 9 as the limit, condensed the foundation of the Dragon Emperor. The 9 fusion centers erupted with blinding golden light, as if 9 small suns had been born in the Tree Heart world. The grating sound of bones rubbing and restructuring rang out densely, accompanied by a grand and ancient dragon roar on the soul level, and times 9. Finally, the light receded, The original 10,000 bone dragon emperors had vanished. In their place were 9 brand new existences, even more massive and terrifyingly majestic. Their bones seemed like immortal divine gold, and the soul fires burning in their hollow eye sockets were no longer uniform, as if each had developed its own distinct consciousness. The dragon might was like a prison. The golden bone dragon emperors were born. The title of Dragon Emperor could only be used by members of the dragon race whose combat power had reached the upper god realm. And each of these 9 golden bone dragon emperors exuded a terrifying pressure comparable to a world lord level powerhouse. The sturdiness of their skeletal bodies was enough to withstand high-level rule great treasures. More importantly, true life meridians flowed within them. They were no longer summoned entities, but living beings with the potential for growth. Their current World Lord level combat power was bestowed upon them by the World Tree Avatar's strength. But from now on, they would also be able to improve their own strength. Once the myriad worlds became complete and could accommodate more rule realm existences, these 9 golden bone dragon emperors would also have the opportunity to break through. Greetings, Sovereign. After the 9-headed golden skeletal dragon emperor adapted to its power, it immediately shrank its size and performed a gesture of submission towards Sumubai. Although they were no longer mere summoned creatures, their loyalty remained unchanged. Very good. The World Tree Avatar nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the front of the formation. Knights shall be the vanguard. Their wills united as one. The Death Knight Legion began to move. They urged their skeletal war horses, which were also undergoing transformations, to charge toward one another. At the end of the charge, there was no collision, but rather an integration. In the midst of the charge, the forms of the knights and their steeds transformed into a condensed stream of light where death and life intertwined, weaving together until they finally merged into one. 10,000 riders became one, manifesting as a battle general. 1,000 generals returned to the source, condensing into a commander. In the end, countless death knights fused into 1,000,000 scourge dragon rider commanders, clad in heavy armor with dark gold patterns and mounted on dragon skeletal war horses. Their auras were incomparably formidable, all having reached the realm of high gods, and they now possessed the qualities of life and the potential for growth. Even the dragon skeletal war horses beneath them had transformed into true living beings. The most outstanding among them possessed combat power that reached the peak of the high god realm. Not bad. The World Tree Avatar smiled slightly. This was finally worthy of his gaze. Immediately after, his eyes fell upon the Lich Lord Legion. Liches grasped the soul, gathering spirits into wisdom. The light of life erupted, and the Lich Lords floated upward. The bone staves in their hands attracted and collided with one another, and their soul fires converged toward the most powerful lich like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The fusion of souls brought about a leap in wisdom and a qualitative transformation. In the end, 1,000,000 lich gods, clad in magnificent rune-inscribed robes, wearing crowns, and holding staves, hovered in the air. Their divine power fluctuations were as deep as an abyss, and their soul power was as vast as the sea. Their strength had also all reached the realm of high gods. The elites among them were, naturally, peak high gods as well. We pay our respects to the sovereign. The host of Scourge Dragon Rider commanders and Lich gods knelt before Sumubai in unison. Their voices thunderous. Rise, all of you. Take your time to adapt to the feeling of being alive. The World Tree Avatar raised his hand slightly, then cast his gaze toward the endless sea of golden Scourge skeletons. Finally, it is your turn. Skeletons formed the sea, gathering sand into a tower. The vast sea of golden skeletons immediately began the most massive fusion of all. Countless skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages. Like a golden tide, they surged toward individual powerful skeleton kings. The skeleton kings stood like reefs in the golden ocean, frantically absorbing the kin surging toward them. Their skeletons expanded and strengthened continuously, and their forms underwent drastic changes. Some became more burly, with ferocious bone spurs growing from their skeletons, wielding giant axes and bone shields. Others became slender and agile, their bones taking on a metallic luster, carrying massive bone bows or wielding dual blades. Still others had their skulls expand, their soul fires condensing into complex law inscriptions, holding skeletal staves. The quadrillions of golden scourge skeletons were reduced to tens of billions after their fusion and transformation. but their strength had all been elevated to the Lawmaster realm, possessing the combat power of lesser gods or even intermediate gods. The term Skeleton King was a thing of the past. At this moment, they should be called Golden Skeleton Emperors, Chapter 1168. Fusing the rules of positive and negative, a double-length chapter, the Golden Skeletons, now titled Emperors, all possessed strength at the Lawmaster realm. This meant that the entire Golden Scourge Legion had been reborn. As all the light dissipated, the lingering ripples of life fluctuations slowly calmed down. Within the World Tree world, the quadrillion scale sea of skeletons had vanished. In its place was a terrifying legion, significantly reduced in number but transformed in quality. 9-headed golden skeletal dragon emperors, circling in the sky with vast dragon might, possessing combat power at the world lord level. 1,000,000 scourge dragon rider commanders, arrayed in neat ranks, their killing intent piercing the heavens. At the high god realm, hovering behind them were 1,000,000 lich gods with surging divine power. Also at the high god realm, and tens of billions of skeletal elite troops, each with different forms and exuding a fierce aura. The entire legion remained shrouded in a faint, shimmering light where gold and emerald green intertwined. To diametrically opposed forces, death and life had achieved a strange harmony and unity within them. Unlike in the past, they were no longer cold, summoned objects, but true living beings possessing soul cores, sparks of life, and independent wills. Despite this, every member of the Golden Scourge Legion remained loyal to Sumubai. To them, Sumubai was a creator-like existence who had bestowed upon them a new life. From the moment they gained consciousness, they became believers of Sumubai. The World Tree Avatar felt the overall momentum exuded by this reborn legion and nodded slightly. Although the number and combat power of their top-tier forces were far inferior to the Nether Legion led by the 10-god-level Nether beings such as Beihand Ui, their core strength and base numbers were not inferior at all, and even far exceeded the current Nether Legion. More importantly, having transformed into true living beings, they now possessed the potential for growth and could continue to grow stronger through battle and cultivation. Nurture war through war, temper bones with blood. The voice of the World Tree Avatar echoed within every newborn soul of the Legion. Your stage will arrive very soon. The 9-headed golden skeletal dragon emperors let out a roar that shook the soul, and the tens of billions of troops responded in unison. The aura of slaughter filling the heavens and earth. This newborn force had sharpened its claws and fangs, waiting only for the Creator's command to transform into a storm of death that would sweep across the myriad worlds and execute the death list that had long been drawn up. And in the bloody journey to come, the flesh and souls of their enemies would become the nutrients for them to march toward greater strength. The prestige of the Golden Scourge Legion would soon, like the Nether Army, resound throughout all the worlds, the land of origin. After leaving the internal world, Sumubai immediately immersed himself in the comprehension of the positive power rule Dao and the destruction rule Dao. Although he did not have the insights and experiences provided by a god-level nether entity for the positive rule Daos, with his exceptionally high comprehension and the support of a massive amount of origin power, it still took him only a little over 2 days to fuse these to rule Daos to the P15 pattern realm. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending all laws under the power rule. Notification. Once you fuse the power rule positive with the power rule negative, you will be able to master the complete power rule. Please comprehend the fusion method yourself. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending all laws under the destruction rule. Notification. Once you fuse the destruction rule positive with the destruction rule negative, you will be able to master the complete destruction rule. Please comprehend the fusion method yourself. Since Sumubai had previously comprehended the homologous inversion rule, successfully comprehending the positive power and destruction rules did not trigger a worldwide announcement. However, this was not important, because from this moment on, he had finally fused both the positive and negative sides of all 10 supreme rule Daos of the myriad worlds to the P9 pattern realm. The Golden Calamity Legion has completed its transformation. Now, it is time for me to officially step onto the path of the rules. Sumubai took a deep breath. Although it seemed like only 2 days had passed, the World Tree Avatar had allowed the quadrillion-strong Golden Calamity Legion to complete their transformation. In reality, before Sumubai's main body left, he had applied a time acceleration of 1,000 times to that region. In other words, the fusion and transformation of the quadrillion-strong Golden Calamity Legion had actually taken nearly 7 years. It was not that Sumyubai did not want to accelerate it further, but given his current mastery of the time rule, he could only accelerate it to 1,000 times when affecting such a vast area. Even this was only achieved with the help of the rule treasure, the Wheel of Time and Space. Normally, a world lord who has fused the time rule would not possess such an exaggerated time acceleration capability. Furthermore, the range that a world lord's time acceleration could affect would be nowhere near this large. Although Sumyubai's combat power had already reached the Supreme God realm, in terms of a single rule Dao, he was merely at the level of a P15 pattern world lord. Even though he had previously comprehended the inversion time rule, the power of the rules would not see a significant increase until he fused the positive and negative sides. Now that both the positive and negative sides of the 10 Supreme Rule Daos had been comprehended to the P15 pattern realm, and his divine body had completed its breakthrough, it was time to fuse them one by one. Sumyubai sat cross-legged in the land of origin, where the purest rule origins floated like stars. The 10 rule origins surrounded him, emitting gentle yet supreme fluctuations. The distinction between positive and negative begins with the barrier of cognition. The rules are originally one, manifesting into sides. The method for fusing positive and negative rules came from Bing Shuang. This was something Bing Shuang had brought out from the ruins of the ancestral dragon. It was a chance for further advancement that the former power sovereign of the myriad worlds the ancestral dragon had exchanged his life for. Sumyubai had once asked his grandmaster, Si Qingyu, why he had never mentioned this aspect. However, the other party had only shaken his head. Although the calamity talent was heaven-defying, it was not omnipotent. Si Qingyu's divine sense projection came from the calamity characteristics attached to that upgraded jade slip. Aside from the basic information about the universe continent, the only guidance he could provide was the insights and experiences contained within the jade slip. As for anything else, his two divine sense projections did not possess the specific methods. Therefore, the ruins of the ancestral dragon left behind by the ancestral dragon had indeed opened a door for the myriad worlds. Behind that door lay a path that was equally stronger. Sumyubai breathed slowly, his mind first locking onto the first cluster of rule origin, the death rule origin. This rule was the first one he had come into contact with, and it was the one he was most familiar with. He had even personally experienced death himself. Therefore, this time, Sumyubai intended to start with the Death Rule Dao. On the surface, the Death Rule origin appeared as a dark and profound nether fire, burning silently, exuding an aura of the end of all things and eternal silence. Mystic Heaven Divine Eyes activate. With a thought from Sumyubai, golden light erupted from his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead instantly opened. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupils spun rapidly, and deep within his eyes, flickers of life light and death light flowed faintly. Under the perspective of the mystic heaven divine eyes, the cluster of death rule origin before him underwent a change. The inversion death rule origin appeared as a patch of grayish-white embers. While it seemed deathly silent, there were sparks dormant within, containing the subtle opportunity of finding life within death. Let us begin. Sumyubai guided his thoughts, and the positive and negative death rule powers within his body began to fuse slowly. At the same time, within the incomplete heart of reincarnation, the 20 rule patterns of the positive death rule and the negative death rule gradually began to draw closer. A violent repulsive force erupted instantly, between the nether fire and the embers. It was as if an invisible chasm lay between them. The absolute termination represented by positive death and the reversed vitality implied by inverted death created a fundamental conflict at the conceptual level. This was not just an energy conflict, it was a self-contradiction in the logic of the rules. Indeed, it is not easy. Sumyubai remained calm and composed, operating the mystic heaven divine eyes with all his might. Golden light flowed deep within his pupils, and the essence of the death rule was peeled away layer by layer before his eyes. He saw it. At the very core of the termination concept of the positive death rule, there was actually a trace of an extremely faint primer hidden, without a thorough end. How could there be a brand new beginning? Death itself reserved a place for new life. At the very foundation of the revival concept of the inverted death rule, The premise logic of prior extinction was deeply imprinted. If one had never truly died, how could there be any talk of revival? The power of revival was built upon the foundation of death. These two seemingly completely opposing rule-douse death and life actually possessed common ground after all. In the past, they were completely opposed only because the rules and great douse of the myriad worlds were incomplete. However, the revival of the inverted death rule was fundamentally different from the revival of the life rule. This was the revival of death. So, the connection point is here. Sumyubai's thoughts raced. Using the Tier 3 death authority as a bridge, he transformed his profound insights into both the positive and negative death rule douse into an adhesive, precise guidance. The resistance between the positive and negative death rules began to weaken. They began to slowly rotate and intertwine, using that subtle logical resonance point as an axis. Nether fire and embers permeated each other, and the power of the rules gradually merged. Like two opposing streams, they finally found a path to converge into the same riverbed. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully beginning the fusion of the positive death rule and the negative death rule. Current fusion progress 0.01%, 0.02%, 0.03%. Although the speed was slow, it was steadily progressing. The method taught by Frost was the key, and what Sumyubai was doing now was using this key to completely merge the positive and negative death rules he had comprehended into one. During this process, he continuously condensed a web of rules, snatching the power of origin from the rule origins surrounding him to accelerate the fusion speed. 10%, 20%, 30%. He had already fused both the positive and negative death rule douse to 99%. So, as he became more proficient in using the key, the fusion speed became faster and faster. Is this the true death rule? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted his hand gently. A cluster of death divine power rose from his palm. Compared to the past, the aura of this death divine power was completely different, appearing more solid and profound. This was the truly complete death divine power. Although it still could not compare to the power of a main god, it was far stronger than the divine power of ordinary true gods. As the positive and negative death rules gradually merged, the 20 death rule Dao patterns on the incomplete heart of Samsara also fused simultaneously. Sumyubai could clearly feel that the power of the heart of Samsara was recovering further. However, compared to his current powerful divine body, the improvement brought by fusing a portion of the positive and negative death rules was somewhat negligible. I wonder to what extent the heart of Samsara will recover after all the positive and negative sides of the 10 supreme rules are fully fused. Sumyubai couldn't help but murmur. This unknown great supreme treasure was his strongest asset at present. This treasure was not only the key to establishing the cycle of reincarnation and allowing the myriad worlds to transform into a complete, high-level universe, but it was also the source of his formidable combat power previously. If he relied solely on the power of the 9 pattern ultimate positive rules, even if he comprehended all 10 supreme rules, it would be difficult to contend with a main god. During the Battle of the Nether Abyss, the reason Sumyubai could possess the combat power of a main god level status window was entirely due to this incomplete heart of Samsara within his chest. After various divine powers were fused through the heart of Samsara, they were in no way inferior to the power of a main god, and they were constantly strengthening his divine body. Therefore, Sumyubai was very much looking forward to seeing how much of an improvement the heart of Samsara would bring him once the positive and negative sides of all 10 supreme rules were fully fused. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When Sumyubai opened his eyes again, a dense divine light of death flashed through them. Notification. Congratulations to the player for fusing the complete death rule Dao to the 9 pattern ultimate realm. On the incomplete heart of Samsara, the 20 death rule Dao patterns had also completely merged, leaving only 10 among them. The 10th one was an imperceptible fraction shorter than the other 9, but it was precisely this fraction that left the gap filled by the death rule Dao patterns slightly incomplete. And there were still 9 such gaps remaining. In other words, if Sumyubai wanted to restore the heart of Samsara to completeness, he would have to fuse all 10 complete supreme rules to 100%. It seems I will have to have a talk with Lian after I come out of seclusion. Lian's figure flashed through Sumyubai's mind. The myriad worlds were currently still a nascent universe, and each rule Dao could only give birth to one existence at the rule realm. Therefore, if he wanted to fuse the luck rule to 100%, he would have to wrongly in for a while, but for now, the most important thing was to first fuse the positive and negative sides of the other supreme rules. Next, without a moment's pause, Sumyubai turned his target directly to the second cluster of rule origin, the life rule origin. With the successful experience of the death rule, the approach for fusing the life rule was even clearer. Prosperity will eventually fade, and withering is also the beginning of new life. Sumyubai grasped the core concept of the life cycle with precision, guiding the positive and negative life rules to form an endless, self-sustaining circle. Flowers bloomed to their peak, then began to wither. After the withered branches fell, new buds sprouted from the roots. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully beginning the fusion of the positive life rule and the negative life rule. Current fusion progress 0.01%, 0.02%, 0.03%. The two types of life divine power slowly merged into one, and the 20 life rule Dao patterns on the incomplete heart of Samsara also gradually fused. Chapter 1169 Fengju. Warm reminder: what was owed yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a 4,000-word combined chapter. Myriad Demon Domain, Great Desolate Realm. This was the ancestral land of the demon race and the vastest, most powerful realm in the entire Myriad Demon Domain. In the Battle of the Nether Abyss, the demon race suffered heavy losses, falling directly from 2nd to 8th on the Myriad race's ranking. The territory of the demon race had also shrunk rapidly during this period. Every day, a large number of demon race members rushed back to the Great Desolate Realm from various worlds, because the news that the Nether Legion had begun hunting in the Death Domain had already spread throughout the Myriad worlds. The more than 100 races on the death list were now all in a state of panic, and even a top-tier race like the demon race was no exception. In a large secret realm within the Great Desolate Realm, a divine light soared into the sky, and a powerful aura caused the entire secret realm to tremble violently. The powerful figures of the monster race within the secret realm were suddenly startled. Such a terrifying aura! Could it be that another ruler of rules has been born within our monster race? Impossible. When a ruler of rules is born, omens appear across all the Myriad worlds. Sigh, what a waste of excitement. Even if a ruler of rules were born, what of it? Once targeted by that freak Bai, we would have no path to survival. Indeed, that guy killed 16 main gods in one breath. Unless our race can produce a supreme god, nothing else matters. This aura is so familiar, I remember now. It is Lord Fengju. As the powerful figures of the monster race discussed this, a phoenix flew out from the scorching magma within the largest volcanic crater in the secret realm. The next moment, the massive phoenix transformed into a human form, clad in flaming battle armor, its eyes sharp as blades. Fengren, I have finally surpassed you. This figure was none other than the Fengju mentioned by the monster race powerhouses. He was the strongest world lord of the Phoenix clan and simultaneously the second strongest among the world lord level of the monster race. He had long since fused the rules of destruction and the rules of fire to the 9-patterned ultimate realm, and he possessed level 2 authority over both. However, that was a thing of the past. Just moments ago, relying on the accumulation of countless epochs, Fengju had finally broken through the bottleneck of the upper god realm. Of course, this was not a breakthrough to the 12th tier ruler of rules realm, but rather to another realm that had not existed in the Myriad worlds before. As the Myriad worlds gradually became complete, a new combat power level emerged between the world lord and the main god, the pseudo-main god realm. Although his strength far exceeded what it once was, there was not a trace of joy on Fengju's face. It is a pity that this breakthrough comes too late, he sighed, his expression filled with immense desolation as he thought of the fallen Fengren. A monster like Bai Yi had emerged from nowhere, leading the human race to the top of the Myriad race rankings. As the mortal enemies of the human race, the ultimate fate of the monster race was self-evident. The Nether Army had already begun its purge in the Death Realm, and given Bai's vengeful nature, there was nowhere for the monster race powerhouses to hide. This catastrophe would inevitably sweep across all the Myriad worlds. The weak members of the monster race might still have a glimmer of hope for survival, but the stronger one was, the higher the probability of being hunted down first. Therefore, Fengju now dared not leave the great desolate realm. Here, at least, he could live for a little while longer. The monster race still had one main god left. As long as Bai did not take action personally, his subordinates would surely need some time before attacking the great desolate realm. After all, this was the ancestral land of the monster race, teeming with countless experts. However, the next moment, Fengju's pupils constricted. Rumble! The sky of this massive secret realm was suddenly torn open, revealing a huge gap, and a figure arrived through the void. Oh, there is actually a guy at the pseudo-main god realm here. The figure sensed Fengju's aura immediately, and the corners of his mouth beneath his cloak curled into an arc. Interesting. I can finally test my skills. You are so arrogant. Do you truly think my monster race has no one left? Fengju let out a sharp shout, confronting the figure from a great distance. From the masked aura of the opponent, he could sense that this was an expert on the same level as himself. The undead race. Brian, what an unfamiliar name. He had absolutely no impression of him. When did the undead race produce such an expert? He himself had only just broken through. Had the pseudo-main god realm become as common as cabbage, however, since this was the core region of the monster race's territory, Fengju soared into the sky, arriving before Brian and fully unleashing his terrifying pseudo-main god aura. He did not waste breath asking why the intruder had come, for the fact that the opponent had torn through the space of the secret realm made it clear they were an enemy. Since they were enemies, there was no need for questions. Just as Fengju was about to strike, Brian suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Fengju was slightly stunned, but he still halted his movements. The current situation of the monster race was already dire enough. If it was not necessary, it was better not to make an enemy of the undead race. This pseudo-main god level expert before him must be some high-ranking member of the undead race who usually kept to himself. Although he stopped his attack, Fengju remained highly vigilant, his gaze locked onto the opponent, trying to figure out why he had come. But the opponent's subsequent actions and words caused his complexion to instantly turn the color of liver. Everyone, come out and get to work. Brian raised his hand and waved, and the power of the world swept across the entire secret realm. The next moment, the overwhelming and powerful Golden Calamity Legion descended, and without a word, they began an indiscriminate massacre of the monster race within the secret realm. Fengju felt as though he had been played. Flames surged in his eyes as he glared at Brian, roaring. Since when did the undead race become the lapdogs of the human race? He instantly reverted to his true phoenix form, opening his mouth to spew a flame of destruction at Brian. That flame carried powerful divine power of destruction and divine power of fire, while simultaneously condensing to types of rule power and authority. This was Fengju's first strike since breaking through to the pseudo-main god realm. And he was going all out. He would make this undead creature who had toyed with him pay the price. Let me see what you've got. Brian grinned. He offered no explanation and did not use the rule treasure skull of the buried heaven. Instead, he raised his hand and condensed a gray-white hand of death. Boom. Fengju's attack was instantly crushed by the hand of death, and his physical body was slapped right back into the volcano. Is that it? Brian curled his lip in disdain, feeling very disappointed in Fengju's strength. In the 2 months since Samubai had gone into seclusion, Brian had spent his time comprehending the origin of the death rules while simultaneously studying the great Tao of death rules within the skull of the buried heaven. He had quickly fused the death rules to the 9-patterned ultimate realm. Finally, after entering the land of origin for the 5th time, Brian had taken that step, becoming the 15th pseudo-main god-level expert under Samubai's command. Before him, aside from Lanyu and Bahi, who had long since broken through to the pseudo-main god realm, there were the 10 great god-level netherworld beings such as Yuyi, as well as Duo Longmight and Bloomer. The most critical point was that, thanks to the methods taught by Samubai, they had all successfully achieved the fusion of both positive and negative rules. This was the reason why, despite being in the same realm, Brian could defeat Fengju in a single move even without using the Skull of Heaven burial. First update of the day. There will be another one later. Chapter 1170. What are you being so arrogant for? Boom. Fengju plummeted into the volcano, instantly causing the entire mountain to collapse. Scorching magma surged wildly, spreading rapidly in all directions. This volcano, located within a large-scale secret realm, naturally did not contain ordinary magma, but rather rare treasures infused with the power of rules. Otherwise, this place would not have become Fengjiu's place of seclusion. Yet, this volcano was still shattered by a single palm strike from Brian, and that was only because his power was highly concentrated. Otherwise, the entire secret realm would have been destroyed by that one blow. The magma, imbued with the power of rules, surged like a tsunami, instantly turning the surrounding 10,000 kilometers into a purgatory. Ordinary true gods could not withstand such power at all. However, at this moment, no demon true god cared about this catastrophe, because they were already trapped within the purgatory. The sovereign has ordered, leave none alive, under the command of a large number of witch gods and disaster dragon gods. Endless golden skeleton emperors surrounded and slaughtered the powerful demon experts within the secret realm. Their numbers seemed infinite, continuously descending into this secret realm from Brian's internal world. With the death of every demon player, 2 disaster skeletons were born from their corpses. These disaster skeletons did not join the battlefield but instead soared directly into the sky. Entering Brian's internal world, they still required the baptism of the Sea of Death and the World Tree before they could join the true Golden Disaster Legion. Once the members of the Golden Disaster Legion transformed into true living beings, they became members of the undead race. They too had mastered the power of laws and rules, and all of them could summon vast numbers of undead summons. Soon, endless undead summons filled the entire secret realm. The more the demon experts resisted, the more desperate they became. They couldn't be killed off. It was simply impossible to kill them all. Within their field of vision, there were only various undead creatures. They were like lonely boats in an ocean of the dead. Although they could sense the presence of their own kind, they were separated by countless undead and could not form a cohesive force. The entrance and exit of the secret realm had long been occupied by the Golden Disaster Legion, and the space here had been sealed off by the witch gods, who were proficient in spatial rules. The demon players had no path to the heavens and no door to the earth. They could only be desperately drowned in the ocean of the dead. The terror of the undead scourge was, at this moment, completely materialized. Boom! Fengjiu soon soared into the sky once again. He couldn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His phoenix eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Impossible. How can you be this strong? He didn't understand. Everyone was in the pseudo-main god realm. So why couldn't he even take a single move from the opponent? This wasn't scientific. At this moment, Fengjiu didn't care at all about the screams of his clansmen in the secret realm. He only wanted to figure out why this guy from the undead race could be this strong. Care to guess? Brian revealed a chilling smile, then shook his head. Forget it, it's boring. I'm done playing. As his voice fell, he once again condensed a hand of death and reached out toward Fengjiu. After fusing both positive and negative rules, killing a pseudo-main god of the same realm from any world was as easy as flipping his hand. The gap between them was like a chasm. No, I don't believe it. Fengjiu's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately absorbed a drop of fire-type main god power, and his aura surged once more. Although he hadn't sensed the aura of main god power from Brian, he firmly believed that the opponent must have secretly used some powerful treasure just now. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated so miserably? Yet, reality was just that cruel. Even though Fengjiu used the power of a main god to bolster himself, he still couldn't last long in Brian's hands. Soon, his power was completely shattered, and his true phoenix form was directly gripped by Brian's hand of death. Crack! Crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out in succession. Fengjiu's divine body only lasted for 3 breaths before it completely disintegrated. However, for a true god, the divine body was not a vital point, let alone for a powerhouse at the pseudo-main god realm like Fengjiu. The next moment, Fengjiu's divine body ray condensed, but his aura was significantly weaker. This was because his divine soul had also suffered considerable damage. Die. Brian's eyes flashed with divine light, and a phantom of the death rule condensed behind him. 2 grayish-white beams of divine light shot out, and it looked as if they were about to sink into Fengjiu's divine soul. With this strike, he intended to destroy the opponent's soul completely, but the next moment, A look of wild joy appeared on Fengjiu's face. Suddenly, a massive amount of main god power appeared out of thin air within the secret realm, and a giant human face instantly condensed. The only remaining main god of the demon race, the violent sovereign Mengzi, had arrived. Although it was only a projected avatar, he didn't believe the opponent would dare to continue. Presumptuous. The moment Mengzi appeared, two beams of divine light shot from his pupils, colliding with Brian's grayish-white divine light. But the crushing victory he had imagined did not occur. Instead, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. What? Mengzi was shocked. The giant human face instantly condensed into a beast-like body. It was none other than a purple crystal behemoth. The next moment, he used the full power of this projection to launch an attack on Brian. However, he still underestimated Brian's strength. A main god's projected avatar only possessed the combat power of the pseudo-main god realm. But Brian had already fused both positive and negative death rules, and his combat power had already surpassed that of an ordinary main god's projected avatar. How does he dare? Fengjiu stared blankly as Brian suppressed Mengji's projected avatar, forgetting to provide support for a moment. And you have angered this deity. The more Mengzi fought, the more frustrated he became. Unable to overcome his opponent, he could only rage in impotence. It would be a different story if your true body were here. Brian raised an eyebrow. It's just a mere projection. What are you being so arrogant for? With Bai Yi as his backer, he didn't hold the violent sovereign Mengzi in any regard at all. What was he, anyway? He wasn't even worth a single finger of his lord. Yet he dared to bark wildly here. Who gave him the nerve? Thinking of this, Brian unleashed his full firepower, directly blasting Mengji's projection, whose combat strength was not much higher than Fengjiu's, into nothingness. This scene left Fengjiu completely stunned. Aside from Bai Yi, he never expected that there would be someone else so courageous. Brian rubbed his wrists, turned his head to look at the trembling Fengjiu, and grinned. Now, it's your turn. Don't worry. Feeling dizzy is normal. You won't feel anything soon enough. However, at this very moment, a new anomaly occurred. Rumble. The entire secret realm shook violently as a majestic figure tore through space and arrived. The terrifying, extreme pressure caused the entire secret realm to fall into a sudden silence. The second update is here, Chapter 1171. Brian battles the main god. Boom. The entire large-scale secret realm felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible giant hand. The space emitting groans of unbearable strain. A terrifying figure, 10,000 zhang tall and clad in heavy amethyst armor, tore through the firmament of the secret realm and descended ferociously. The violent sovereign Mengzi, his true body, had arrived in person. He merely stood there, without making a single move. Yet the majestic pressure of a main god, like an overturning sea of stars, surged outward. Crack, crack. The space of the secret realm was instantly covered in countless fissures, and the tectonic plates of the earth groaned, sinking and shattering. Those undead summons that had originally filled the world were shattered in droves before this pure pressure, turning into bone powder and soul debris that filled the sky. The commanders of the Scourge Dragon Cavalry and the Witch Gods struggled to resist, their bones creaking and their soul fires flickering as if about to extinguish. The once noisy and chaotic battlefield fell into a suffocating, deathly silence in an instant. Sobbed sovereign Fengjiu, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, screamed in ecstasy, ignoring his injuries. He flew behind Mengzi, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and deep-seated hatred for Brian. Mengji's giant eyes, which resembled purple stars, slowly rotated, his cold gaze landing on Brian. That gaze seemed to contain the weight of 10,000 mountains, enough to crush the soul of an ordinary pseudo-main god directly. And Mengji's voice rolled through the secret realm like billions of thunderclaps, carrying the indifference and unquestionable majesty of one who rules over all living beings. Who gave you the courage to dare destroy this deity's projection? He didn't even bother to ask about Brian's background or purpose. In his eyes, regardless of what fortuitous encounter had allowed this fellow from the undead race to break through to the pseudo-main god realm, daring to provoke the majesty of a main god meant his fate was already sealed. Soul destruction and eternal damnation. Even if he personally killed this ant, the main gods of the undead race would have nothing to say. Brian stood at the center of the pressure, his black robe flapping violently. Yet his upright figure did not bend. He looked up at the amethyst behemoth that seemed to support the heavens and earth. Instead of fear, a playful smile curled on his lips. Beat the small one, and the old one comes out. He clicked his tongue. The demon race really only has this much to offer? Presumptuous. Mengji's anger rose slightly. He had not expected this ant to still dare to speak wildly when death was imminent. He couldn't even be bothered to use his laws. He simply raised a finger of amethyst as large as a mountain and pressed it casually toward Brian. This press, while seemingly understated, actually contained the pure law of violence and Mengji's own power as a main god. Space was compressed to the extreme, forming an invisible but terrifying force capable of crushing the world, descending instantly upon Brian's head. His control over power was extremely perfect, otherwise the destructive force of this finger would have been enough to instantly destroy this large-scale secret realm. This was a main god's understanding and application of the power of laws, far exceeding the power level of a pseudo-main god. Because he had already fused the law of violence to 100%, he was the spokesperson for the law of violence across all worlds. A cruel sense of satisfaction appeared on Fengjiu's face, as if he could already see Brian being crushed into powder. So what if he was stronger than him? So what if he destroyed the sovereign's projected avatar? A pseudo-main god realm is, after all, just a pseudo-main god realm, facing a true main god. There is only one path: death. However, everything that happened next made his pupils dilate. His bird beak hang wide open, and he remained completely frozen in place, facing Mengji's lethal strike. Brian was not the least bit panicked. In an instant, a layer of gray-white light, condensed to the extreme, suddenly expanded from within Brian's body. On the light barrier, death runes flowed ceaselessly. The ending power of death and the reversed vitality of life blended perfectly, forming a self-sustaining defensive loop. Bang! The amethyst finger force slammed heavily onto the light barrier, emitting a dull, thunderous sound. The barrier buckled violently, dense ripples appearing on its surface, yet it was not broken. What? Mengji's giant pupils contracted sharply. The savage grin on Fengjiu's face froze instantly, turning into unbelievable horror. Fuse the positive and negative laws. Mengji was a main god. After all, his vision was far beyond Fengjiu's. He immediately sensed that the gray-white light barrier contained the harmonious and unified fluctuations of the complete law of death. This was definitely not a realm that an ordinary pseudo-main god could reach. A bit interesting. Mengji's surprise was fleeting, turning into even thicker killing intent and a trace of greed. To be able to fuse the positive and negative laws without being converted into another being, this kid must have some heaven-defying secret or inheritance. Capturing him might be the opportunity he needed to advance further. By then, perhaps he would be able to stand on equal footing with that freak. Thinking of this, a flicker of burning fervor flashed deep within Mengji's eyes. An ant is, after all, just an ant. He let out a low roar, and the true power of the laws began to surge. His massive body radiated a violent, purplish-red light, staining the sky of the entire secret realm as if it had transformed into an ocean of berserk laws. Berserk God Realm descend. It is your honor to die within this deity's God Realm. Bolstered by the God Realm, Mengji's combat power skyrocketed. Brian, meanwhile, was suppressed and bound by the God Realm. To be pulled into the God Realm was to enter Mengji's domain. He was merely at the pseudo-main god stage and lacked a heaven-defying treasure like the heart of reincarnation. So, he had no equivalent God Realm to contend with his opponent. Mengji swung his giant claws, the tips wreathed in purplish red, razor-sharp light of tearing laws, and swiped directly at Brian's head. This single strike was enough to tear cracks into an ordinary great world. Facing this strike from a truly enraged main god, a look of gravity flashed in Brian's eyes. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed a drop of gray-white liquid he had prepared long ago. The liquid radiated a dense, profound aura of death, its power fluctuations even more potent than Mengji's main god power, because this was the supreme death god power bestowed upon him by Sumu Bai. Boom! The majestic and pure supreme death god power exploded within Brian's body, instantly flooding his limbs and bones. His aura surged crazily, and a gray-white light of death shot into the sky, actually managing to temporarily withstand the suppression of the berserk god realm. Supreme death god power. Mengji was startled once more. But then he suddenly understood. Bai Yi had obtained the inheritance of the previous Death Overlord. Given the relationship between the undead race and him, he could certainly have traded for this fellow before him to have broken through to the pseudo-main god stage so quickly. His status within the undead race must be quite high. It was no surprise that he could obtain a drop, however. Brian's trump cards were not yet exhausted. Skull of Heaven Burial. Appear. He let out a low shout. A hideous skull, entirely gray-white, appearing as if condensed from countless wailing faces and radiating an aura of endless deathly silence and ominousness, instantly manifested above his palm. The moment the Skull of Heaven Burial appeared, the death laws of the entire secret realm trembled as if in a joyous cry. Even Mengji's berserk god realm was forcibly eroded, pushing back a vacuum zone, a death-type rule treasure. Mengji's shock finally reached its peak. Terrifying, brilliant light erupted from his amethyst-like eyes, immediately replaced by boundless ecstasy. Chapter 1172. Since you've come, don't leave. Mengji's gaze was locked onto the Skull of Heaven Burial in Brian's hand, his breathing becoming ragged. He, a dignified ruler of laws, having traversed the myriad worlds for countless epochs, had never possessed a single rule treasure. Yet this ant before him actually had one. As long as he killed him, this treasure would be his. By then, his strength would skyrocket, and combined with the method of fusing positive and negative laws, opposing Bai Yi would absolutely not be a pipe dream. Greed completely overwhelmed his initial anger, and voluntarily offer up the treasure and honestly confess the secret of fusing positive and negative laws. And this deity might spare your life, Mengzi roared, his attacks becoming even more violent. His amethyst giant claws tore through space, swiping toward the Skull of Heaven Burial with a will of absolute certainty. Brian did not speak, only sneered, facing Mengji's attack. He directly drove the Skull of Heaven Burial to its full potential. Ever since he had exchanged for the rule treasure with Bach, this was the first time he had fully unleashed its power. The skull hummed, spewing a gray-white torrent of death from its eye sockets, which transformed into countless hideous tentacles of death that collided head-on with Mengji's giant claws. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another within the Berserk God realm. Fortunately, the existence of the God realm absorbed the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this large-scale secret realm would have long since turned into cosmic dust in the midst of the fight. Having absorbed the supreme god power, wielding a rule treasure, and having fused the positive and negative laws of death, Brian was actually managing to barely hold his ground under the storm-like attacks of Mengji's true form. Although he was at a distinct disadvantage, and every collision caused his soul to tremble and cracks to appear on his divine body, he was indeed blocking the frenzied onslaught of a main god. This scene left the onlooker Fengji with a shattered mind, her worldview completely collapsing. A pseudo-main god could actually go head-to-head with a main god. What kind of monster was this guy? Could it be that he was a second Bai Yi? Mengzi was also becoming increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. The opponent's application of the laws of death was exquisite. The power of that rule treasure was beyond imagination, and he was bolstered by the supreme death god power. In a short time, he was enabled to take the opponent down with thunderous force. I cannot drag this out. Mengzi felt anxious. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes, and he decided to use his trump card to end the battle quickly. The monster race's momentum was now gone, and Bai Yi could lead the Nether army to attack at any moment. He did not want to waste too much power on an undead pseudo-main god. Berserk Authority World-Crushing Claw. The purplish red light on his giant claws instantly retracted, condensing into a single point at the tips, the color turning into a deep, dark purple. A terrifying fluctuation that caused the entire god realm to begin to tremble and easily emanated outward. This claw contained the power of his level for Berserk Authority, its might far exceeding what it was before. The dark purple claw's shadow descended silently. Wherever it passed, all things returned to nothingness, and the laws retreated. Brian's expression changed drastically. He absolutely could not withstand this strike. The Skull of Heaven Burial let out a sharp, mournful cry, and the torrent of death was easily torn apart. In the blink of an eye between life and death, Brian did not dodge. A divine light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he spat out ancient, convoluted syllables. Domain of 10,000 monsters, heed my command. Power of the domain suppress, an incredible scene occurred. The entire violently trembling god realm suddenly stabilized, a vast, ancient, all-encompassing power, carrying a faint demonic aura, ignored the barriers of the secret realm and poured in from the mysterious void. This power instantly condensed in front of Brian into a massive, pale golden shield covered in reliefs of 10,000 demons. Mangji's world-crushing claw, containing the 4th level authority of frenzy, slammed fiercely into the pale golden shield. Boom! A deafening roar, more terrifying than all the previous explosions combined, erupted suddenly. The giant shield vibrated violently, the reliefs on its surface flickering in and out of existence as cracks began to spread across it. But it was not pierced. It had firmly blocked this fatal strike. This is impossible. Mangji's roar was filled with an incomprehensible shock and panic, drowning out even the lingering echoes of the explosion. Its pair of giant purple eyes stared fixedly at the pale golden shield and at Brian, who stood behind it with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth yet wearing a cold sneer, as if it had witnessed the most absurd sight in the world. Domain power. The domain power of the myriad demon domain. How are you able to mobilize domain power? By what right can you mobilize domain power? Mangji's voice was trembling. Domain power was a force that only the lord of a domain could command. It was the symbol of absolute control over a realm. The myriad demon domain had been the foundation of the demon race since ancient times. Its previous lord, Kang Li, had fallen at the hands of Bai Yi. After Kang Li's fall, the myriad demon domain became a masterless realm. Even Mengzi, the only remaining rule sovereign of the demon race, had been unable to take over the myriad demon domain and inherit the position of domain lord in such a short time. But now, this guy from the undead race, a mere ant at the pseudo-main god stage, was actually able to mobilize the domain power of the myriad demon domain. What did this mean? It meant that the myriad demon domain had already changed masters before the humans and Bai Yi had even officially launched their assault. The ancestral land and foundation of the demon race had already fallen into the control of the undead race without anyone noticing. This thought, like the coldest viper, instantly bit into Mangji's heart, filling it with bone-chilling coldness and despair. Brian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the support of the domain power stemming from the myriad demon domain lord's command. His smile grew even colder. Surprised, old thing, he flexed his somewhat sore and numb arm. Now, we can really have some fun. By channeling the domain power to bolster himself, Brian's aura climbed once again, although it was still not as profound as Mangji's. Thanks to the support of numerous treasures and this power, he was no longer just unilaterally taking a beating. He finally had the capital to contend with Mengzi. The torrent of death and the purple-red claw shadows collided fiercely once more. The battlefield shifted from one corner of the frenzied god realm to another, tearing the realm to pieces. The more they fought, the more Mangji's heart pounded with fear. The opponent was like an unkillable monster. Every time he appeared to be heavily injured, he would rapidly recover under the nourishment of the domain power. Meanwhile, every bit of power Mengzi consumed was a genuine, permanent loss. As one grew and the other waned, if this battle continued, a thought that made it feel humiliated quietly emerged: retreat. As the last main god of the demon race, its power could not be wasted here. The threat of Bai Yi was imminent. It had to preserve its strength to plan for the future. Once this thought arose, it took root rapidly. Mangji's attacks began to show an imperceptible lag, its gaze shifting as it sought an opportunity to escape. Just as its focus wavered, the moment it prepared to feint an attack and tear through space to flee, a calm, gentle voice, yet one carrying unquestionable majesty, sounded abruptly from behind it. "You're inches away. Since you've come, don't leave." Chapter 1173. The age of great contention has arrived. Since you've come, don't leave. A calm, gentle voice, yet one carrying unquestionable majesty, sounded abruptly behind Mangzi, mere inches away. Its heart trembled instantly, and it whipped around. Who? As a main god at the rule sovereign stage, to have someone sneak up behind it without any awareness left Mangzi feeling utterly shocked. "You aren't qualified to know who I am." Sumubai spoke indifferently, his vast life force manifesting as a terrifying pressure that instantly turned Mangji's face pale. In the distance, Fengju was pinned firmly to the ground, unable to move a muscle no matter how much he struggled. The one who appeared here was naturally not Sumyubai's true body, but a projection avatar condensed by his World Tree avatar. While his true body and the Sea of Death avatar were in seclusion, the World Tree avatar naturally wouldn't remain idle. After helping the Golden Scourge Legion complete their transformation, he had left the origin land. The Golden Scourge Legion that Brian had previously released from his inner world had naturally been provided to him by the World Tree avatar. If not for this, Brian would never have been able to kill his way to the demon ancestral land so aggressively and so quickly. Relying on the many powers and treasures bestowed upon him by Sumyubai, he could barely contend with an ordinary main god. But killing one was completely impossible. The reason he had attacked directly was precisely because Sumyubai's World Tree avatar had been there all along. Seclusion was one thing, but grudges still had to be settled. Since Sumyubai had said he would wipe the races on the death list from the myriad race ranking, he would not let a single one go. And the last remaining rule sovereign of each of the top tier races was his target. The frenzied sovereign of the demon race Mengzi was only the first. The World Tree avatar had hidden in the shadows earlier, wanting to see just what level Brian's combat power had reached. Mengzi was merely a whetstone he had chosen for Brian. The latter's performance had left him very satisfied. Now that he had seen what he wanted to see, there was naturally no need for Mengzi to continue living. However, Sumyubai's World Tree avatar differed completely from his true body in both appearance and aura. Therefore, when Mengzi turned around and saw the World Tree avatar, its pupils visibly constricted. Who was this? Such a powerful yet unfamiliar, or when did such a powerhouse appear in the myriad realms? And this life force, so dense it was suffocating. What exactly is going on? You, who are you? Mengzi's figure retreated violently as a reflex. Its eyes locked onto the World Tree avatar. From the opponent, he felt an intense sense of threat. The problem was, he was absolutely certain that there was no such rule sovereign in the myriad worlds. Brian saw Mengzi attempting to flee, yet he had no intention of stopping him. He simply crossed his arms over his chest, a mocking sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. I already told you that you aren't qualified to know, yet you still ask. Is something wrong with your brain? Escape? If you can escape from the Lord's hands, I'll count it as my loss. Sumyubai's World Tree avatar looked at Mengzi calmly, those emerald eyes seemingly reflecting the cycle of all things coming into being and passing away. I said, you cannot leave. Before the words had even faded, he slowly raised his right hand and made a distant grasping motion toward Mengzi. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, no manifestation of rules tearing the firmament asunder. There was only a pure yet unimaginably powerful divine life force, die. As the word was spoken, the law followed. Ugh, I. Mengzi let out a roar of extreme agony. His 10,000-foot-tall amethyst behemoth body, which had possessed vitality as vast as a sea of stars, was now uncontrollably pouring out from his limbs, his bones, every inch of his divine body, and even from the depths of his divine soul. It was gushing out frantically. It was not being extracted. Rather, like a burst dam, it was naturally rushing from high to low, dissipating into the heavens and earth beyond his control. What was even more terrifying was that he attempted to mobilize the rules of violence to suppress and resist, only to be horrified to find that everything was in vain. What is this power? You, who exactly are you? Mengzi was terrified to the point of despair. He had never encountered such terrifying power. Even when facing the demon ancestor King Li, he had not been crushed to such an extent, unless the opponent was a supreme god. Could this massive life force be that of the supreme god of life? But hadn't the supreme god of life already fallen long ago? Furthermore, it was said that the supreme god of life was female. Who on earth was this guy in front of him? Sumyubai did not answer, merely increasing the power. Although the World Tree avatar could not move easily and what had arrived here was merely a projection. With his current strength, even a projection could easily crush a main god like Mengzi. No. Mengzi's eyes were split with rage as he watched his vitality dissipate faster and faster. His massive body withered and shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The amethyst-like carapace lost its luster and became covered in cracks. His robust muscles atrophied and collapsed, and even those purple eyes that had once burned like the sun rapidly dimmed. No, You cannot kill me. Feeling the threat of death, Mengzi shrieked desperately. The myriad worlds are about to face an invasion from outsiders. Spare my life. And I can still. Since you know the myriad worlds are about to be invaded, why haven't you headed to the Divine Dragon's secret realm? Sumyubai interrupted Mengzi's plea, then let out a cold snort and tightened his right hand sharply. What use is a piece of trash like you? Boom. Mengzi's massive body finally lost all vitality completely. Like an ancient fossil forgotten by time, it solidified in the air before beginning to crumble inch by inch, turning into purple light dust that filled the sky and slowly drifted away. Notification. You have obtained Main Godhead ×1. The demon race's last rule sovereign. The sovereign of violence Mengzi had fallen. The entire process, from the World Tree Avatar's strike to Mengzi's complete dissipation, took only a few breaths of time. There was no fierce confrontation, no brilliant explosion. There was only a despair-inducing, absolute crushing dot in the distance. Brian, even though he had already estimated Sumyubai's strength, still felt his heart tremble and was filled with immense awe. Most importantly, he knew very well that this was still just a projection of Lord Baiyi. He could no longer imagine just how strong the Lord's true body had become. The rest is up to you. The World Tree Avatar turned to Brian, his voice returning to its flat tone. Clean it up. Yes, my lord. Brian knelt on one knee, solemnly accepting the order. Sumyubai nodded slightly, his figure slowly fading away as if he had never appeared at all. Bang. With Mengzi's fall, his divine realm of violence shattered completely, and Fengju, whose divine soul had fallen into a deep sleep, plummeted straight onto the broken ground of the secret realm. Brian took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Fengju, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The myriad worlds are becoming more and more complete. The number of powerhouses from various races breaking through to the pseudo-main god realm will surely increase. The age of great contention has arrived. Chapter 1174. The end of the three races. The age of great contention has arrived. As he spoke, Brian raised his hand and summoned the skull of heaven burial. With the gray-white power of death unleashed, Fengju, whose soul was in a deep sleep, vanished without a trace. Immediately after, he slowly ascended into the sky, spread his arms, and the power of the world suddenly swept across the entire secret realm. In an instant, a golden calamity legion, even larger in number than before, poured frantically out of his internal world. Demon race, are you prepared to welcome your doom? Brian grinned, his hoarse voice echoing throughout the entire large-scale secret realm. However, his target this time was not just this secret realm. The clean it up that the Lord mentioned before leaving meant washing the entire myriad demon domain in blood. The next moment, portals appeared out of thin air, sending these golden calamity legions to various great worlds within the myriad demon domain. Possessing the authority of a domain lord, he was just that willful, destruction domain, Skynet world. This was the core territory of the machine race. The entire great world was covered by a vast virtual network, and all machine race units were connected to this network, sharing information and computing power. In the center of the Skynet world stood a giant floating fortress cast entirely from unknown alloys and shaped like a brain, the sanctuary of the true god. And the machine race's last rule sovereign, the sovereign of gravity, Yuanchu, was stationed here. At this moment, the sanctuary had already collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. A giant, whose size surpassed the stars, was brandishing a battle axe, clashing wildly with the last rule sovereign of the machine race. The latter's form was not fixed, appearing at this moment as a mass of ever-shifting silver light. And that titan giant was none other than another of Sumyubai's subordinates, the world-ending titan Doramid. Every swing of his axe was accompanied by the collapse of space and the disorder of rules. Yuanko, this rule sovereign realm of yours, is it even real? Doramid's voice sounded like 10,000 thunders roaring in unison, shaking the entire sanctuary of the true lord. His combat power was even a notch higher than Brian's. Having become the acting domain lord of the destruction realm, he felt absolutely no fear toward the last remaining main god of the machine race. Although he couldn't take the opponent down, he wouldn't be defeated in the short term either. Regardless, he wasn't panicked in the slightest. This was the machine race's home base. Since the battle began, countless machine race powerhouses had already died in the aftermath. If anyone should be anxious, it was Yuanko. You court death. Yuanko let out a sharp cry, unleashing both the rule of gravity and the power of authority, attempting to suppress Doramed as quickly as possible. If the fight continued like this, the entire Skynet realm would be destroyed in the process. However, just at that moment, that is enough. A gentle voice sounded abruptly beside Yuanko. The figure of the World Tree clone appeared out of thin air next to that mass of silver light. Who is it? Yuanko was struck with terror. Before the opponent's voice had even sounded, he hadn't sensed a single trace of presence. The one who will take your life. Sumyubai extended a finger and tapped it lightly against the mass of silver light. Faintly, the phantom of a world tree emerged, instantly taking root within the silver light. What kind of power is this? Yuanchu's soul trembled, feeling his life force being drained at a terrifying speed. Although the machine race had the word machine in their name, they possess souls and life just the same. Otherwise, they would not be called biological entities. Without life force, the machine race would die just like anyone else. Sumyubai said nothing, merely watching Yuanko quietly. The latter was completely suppressed by the phantom of the world tree. Soon, like a soap bubble bursting, the silver light representing the current strongest of the machine race dissipated completely amidst a silent ripple. Notification. You have obtained main godhead ×1, gravity sovereign Yuanko. The world tree clone withdrew his finger and looked down at the dumbfounded Doramed. The cleanup is left to you. As the words fell, his figure vanished once more. Soul Realm, Brood Mother. This was a giant star system nest composed of living tissue, comparable in scale to a great world, and it was the absolute core of the entire Zerg race. In the deepest part of the Brood Mother, the Zerg's last main god, the Metamorphosis Sovereign Solace, was greedily absorbing soul energy plundered from various vassal races through the neural network that permeated the entire nest. In the Battle of the Nether Abyss, the overall strength of the Zerg had been significantly weakened. Facing the threat of Bai and the human race, Solace only wanted to increase her strength by any means necessary, even if absorbing this soul energy had a negligible effect on her. Solace suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. The Brood Mother's neural network sent out a flood of alerts as a vast number of peripheral nodes instantly lost contact. There is any. Her thought had not yet fully formed. The firmament of the Brood Mother, that biological shell thousands of light years thick, was forcibly evaporated by an indescribable, pure to the extreme light of life, creating a giant hole that reached straight to the core. Sumyubai's world tree clone stepped upon a pillar of light and descended into the core of the Brood Mother. He did not even glance at Solace's true form. He simply raised his hand slowly and whispered a single word. Extinguished. A light of life, billions of times more intense than before, centered on the world tree clone, expanded in an unstoppable sphere. The speed was so fast that it crossed space, rapidly sweeping through the entire Brood Mother. Wherever the light of life passed, the barriers of the Brood Mother melted away silently like snow meeting a scorching sun, transforming into the purest particles of life. Countless hatching Zerg eggs, wandering Zerg soldiers, and ferocious guards, all vanished instantly within the radiance, not even having time to let out a scream. Now, what is this power? Soul barrier. 10,000 souls de vue. Solace let out a shrill, soul-tearing shriek, attempting to resist the light of life. However, everything was destined to be in vain. Even though she was facing only a projection clone of Sumyubai's world tree, this metamorphosis sovereign had no power to resist. Solace twisted frantically within the light of life, letting out a final, desperate wail. Who? Exactly where? The voice stopped abruptly. The metamorphosis sovereign Solace, along with the Zerg Brood Mother, whose territory was comparable to a great world, was completely melted within the endless light of life shortly thereafter, leaving not a single trace behind. Until her death, she did not know who had struck her down. In the core region of the Soul Realm, the star sector once occupied by the Zerg Brood Mother was now nothing but a silent vacuum, with only a lingering, refreshing aura of life remaining. Notification. You have obtained main godhead ×1. Sumyubai slowly retracted the radiance, took one look at the silent vacuum, turned around, took a step, and vanished. The remaining threats from the demon race, machine race, and Zerg race had all been resolved. Next, it was time for the angel race to be unified as well. Chapter 1175. Changes in the myriad races ranking. The moment Sumyubai's World Tree clone slew Mengzi, the phenomenon brought about by the fall of a rule sovereign swept across the entire myriad worlds once again. A mournful cry resonated directly in the depths of every living soul, like a funeral horn, instantly spreading to every corner of the myriad worlds. Immediately after, the sky across the myriad worlds, regardless of the corner, regardless of whether it was day or night, was stained in an instant with a heart-wrenching color. This radiance was not bright. Instead, it appeared incredibly dim and oppressive, as if the entire universe had been covered in a layer of withered dust. Countless invisible threads of laws emerged within the void. They trembled and twisted violently, then emitted a teeth-gritting sound of snapping, breaking inch by inch and transforming into gray-green specks of light drifting across the sky, like a sorrowful rain of blood. The entire myriad worlds fell into a silence filled with the aura of decay and separation. The fall of a rule sovereign meant that the rules they governed mourned for them. The impact spread throughout the universe, and all living beings shared in the grief. At the same time, the system announcement sounded. Myriad Worlds announcement. The Rage Sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced. All law lords who have fused the Rage rule to the 9-pattern ultimate stage will have the opportunity to become the next Rage Sovereign. This is hereby announced. May players of all races strive to fuse the great Tao of the Rage rule. Regarding this phenomenon and announcement, players of all races had long since anticipated it. After the Battle of the Abyss, every creature knew clearly that Baiyu would absolutely not let the remaining rule sovereigns of the demon race and other top-tier races go, because their existence posed a serious threat to the human race's world lord level powerhouses. The Rage Sovereign, the last rule sovereign of the demon race, really did die at Baiyu's hands. Why is Boss Baiyu so slow this time? I thought he would have made a move over a month ago. The Rage Sovereign is dead. Who do you think is next? The Metamorphosis Sovereign of the insect race or the Gravity Sovereign of the machine race? Does it matter? They have to die anyway. That's right. Someone as decisive and killing as Baiyu would never let them survive. I am actually curious. Why did Baiyu specifically spare the Guardian Sovereign of the Holy Angel race back in the Abyss? Ha. The beauties of the Holy Angel race are so delicate. Is Baiyu afraid that he wants to turn the entire Holy Angel race into his harem? If that's the case, the queens of the insect race are so stunning. Why didn't he keep them, buddy? You have quite the heavy taste. Wouldn't it be explosive if the true form of an insect queen appeared? Players of various races discussed and teased, not feeling the slightest bit shocked by the fall of the rule sovereigns, mainly because, over this period, they had already seen too many rule sovereigns fall, without exception. These rule sovereigns had all died at the hands of Baiyu. The phenomenon born from Mengzi's fall had barely dissipated before a new one swept across the entire myriad worlds again. Myriad Worlds announcement. The Gravity Sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced times 20 not long after. A third phenomenon and announcement followed closely behind. Myriad Worlds announcement. The Metamorphosis Sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced times 20. Compared to these announcements of sovereign falls that they were already tired of hearing, what truly deserved the attention of players from all races were the series of announcements that followed, especially for those powerful races just below the top-tier ones. The fall of the final rule sovereigns of the demon machine and insect races was simply the best news imaginable. Myriad Worlds announcement. The last rule sovereign of the demon race has fallen. Their comprehensive strength has dropped significantly. Their ranking has fallen out of the top 10 of the myriad race's leaderboard, and they have lost the bloodline power bonus of a top-tier race. This is hereby announced. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Holy Angel race for entering the top 10 of the myriad race's leaderboard and becoming a top-tier race. This is hereby announced. May races not yet on the leaderboard continue to strive and aim to reach the myriad race's leaderboard as soon as possible to obtain generous rewards. The Holy Angel race was originally one of the 10 top-tier races, but after the Battle of the Abyss, they suffered heavy losses. When the human race forcefully entered the top 10, they were pushed out of the top-tier ranks. Now that Mengzi had fallen, the demon race no longer had any rule sovereign level existences, even though they still had many law lord and world lord level powerhouses. Their comprehensive strength was no longer enough to enter the top 10. Therefore, even though the Holy Angel race had done nothing, they returned to the ranks of the top 2 races. Regarding this, the powerhouses of the Holy Angel race were not overly excited, and the only remaining main god, the Guardian Sovereign Nina, did not care either, because she knew very well that the Holy Angel race would soon become a thing of the past. Those who truly cheered because of this were the 2 races previously ranked 11th and 12th. Myriad Worlds announcement. The last rule sovereign of the machine race has fallen. Their comprehensive strength has dropped significantly. Their ranking has fallen out of the top 10 of the Myriad races leaderboard, and they have lost the bloodline power bonus of a top tier race. This is hereby announced. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Shadow race for entering the top 10 of the Myriad races leaderboard and becoming a top tier race. This is hereby announced. May races not yet on the leaderboard continue to strive and aim to reach the Myriad races leaderboard as soon as possible to obtain generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. The last rule sovereign of the insect race has fallen times 20. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Misty race for entering the top 10 of the Myriad races leaderboard. Times 20. When the players of the Shadow race and the Misty race felt the blessing brought by the bloodline power of a top-tier race, they were instantly unable to contain their excitement. Come to think of it, these 2 races had also been among the 10 top-tier races a long time ago. But their strength ranking happened to be at the bottom, and they were not favored by the goddess of luck. The split of the Angel race caused the Misty race to fall out of the top 10. The Shadow race was rejoicing at the time, but soon fell out of the top-tier ranks because the Dragon race broke away from the Demon race. These 2 races could be said to be in the same boat for so many epochs. The prodigies of both races had put in countless efforts to lead their clans back into the top 10 of the Myriad races leaderboard, but in the end, they had failed to do so. It wasn't until the Battle of the Abyss that Bai's strength finally gave them hope. From that moment on, the players of the Shadow race and the Misty race had been looking forward to it every day, hoping that Bai would destroy the main gods of the Demon race and the other top-tier races as soon as possible. Now, that day had finally arrived. The bloodline power of a top-tier race was once again flowing through the bodies of the players of these 2 great races. At this moment, cheers erupted across the territories controlled by the Shadow clan and the Misty clan, shaking the very heavens. Many true gods who had lived for endless eons looked at the rankings on the Myriad races list and couldn't help but weep with joy. Although it had little to do with their own efforts, wasn't luck also a part of one's strength? Furthermore, if they had simply given up the moment they fell out of the top 10, they likely wouldn't have even been able to hold onto the 11th or 12th spots. In that case, it wouldn't be them becoming a peak race today. In any case, regardless of how it happened, they were back in the top 10 of the Myriad races list. Chapter 1176. The City of Light and Darkness, Divine Realm, Divine Dragon Secret Realm. Yiyuan, Oijian, and Liuyan remained at the bottom of the deep pit, blocking the 2 enemies on the other side of the space-time barrier. In the starry sky outside the Divine Dragon continent, the divine realms of the various races' main gods had firmly surrounded the continent. They had long since prepared themselves for a fight to the death. As long as they did not fall, they would absolutely not allow the outsiders to leave this place. When the announcement of the fall of the 3 main gods, including Mengzi, rang out, Kingston and the other main gods of various races couldn't help but curl their lips. Those 3 cowardly wretches deserved to die. Even after Lord Liuyan gave the order, they still hid in their own nests and dared not come out. It serves them right that they died. Bai can be considered to have rid the Myriad worlds of a pest. 3 idiots. If they had risked their lives to come and stop the outsiders, they might have even managed to save their own lives. Regarding the fall of the 3 main gods like Mengzi, the main gods present were dismissive, knowing that the Myriad worlds were about to be invaded, yet refusing to even show up. What was the point of being alive? Although they were afraid of Bai. This time it was Bai. Next time, they would surely disregard the survival of the Myriad worlds again out of fear of Baijiu, Hai or others. Immediately following this, the announcement of the changes to the Myriad races list rang out. Yumu smiled slightly, turned to look at the 2 figures on the outermost perimeter, and cupped his hands with a smile. Oscar, Fairmont, congratulations. congratulations. The main gods of the other peak races also cast friendly gazes toward the two. Since the winds of change had begun to blow across the myriad worlds, these two races could be said to have won by simply lying down. The joy on the face of the Shadow Clan's fierce sovereign, Oscar, was impossible to hide. Beside him, the Misty Clan's illusion sovereign, Fairmont, was the same. The two exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. A long-held wish had actually been fulfilled so easily. On the other side of the encirclement, the three rule sovereigns of the Fallen Angel clan turned simultaneously to look at a figure radiating brilliant light. The Shadow Sovereign, Theodore, had a complex expression on his face. Nina, congratulations to the Holy Light Angel clan for returning to the ranks of the peak races. As the strongest of the Fallen Angel clan, he had been absolutely thrilled when he saw that almost all the main gods of the Holy Light Angel clan had fallen back in the nether abyss. But after seeing that Bai Yi had actually spared Nina, he immediately had a bad premonition. The result was exactly as Theodore had thought. The reason Bai Yi had spared Nina was to use her hands to integrate the Holy Light Angel clan. Next would be the unification of the Holy Light Angels and the Fallen Angels, bringing the entire angel race back together as one, and becoming a sharp blade in the hands of the human race. Although he was unwilling, what choice did Theodore and the other two main gods of the Fallen Angel clan have? Setting aside their grudges and reconciling was better than ending up like the Demon clan, the Insect clan, and the Machine clan. Right, thinking of this, Theodore couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. The myriad worlds were composed of many realms. Some realms were far apart, while others were tightly adjacent, almost touching. The most typical example of this was the 9 elemental realms. The 9 realms of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder surrounded the chaos realm in a tight ring. Among them, the light realm and the dark realm were adjacent, and at the very edges of the two realms, there was even a small area of overlap. The city of light and darkness was located right there. While it was called a city, its scale actually far exceeded that of an ordinary small world. This place was originally a no-man's land between the two realms, existing in a state of chaos year-round. The true gods of the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan had always been fighting over the city of light and darkness. The number of powerful beings in this city even exceeded that of major worlds like the undead realm, which ranked among the top in the entire myriad worlds. However, today, the atmosphere in the city of light and darkness was completely different from the past. There was no smoke of gunpowder, no flames of war. There was only a silent, heavy standoff. The legions of the Holy Light Angel clan and the legions of the Fallen Angel clan stood facing each other from across a galaxy of chaotic energy. Although Nina, Theodore, and the other main gods were all in the Divine Dragon's secret realm, their orders had long since been issued. Therefore, almost all the powerful beings of the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan were here right now. Sumyu Bai's seclusion for over a month had been enough time for them to arrive. True gods below the level of upper god weren't even qualified to come here. At this moment, the powerful beings of both races were watching a figure in the center of the galaxy. The figure was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful posture. However, this held no attraction for the two angel clans, who were all handsome men and beautiful women. What was truly eye-catching were the wings behind her, 5 dark gold, 5 bright purple, and a pair of pitch black, a 12-winged angel. This figure was none other than Lan Yu, the only chaos angel in the myriad worlds, formed by the fusion of the sisters Yulan and Ling Yu, who had been the first to become Sumyu Bai's followers. The wings behind Lan Yu swayed gently, and her beautiful eyes remained closed, as if she were waiting for something. The powerful beings of the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan were all silent. They all knew very well why they had gathered here this time. It was just that the long-standing estrangement and hatred between the two races could not be set aside so easily. Lan Yu was very clear on this point. It was just that with her current strength, it was difficult to completely change the obsessions of all the powerful beings of both races in a short period of time. Therefore, she was waiting. Just at this moment, a verdant radiance, suddenly like the first glimmer of dawn, quietly illuminated this realm where light and darkness intertwined. A gentle, majestic, and vibrant aura instantly dispersed the tension and hostility in the air. Sumyubai's World Tree avatar appeared abruptly before the two armies, right beside Lanyu. Lanyu instantly opened her beautiful eyes and bowed in salute, "My lord." The experts of the two clans on either side of the galaxy felt their pupils constrict, their gazes completely drawn to the World Tree avatar. Sumyubai nodded slightly at Lanyu, then looked toward the countless experts of the two angel clans, who were tense, guarded, and filled with confusion. His voice was calm, yet it clearly reached the ears of every angel. "You were originally of the same source. Now that you have been divided for endless eons, it is time to return to unity." The indifferent voice sounded as if he were speaking of a trivial matter, but to the ears of the experts of both clans, it sounded like an irresistible command. Although the aura of the World Tree avatar felt intimate, the pressure brought by its immense power was equally suffocating. Lanyu extended her hands, offering up the Dream Illusion Divine Record. With a thought from Sumyubai's divine sense, this soul-type supreme treasure of rules suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple divine light. The purple divine light instantly enveloped the many angels on both sides of the galaxy, sweeping through the entire city of light and darkness in the blink of an eye. The light of the Dream Illusion Divine Record did not stop there, but continued to spill out toward the various worlds in the distance. Nina and Theodore's instructions, besides gathering the experts of both clans to the city of light and darkness, also required the remaining true gods to return to the light realm and the dark realm as much as possible. And what Sumyubai needed to do at this moment was to pull all the angels in both great realms into a dream. Chapter 1177, The Visible Future. Dream Illusion Divine Record Enter Dream. As Sumyubai's World Tree avatar moved his divine sense, the Dream Illusion Divine Record immediately floated up from Lanyu's hands. An extremely brilliant purple divine light instantly permeated the entire city of light and darkness, spreading toward the light realm and the dark realm at an incredible speed. Although these two realms were not supreme rule realms like the death realm, they were still composed of hundreds and thousands of great worlds. Any one of them possessed a vast territory, let alone two. Normally, even a supreme god could not simultaneously activate the Dream Illusion Divine Record to directly influence all living beings into great realms. But Sumyubai happened to be a cheater. Although the one activating the Dream Illusion Divine Record at this moment was only a projection of his World Tree avatar, the sheer magnitude of energy contained within it far exceeded that of the supreme gods of the myriad worlds. A continuous stream of life divine power was injected into the Dream Illusion Divine Record, and the speed at which the brilliant purple divine light spread continued to increase. That life divine power seemed infinite. Even with such frantic consumption, there was no sign of it diminishing. Before long, the light of the Dream Illusion Divine Record had sprinkled into every corner of the light realm and the dark realm. Profound soul fluctuations permeated both great realms. The moment they were illuminated by the purple divine light, all players of the Holy Light Angel Clan and the Fallen Angel Clan were pulled into the dream. In the dream, the first thing they saw was the era from endless eons ago, when the two angel clans coexisted harmoniously and worked together in unity. The flow of time in reality and in the dream were not on the same scale. The players of the two angel clans might have been immersed for only a second, but tens of thousands of years might have already passed within the dream. During these almost endless years, they continuously experienced days of fighting side by side with the other. At the same time, they also deeply realized just how powerful the complete angel clan had been during its peak. At that time, the myriad worlds had not yet experienced the first great upheaval, and the strength of all top-tier races was several or even dozens of times greater than it was today. And the angel clan of that time could definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the myriad worlds. Time flew by, and the players of the two angel clans experienced the division and decline of the angel clan once again in the dream. They clearly felt the bitter consequences brought about by the division. At this moment, for some reason, a feeling of deep remorse and heartache rose in their hearts. On both sides of the galaxy, the experts of the two angel clans kept their eyes tightly closed, the expressions on their faces changing constantly, their wings behind them folding and unfolding intermittently. Everything they experienced in the dream was not entirely fabricated by Sumyubai, but was a product refined and processed from the depths of the memories of many members of the Holy Light Angel Clan and the Fallen Angel Clan. The dream merely amplified their feelings. The myriad worlds were not yet complete and lacked reincarnation. But the dream was not restricted. In the dream world that Sumubai created for them using the dream illusion divine record, the members of both clans experienced the cycle from completeness to division over and over again. The hatred and estrangement between them gradually faded in the repeated cycles. The seed of the Angel clan returning to unity was also deeply engraved into the depths of the souls of the members of both clans during these repeated cycles. The final spark. Sumubai pressed his fingers together into a sword gesture, raised his hand to point at his own heart, and then suddenly pointed at the dream illusion divine record in mid-air. The next moment, his divine soul power was instantly injected into the dream illusion divine record. At the same time, the cycle experienced by the members of the two clans immersed in the dream world suddenly changed. After experiencing the division countless times, the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan finally ushered in unification within the dream world. This was the scene Sumubai had seen when he plucked the strings of Lanyu's fate, now projected into the dream world of the members of both clans. This was not entirely fictional, but the visible future of the Angel clan. It was a vast and boundless glorious divine kingdom, radiating a light where holiness and darkness intertwined. In the center of the divine kingdom, upon a towering throne that seemed to be constructed from the pure origin of light and darkness, sat a figure. She wore a crown inlaid with chaos gemstones, and 12 massive wings were spread out behind her. The 6 wings on her left side were completely dark gold, while the 6 on her right were brilliant violet. The 2 powers of light and darkness fused perfectly within her, radiating a terrifying pressure that transcended all worlds. No, it was not merely light and darkness. What she wielded was the power of chaos. Beneath the crown, that stunningly beautiful and familiar face, who else could it be but Lanyu? Below the throne, there were dense, countless figures stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them were holy light angels clad in radiant sacred armor, exuding pure light. There were also fallen angels, shrouded in deep shadows with sharp, piercing gazes. And there were many more like Lanyu light dark angels who possessed both light and dark attributes. Their auras even more formidable. These light dark angels seemed to have mastered the powers, laws, and rules of both light and darkness simultaneously. Their angel wings were half jet black and half pristine white. At this moment, regardless of which branch they originally belonged to, all the angels knelt piously on the ground, gazing up at the figure on the throne with fanatical eyes, shouting in unison, their voices shaking the divine kingdom, "Greetings, Empress!" In the dream, the future angel race was incredibly prosperous, far surpassing even the current god race. The members of the 2 clans, immersed in the dream world, stood in formation beneath the throne, watching the figure upon it with burning gazes. That was the leader of their angel race, the Chaos Empress Lanyu. Beside the throne stood hundreds of blurred figures. Among these figures, wings were white holy wings, black fallen wings, and half white, half black light dark wings. But that was not what mattered. What mattered was that the aura emitted by these figures all far exceeded the Lawmaster stage. Could the future of the angel race actually give birth to so many rule-sovereign stage existences? The powerhouses of the 2 angel clans, immersed in the dream, could not help but feel an inexplicable sensation in their hearts. Those blurred figures might very well be their future selves. As long as the angel race reunited, under the leadership of the Empress, they would surely surpass their former peak. If it were only Lanyu, it would not have been enough to make them believe in such an exaggerated future instantly. But standing behind Lanyu, who sat upon the throne, was a majestic statue filled with divine light. The statue was vivid and lifelike. Its mere presence gave one the feeling that it could suppress everything, making one unable to resist the urge to prostrate and worship. It was the existence of this statue that made all the players of the 2 angel clans instantly believe in this future. With the person represented by the statue as their backing, it was perfectly reasonable for the angel race to be that powerful in the future, because the person represented by this statue was the world-renowned Baiyi, Chapter 1178, Empress of the Angel Race. The ability of the Rule Supreme Treasure, Illusionary Dream God Record, was extremely unique. The changes brought about by entering the dream were a complete reshaping of the soul's cognition. With Sumubai's current strength, reshaping the cognition of the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race was not a difficult task. Of course, such a large-scale reshaping could not succeed through pure fabrication alone. The two angel clans were originally one, and the existence of Lanyu as the only Chaos Angel in all the worlds was also a fact. Even the future that Sumyubai showed them was a real future. Therefore, a large number of angel race players soon woke up from the dream. Although their strength and soul aura had not changed in the slightest, their gazes were completely different from before. Countless cycles had passed in the dream, but not much time had passed in the myriad worlds. Everything that happened in the light domain and the dark domain had not even spread yet, and the vast majority of angel race players had already awakened. The next moment, they all knelt on the ground in unison, looking at Lanyu in the center of the galaxy with fanatical eyes, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Empress!" Dream and reality seemed to merge at this moment. At the same time, far away in the Divine Dragon's secret realm, Nina, Theodore, and several other rule sovereigns of the angel race suddenly had a certain realization. They looked at each other involuntarily, their expressions complex. This moment had finally arrived. The reunification of the angel race. They had not expected it to be completed in such a manner. When the vast majority of players from the two divided angel clans reached a consensus, they, the highest echelons of the race, naturally received a prompt from the Myriad Worlds game. Prompt: the vast majority of players in your race wish to reconcile with the Holy Light Angel race. Do you agree? Prompt: the vast majority of players in your race wish to reconcile with the Fallen Angel race. Do you agree? In terms of weight, the influence of a rule sovereign far exceeded that of countless lawmasters. Therefore, for the two clans to complete their unification, they had to be willing as well. In the past, they naturally would not have agreed so easily, but times had changed. The unification of the angel race had become inevitable. Even as rule sovereigns, they had no power to stop it. Thus, the four rule sovereigns of the angel race made their choice without hesitation. And the moment they made their choice, to sudden Myriad Worlds announcements resounded throughout all worlds. Myriad Worlds announcement: all high-level officials and the vast majority of members of the Fallen Angel race and the Holy Light Angel race have reached a consensus to end their division and reunite. The Myriad Races ranking has changed. This is hereby announced. Myriad Worlds announcement: congratulations to the Crystal race for entering the top 10 of the Myriad Races ranking and becoming a top-tier race. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the list will continue to work hard and strive to reach the Myriad Races ranking as soon as possible to receive generous rewards. The two announcements rang out one after another, instantly shocking players of all races. How did the two angel clans suddenly reunite? Didn't they always look down on each other until recently? Wasn't this result foreseen long ago? With only one rule sovereign left in the Holy Light Angel race after being killed by Bai Yi, how could they resist the Fallen Angel race? I suddenly recall that during the Great Abyss War, Bai Yi deliberately spared the Guardian Sovereign of the Holy Light Angel race. Could the reunification of the two clans be his intention? It is highly likely. But does that even matter? I suspect it won't be long before the Myriad Worlds become nothing more than a mouthpiece for Bai Yi. Indeed, even the Master of Time and Space from back in the day wasn't as monstrous and overbearing as Bai Yi. Ha 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 ha. I never expected my crystal race to win by lying down for once. Top-tier bloodline power, how refreshing. The unification of the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race immediately left a vacancy in the top 10 of the Myriad Races ranking. Following the Shadow race and the Misty race, a third race that won by lying down had appeared, the Crystal race. Myriad Races ranking first place, Human race second place, God race third place, Undead race fourth place, Titan race fifth place, Demon race sixth place, Angel race seventh place, Dragon race eighth place, Shadow race ninth place, Misty race 10th place, Crystal race. Had it not been for the fact that Sumyubai had killed 3 of the Holy Light Angel race's rule sovereigns, the unified angel race could have ranked as high as third on the current Myriad Races ranking. Even so, the Demon race's 5th place position was now beginning to look precarious, especially since Kingston was well aware that the unification of the angel race had been facilitated by Bai Yi. This immediately filled him with a deep sense of crisis. How much time had even passed? For positions in the top 10 of the Myriad Races ranking had changed because of Bai Yi. Who could say for sure if there would be more changes to come? With Bai Yi's support, The future of the angel race was limitless. If the demon race were to simply cooperate with the human race, they would likely fall behind sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Kingston and the other main gods of the demon race reached a decision. It wasn't just them, the Titan race, the undead race, and even the main gods of the god race were all contemplating their own paths. The unification of the two great angel races brought Sumyubai more than just a powerful race to act as his henchman. More importantly, it was the impact this event had on the other top-tier races. The overall landscape of the myriad worlds was bound to undergo earth-shattering changes because of this. In the City of Light and Darkness, at the center of the galaxy, listening to the myriad worlds announcement ringing in her ears, Lan Yu felt her eyes involuntarily turn red. "My lord, thank you." Suppressing the agitation in her heart, she bowed to Sumyubai at the first opportunity. The next moment, the light of chaos shimmered, forming a barrier that enveloped them both. Lan Yu's body split into two figures amidst the radiance. The proud and cold imperial sister of the fallen angels Yulan, and the playful and adorable lowly of the holy light angels Lingyu. Both threw themselves at Sumyubai. The pair of sisters clung tightly to Sumyubai's arms, one on each side. Tears welled up in both of their eyes. But these were not tears of sorrow. They were tears of joy. The unification of the holy light angel race and the fallen angel race had been their lifelong wish. Before meeting Sumyubai, the two sisters had once believed this was something that could never be achieved. Back on Hanyuan Star, Sumyubai's appearance had given them their first glimpse of hope. Although it seemed faint at the time, it had at least brought a ray of light to their bleak future. As time passed, this light became increasingly brilliant and bright, until this very moment. Their dream had finally become reality. And all of this had happened much faster than they had imagined, so fast that the sisters felt as if they were dreaming. Only by holding onto their lord tightly could they clearly feel that all of this was real. "My lord," Yulan and Lingyu spoke in unison. But before they could finish, Sumyubai smiled and ruffled their hair. "Go on, empresses of the angel race. Your people are still waiting for you." Chapter 1179, The Perfect Rule Path. Go on, empresses of the angel race. Your people are still waiting for you. Sumyubai left these words with a smile, his figure slowly dissipating into emerald green light, leaving the sisters Yulan and Lingyu standing quietly in place. After a long while, Lingyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Yulan. "Sister, we cannot let our lord down." Yulan nodded slightly, a flash of determination in her beautiful eyes. The two sisters embraced and merged back into the Chaos Angel Lan Yu. The moment the angel race was reunited, a system notification had sounded in her ears. Notification. You have gained the recognition of all high-level members of the angel race and the vast majority of its members. When your strength reaches that of the strongest in the angel race, you will become the true leader of the angel race. Lan Yu was already prepared to become the leader of the angel race. All she lacked now was the strength. Although she could already trade blows with the current main gods of the angel race by using every means at her disposal, that was only by relying on external forces. And it required her to be within the chaos domain, because only in the chaos domain could she borrow the power of that realm. In terms of raw status window combat power, Lan Yu was still only at the pseudo-main god stage, compared to a true main god. She was still lacking. However, surpassing the four main gods of the angel race was only a matter of time. When the chaos light enveloping the area dissipated, the figure of the Chaos Empress Lan Yu appeared once again before the many members of the angel race on either side of the galaxy. Her demeanor now was completely different from when she faced Sumyubai, aloof, cold, and glamorous, like an immortal descended to the mortal world. Sweeping her gaze across the powerful members of the angel race who were kowtowing to her on both sides of the galaxy, Lan Yu spread her 12 wings to their limit, suddenly drew the long sword at her waist, pointed it toward the heavens, and declared in a clear voice, "The new angel race shall be reborn from the ruins, even greater than before." While the World Tree clone walked the myriad worlds, Sumyubai's main body and his Sea of Death clone remained in seclusion. The latter was in the Tower of Time and Space, utilizing the 100,000-fold time dilation to frantically absorb the insights and experiences of Grandmaster Si Qingyu regarding the Zhuanshan sealing method. With each passing day in the myriad worlds, Sumyubai's comprehension and application of the mystic heaven sealing method deepened significantly. Meanwhile, his true form had been continuously seizing the power of the origin, rapidly fusing the positive and negative aspects of every supreme rule Tao. Essentially, every single day, Sumyubai was able to fuse the positive and negative sides of one supreme rule Tao to the ultimate 9-pattern state. Such a terrifying fusion speed was something no creature in the myriad worlds would ever dare to imagine. The Land of Origin. The 60th day of Sumyubai's seclusion. Although for other Lords of Rules, 2 months was merely a fleeting moment. Barely enough time to accomplish much of anything. This was the longest period of seclusion he had undertaken since entering the myriad worlds. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for fusing the complete power rule Tao to the ultimate 9-pattern state. On the incomplete heart of reincarnation, the 20 power rule patterns had completely merged, leaving only 10 behind. Among them, the 10th pattern was an imperceptibly tiny fraction shorter than the other 9. The power rule Tao was the 9th complete supreme rule Tao to be fused to the ultimate 9-pattern state. The gaps left by these 9 supreme rule Taos were now only missing the final, infinitesimal sliver of completion. Even so, the power of the heart of reincarnation was already far stronger than it had been before the fusion of the positive and negative rules. The power that this supreme treasure fed back into Sumyubai was also growing increasingly potent. Feeling the immense power surging within his body, Sumyubai took a deep breath and cast his gaze toward the final cluster of rule origin. Next is the last one, the destruction rule Tao. The positive destruction rule origin manifested as a grinding mill of world-ending destruction that constantly collapsed inward, releasing an aura that annihilated everything, symbolizing collapse, erasure, and absolute finality. The inverted destruction rule origin, however, appeared as an incredibly stable barrier that seemed capable of resisting all external intrusions. It was, in truth, an extreme form of protection, achieving defense by destroying all threats. Break then establish. Without breaking, there is no establishing. Sometimes, destruction is for the sake of a more thorough reconstruction. It is the ultimate means of protection. While observing the destruction rule origin, Sumyubai raised his hand to condense a web of rules, snatched a dozen strands of origin power, and swallowed them in one gulp. System prompt. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully beginning the fusion of the positive destruction rule and the inverted destruction rule. Current fusion progress 0.01%, 0.02%, 0.03%. As the fusion began, the two opposing types of destruction divine power within Sumyubai gradually blended, becoming a complete divine power of destruction, 10%, 20%, 30%. The bottleneck he had imagined he would encounter when fusing the positive and negative sides of the 10th supreme rule did not appear. After absorbing a massive amount of origin power, the fusion progress of the positive and negative destruction rules rose steadily. A day passed in the blink of an eye. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for fusing the complete destruction rule Tao to the ultimate 9-pattern state. On the incomplete heart of reincarnation, only 100 rule patterns now remained: death, lifetime, space, fate, creation, luck, chaos, power, destruction. The positive and negative sides of all 10 supreme rule Taos had been fused to the ultimate 9-pattern state. The once shattered heart of reincarnation now seemed to be only a single step away from being restored to wholeness. However, the final step is often the hardest to cross. Not to mention that Sumyubai still needed to cross it 10 times in succession. According to Grandmaster Si Qingyu, in the universe continent, the rule path is generally far inferior to the divine body path. But there is an exception, the perfect rule path. And comprehending all 10 supreme rules simultaneously is the perfect rule path, which is the path Sumyubai is currently walking. An existence who steps onto the perfect rule path possesses combat power at the same level that is in no way weaker than the peerless prodigies of the divine body path. It is just that those who can step onto the perfect rule path are even rarer than those on the divine body path. This is not only because the difficulty of breaking through is high, but also because wanting to master all 10 supreme rules simultaneously is nearly impossible. Normally, for a genius on the universe continent to master more supreme rule Taos, they would require all sorts of heaven-defying opportunities. Moreover, the difficulty of mastering each additional supreme rule Tao increases exponentially. Yet, When Sumyubai comprehended them, he felt absolutely no repulsion or conflict between the different supreme rules. Nor did he encounter any difficulties. This was already extremely inconceivable. Even he himself did not understand the reason why. Could it be that besides being a cheater, I am also a prodigy rarely seen even on the universe continent? A thought couldn't help but flash through Sumyubai's mind. Immediately after, he shook his head with a smile. Whether he was a prodigy or not didn't matter, and why he didn't feel the repulsion between the different supreme rules didn't matter either. What mattered was that as long as he could become stronger because of it, that was enough. With this thought, Sumyubai sank his divine sense into his body. Within his chest, the incomplete heart of reincarnation was flickering with light. Chapter 1180. Transformation of the Heart of Reincarnation. As the complete divine power of the 10 supreme rules surged in simultaneously, the incomplete heart of reincarnation within Sumyubai's chest gave a violent jolt. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. At this moment, the beating frequency of the heart of reincarnation was faster than at any time in the past. Immediately following, the 100 brilliant rule patterns representing the 10 supreme rules began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. These patterns seemed as if they had been imbued with life, intertwining and wrapping around one another. Every collision sparked indescribable rule-based fireworks, and with every flicker of these sparks, a strand of divine power of reincarnation, pure to the extreme and seemingly containing the true essence of the universe's birth and destruction, surged out from the depths of the heart. At first, it was merely a trickling stream, but after only a moment, it transformed into a surging, torrential river, rushing toward every corner of Sumyubai's limbs and bones. This was no ordinary energy cleansing. Wherever the power of reincarnation passed, Sumyubai's divine body, which had already reached the peak of the main god realm, began to undergo a more profound transformation. Every inch of his flesh, bone, and marrow, every wisp of his meridians and blood vessels, and even every fundamental particle constituting his divine body became denser, tougher, and brimming with vitality under the infiltration of this higher-level divine power. It even faintly carried a trace of an eternal, immortal essence. The metamorphosis had begun. The entire origin land seemed to be disturbed by the fluctuations of this reincarnation divine power. The light of the 10 fundamental rules flickered slightly, as if paying homage to this nascent core that was about to become complete and take hold of the authority of reincarnation. Even the origin sea, which had originally departed from this place, was drawn back once again. In an instant, the 10 fundamental rules surrounding Sumyubai were pushed aside. The origin sea descended in a flash, carrying a massive amount of primordial origin chi and engulfing Sumyubai. The phantom of the heart of reincarnation that had appeared once before condensed into existence once more. The phantom silently and rapidly contracted and expanded, forming a resonance with the incomplete heart of reincarnation inside Sumyubai's body. War. At the same time, a series of beast roars suddenly erupted. The appearance of the heart of reincarnation phantom had once again attracted the covetous gaze of the origin beast herd. The number of beasts was far greater than the last time, reaching a terrifying total of over 100. Each origin beast possessed the combat power of a main god, and they were main gods that were nearly impossible to kill. If these 100+ origin beasts were to leave the origin land, they would be enough to annihilate every rule sovereign in the myriad worlds. With the exception of Lian, however, Sumyubai was currently wrapped in a cocoon of light formed by the reincarnation divine power. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his consciousness was completely immersed within his body, captivated by the changes in the heart of reincarnation. And he remained entirely unresponsive to everything happening in the outside world. He could clearly see that the chaotic colored heart was becoming more solid and brilliant at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Tao patterns wandering across its surface were becoming increasingly clear, and the connections between them were growing tighter. It was as if an ultimate web, capable of covering all the rules of the entire universe, was about to be woven to completion. Roar! The origin beast herd roared and charged, firmly drawn by the phantom of the heart of reincarnation. They transformed into streaks of golden light, arriving deep within the origin sea in an instant. The cocoon of light formed by the reincarnation divine power radiated a powerful aura, instantly capturing their attention. The next moment, the 100+ origin beasts opened their maws in unison, and torrents of incomparably pure origin power blasted toward the cocoon. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars echoed throughout the entire origin land, causing the origin sea to surge with massive waves. Yet, the reincarnation cocoon, situated in the center of the 100 torrents of origin power, remained as steady as a rock, showing not the slightest reaction. It was as if the attacks from the torrents of origin power by the beast herd were completely insignificant. If the origin beasts possessed emotions, they would surely be shocked and puzzled as to why this cocoon was so powerful. But they were merely aggregates of origin power, lacking even intelligence, let alone emotions. Seeing no signs of the cocoon shattering, the stubborn origin beast herd showed no intention of stopping their attacks, continuing to spew torrents of origin power incessantly. The surrounding space was shattered into cracks by this terrifying energy. The moment the cracks appeared, the primordial origin chi rippled and quickly repaired them. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The reincarnation cocoon suddenly erupted with a blinding light of reincarnation. Immediately following, a terrifying suction force emanated from within the cocoon. This overbearing devouring force actually forcibly swallowed the torrents of origin power spewed by the origin beast herd. The sounds of explosions vanished completely. The spatial cracks ceased to appear, and the entire origin sea fell into a sudden silence. Only the tireless origin beast herd remained, continuously spewing torrents of origin power. But their attacks were silently and completely absorbed by the reincarnation cocoon enveloping Sumubai. They lacked intelligence, so they had no intention of stopping, even as their own bodies, condensed from origin power, gradually became translucent. These origin beasts did not cease their attacks. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. During this period, the incomplete heart of reincarnation within Sumubai's chest continued to resonate with the heart of reincarnation phantom deep in the origin sea, its beating speed constantly accelerating. Every day, new reincarnation divine power surged forth, enveloping Sumubai's divine body to perform a cycle of tempering and nourishment. And those absorbed torrents of origin power also joined in this tempering process. Sumubai's aura became more restrained yet more unfathomable through this tempering. His divine body strength, already at its peak, took a step further, steadily advancing a small distance toward the next realm. Do not underestimate this small step. Such a rate of progress would be enough to make the powerhouses of the Huanyu continent look on in awe. Because for a peerless genius who has embarked on the path of the divine body, the energy required for every breakthrough is terrifyingly immense. The path of the divine body has always been the most arduous road. Otherwise, geniuses who embarked on the path of the divine body would not be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns on the Huanyu continent. To walk this path requires not only talent but also endless resources and an indestructible will. Yet this time, Sumubai felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he was enjoying it. Wrapped in the reincarnation cocoon, he felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb. Every minute and every second was incredibly comfortable. Until the 85th day of his seclusion in the origin land, the metamorphosis of the heart of reincarnation finally came to an end. The reincarnation cocoon enveloping Sumubai slowly dissipated. Sumubai opened his eyes abruptly, and his entire temperament had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Chapter 1181, Preparing to Emerge. A new mutation. On the 85th day of his seclusion, the metamorphosis of the heart of reincarnation finally came to an end. The cocoon of reincarnation light slowly dissipated. Sumubai, who had been sitting cross-legged within it, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire aura had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Now, his every movement seemed to stir the very origin of the myriad worlds. If he had merely been a guest in the origin land before, Sumubai now possessed a faint sense of being its master, just as Grandmaster said, with a supreme treasure like the heart of reincarnation. Establishing reincarnation is only a matter of time. Sumubai touched his chest, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint arc. He could feel that he was becoming increasingly in tune with the origin of the myriad worlds. Within his chest, the incomplete heart of reincarnation was shining with boundless brilliance. 100 Dao patterns were perfectly intertwined, forming an incredibly complex yet harmonious whole, radiating the endless, cyclical essence of reincarnation. It seemed to be only a tiny, almost imperceptible 0.1% away from being flawless and complete. But Sumubai knew that this final 0. 1% was precisely the most critical and difficult step. This step required him to fuse all 10 supreme rules to a 100% level of completion. Only one step left. Sumyubai realized in his heart. Even so, the power fed back by the 99% complete heart of reincarnation had reached a terrifying level. The power of reincarnation surging within him now surpassed the supreme divine power of the myriad worlds in both purity and magnitude. More importantly, this divine power contained a unique characteristic of reincarnation, granting it unparalleled advantages in endurance, recovery, and the compatibility and transformation of various rule-based powers. The transformation of the heart of reincarnation temporarily stabilized, and the massive divine power of reincarnation completed a grand circulation within his body before slowly returning to his heart. Only then did Sumyubai notice that his surroundings had changed at some point. The origin chi has actually returned here. Looking at the origin chi filling the space around him, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The location of the origin chi was erratic, logically. It was almost impossible for it to appear in the same place twice within a short period. Sumyubai did not believe this was a coincidence. It must have been the fluctuations during the transformation of the heart of reincarnation that attracted the origin chi. However, by the time he awoke from the cocoon of reincarnation light, both the phantom of the heart of reincarnation and the hundreds of origin beasts had long since vanished. Thus, Sumyubai could only guess. Just as he was pondering, the origin chi disappeared silently once again. The moment the origin chi shifted, Sumyubai suddenly stood up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. I can actually sense the location of the origin chi. Inexplicably, he was suddenly able to perceive the new location of the origin chi after it shifted. Although he possessed the origin chi teleportation talisman, which could be used infinitely, whether or not he could sense the location of the origin chi was not crucial to Sumyubai. But this meant that the origin of the myriad worlds, this high-level embryonic universe, had further acknowledged him. The scene Siqingyu had described to him flashed through Sumyubai's mind. On the left, a powerhouse was forcibly refining a point of light, which resisted violently, its surface constantly exploding. On the right, inside a point of light, a figure was merging with the origin of the universe. The process was gentle, a natural result of favorable conditions. The former was forced refinement, while the latter was a natural mastery from within. Sumyubai guessed that after the transformation of the heart of reincarnation, his compatibility with the origin of the myriad worlds universe had been greatly enhanced. It had even begun the process of merging into one. This was clearly a good thing. The higher the compatibility, the higher the success rate of the final fusion, and the greater the possibility of becoming the universe master of the myriad worlds. I'm getting closer and closer to establishing reincarnation. Sumyubai did not pursue the origin chi, as he no longer needed to absorb origin chi within his divine soul. 20 rule Dao seeds were shining brilliantly, even if each breakthrough of a fused Dao combining both positive and negative aspects required 2 seeds. This quantity was more than enough. Most importantly, Sumyubai discovered that as the heart of reincarnation transformed and his divine body advanced further, the 20 rule Dao seeds within his soul had also changed. In the past, they were merely illusory and tiny seeds. Only the initially condensed Death Dao seed and Fate Dao seed had been somewhat solid. But now, the 20 rule Dao seeds had not only grown several times larger, but they also no longer possessed any sense of illusion, all having become as substantial as reality. It was as if they had been washed by the origin chi for endless ages. Having checked the information on rule Dao seeds in the void gaps, Sumyubai was certain that such solid rule Dao seeds would inevitably bloom into the most brilliant flowers of the great Dao upon breakthrough. Has it already been 85 days? With a thought, Sumyubai instantly understood how long he had been in seclusion, facing the crisis of the invaders. The fact that he could enter seclusion with such peace of mind was entirely due to Old Man Feng. Given the vision of his Grandmaster Siqingyu, if he said Old Man Feng could hold them off for 3 months, then there would absolutely be no problem, unless an unexpected situation occurred midway. Fortunately, the World Tree clone still existed in the outside world, so Sumyubai knew clearly that the gap in the spatial barrier of the Shenlong continent had not yet been torn open by the invaders. Feeling the power within his body, which was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than before his seclusion. A flash of killing intent crossed Sumyubai's eyes. I would like to see just how strong you really are before entering seclusion. Sumyubai had only wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible, but not necessarily to kill those two invaders, because at that time, he felt that in just 3 months, his strength would not be enough to reach that level. At the time, his plan was to use these 3 months, bolstered by the 100-fold time dilation of the Tower of Time and Space, to comprehend the mystic heaven sealing method as much as possible. This would allow him to seal the breach in the spatial barrier of the Divine Dragon continent and resolve the crisis of the outsiders once and for all. However, accidentally embarking on the path of the divine body and successfully breaking through to the rule realm had qualitatively improved Sumyubai's strength. Therefore, before sealing the breach in the space-time barrier, he wanted to properly test his mettle against the rule realm powerhouses of the universe continent. Moreover, sealing the breach in the space-time barrier didn't necessarily have to be done from the side of the myriad worlds. He felt an immense longing for the universe continent, because once he arrived there, his catastrophe talent would no longer be restricted by the myriad worlds, which was merely a nascent universe. Thinking of this, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. But just as he prepared to end his seclusion and leave the origin land, a new anomaly occurred. Chapter 1182 Main Godhead, the Force of Repulsion. At the core of Sumyubai's divine soul, the top-tier godhead which had fallen into silence and was undergoing a slow metamorphosis ever since he broke through to the rule sovereign realm suddenly, without warning, erupted with brilliant light. A tremor, far more violent than any previous disturbance, surged from the depths of his divine soul. All 999 facets began to frantically absorb the surging reincarnation divine power in the surroundings, as well as the power of the 10 complete supreme rules within Sumyubai's body. Crack. Subtle yet distinct cracking sounds echoed continuously. It was not the godhead shattering, but the outer shell shedding to allow for a new birth within. Sumyubai immediately focused his mind to look inward. That multifaceted crystal, once dazzling and possessing 999 perfect facets, was melting and reforming in an arcane manner. Countless inscriptions representing profound mysteries emerged from the void, branding themselves onto it. Finally, all the radiance, all the divine power, and all the power of the rules converged and condensed. A brand new crystal, smaller in volume yet seemingly as heavy as a galaxy, floated silently at the core of his divine soul. It was a deep, dark gold throughout, lacking any excess luster, yet it seemed capable of swallowing all light. The crystal was not a regular geometric shape, but rather resembled a miniature singularity in constant chaotic motion. Its surface covered in billions of facets finer than dust, appearing and disappearing in an endless cycle. But at this moment, each facet no longer reflected the light of rules. Instead, they contained a terrifying power, pure to the extreme, sufficient to distort space and shake the universe. Notification: your top-tier godhead has successfully metamorphosed into a main godhead. Notification: due to unknown reasons, your main godhead does not belong to any rule system. This was a main godhead that did not belong to any rule system. If this were to become known, it would be enough to overturn the understanding of every living being in the myriad worlds. In the common knowledge of the myriad worlds, a godhead is the condensation and sublimation of the power of rules, and it must belong to a certain rule. There has never been any mention of a godhead that is ruleless. But Sumyubai's main godhead was exactly that. This main godhead could not enhance his rule power, but it could push his divine body strength to the theoretical limit of the same realm. It was the proof of Sumyubai embarking on the path of the divine body, and it was the solid foundation for him to climb to even greater heights in the future. So, this is the main godhead of the path of power. Sumyubai felt the heavy dark gold crystal within his divine soul, which seemed to contain the power to create the world. And an epiphany welled up in his heart. The function of rules is technique, it is method, and the pure power represented by this godhead is the foundation, it is the source. Only when the two are combined is one truly powerful. His thoughts stirred, and he attempted to draw upon a sliver of the main godhead's power. In an instant, a boundless, terrifyingly pure sense of power flooded his entire body. He even felt that without using any rules, a single punch from his physical body at this moment could shatter the stable space which previously required some effort to break directly into the most basic particle dust. Very good. Sumyubai slowly retracted his aura, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied arc. He could even faintly feel that the entire myriad worlds had begun to reject him. This was not the origin of the myriad worlds rejecting his existence, but because he was too powerful, nearing the limit of what the myriad worlds, as a high-level nascent universe, could withstand. This force of repulsion was a self-preservation behavior of the universe's will, because such a powerful existence could pose a massive threat to the myriad worlds with a mere gesture. Unless one mastered special concealment methods, even someone as strong as the former space-time sovereign, Zhu Xingchen, could only be expelled by the myriad worlds in the end, and able to return easily. This is not good news. Sumyubai frowned deeply. He could feel that the repulsion force of the myriad worlds was slowly growing stronger. The time he could remain in the myriad worlds was running out, and this was only because he had achieved a deeper level of compatibility with the origin of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, the moment he utilized the power of the main godhead, he would have been expelled into the void by the myriad worlds. Just like Zhu Xingchen, this also meant, with the power of the main godhead activated, his comprehensive combat power had already initially surpassed the limits of the myriad worlds, reaching the legendary rule-breaking realm. Player, Baiyu Race, Human Stateless Freelance Bounty Hunter. Title, Human Emperor Vitality, Realm. 12th Tier Rule Sovereign Realm Main God Divine Soul, Peak Main God Realm Divine Body, Half-Step Supreme God Realm, Godhead, Main Godhead Unknown Rules. 10 Complete Supreme Rules 9 Pattern Ultimate Combat Power, Rule-Breaking Realm Panel Combat Power, excluding additional means. The panel combat power naturally calculated the power contained within the main godhead. The feedback from the metamorphosis of the heart of reincarnation had pushed Sumyubai's divine body to the half-step supreme god realm. Coupled with the improvements brought about by the transformation of his godhead, he directly possessed the combat power of a rule-breaking stage entity on his status window. Of course, this refers to the rule-breaking stage as defined by the Myriad Worlds game, which certainly cannot compare to the powerhouses in the late stage of the rule realm of the universe continent. Even so, his strength had already surpassed the limits that the myriad worlds, a high-level embryonic universe, could withstand, and he was subject to the repulsive force of the myriad worlds at any moment. The will of the universe was instinctively expelling an existence that posed a threat to itself. Is it already this strong just by barely touching the threshold of the rule-breaking stage? The main godhead trembled slightly, and power flowed through it instantly. Sumyubai merely clenched his fist gently. Crack. The spacer on his fist was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, shattering into thousands of pieces like glass. This was the origin land, where the density of space was far beyond what the outside world could compare to. Yet, it still could not withstand the power Sumyubai exerted after channeling the main godhead. No wonder I am being repelled. Sumyubai frowned. The myriad worlds was still incomplete and simply could not withstand such terrifying power. If such an existence wanted to destroy the entire myriad worlds, it would not be difficult at all. Even if he wanted to forcibly refine the origin of the myriad worlds and claim this high-level embryonic universe as his own, the myriad worlds would be powerless to stop him. Therefore, the repulsive force Sumyubai felt did not come from the myriad worlds. It originated from the collective will of all the universes surrounding the universe continent. Such power, let alone a late-stage rule realm powerhouse, could not be resisted even by existences at even higher realms. I must hurry. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. He withdrew the power of the main godhead, and that repulsive force immediately weakened significantly. But just at this moment, the main godhead, which had already completed its transformation, unexpectedly underwent another change. Chapter 1183. The Perfect Divine Body Path. Sumyubai's mind was shaken violently. Just as he had retracted his power, the main godhead within his soul began to tremble uncontrollably and violently. This vibration was different from any previous one. It was not an agitation of energy, nor a resonance of rules, but a throbbing that seemed to stem from the depths of his life's origin, as if it were struggling to break free from some invisible shackle. What is happening? Sumyubai's expression changed drastically as he exerted his full soul power. attempting to suppress the anomaly of the main godhead. However, his peak main god realm soul power, which was vast and endless, was of no use at this moment. The next instant, under Sumyubai's incredulous gaze, that main godhead, which symbolized the foundation of his path of proving the Tao through strength, actually broke through the shackles of his soul on its own and shot out from between his eyebrows. Boom! The dark golden crystal hovered in front of Sumyubai, suddenly erupting with boundless light. The stable space of the origin land let out a mournful cry under the pressure of this main godhead, unable to bear the weight. Crack, crack. Within 100 jong radius around Sumyubai, space peeled away like a shattered mirror, revealing the pitch black and profound spatial turbulence behind it. And that main godhead began an inconceivable transformation in the center of this shattered space. On the surface of the dark golden crystal, the billions of tiny facets that were constantly changing in a cycle of birth and death suddenly froze simultaneously. Immediately after, the crystal began to melt. It turned into a mass of dark golden energy that was pure to the extreme, formless, attribute-less, yet containing a terrifying power that made even Sumyubai feel a sense of dread. This mass of energy rotated slowly, like a miniature nebula dot. As it rotated, it began to move towards Sumyubai's body. It wants to merge with my divine body. A flash of realization struck Sumyubai, and he immediately gave up resistance. He vaguely sensed that this was not a crisis, but a transformation that was essential for a certain divine body path. The moment the dark golden energy touched his skin, Sumyubai's entire body shook violently, an indescribable, excruciating pain. It was not the pain of the flesh, but the ultimate agony of every cell, every wisp of soul, and every thread of rule being forcibly shattered, reorganized, and sublimated. Even with Sumyubai's current mental fortitude, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. The agony of merging with the main godhead far exceeded the pain of the previous tug-of-war between his life force being extracted and replenished. His muscle fibers were reorganizing, their density increasing exponentially, and every cell was leaping toward a higher-level life form. His bones emitted a brilliant golden light, their internal structure reshaped at the molecular level, their hardness surpassing any known divine material. His blood boiled. The dark golden blood surged through his veins, each drop as heavy as a mountain, containing terrifying energy. And the most fundamental change occurred in the depths of Sumyubai's life origin. The energy transformed from the main godhead was merging completely with his life core. This meant that from now on, Sumyubai's divine body was his godhead, and his godhead was his divine body. Power no longer needed to be channeled, it was as responsive as his own limbs, unleashed at his every whim. Grandmaster, what is happening? At the same time, his clone in the Sea of Death, located in the Tower of Time and Space, immediately questioned Si Qingyu. The clone and the main body shared the same consciousness. The upheaval experienced by the main body was felt by the clone as well. You say your main godhead has left your body, melted, and is currently merging with your divine body. Si Qingyu's voice was filled with incredulous excitement. Exactly, Sumyubai replied hurriedly. However, upon seeing Si Qingyu's excited expression, he immediately understood that he seemed to have achieved something rare even on the universe continent. Good. Si Qingyu said good 3 times, stroked his beard, and laughed. Do you know why rule realm powerhouses who embark on the divine body path are called those who prove the Tao through strength? Without waiting for Sumyubai to answer, Si Qingyu continued. Because the ultimate goal of this path is to forge all external objects and all dependencies into one's own body, rules, godheads, and even the origin of the universe. They are all tools, all stepping stones. True practitioners who achieve the Tao through a divine body do not need a godhead to reinforce the rules, because they themselves are the carriers of the rules, the very source of power. Si Qingyu's tone grew increasingly impassioned. What you are experiencing right now is the crucial next step for the divine body path, the integration of the godhead. By thoroughly fusing the godhead, which symbolizes the origin of power, into your divine body, the limits of your physical form will be elevated to an incredibly high degree. Fully mastering the 10 supreme rules is the perfect path of rules, while the integration of the godhead is the perfect path of the divine body. Si Qingyu looked at Sumyubai with eyes full of gratification. Looking across the universe continent, Those in the rule realm who can truly embark on the divine body path are already as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. Having said this, he paused, took a deep breath, and continued, and among them, those who can achieve the integration of the Godhead. As far as I know, there are certainly no more than can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The land of origin, Godhead integration. Sumyubai gritted his teeth, silently enduring the excruciating pain caused by the main Godhead merging into his divine body. At this moment, he couldn't even move a finger. The energy released by the melting main Godhead was tempering his divine body at the most fundamental level. However, this tempering was not increasing his physical strength, but rather his future potential. Once the Godhead was integrated, the limits of his divine body would far exceed those of others at the same level. Even peerless geniuses who had embarked on the divine body path could not compare to him, because the integration of the Godhead was the perfect divine body path. Even among those who successfully embarked on the divine body path, very few could achieve the integration of the Godhead. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Listening to the powerful, rhythmic beating within his chest, Sumyubai understood. The fact that his main Godhead could fuse into his body immediately upon condensation, allowing his divine body path to reach perfection, was undoubtedly due to the heart of reincarnation. The 10 complete supreme rules had all been fused to the extreme of 9 patterns, causing the incomplete heart of reincarnation to undergo a transformation. It was the feedback from this very transformation that allowed Sumyubai's divine body to meet the requirements for the integration of the Godhead. Thus, he had embarked on the perfect divine body path. This path was almost impossible to replicate, because powerhouses who walked the divine body path rarely cultivated rules, let alone mastered all 10 supreme rules. A person's mental energy is, after all, limited, unless they were cheating. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Dual cultivation of the perfect rule path and the perfect divine body path. With such a terrifying foundation, even on the universe continent, he was likely the only one of his kind, right? He couldn't wait to see the wider world and contend with the powerhouses of the universe continent. It was just a pity that the energy of the main Godhead had not finished fusing, and his divine body remained immobile. To leave, he had no choice but to wait for the integration of the Godhead to conclude. Old man Feng can only hold on for 3 months at most. Feeling the speed at which the main Godhead's energy was merging into his body, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. Chapter 1184. The breach tears open. Divine Dragon Continent. Bottom of the deep pit. Before the breach in the space-time barrier, Hui Jian and Liu Yin looked at Yi Yuan's back, which had already begun to tremble, their eyes filled with deep concern. 88 days had passed since Sumyubai began his seclusion. During this period, Yi Yuan had not rested for a single moment, continuously setting up the Zhuanshan Greater A to prevent the 2 outsiders on the other side from tearing open the breach. Although the power he used to set up the rays came mostly from Liu Yin and the main gods of various races outside the starry sky, setting up the rays still required the consumption of mental energy. Judging by his trembling body, Yi Yuan had already reached his limit. No, to be precise, he had reached his limit several days ago. If you don't come out of seclusion soon, it will be too late. Liu Yin activated the heart link contract, immediately informing Sumyubai of the situation. But Sumyubai's true body was still trapped in the land of origin, unable to emerge. And his Sea of Death clone's understanding of the Zhuanshan sealing method was still lacking a final spark. I can't hold on much longer. Yi Yuan's face was pale, and the speed at which he set up the rays was significantly slower than before. The speed at which the breach in the space-time barrier was expanding suddenly increased. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the breach was large enough for the 2 outsiders to pass through. For a moment, Yi Yuan, the other 2, and the main gods of the various races outside the starry sky all felt their hearts tremble. Had they failed to stall until Bai Yi came out of seclusion after all? On the other side of the space-time barrier, at the edge of the universe continent, feeling the resistance weaken significantly, a ferocious smile appeared on Haiju's face. Big brother, it seems that native finally can't hold on anymore. HMPH. To think he wasted so much of our time. Once we enter the myriad worlds, I will make sure to torture him properly. Hailing snorted, his 2 vertical pupils flickering with a ghostly light. Hearing this, Haiju stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and grinned hideously. The woman on the other side looks pretty good. I'll have to have some fun with her later. Enough. Hurry up and tear open the breach. I don't want to wait any longer. Haileng glared at Haiju, his vertical pupils flashing with divine light as he instantly increased his power. His younger brother was fine in every way, except for being too lustful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so infatuated with Wolfire in the past. But lust wasn't a major problem, as long as they could refine the myriad worlds. This high-level embryonic universe. The future of the two brothers would be limitless. By then, what kind of woman couldn't they find? Haiju seemed to have already envisioned his future life of luxury. The excitement on his face impossible to hide. Divine Dragon Continent. Bottom of the deep pit. Bang, bang, bang. One Xuanshan greater after another shattered. Yuan, whose mental energy had reached its limit, could no longer stop Haileng and his brother. The gap in the spatial barrier was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. P15. A mouthful of scalding heart blood sprayed from Yuan's mouth, dissipating into tiny specks of golden light in the void. Don't worry about me. Yuan's voice was hoarse, yet his gaze was exceptionally firm. The gap is about to be breached. Before the words had even faded, boom, a deafening, thunderous roar erupted from the breach in the space-time barrier. The already precarious Xuanshan granary shattered in a chain reaction, dissolving into a sky full of dissipating light particles. The moment it lost the suppression of the ray, the gap expanded frantically, like fabric being torn apart. In just 3 breaths, a pitch-black rift, wide enough for the full power of the outsiders to pass through, had completely formed. Ha! It's finally open. Arrogant. Booming laughter echoed from the other side of the gap. Done. At that very moment, a crisp, dragon-like sword hum rang out without warning. Amidst the sword hum, a sword light of extreme brilliance, like a meteor piercing the night sky, instantly shot through the not yet stabilized gap, heading straight toward the direction of the Huanyu continent. Following the sword light was a graceful figure enveloped in starlight. It was none other than Huijian and Liu Yin. They had actually taken the initiative to charge out of the myriad worlds and strike into the Huanyu continent. What? Haikuan and Haiju were both stunned, clearly not expecting these two natives to dare to launch a preemptive strike. But then, Haiju sneered. Are you in such a hurry to throw your lives away? Haikuan also shook his head, a flash of disdain appearing in his slit-like pupils. Mid-stage rule realm, that must be the goddess of luck of the myriad worlds. As for that one using the sword, he looked at Huijian, sensing an aura that hadn't even reached the rule realm, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not even in the rule realm, yet you dare to charge over. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. The two hovered in the void at the edge of the Huanyu continent, watching the rushing Huijian and Liu Yin with ease, as if watching two moths flying into a flame. The gap had been torn open. They could enter the myriad worlds at any time, but before that, they needed to deal with these two fellows blocking the breach. However, the moment Huijian completely broke free from the scope of the myriad worlds and stepped into the void of the Huanyu continent, a continuous, unending sword hum suddenly erupted from within his body. The sound was faint at first, but in an instant, it surged like a mighty river, finally transforming into a vast, long chant that shook the starry sky. Bound Huijian. Billions of tiny sword chi condensed out of thin air. These sword chi originated from the depths of his sword heart. They were the purest manifestation of the will of the sword. While in the myriad worlds, this will had been suppressed by the universe's will, unable to truly take form. But now, having stepped into the Huanyu continent where the rules were complete, that suppression vanished instantly. Boom! A sword intent of extreme sharpness soared into the sky from Huijian. The sword intent was formless and intangible, yet it caused the starry sky for 10,000 miles around to emit a hissing cutting sound, as if billions of invisible swords were dancing simultaneously within Huijian. That rule Dao, which was not recognized by the myriad worlds but had been nurtured by his sword heart for multiple epochs, finally condensed and manifested at this moment, with the sword as the heart, the sword as the soul, and the sword as the Dao. This was the rule Dao that Huijian had mastered. The sword Dao, a pillar of pure, silvery light, shot from the top of Huijian's head into the depths of the starry sky. Within the pillar, the phantoms of 10,000 swords faintly rose and fell, each sword radiating a terrifying will capable of severing everything and shattering all laws. Upon entering the Huanyu continent, Huijian's cultivation had finally broken through to the rule realm. This is the Sword Dao. The smile on Haikuan's face froze abruptly, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in his slit-like pupils. Haiju's pupils also constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? A native of a nascent universe has actually comprehended the Sword Dao." Chapter 1185. Liu Yan's Secret Technique, a combined chapter. The Sword Dao was newly formed, illuminating the starry sky. Huijian stood holding his sword, his silver hair fluttering without wind in the void. His sword intent soared to the heavens, dyeing the starry sky for 10,000 miles in a layer of chilling silver white. However, the shock of Haikuan and Haiju lasted only for an instant. "So what if it's the Sword Dao?" Haikuan sneered, a ghostly light flickering in his slit pupils. "A newly broken through early stage rule realm, with foundations not yet solidified. Do you think you are worthy of showing off in front of my brother and me?" He gripped his right hand in the air, and a bone staff, entirely gray-white and wreathed in black mist, appeared out of thin air. At the top of the bone staff, a skull the size of a fist had ghostly green flames dancing in its eye sockets, emitting a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. Soul Death Bone Staff. Haikuan's Natal Rule Treasure. Nurtured with the complete death rule, Big Brother is right. Haiju also grinned hideously, his hands forming seals. Behind him, a churning gray mist emerged, within which countless twisted souls could be vaguely seen wailing and struggling, radiating a pure sense of death and annihilation. Soul-extinguishing death mist. A special type of Natal Rule Treasure. The two attacked from left and right, the pressure of their death rules fully released, like two invisible nets of death, shrouding the newly broken through Huijian and the seemingly fragile Liu Yan. That pressure was not just aimed at the physical body, but directly at the soul. An ordinary early-stage rule realm expert, facing such a pure soul attack, would suffer soul damage if they were the least bit careless, resulting in mental confusion at best, or the total annihilation of their soul at worst. The gap between the early and middle stages of the rule realm was just that vast, and this was the gap between the early and middle stages of the Huanyu continent's rule realm. The main gods of the myriad worlds couldn't even withstand a single move from them. Be careful. Their rules specialize in attacking the soul. Liu Yan's expression was grave as she whispered a warning around her. Colorful bubbles emerged, drifting gently and emitting mysterious fluctuations that brought a sense of peace. As the luck sovereign of the myriad worlds, although the luck rule Liu Yan mastered was incomplete, it had a natural, miraculous effect in defending against soul attacks. Luck, by its very nature, was a rule for avoiding calamity and turning misfortune into fortune. No matter. Huijian's tone was calm. The silver longsword in his hand trembled slightly, its sword intent condensed but unreleased, firmly shielding his own soul, a clear sword heart, immune to all evil. As the words fell, he moved. There were no flashy techniques, no complex variations of rules, only the simplest, most direct strike, a straight thrust. The silver sword light transformed into a single line, instantly crossing 1,000 miles of void, aiming directly at the center of Haikuan's brow. This strike was not merely aimed at the physical body, it contained a sword intent capable of shattering illusions and guarding one's true heart, possessing a certain restraining effect against soul-based attacks as well. A mere parlor trick. Haikuan sneered, tapping his soul-reaping bone staff lightly. Within the eye sockets of the skull atop the staff, a ghostly green flame suddenly surged. The wails of dead souls. An invisible sound wave expanded outward with the bone staff as the center. This sound wave was not a physical vibration, but a rule-based attack that acted directly upon the soul. The moment the sword light collided with the sound wave, Huijian's figure shuddered. He felt the shrill, mournful wails of 10,000 dead souls echoing in his mind. His consciousness blurred for an instant, and the momentum of his sword slowed by half a beat. And it was precisely this half-beat of hesitation. Haikuan seized the opportunity, his bone staff transforming into a gray-white afterimage, thrusting straight at Huijian's heart. If this strike were to land, not only would his physical body be eroded by the rules of death, but his soul would also be torn asunder. Careful! Liu Yan let out a sharp cry, her fair hand waving lightly. 3 iridescent bubbles arrived before the strike, precisely blocking the path of the bone staff. The first bubble shattered, and the bone staff faltered slightly. The second bubble shattered, and 30% of the gray-white death energy on the staff dissipated. The third bubble shattered. The bone staff was actually deflected by half a foot, grazing past the edge of Hwai Jian's robes. What? Haekwon's pupils constricted. His death rule attack had actually been blocked by a few bubbles that looked incredibly fragile. Although those bubbles shattered at the slightest touch, each rupture weakened his attack with perfect timing, and in the end, they used a subtle force to deflect the staff. This was no longer simple defense, it was a prediction, guidance, or perhaps the rule of luck. Haiju also saw the clues, his expression turning grim. No wonder you dared to take the initiative. It turns out you have mastered this supreme rule. He let out a cold snort. And fortunately, you are merely a native after all. You have not mastered the complete rule of luck. In the face of absolute death, all luck shall come to an end. As he spoke, the gray mist behind him expanded violently. Soul mist devours the divine. The gray mist transformed into countless fine threads, drilling toward the 7 orifices of Liyin and Hwai Jian like living creatures. This was a more insidious and harder to defend soul erosion than the sound wave attack. Once these gray mist threads invaded the soul would be gradually devoured and assimilated, eventually becoming a part of Haiju's soul mist. Facing this pervasive attack, Hwai Jian's sword intent erupted, weaving layers of sword nets around his body. The sword net collided with the gray mist, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. For every wisp of gray mist he extinguished, his sword intent dimmed by a fraction. Liyin took a deep breath, her hands forming a strange seal before her chest. The seal was ancient and profound, its patterns bearing a striking resemblance to the secret totems of certain ancient races from the universe continent. With luck as the guide, with fortune as the foundation, secret technique, luck sublimation, Liyin shouted clearly, and the iridescent light around her body flared brilliantly. Those floating bubbles suddenly deepened in color, transforming from their original soft iridescence into a luster as brilliant as gemstones. At the same time, her aura began to climb frantically. Although her cultivation stage did not break through, the intensity of her rule power and the solidity of her soul had both nearly doubled. This is a secret technique of the universe continent, Haiju exclaimed in shock. You, a native of a nascent universe, how could you? Before he could finish, Liyin had already struck. Dozens of gemstone-colored bubbles flew from her fingertips, circling around her and Hwai Jian. These bubbles appeared transparent and fragile, but when Haiju's soul mist threads touched them, sizzle, 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 like cold water poured into hot oil. The soul mist threads were scorched and dissolved by the glazed light flowing on the surface of the bubbles. Not only that, but the moment each bubble shattered, it released a gentle ripple, smoothing out the wear on Hwai Jian's sword intent and stabilizing the trembling souls of the two. Impossible. Haekwon's expression was ugly. The rule of death specifically counters the soul. Even a mid-stage rule realm powerhouse specializing in soul defense would not dare claim they could so easily withstand my soul-reaping wail, and Haiju's soul mist devours the divine. He stared fixedly at the glazed bubbles around Liyin, a ghostly light flickering in his vertical pupils. Your soul defense. How could it be so strong? This had already exceeded the scope of what the rule of luck could explain. Even a complete rule of luck could at most increase evasion or weaken attacks. It was absolutely impossible to defend so perfectly against the soul-killing moves executed by the two brothers together. Unless the essence of her soul far exceeds those of the same rank. Haiju also realized this, greed flashing in his eyes. Big brother, capture her, search her soul and refine her spirit. There must be a great harvest. That is exactly what I intend. Haekwon no longer held back. Raising his soul-reaping bone staff high above his head, soul domain descend, boom! With Haekwon as the center, the gray-white domain expanded violently, instantly shrouding Hwai Jian and Liyin completely. Within the soul domain, all vitality was rapidly draining away. The void became cold and deathly silent, and even the starlight dimmed. While inside the soul domain, the enemy's soul would be continuously eroded and weakened, while the strength of the two brothers would be amplified. Haiju, stop playing around. Haekwon roared. Understood. Haiju grinned hideously. his soul mist merging completely into the domain. In an instant, the aura of death within the soul domain surged, and countless gray-white ghost hands reached out from the void, clawing toward Lien and Huijian. Every single ghost hand contained the terrifying power to tear a soul apart. Hold on to your true heart. Lien's expression was grave, her hand seals shifting once more. Protection of the myriad treasures. The number of glazed bubbles increased explosively, transforming into a thick, iridescent light barrier, shielding the two within. The ghost hands clawed at the light barrier, erupting with a harsh, grating sound of friction. The barrier trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Yet it refused to shatter. Under the protection of Lien, Huijian finally found an opportunity to strike. Sword Dao Soul Sever. Silver light surged in his eyes as the chasing shadow sword flew from his hand, transforming into a pure silver thread that wove and sliced through the domain. Wherever the silver thread passed, the ghost hands were severed and dissipated. Although new ghost hands were constantly generated, Huijian's sword always maneuvered through the weakest points of the domain, sharing the pressure for Lien. For a time, the two of them managed to reach a stalemate with the Haiquan brothers within this domain of death, blocking them outside the breach in the space-time barrier. Damn it! Haiquan's expression turned grim. He had not expected these two seemingly weak natives to be so troublesome. One had just broken through yet had already mastered the sword Dao, with attacks that were fierce and sharp. The other was even more bizarre. Not only did she know secret techniques of the universe, but her soul defense was ridiculously strong, and she could even neutralize their death attacks using the rules of luck. At this rate, even if they eventually won, it would consume a significant amount of time. They had already been delayed for 3 months, and he did not want to waste any more time. We can't drag this out any longer. A ruthless glint flashed in Haiquan's eyes as he exchanged a look with Haiju. The brothers, sharing a single mind, bit the tips of their tongues simultaneously and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. As the essence blood merged into the soul-reaping bone staff and the soul mist, the aura of death within the domain suddenly became violent and chaotic. Secret technique dual soul sacrificial annihilation. The two roared in unison. And in the center of the domain, a massive gray-white vortex slowly took shape. Within the vortex, two distorted faces were vaguely visible. They were the soul shadows of Haiquan and Haiju. They were actually going to sacrifice a portion of their own souls to unleash a lethal secret technique. If this strike succeeded, let alone Lien and Huijian, even a powerhouse at the mid-stage of the rule realm from the universe continent would not be able to withstand it easily. Oh no. On the other side of the space-time barrier breach, the heavily injured Yuan saw this scene, despair appearing in his eyes. His mental energy was completely exhausted. His soul power was now barely able to leave his body, and he had suffered severe backlash due to the destruction of the Zhuanshan Greater. Although he desperately wanted to rush over to assist Huijian and the Master of Luck, he was powerless to do so. Outside the starry sky of the Shenlong continent, the main gods of various races also felt their spirits tremble, but they still gritted their teeth to maintain the encirclement of the divine realm. Although they were the masters of rules for the myriad worlds, they only grasped ordinary rules, and they were incomplete. Their combat power was far inferior to even the early-stage rule realm powerhouses of the universe continent. If they rushed over directly, not only would they be unable to help, but they would also become a burden and a liability. All they could do was exhaust their strength to release the divine realm to its limit, firmly wrapping it around the Shenlong continent, using the continuously accumulating power of the interconnected divine realms to form the final line of defense for the myriad worlds. If the Master of Luck and Huijian failed to stop those two outsiders from the universe continent, the only thing they could guarantee was that the opponents would not be able to leave the Shenlong secret realm before they all perished. Yumu gazed at the battle on the other side of the space-time barrier breach, his fists clenching involuntarily. As the god of wine, he couldn't even bring himself to drink at this moment, because this battle concerned the survival of the entire myriad worlds. Whether the myriad worlds can survive this catastrophe depends on you. Sumyubai had not failed to consider teaching these main gods the method of fusing positive and negative rules, but the time available was simply too short. Even if he brought them all into the origin land, they could not fully fuse the two opposing rule paths so quickly. After all, for them to increase their strength, It was not enough to simply fuse the inverted rules to the 9-pattern limit. They had to achieve complete fusion, between 99.99% and 100%. There appeared to be only a 0.01% difference, but in reality, there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Therefore, there was simply no time. And even if they had comprehended it, they would only be equivalent to the early stage rule realm of the universe continent, and the gap between them and the Haikwan brothers would still be immense. Haijin and Lian were different. The former had comprehended the complete Sword Dao rules, which were best suited for slaughter. Although the Sword Dao was not a supreme rule path, in terms of attack, it was in no way inferior to the supreme rules. Haijin's other aspects after his breakthrough were indeed inferior to the mid-stage rule realm, but his attacks were already capable of threatening Haikwan and his brother. As for Lian, she had mastered a certain secret technique from the universe continent through dream entry, and her soul defense had shocked even the Haikwan brothers. It was precisely because of this that, by joining forces, they were barely able to entangle with their opponents. But this was only under the condition that Haikwan and his brother had not used their secret technique. Now that the two had used their secret technique, the situation had suddenly changed. It's time to risk it all, facing this world-destroying soul-killing move. Haijin gripped his long sword, his sword intent burning to the limit. Little brat Bai, if I manage to survive this, I'll make sure you treat me to 10 rounds of rule-grade fine wine, he muttered to himself. His divine power and soul burning instantly, his aura surging significantly. Lian's eyes were filled with determination. Without a word, she bit her fingertip and used her essence blood to carve an ancient totem in the starry sky, preparing to unleash a forbidden technique. Facing the secret technique of 2 mid-stage rule realm powerhouses, they had no choice but to fight with their lives. The slightest hesitation would mean total destruction. However, just as the gray-white vortex was about to fully take shape, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the breach in the space-time barrier. Oh, is there someone else who isn't afraid of death? Haiju gave a ferocious smile and cast his gaze toward it. Chapter 1186, Rogue Tactics. Double-length chapter. However, just as the gray-white vortex was about to fully take shape, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the breach in the space-time barrier. Following that, a jade-green light slowly seeped out from the breach. The light was soft and warm, containing a vast aura of life wherever it passed. The cold soul domain began to tremble slightly. The extremely dense aura of death within the soul domain faded slightly. Amidst the radiance, a slender figure gradually coalesced. It was a handsome man dressed in emerald green robes, his body wreathed in the phantom images of verdant vines, each leaf shimmering with profound, mysterious runes. It was none other than the projection avatar of Sumyubai's world tree. Thankfully, I made it in time. Sumyubai stood beside Lian and spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying a power that could soothe the soul. He looked at Huijian and Lian, who remained standing despite their severe injuries, and waved his hand gently. 2 emerald green spheres of light flew out and merged into their bodies. In an instant, the sword intent Huijian had exhausted began to recover, and the pallor on Lian's face eased significantly. The nourishing life force of the world tree had a miraculous effect on injuries to the soul. Oh, so there are still those who don't fear death. Haiju gave a ferocious grin and cast his gaze over. From this figure, he sensed an aura that was diametrically opposed to the laws of death, yet equally unfathomable. It was the aura of the law of life. He sneered. What? Is that guy still too afraid to show his face even now? He had originally assumed that Sumyubai had arrived, but it turned out not to be him. He still had vivid memories of the time he controlled the Divine Dragon Emperor, only to be defeated by Sumyubai's mount. Now, seeing someone else come to throw their life away, he had hoped to wash away his past humiliation, but it turned out not to be that same fellow. This left Haiju feeling very displeased. Sumyubai did not answer. He simply hovered quietly in front of Huijian and Lian. The emerald green light merged with the glazed bubbles and silver sword intent, forming a sturdy line of defense. Not talking, Haiju grinned hideously. Once I capture you later and tear apart your souls, we'll see how long that guy can keep hiding. He shifted his tone and suddenly asked, by the way, Where is that arrogant fellow from before? What was his name, Bai Yi? Right. Why didn't he come? Haiju licked his lips, a look of malice flashing in his eyes. He was quite imposing back then, wasn't he? His mount alone dealt with my puppets. Hey. I really want to see if he can still be so arrogant when I have him trampled under my feet. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Hui Jian's eyes, and Lian clenched her fists. But Sumu Bai remained calm. He will come, he said indifferently. When that time comes, I hope you can still manage to laugh. Ha, what a joke. Haiju laughed wildly. A coward. And he thinks he's worthy of my brothers waiting for him. Since he won't come, I'll slaughter you first. Then go in and drag him out. A joke, perhaps. Facing Haiju's wild laughter and provocation, the expression of Sumu Bai's projection avatar remained as calm as water. Only deep within those eyes, which seemed to contain endless vitality, did a trace of imperceptible coldness flicker. But for now, this path is closed. Before his voice had even faded, the emerald radiance around him surged violently. Countless slender yet resilient phantom vines unfurled from behind him, like the roots and branches of an ancient tree, piercing deep into the fabric of space. Majestic and pure life energy surged toward Hui Jian and Lian in a gentle, continuous stream. Hui Jian immediately felt a cool, vast energy rapidly pouring into his body. His divine power, which had been drained from hard clashing with the soul domain and burning his sword intent, and his slightly exhausted soul, were like a parched land meeting sweet rain, beginning to recover rapidly. What surprised him even more was that this life energy was not merely replenishing his consumption, it was also quietly nourishing the foundation of his sword law, which he had just broken through and had not yet fully stabilized, making it even more solid. Lian also felt her spirits lift, and some color returned to her pale cheeks. The application of the law of luck relied more heavily on the guidance of the soul and the laws, consuming a great deal of energy. Now, nourished by the life energy of the World Tree's avatar, her glazed bubble barrier became solid and brilliant once more, flowing incessantly. So, it's just a support-type fellow. Haikuan saw through the situation and snorted coldly. No matter how strong the vitality is, without sufficient attack power, it's just a punching bag that's hard to beat. Haiju, finish this quickly. Kill the one using the sword first. Understood? Haiju grinned hideously. The soul mist behind him churned once more, transforming into countless ferocious gray-white ghost claws. No longer attacking in a wide area, he focused them entirely on Hui Jian. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands, and dozens of nearly transparent soul chains separated from the mist, silently winding toward Lian, attempting to bind her and interfere with the casting of her luck law. However, with the World Tree projection avatar acting as an energy source and a master healer, the tactics of Hui Jian and Lian changed abruptly. Lian, just protect a 3-foot radius around me. Hui Jian let out a long roar, silver light flashing like electricity in his eyes. He no longer needed to divide his focus to construct a dense defensive net of sword intent to resist the pervasive soul erosion. Ignoring all defense, he poured all his heart and divine power into the shadow-chasing sword in his hand. Since Bai's bratty avatar was here, his injuries could be recovered quickly. Trading injury for injury was a winning deal. Sword Dao chasing light and following shadows. The shadow-chasing sword let out a clear, resonant chime, flew from his hand, and transformed into a silver streak of light that was almost impossible for the naked eye to track. This streak of light did not move in a straight line. Instead, it carved countless twisted and bizarre trajectories through the starry sky. The speed was so extreme that it seemed as if dozens, or even hundreds, of sword beams were striking Haikuan and Haiju from different angles simultaneously. Each sword beam was incredibly condensed, containing a sharp sword intent that shattered illusions. Most importantly, these sword beams were numerous, struck from tricky angles, moved at astonishing speeds, and were endless. This was the very signature technique that had allowed Hui Jian to dominate the myriad worlds before his breakthrough. Now, driven by the complete law of the sword, its power had increased more than tenfold. Petty tricks, and you dare to be insolent? Haikuan brandished his soul-reaping bone staff, the shadows of the staff multiplying to form a gray-white barrier, scattering all the sword beams aimed at him. But every time a sword beam shattered, A sharp sword intent pierced through the barrier, causing his soul to sting slightly, forcing him to divide his attention to defend. Haiju looked even more disheveled. His soul mist ghost claws and soul chains were continuously severed and shredded under the dense, rapid onslaught of sword light. Although the soul mist was inexhaustible, it required time and divine power to recondense. Huajian, however, seemed to know no fatigue. Fueled by the endless supply of life energy from Sumubai, his offensive grew more ferocious with every wave. Damn it, that green-robed fellow's law of life is incredibly troublesome. Haiju was both shocked and furious. He discovered that not only had Huajian's attacks become reckless, but Lion's defense was also as steady as Mount Tai. Whenever his soul chains were about to touch Lian, several glazed bubbles would always drift over at just the right moment to detonate them, or they would be severed by Huajian's suddenly veering flying swords. As for Lian herself, she was able to focus more on casting her secret techniques. The bubbles she occasionally flicked out could even disrupt the attack rhythm of the Black Spring Bone Staff, causing him extreme discomfort. The battle fell into a bizarre stalemate. Despite the Haikwan brothers possessing the formidable strength of the mid-stage low realm and complete laws of death, they found it difficult to achieve victory in a short time against the peculiar combination of the three opponents. Huajian led the offense, his sword light falling like rain, his shadow-chasing sword appearing and disappearing unpredictably, forcing them to maintain constant defense and evasion. Lian focused on defense and crowd control, using her law of luck to turn danger into safety while occasionally creating trouble. Meanwhile, the World Tree projection avatar of Sumubai sat steadily in the rear. The emerald vine phantoms connected to Huajian and Lian acted like a fountain of life, constantly smoothing over their wounds and replenishing their consumption. Time ticked away. Outside the breach in the space-time barrier, silver sword light crisscrossed. Glazed bubbles flickered in and out of existence, and emerald radiance flowed endlessly, clashing and intertwining with the grayish-white death soul domain to paint a scene that was both breathtaking and eerily magnificent. On the outskirts of the divine dragon continent, Yumu and the other main gods watched with surging emotions, feeling intensely nervous. They could see the sharpness of Huajian's sword light, feel the resilience of Lion's defense, and even more so, experience the stability and hope brought by the suddenly appearing projection avatar of Baiyi. But at the same time, they clearly sensed the bottomless power of the death laws wielded by the Haikwan and Haiju brothers, which felt like two volcanoes ready to erupt at any moment, suppressing terrifying energy. At this rate, can they win? A main god muttered, his palms slick with sweat. I don't know, but at least they are holding them off for now. Yumu took a fierce gulp of wine, his eyes burning with divine light. If the projection avatar is this strong, then as long as Baiyi finishes his seclusion in time, all crises will be resolved. He had originally been worried about whether Baiyi could handle the two outsiders after coming out of seclusion. But now, having seen the combat power of the World Tree avatar, his worries vanished. The only question now was exactly when Baiyi would emerge. On the other side of the breach, Yuan, his body heavily wounded, trembled slightly, but a light of hope rekindled in his eyes. He could see that the coordination between Huajian and the others was becoming increasingly seamless, pushing their respective strengths to the limit. In particular, Baiyi's World Tree projection avatar was simply a bug-like existence. Normally, a projection avatar should be far inferior to the main body in terms of combat power and total divine power. Yuan did not know how Baiyi had refined the World Tree into an avatar, nor did he know how strong the main body of this projection was. However, the divine power of this projection avatar far exceeded common logic, let alone a supreme god of the myriad worlds like Lian. Even the Haikwan brothers were far inferior to Sumubai's World Tree projection avatar in terms of total divine power. It was clearly just a projection, yet it seemed to possess endless energy. This was simply inconceivable. It was precisely because of this that the three, by joining forces, were able to firmly block the two outsiders outside the breach of the space-time barrier. The moment Lian or Huajian were injured, their wounds were healed by Sumubai. Even the divine power consumed during their attacks was being continuously replenished. Although the Haikwan and Haiju brothers were strong, the combat power they displayed at this moment was not overwhelming, unless they had even stronger methods. They would not be able to break through as long as Sumyubai's World Tree projection avatar remained on the other side of the space-time barrier breach. The two brothers had been attacking for a long time without success, and their auras had begun to grow restless. Sure enough, as time passed, Haekwon's expression grew increasingly gloomy, and Haiju's savage grin had long since vanished, replaced by an irrepressible irritability. "Big brother, we can't drag this out any longer." As Haiju swung his soul mist to shatter a tricky sword light, he shouted via telepathy, "That green-robed fellow is too bizarre. If we keep consuming our strength like this, what if—" He did not continue, but Haekwon understood what he meant. What if someone else discovered this place? A high-level embryonic universe was enough to drive countless powerhouses of the universal continent into a frenzy. If a mid-stage low-realm powerhouse arrived, the impact wouldn't be too great. But what if a late-stage low-realm powerhouse or someone even stronger showed up? Or, if several mid-stage low-realm powerhouses arrived? That would also be unacceptable to them. Having finally solved the problem of the low restrictions, the two brothers would never allow others to reap the rewards. Delays lead to trouble. A flash of struggle crossed Haekwon's eyes, immediately replaced by resolute ruthlessness. He glanced at Haiju, who wore an equally fierce expression, and the brothers reached a consensus in an instant. "Forget it. Although it will damage the origin of our divine bodies, compared to the harvest of refining this universe, it is worth it." Haekwon's hoarse voice echoed in the soul domain. "End this quickly to prevent future trouble." Agreed. Haiju nodded heavily, a savage and pained expression appearing on his face. The two roared simultaneously, and grayish-black flames suddenly surged from their bodies. These were no ordinary flames. They were the origin death flames, ignited at the cost of burning their own divine body origins. Boom! Their auras surged crazily at this moment. The already formidable pressure of the death laws now felt like a tangible tsunami, causing the surrounding starry sky to groan under the unbearable weight. The soul domain instantly contracted and solidified, its color shifting from grayish-white to a chilling, dark hue, like a black hole capable of devouring all light. The ghostly green flames on the skull atop the soul bone staff shifted into a dark purple, emitting destructive fluctuations as they pulsed up behind Haiju. The soul mist condensed into a terrifying form, viscous and dripping with gray-black liquid. Burning one's divine body is the most common method of unleashing a burst of power in the universe continent. However, while this technique can drastically increase the intensity and output of the laws of power in a short time, it causes severe damage to the divine body, requiring massive amounts of rare treasures and a vast span of time to recover afterward. If the divine body is burned for too long, there is even a risk of falling into a deep slumber. Once one falls into such a slumber, they are left at the mercy of others. Yet, compared to the harvest of refining a high-level embryonic universe, the rare treasures needed to restore a divine body are not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, the Haekwon brothers did not believe that the three fellows before them could hold out for long. If they couldn't quickly finish off these three nuisances even with this, they might as well just die. After all, burning the divine body brings about an exponential increase in strength. The debt from yesterday has been paid. There will be 2 more chapters later. Chapter 1187. The Value of the World Tree. Friendly reminder. What was owed from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear readers, you can check the previous chapter first. It is a 4,000-word combined chapter. Main text belaufacing the Haekwon duo, whose auras had suddenly surged. The sky-filling sword light launched by Haijin collided with an invisible wall of copper and iron, shattering one after another, unable to get close. The glazed bubble shield around Lian vibrated violently, emitting faint, cracking sounds. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Even the law of luck began to feel inadequate in the face of such an absolute disparity in power. A suffocating pressure descended like a landslide. It's a pity I don't know this move. Haijin recalled the shadow-chasing sword into his hand, the blade humming. Kid, if you don't come out of seclusion now, it'll be too late. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and the sword intent around him began to burn once more, even more fiercely than before. It was clear he intended to disregard everything and unleash a sword technique meant for mutual destruction. Lian took a deep breath and once again formed that ancient blood-colored totem with her hands. This time, the light of the totem carried a hint of desperation. She, too, was about to use a secret technique that would damage her foundation. Just as the two were about to risk their lives, the World Tree projection, which had been silently providing support, suddenly moved. He took a step forward, instantly shielding Li Yin behind him, and said softly, "Don't worry, I have everything under control." He then stepped past Haijin, standing firmly before the two, facing the terrifying, overwhelming pressure of death. "Senior Haijin, rest for a moment." His calm voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable steadiness. "Leave the rest to me, kid." Haijin was stunned, looking at the slightly illusory yet pine straight back before him. "Can you hold them off with just a projection?" This was merely a projection avatar, so he was not worried about Bai's safety. Sumyu Bai did not look back, merely waving his hand with a carefree air. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He gazed at the Haikwan and Haiju brothers, whose oars were linked together, pressing down like a single entity. He looked at the dark, Absol, and deathly silent reinforced soul domain, and at the dark purple flames leaping on the soul bone staff and the terrifying, viscous soul mist. He slowly opened his arms. The next moment, an unimaginable emerald radiance erupted from within the body of this projection avatar. The light was so pure and so vast, as if an infinite ocean of life had been condensed into a single point. Sumyu Bai's figure expanded and changed rapidly within the light dot in an instant. The phantom of a giant tree that reached from the heavens to the earth stood before the breach in the space-time barrier. The giant tree was incomparably majestic, its trunk like a pillar supporting the sky, disappearing into the endless starry expanse above. Its roots, like cold dragons, were deeply embedded into the unseen dimensional barrier below. Countless branches spread out, each leaf crystal clear, flowing with the patterns of the great Tao and exuding the most primordial aura of life. World Tree projection. Although it was only an image formed by a projection avatar, the moment its form manifested, the imagery of what seemed to be the origin of the law of life descended with a boom. The roots and branches of the giant tree actively met the dark, terrifying soul domain and the surging primordial death flames. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent erosion and confrontation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The law of death and the law of life. Two supreme powers that both created and destroyed each other, engaged in the most fundamental collision and annihilation the moment they touched. The dark soul domain eroded the emerald leaves, causing them to wither and fall, but more leaves grew in their place, wave after wave, constantly purifying the aura of death. The giant tree trembled, and the phantom grew increasingly faint, clearly bearing unimaginable pressure. Yet, it stood like the sturdiest of dams, firmly blocking the torrent of destruction unleashed by the Haikwan brothers' burning divine bodies from the breach in the space-time barrier. Regardless of the dark purple flames burning, the soul mist corroding, or the impact of the law of death, this world tree projection stood tall and unyielding. At the cost of its own rapidly depleting projection origin, it held up a temporary sky of safety for Haijin and Li Yin behind it, as well as for all the living beings within the breach. The world tree. Haikwan looked at the giant tree phantom in shock. He could feel that the power he had released by burning his divine body was being neutralized by this tree at a speed that seemed slow but was actually firm. Yet, instead of being enraged, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. This guy is actually a projection avatar of the world tree. No wonder one avatar could contain so much energy. Haiju stared fixedly at the heaven-reaching giant tree phantom, the greed in his eyes almost spilling over. As experts of the low realm on the universe continent, they knew all too well the value of the world tree. Such a law-level creation, even on the universe continent, was a rare and precious treasure, let alone them, who were in the middle stage of the low realm. Even some experts in the Tao fruit realm would covet it, because if the world tree is nurtured properly, there is a high probability that it could grow into a Tao fruit level or even more powerful creation. The most crucial point is that this world tree of the myriad worlds is actually capable of condensing a projection avatar. This also means that this world tree is capable of cultivation and has already birthed a divine soul. This is even more extraordinary, because a world tree that has birthed a divine soul is no longer just a rule-level creation. It is a peerless genius with infinite potential. The value of a world tree that has birthed a divine soul is even higher than the myriad worlds. This high-level embryonic universe, The universal continent is vast and boundless, home to 10,000 races, and its cultivation system has long since evolved to the extreme. The rule realm is merely the first step toward entering the threshold of the strong. At this realm, cultivators must perceive the rules of heaven and earth and condense the great Tao of rules. Those who master ordinary great Tao of rules are in the early stage of the rule realm. If one can comprehend a complete supreme great Tao of rules, they can step into the mid-stage of the rule realm, and when the comprehension of rules reaches its peak, allowing one to briefly contend with or even locally destroy the inherent rules of heaven and earth through one's own rules, achieving immunity to all laws. That is the late stage of the rule realm, what is known in the myriad worlds as the rule-breaking realm. Only upon reaching this realm can one be barely called a powerhouse, capable of establishing a small faction on the universal continent, but that is all. Above the rule realm is the Tao fruit realm. This realm requires absorbing the true essence of the great Tao, condensing one's own unique Tao fruit deep within the divine soul, allowing the flower of the great Tao to bear fruit. When the Tao fruit is first formed, it is the early stage of the Tao fruit realm. When the Tao fruit is perfected, evolving into a Tao fruit universe, it is the mid-stage of the Tao fruit realm. If one can use their own Tao fruit to briefly contend with the will of the universal continent, they have stepped into the late stage of the Tao fruit realm. The gap between each minor realm on the universal continent is immense. The higher the realm, the less likely it is for cross-realm battles to occur. After all, who among those capable of breaking through to the Tao fruit realm is not a stunningly talented genius? Even in the vast and boundless universal continent, there are not many powerhouses who can break through to the late stage of the Tao fruit realm. Beyond the Tao fruit realm, there is the even more profound Tao fusion realm. And above the Tao fusion realm is the highest realm pursued by all powerhouses on the universal continent, the origin realm. There will be another chapter later, chapter 1188. Have you been looking for me? Cultivators who reach the origin realm are themselves the source of the great Tao. With a single thought, they can derive all things, and with a single word, they can determine the life and death of rules. They are existences that truly stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Across the entire universal continent, among billions of races and trillions of cultivators, those who can reach the origin realm are few and far between, and one of them is called the Azure Emperor. It is rumored that the original form of the Azure Emperor was precisely a world tree. He traversed endless years, absorbing the true essence of the great Tao of life, eventually taking human form and attaining the Tao, cultivating all the way to break through to the origin realm, becoming one of the oldest and most powerful existences on the universal continent. A world tree that has birthed a divine soul has almost immeasurable potential, and the one before them is the second world tree in the universal continent to have birthed a divine soul. Haiju's voice was trembling with excitement. Big brother, we've struck gold. We've completely struck gold. Refining a high-level embryonic universe would at most increase their chances of breaking through to the Tao fruit realm. As for the origin realm, the chances were far too slim. But if they could seize the body of a world tree that had condensed a divine soul, that would be a supreme opportunity leading directly to the origin realm. After all, the example of the Azure Emperor was right there. As long as we refine the myriad worlds, this world tree will have nowhere to run. A ferocious smile appeared on Haikuan's face. At that time, it will be ours for the taking. That's right. Haiju licked his lips. A world tree that has taken form is worth far more than this embryonic universe itself. Big brother, spare no cost, Chargen. The two looked at each other, a look of madness flashing in their eyes simultaneously. Originally, they were still wary of the after effects of burning their divine bodies too excessively. But now, burn, keep burning, Haikuan roared. The gray-black flames are on him, surging once more, his entire being seemingly transforming into a dark sun. His aura climbed crazily. Break from me. He smashed down with the soul-reaping bone staff. The skull at the tip of the staff spat out a torrent of dark purple flames as thick as substance. Wherever those flames passed, space became extremely distorted. Haiju was not to be outdone, compressing his soul mist to the extreme and transforming it into sharp, gray-black spears. On these spears, the rule of death was condensed to the limit, specifically targeting the divine soul core of living beings. Death soul spear formation. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of death soul spears tore through the void, shooting toward the world tree projection from every tricky angle. Neither of them worried that the main body of the world tree would be stronger, because the main body of the world tree is extremely massive. But before breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, it has no way to move. As long as they could enter the myriad worlds and refine the universe's origin, they could easily suppress this world tree born within the myriad worlds. As for whether the opponent might have already broken through to the Dao fruit realm, this question was not even within the scope of the two brothers' concerns. If it were truly a Dao fruit realm world tree, this projection would have easily wiped them out. How could they be in such a sorry state, facing this world-destroying attack? The world tree projection emitted a low hum. Emerald light surged like a tide, and countless branches grew and intertwined crazily, forming a massive shield of life in front of it. At the same time, its root system delved deep into the void, absorbing energy from the unknown to maintain the projection. Boom, 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 boom. The torrent of dark purple flames slammed fiercely into the shield of life. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The two rules of death and life collided violently and annihilated each other. The surface of the shield of life quickly turned charred and withered, but new branches and leaves constantly grew and replenished it. However, the power Haikuan unleashed by burning his divine body was simply too strong. In just 3 breaths, the first crack appeared on the shield of life, followed by the second, the third, and Haiju's death soul spears drilled toward the cracks like venomous snakes, aiming straight for the core of the tree trunk. Hold on. Huijian gripped his sword tightly, wanting to step forward, but was held back by Lian. Don't go. Lian shook her head. Don't let the little thief get distracted. She saw it very clearly. This battle had already evolved into a confrontation between the projection of the world tree and the death blows unleashed by the burning divine bodies of the brothers Haikuan and Haiju. Any intervention from an outside force could break this delicate balance, causing the projection to collapse prematurely. All they could do was believe that Bai's true form would arrive in time. Bang! Finally, after enduring dozens of bombardments, the shield of life shattered completely. The dark purple flames and the spears of dead souls met no further resistance, slamming fiercely into the trunk of the world tree projection. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On the surface of the trunk, vast swathes of emerald radiance were eroded and dissolved by the laws of death. The projection became illusory and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, can't hold on anymore, can you? Haiju laughed wildly. A mere projection thinks it can stop the two of us. Put in more effort. A fierce glint flashed in Haikuan's eyes as he spat out another mouthful of essence blood, merging it into the flames. The power of the flames surged once more. The world tree projection trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on its trunk. From those cracks, it was no longer emerald life energy flowing out, but dim, fading specks of light. Clearly, this projection had reached the brink of collapse. Feeling his projection avatar about to dissipate, Sumu Bai was not the least bit anxious. He merely looked back at Lian and Huijian, gave them a reassuring look, and then completely vanished. Ha ha ha, it's finally broken. Haiju looked up and laughed, his gaze instantly falling upon Lian. He stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and sneered. What other tricks do you have now? Enough, stop the nonsense. The murderous intent in Haikuan's eyes was fully exposed as he turned his attack directly toward the two of them. He could no longer wait to begin refining the origin of the myriad worlds. A high-tier embryonic universe, combined with a world tree that had birthed a divine soul. Such an opportunity was enough to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Haikuan felt as if he could already see his future standing at the pinnacle of the Huanyu continent. Careful, Huijian's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to slash out with his sword. The brilliant sword light was like a galaxy, but the moment it touched the dark purple flames, it was instantly annihilated. The gap was too great. After burning their divine bodies, the combat power of Haikuan and Haiju was enough to crush everything. But at this critical moment of crisis, a figure appeared behind Haikuan and Haiju without any warning. It was as if he had been standing there the entire time. Have you been looking for me? A calm voice rang out. It was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Only after hearing the voice did Haikuan and Haiju stiffly turn their heads. The moment they saw the figure behind them, boom, an indescribable terror, like the coldest seawater, drowned their divine souls. It was the suffocating sensation brought about by an overwhelming gap in strength. It's you. Your strength. How is this possible? 2 chapters delivered today. Chapter 1189. Absolute suppression. Have you been looking for me? The calm voice rang out. It was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Sumyubai had appeared silently behind the two brothers, Haikwan and Haiju. He looked down at them from above, his eyes devoid of any murderous intent, filled only with extreme indifference. One does not need to carry murderous intent when looking at corpses. Kid, if you hadn't come, you would have been collecting my body. Huijian's hanging heart instantly dropped, and with a thought, he retracted his chasing shadow sword. He understood that he was no longer needed. Little thief Bai, you truly didn't let this sister down. The nerves that Li Yin had kept taut all this time finally relaxed completely at this moment. After nearly 3 months, she finally took out a lollipop again and placed it in her mouth. Having witnessed the power of the World Tree Projection Avatar, Li Yin and Huijian had no concerns about whether Bai could handle the two intruders. Since he had come out of seclusion, the crisis of the myriad worlds was already resolved. The only uncertainty was how long it would take to finish them off. Yo! On the other side of the gap in the space-time barrier, Yi Yuan let out a heavy breath, as if exhaling all the pressure that had been building up in his heart. Seeing Bai's true form appear, he finally set his mind at ease, spread his arms, and lay down on the ground. As long as he made it in time. As long as he made it in time. As he murmured, this human race's greatest strategist, who had always planned everything in advance, actually fell straight asleep. Compared to Huijian and Li Yin, he was the one who had been the most exhausted over the past few months. The constant maintenance of the Zhuanshan Great Ray had consumed too much of his mental energy. Now that he had relaxed, he simply couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't even move to a different spot. He just lay down in front of the gap in the space-time barrier and fell asleep. Beyond being utterly exhausted, this was also a sign of his absolute trust in Bai's strength. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's extremely cautious personality, he would never have acted this way. Outside the starry sky of the Shenlong continent, the main gods of various races also let out a collective sigh of relief, their furrowed brows smoothing out one by one. Great! Bai Yi has finally come out of seclusion. With him here, those two intruders are finished. Scared the hell out of me. I almost thought I was going to have to sacrifice myself. Ha 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 ha. It seems our fate is not to perish after all. Drunkard. Once Bai Yi finishes off those two guys, you better not be stingy with your fine wine. Smiles appeared on the faces of the main gods. Bai Yi's emergence meant they no longer had to fight to the death. Although they had long since made the decision to die defending the Shenlong secret realm from the intruders. Who would want to fall if they could survive? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. There will be plenty of fine wine when the time comes. Yumu stroked the jade wine gourd at his waist, laughed while stroking his beard, and then shifted his tone, saying sternly, everyone, we cannot slack off now. If we want to drink and celebrate, we must wait until everything has settled. Rest assured. The main gods of various races nodded slightly, maintaining the merged divine realm and standing their final watch. On the other side of the gap in the space-time barrier, at the edge of the universe continent, hearing the sudden sound behind them, Haikwan and Haiju turned their heads stiffly. The moment they saw that figure in white behind them, their pupils dilated instantly. Boom! An indescribable terror, like the coldest seawater, submerged their divine souls. It was the suffocating sensation brought about by a vast disparity in strength. It's you. Haikwan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your strength. How is this possible? Haiju could not help but tremble uncontrollably. He was very familiar with the face before him, as well as the other party's aura. Isn't this the guy from the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land a few months ago? But his strength. Why is it so powerful? Shouldn't the highest realm of the myriad worlds only be the mid-stage of the rule realm? And it was an incomplete mid-stage rule realm at that. Yet, the pressure this guy was exerting on them was definitely not something a mid-stage rule realm could possess. Rule realm late stage. And not just an ordinary late-stage rule realm. This thought instantly flooded the minds of the Haikwan brothers. Their vertical pupils became dull, losing the confident, all-encompassing brilliance they had possessed before. How is this possible? No matter how shocked or incredulous they were, that terrifying oppressive force was real. This native of the myriad worlds truly possessed the strength to crush them. Watching the two who were scared witless, Sumyubai didn't waste a single word. He raised his hand and gripped their heads. Bang, bang! The next moment, the heads of the Haikwan brothers burst open like watermelons. That terrifying power left them unable to even put up a fight. To pieces of trash from the universe continent. And you dare to covet the myriad worlds? Sumyubai let out a disdainful cold snort, his divine power surging across his body, instantly annihilating their headless divine bodies. With his current strength, killing these two mid-stage rule realm fellows didn't require the use of any rule treasures. His divine body's strength alone was enough to achieve absolute suppression. Of course, the Haikwan brothers had only had their divine bodies destroyed. They had not truly perished. Even for the current Sumyubai, killing two mid-stage rule realm existences would not be that simple. As divine power surged, the two divine bodies condensed once more. The brothers didn't need to communicate. They made the decision instantly. Although that last strike hadn't killed them outright, it had caused immense damage to their divine bodies. If they took a few more hits like that, they would truly die here. No matter how great the opportunity, it wasn't as important as one's life. Whether it was refining a high-level embryonic universe or possessing the world tree that had birthed a divine soul, none of it mattered if they were dead. Why this native was so strong was a mystery they couldn't fathom, but they could ponder that later. If they didn't run now, they would truly be dead before they could figure it out. The moment their divine bodies condensed, the Haikwan brothers didn't hesitate in the slightest, their figures retreating explosively. Their already burning divine bodies were now burning even more frantically. At the same time, the Death's Soul domain compressed to the extreme, suppressing toward Sumyubai. The primordial death flames were shot out frantically, as if they cost nothing. Want to leave? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Did I give you permission? Watching the Haikwan brothers turn into two streaks of light, fleeing for their lives into the depths of the starry sky, along with the overwhelming attacks heading his way. He had no intention of defending. He ignored everything and charged straight forward. Boom, boom. The moment the two attacks made contact with Sumyubai, they were instantly shattered by the divine power surging from his body. Neither the Death Soul domain nor the primordial death flames could make Sumyubai pause for even a fraction of a second. The dim sky instantly cleared, and the covered starry sky reappeared. Sumyubai merely charged forward, using his powerful divine body to shatter the brothers' combined attack. Chapter 1190, Crushing Destruction. This. Outside the starry sky of the divine dragon continent, the main gods of various races witnessed everything that had happened in that flash of lightning. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen some incredible miracle. What had they just seen? The Death Soul domain and primordial death flames, which had made them feel immense pressure even across the gap in the space-time barrier, were as fragile as paper before Bai, easily crushed by the divine power surging around him. They had also seen the two powerful outsiders, who were previously high and mighty, acting like stray dogs before Bai, unable to muster even a shred of courage to resist, burning their divine bodies frantically, only to flee for their lives. Although the main gods of various races had some mental preparation for the strength Bai would possess after coming out of seclusion, they never imagined he would be this strong. Is this Bai's current strength? The hand Yuma used to hold his wine gourd trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. He had seen Bai fight the main gods at the entrance of the River of Time, and he had seen him slaughter his way through the battle in the underworld abyss. But he had never seen Bai be this overbearing. It wasn't a suppression of technique, nor a suppression of rules, but a pure, extreme, and despair-inducing gap in power. His divine body. What level has it reached? A Titan main god muttered to himself, his eyes filled with awe. He could sense that Bai hadn't even used any rule power. He had relied solely on the terrifying divine power contained within that seemingly slender frame to break all attacks and chase two mid-stage rule realm powerhouses into a desperate flight. What kind of concept was that? This means that Bai now possesses enough raw physical strength alone to crush existences even more powerful than supreme gods. In the common knowledge of the myriad worlds, no matter how strong a divine body is, it cannot compare to a rule-level treasure. It has never been heard of that anyone's divine body could reach such a terrifying level. The myriad worlds finally have their own guardian god, Lian murmured, a lollipop in her mouth, starlight swirling in her eyes. Looking at Sumyubai's back, she couldn't help but recall a certain figure in her mind. Back then, it was precisely that figure who resolutely abandoned everything, which gave the myriad worlds the hope they have today. Holding a sword in his arms, he curled his lips into a smile. The strength of that brat bai is likely no longer inferior to that of the kid Xingqian. A figure also flashed through his mind. It was Zhu Xingqian. These two monsters had both grown up under his witness. In the starry sky, Sumyubai's speed reached its absolute limit, and in an instant, he caught up to the frantically fleeing Haikuan brothers. Split up, Haikuan roared, and together with Haiju, they fled into different directions. However, it was all in vain. Why bother? Sumyubai shook his head and made a grasping motion with both hands simultaneously. The space for 10,000 miles around suddenly solidified. It wasn't frozen. It was held in place by an invisible yet immensely vast power. Haikuan and Haiju discovered with horror that they seemed to have fallen into an invisible quagmire. Every inch of movement was incredibly difficult, and the speed they had gained by burning their divine bodies was suppressed to the extreme. Space has been locked down. Haikuan's eyes were filled with despair. To be able to seal 10,000 miles of starry sky so casually, this was no longer something that could be achieved by someone who had just broken through to the late stage of the rule realm. What kind of monster is this native? How could he possibly cultivate to such a realm in an incomplete, high-level embryonic universe? And fortunately, Sumyubai had no intention of giving them time to think. His figure flashed, appearing before Haikuan, and he struck down with a palm. This palm strike appeared slow, yet it seemed to contain the immense power to suppress the universe. Haikuan frantically channeled the rule of death, and the soul-reaping bone staff erupted with a final ghostly light, eating the palm. Crack! The soul-reaping bone staff snapped upon impact. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded. That was a rule-level treasure. Even if it wasn't a defensive-type rule-level treasure, the strength of its materials was still extremely high. How could it be snapped so easily with a single palm strike? Does this even make sense? What was even more terrifying was that the force of Sumyubai's palm remained undiminished, imprinting itself onto Haikuan's chest. Bang! Haikuan's divine body shattered instantly, suffering heavy damage once again. The next moment, Sumyubai appeared behind Haiju and delivered the same palm strike. Haiju didn't even have time to scream before his divine body completely disintegrated. Facing Sumyubai, the two had absolutely no power to resist. Even escaping was nothing more than a pipe dream. The gap between the mid-stage and late stage of the rule realm was already immense, and it was not something that could be bridged simply by burning one's divine body. Although Sumyubai's realm had not yet broken through to the late stage of the rule realm, or even the mid-stage, having embarked on the path of the perfect divine body and with the support of the heart of reincarnation, his combat power had already reached that level, without any suspense. In just a few breaths, two experts of the mid-stage rule realm were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, losing all ability to resist and being beaten into a state of deep slumber. The reason Sumyubai did not kill them was not out of kindness. He reached out and grabbed, pulling both of them into his palm. Emerald green light surged from his fingertips, transforming into fine vines that pierced deep into their souls. World Tree Soul Search. He needed to obtain more information about the Huanyu continent from the memories of these two. Although the divine sense projection of ancestor Si Qingyu had taught him the Zhuanshan sealing method and some basic common knowledge, due to the limitations of the Jade Slip's content, it could not teach anything outside of the Zhuanshan inheritance. Sumyubai needed more detailed intelligence on the Huanyu continent, cultivation systems, the distribution of forces, commonly used secret techniques, and so on. Most importantly, he needed to know how to avoid being repelled by the embryonic universe for reaching the destruction rule realm. After the main god had entered his body, Sumyubai had already embarked on the path of the perfect divine body. The power of the godhead had merged perfectly with his divine body. This meant his combat power had completely reached the destruction rule realm. In other words, if he did not find a way to avoid the repulsion, his true body would not be able to return to the myriad worlds. Zhu Xingqian was repelled into the void back then because she was within the myriad worlds. forcefully resisting the repulsion of the universe's will to seal the connection between the void and the myriad worlds. But Sumubai was different. He had already voluntarily left the myriad worlds. To enter again, he had to master the method to avoid being repelled. Otherwise, even if the gap in the space-time barrier were right before his eyes, he would be blocked by the will of the universe and unable to cross over. This was clearly unacceptable to Sumubai, as he still needed his true body to enter the myriad worlds to establish reincarnation and refine the origin of the universe. If he could find the method within the souls of the Haikwan brothers, that would naturally be for the best. Otherwise, he would need to enter the Huanyu continent to search for a way. Therefore, Sumubai immediately began a soul search on the Haikwan brothers. Chapter 1191. The significance of the Space-Time Tower, Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, the center of the far North Star domain, the core secret realm of the human race. In the center of the secret realm, a towering giant tower connected heaven and earth. Standing at the axis of the world, that was the treasure left to the human race by the space-time master Zhu Xingqian, the space-time tower. The tower was not a physical entity, but was condensed from ceaselessly flowing black and white space-time inscriptions, presenting a translucent texture as if it existed simultaneously between reality and illusion. It stood 9 stories high, each level shrouded in different space-time luster, and the supreme 9th level seemed to be hidden within the river of time, no longer visible to mortal eyes. The space-timer on the tower formed its own domain. The space for 10,000 miles was as solid as an iron wall, and the flow of time varied chaotically. Here, flowers bloomed in an instant. There, dust hung suspended in stillness. The tower itself was silent, yet it emitted a low, resonant Dao sound. Those who heard it would catch glimpses of time fragments, their minds becoming clear and serene. It was not like a mortal structure, but rather a divine spike of time and space driven into the very fabric of the world, anchoring the destiny of the human race and suppressing the laws of time and space. As Sumubai's true body departed the myriad worlds, a stream of light flew out from the Tower of Time and Space. The stream of light landed steadily upon a floating platform in the distance. It was none other than his projection avatar from the Sea of Death. I didn't expect my true body to emerge from seclusion a step early. Sumubai looked back at the Tower of Time and Space and smiled faintly. In order to further master the Zhuanshan sealing technique, he had spent a very long time inside the tower. Although only 3 months had passed in the myriad worlds, for Sumubai, it had been a full 2,500 years. This passage of time felt like a lifetime ago to him. Judging by the span of time, one could see that the difficulty of comprehending the Zhuanshan sealing technique was far greater than that of the Zhuanshan Divine Eyes or the Zhuanshan Greater A. Fortunately, the time spent did not exceed his plans. He was still well within the schedule. This projection avatar from the Sea of Death did not even need to rush to the Divine Dragon's secret realm, because his level of comprehension of the Zhuanshan sealing technique was equivalent to that of Sumubai himself. He only needed to self-destruct, and then have the Sea of Death avatar within his true body's inner world ray condense a new projection avatar, and he could immediately begin sealing the breach in the space-time barrier. After all, before Sumubai entered the origin land for seclusion, he had been staying just outside the Divine Dragon continent. Ray condensing a soul projection to seal the breach in the space-time barrier would not affect his seclusion in the slightest. Infinite energy, that is just how willful he could be, let alone self-destructing an avatar. Even self-destructing his true body would be of no consequence to Sumubai. Once the divine bodies of other beings at the Rule Realm were damaged, they would need to absorb a massive amount of heavenly treasures to recover. And for peerless geniuses who had embarked on the path of the divine body, the quantity of heavenly treasures required to restore their divine bodies would only be greater. But Sumubai had no such need at all. Whether it was the Sea of Death avatar or the World Tree avatar, both were incomparably vast. Not to mention the heaven-defying catastrophe trait of infinite energy. The energy required to restore his divine body was not even a drop in the bucket for him. However, since his true body had emerged from seclusion a step early and had directly beaten the brothers Haikwan and Haiju into a deep slumber, there was naturally no need to be in such a rush. Therefore, the Sea of Death projection avatar did not self-destruct immediately, but instead carefully examined the Tower of Time and Space. a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had been in a hurry to master the Zhuanshan sealing technique. So after arriving here, he had gone straight into the tower without carefully observing this treasure that suppressed the clan. Now that the crisis was resolved, Sumyu finally had the peace of mind to examine the Tower of Time and Space in detail. It was a good thing he did, for this look immediately led him to discover a clue. The purpose of this towering structure sitting here seemed to be more than just anchoring the destiny of the human race and suppressing the laws of time and space. Although Sumyu had not fully comprehended the laws of time and space, he had at least fused these two supreme laws to the peak of the 9-pattern realm. On the tower's surface, those black and white time-space inscriptions, which flowed ceaselessly, now appeared in his eyes as an invisible network covering the entire myriad worlds. And the Tower of Time and Space was the central hub of this network, the origin point of the coordinate system for the time and space of the myriad worlds. Time-space node. As these 4 words were slowly uttered from Sumyu lips, the silver-white light swirling in his eyes suddenly became profound. Yes, it was a time-space node. No wonder that old geezer Haijin had to travel across the myriad worlds to anchor the time-space nodes. Sumyu muttered to himself, his heart suddenly clearing up. Those nodes were not found by him on his own, but corresponded to specific time-space coordinates radiating out from the Tower of Time and Space as the center. He was laying down signposts for the return of Zuxingchen. The Tower of Time and Space was not only a sacred place for cultivation and a treasure of the human race, but also a key, a door, and a lighthouse. It had set an incredibly stable anchor point in the time and space of the myriad worlds, giving Zuxingchen, who had been cast out into the void, hope of finding his way home by following the time-space fluctuations emitted by this anchor point. Everything Haijin had done was to strengthen the signal of this anchor point, lighting up more lamps pointing to this place in the chaotic void. And the ancient coins he had collected were the tools to light these lamps, because those ancient coins were stained with a faint trace of the power of the Master of Time and Space Zuxingchen. So that's how it is. Sumyu took a deep breath, a sense of admiration for the old geezer Haijin rising in his heart. Zuxingchen's power, even if it was only a very faint trace, was still at the level of the Destruction Rule Realm. And it was power at the Destruction Rule Realm that had been rejected by the myriad worlds. Simply holding the ancient coins was fine. That faint power remained dormant within the coins and posed no danger. But for Haijin to anchor the time-space nodes, he had to actively stimulate the time-space power contained within the ancient coins. In doing so, he risked being rejected by the myriad worlds. What that old geezer had done was to literally risk his life to point the way for Zuxingchen. Just as he was lost in thought, a series of rhythmic sounds of breaking through the air approached from afar. Swish, swish, swish. Sumyu collected his thoughts and turned to look. He saw that not far away, several figures with powerful oars were flying toward him. Leading them was Q, one of the high-level members of the human race. This elder, who was usually dignified and steady, now had an undisguised look of excitement and reverence on his face, because he had already learned from Yi Yuan and Yumu about Sumyu feat of crushing the 2 outsiders. With such a leader for the human race, how could they not flourish? Behind him were a large number of human geniuses. These geniuses had also been in seclusion within the Tower of Time and Space, though they had emerged a few days earlier than Sumyu Sea of Death projection avatar. Many bottlenecks could not be broken through by mere seclusion alone, even though these people were the geniuses accumulated by the entire human race over the past 10 epochs. They each had their own bottlenecks, but even so, they now each possessed an aura as deep as the sea. And the weakest among them was at the peak of the 6th pattern upper god realm. The number of world lord level powerhouses had also exceeded 100, and there were even over a dozen figures whose surrounding laws were faintly visible, indicating they had already stepped into the level of top-tier world lords. Chapter 1192. Accumulating strength, a sudden change. Although the number of such powerhouses still could not compare to top-tier races like the god race, it had greatly shortened the massive gap between the core strength of the human race and them. With the Tower of Time and Space, a supreme treasure of the race, it would not take many epochs for the human race's core strength to inevitably reach the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Watching the few people flying at the very front, a ripple of emotion could not help but stir in Sumyubai's eyes. Dressed in black, the frost-killing god Longzi was surrounded by bone-chilling cold. Once the human race's #1 genius, his aura was now deep and restrained. Within that coldness, there was an added sharpness of decisive killing intent. He had remarkably broken through to the realm of a pseudo-main god. Sumyubai had made the myriad worlds gradually become complete, which in turn allowed peerless geniuses like them to advance even further. The current Longzi stood side by side with Q, having clearly become one of the highest echelons of the human race. Behind the two was a swordsman in green robes, his figure as swift as the wind. It was none other than the Gale Sword god Liu Yun, whom Sumyubai had met once before. As a disciple of Hui Jian, he had now also broken through to the top-tier world lord level. In the same rank as him were faces even more familiar to Sumyubai: Sanchi King Feng, Han Tebei, Feng Xiaoxiao. These SSS grade talent holders who, like him, came from Blue Star, were each radiating an imposing aura, with the lowest among them being at the world lord level. After the trial in the myriad races battlefield ended, they had gone into seclusion in this secret realm. With the help of the resources accumulated by the human race and the time-space acceleration of the Tower of Time and Space, their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was the result of the human race's 10 epochs of accumulation, combined with the thick accumulation and thin release brought about by returning to the ranks of the top-tier races. Greetings, Human Emperor, led by Q. All the human geniuses stopped neatly in front of the floating platform and bowed in unison, their voices shaking the secret realm. Their gazes were all focused on Sumyubai. In those eyes, there was reverence, fanaticism, anticipation, and even more so, a sense of stability that comes from finding one's backbone. The person before them was the new leader who had led the human race back to the ranks of the top-tier races. The human emperor who had settled the fate of the world in the battle at the Nether Abyss, and the universally recognized strongest powerhouse of the myriad worlds today. Sumyubai swept his gaze over the crowd and nodded slightly. He could feel that these future pillars of the human race were each firmly grounded, with deep and solid auras, not mere showpieces built up by resources. Everyone, please rise. Sumyubai's voice was calm, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Seeing that the human race has such talents, I am very gratified. Seclusion and hard cultivation are forms of accumulation, but true powerhouses must be tempered in blood and fire. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of murderous intent. The Nether Legion and the Golden Scourge Legion are already settling old scores across the myriad worlds. But for the blood debts of the human race, 2 legions alone are not enough. Those races that once participated in the slaughter and captivity of the human race, whose hands are stained with the blood of my countless compatriots, must pay a sufficient price. Sumyubai raised his hand, and a light screen unfolded in the void, listing a dense array of race names. It was the very death list that Brian had originally compiled. In the coming time, you may form your own teams and lead the human legions to hunt down the members of these races. Use the blood of the enemy to pay tribute to the departed heroic souls, and use the tempering of actual combat to solidify your Dao foundations. Remember, the human race does not need flowers in a greenhouse. Only by experiencing life and death struggles can you truly shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the human race's future. As his voice fell, a raging fighting spirit ignited in the eyes of everyone below, especially those players who had come from Blue Star. They had experienced the cruel competition of the God-forbidden land and understood the value of power and the urgency of revenge even more deeply. We obey the human emperor's command, everyone shouted in unison. The sound like a tidal wave. Sumyubai nodded, then looked at the few acquaintances at the very front. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared before Longzi, Sanchi King Feng, and the others. Lord Bai, as a follower of Sumyubai, Longzi was the first to kneel on one knee and salute. Sumyubai patted his shoulder and helped him up. Rise, in the future, you two will become a pillar of stability for the human race. He then looked at Sanchi King Feng and the others. These Blue Star players were so excited that their faces were flushed. Han Tebei was even rubbing his hands, wanting to say something but appearing somewhat reserved. Guild leader, we have been out of seclusion for several days, and we stayed here just to see you. Sanchi Kingfeng said as their representative. It's just that I didn't expect the gap to have grown so large. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone before going into seclusion. They had hoped that after coming out, they could at least barely keep up with the guild leader's pace. Now that they had emerged, they discovered that the other party was already standing at a height they could not even imagine. Sumyubai smiled gently. On the path of cultivation, everyone has their own opportunities. That you could reach such a realm in such a short time is already far beyond ordinary people. Remember, a true powerhouse does not simply compare realms, but is one who can walk their own path to the extreme. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said solemnly, the upcoming revenge operation is both a responsibility and an opportunity for you. Gaining insights into the rules during battle and realizing your true heart between life and death, this is the fastest way to become stronger. How far you can ultimately go depends on yourselves. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. We obey the human emperor's order, everyone shouted aloud, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. That's right. Why belittle themselves? They had their own paths to walk, and as long as they kept moving forward, one day they too would become the pillars of the human race. Sumyubai chatted with them for a few more moments, learning about the gains and insights from their seclusion. Just as he was about to let everyone disperse and begin preparing for the revenge operation, the tower of time and space behind him suddenly erupted with boundless light without any warning. That light was not merely a bright glow, but was woven from pure silver light of time and black light of space, transforming into a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth, shooting straight into the firmament of the secret realm. The entire giant tower began to tremble violently. The black and white space-time inscriptions on the tower's surface flowed frantically, moving so fast they blurred into a haze of light, centered on the tower. The space within the secret realm began to twist and fold, and the flow of time became chaotic and erratic. 1 second, spring flowers were in full bloom. The next, withered leaves were swirling in the wind. In the distance, the upper half of a floating mountain accelerated its weathering into dust, while its lower half remained frozen like an eternal, stubborn stone. What is happening? Q's expression changed drastically. The others were also startled by this sudden anomaly and retreated repeatedly, exerting their full divine power to resist the ripples of the space-time chaos. Sumyubai turned abruptly, staring fixedly at the tower of space-time. In his perception, this tower of space-time was currently being triggered by a force from an infinitely distant place. A force so vast it was impossible to describe. That power had crossed an unknown distance of space, striking precisely at the tower of space-time. The anchor point. Chapter 1193. Secret technique burning the divine body. The river of space-time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the tower of space-time began to change, the entire river of space-time instantly surged with massive, terrifying waves. Following that, the water, which had been flowing slowly, seemed to faintly grind to a halt, upstream and downstream of the river of space-time. Joe and Yu stood at the bows of their respective space-time vessels, divine light flickering in their eyes. The opportunity for his return has finally arrived. Yu clenched his fists, his voice filled with immense excitement. No wonder we couldn't see this opportunity clearly. It turns out it wasn't within the myriad worlds. Indeed, the river of space-time is, after all, only the river of space-time of the myriad worlds. Joe nodded slightly, his gaze profound. It seems the unfinished battle between the myriad worlds and the void is nearing its endgame. In the past, whenever the void was mentioned, expressions of worry would involuntarily appear on their faces. This was because the outcome of that war could not be seen through the river of space-time. Everything was filled with the unknown. Even though Zhu Shengchen had already broken through to the rule-breaking stage, victory was not certain. Otherwise, he would not have merely sealed the void for 10 epochs back then. But now, everything was completely different. Because in addition to Zhu Shengchen, the space-time master at the rule-breaking stage, the myriad worlds had also given birth to a peerless monster like Bai Yi. With the two of them joining forces, they would surely be able to resolve the threat posed by the void. Moreover, based on their understanding of Zhu Shengchen, after 10 epochs had passed, it was impossible for his strength to have remained stagnant. Thinking of this, Joe and Yu exchanged glances across the river of space-time, their gazes incomparably firm. From the initial creation of the Myriad Worlds game to the cultivation of Zuxingchen and later Sumyubai. During this period, starting from the Return to Ruins, only one of the 10 supreme gods of the Myriad Worlds remained the Luckmaster, Lion. They had waited long enough for the victory of this war, and this time, both were convinced that the Myriad Worlds would definitely win. Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, center of the far North Star Domain, core secret realm of the human race. Sumyubai turned abruptly, staring fixedly at the Tower of Space-Time. In his perception, this Tower of Space-Time was currently being triggered by a force from an infinitely distant place, a force so vast it was impossible to describe. That power had crossed an unknown distance of space, striking precisely at the Tower of Space-Time, the anchor point. On the 9th level of the tower, the spire that had originally been hidden within the river of space-time now became clear. Vaguely, a blurred figure seemed to be standing atop the spire, gazing into a certain direction. Q's pupils shrank. He instantly recognized the aura of that figure. It was a space-time imprint left in the tower by the space-time master Zuxingchen. And now, this imprint had been activated. He was attempting to return. Q's face was instantly filled with excitement and thrill. The space-time master was in existence at the rule-breaking stage. Now that the human race had Bai Yi as the human emperor, if the space-time master also returned, that would be wonderful. However, just as this thought arose, another anomaly occurred. Boom! The pillar of space-time light at the top of the Tower of Space-Time suddenly exploded, transforming into countless streams of light that tore through space, shooting toward the starry sky of the Myriad Worlds, shooting toward those space-time nodes anchored by the void. At this moment, the entire time rule Dao and space rule Dao of the Myriad Worlds trembled violently at the same time. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing open a door for a return on the curtain of space-time. But at this moment, Sumyubai had no heart to pay attention to the changes in the Tower of Space-Time. Not good. His expression changed drastically in an instant. Without even having time to greet the others, he directly disintegrated his projected avatar and vanished from the secret realm. Left behind on the floating platform where he had just stood was only a master-level spaceship. This was the ship the Death Sea projected avatar had arrived in, possessing the cataclysmic characteristic of infinite energy. However, compared to taking the ship back, disintegrating was still faster. If not for the fear that a self-detonation would affect Q and the others, as well as this secret realm, Sumyubai would certainly have chosen to self-detonate, because self-detonation was even faster than disintegration. Senior Q, what happened? Longzi, Sanchi Qingfeng, and the others turned to look at Q immediately. The latter looked toward a certain direction in the sky with a worried expression. But in the end, he only shook his head. It's nothing. You just need to complete the mission entrusted to you by the human emperor. As he spoke, he gently raised his hand, shrunk the master-level spaceship, and handed it directly to Sanchi Qingfeng. Take it. This is bestowed upon you by the human emperor. Before you go to fight for the human race, you should return home first. Hearing the words return home, the group of players from Blue Star were visibly shaken. Sanchi Qingfeng nodded heavily, took the master-level spaceship, and led the others toward the exit of the secret realm. They understood that Senior Q wasn't saying anything because they were not yet qualified to participate. Thinking of this, not just them, but all the human geniuses clenched their fists. The seed of longing for power was deeply buried in their hearts. Peak Upper God, World Lord, Top-Tier World Lord. Those were already things of the past. Under the leadership of the human emperor, the upper limits of the Myriad Worlds will continue to rise. One day, they too will break through to higher realms, no longer remaining as they are today, without even the qualification to know what is happening. Not long ago, on the other side of the space-time barrier breach, at the edge of the universe continent, Sumyubai had cleanly and efficiently sent the brothers Haikuan and Haiju into a deep slumber. He then reached out, his hand grasping at the void to pull them into his palm. Emerald light surged instantly from his fingertips, transforming into fine, dense vines that pierced deep into the depths of their souls. World Tree Soul Search. The emerald vines wove through the remnants of their souls, reading their fragmented memories. Although the World Tree is a rule-level creation, it has not yet fully matured and could not completely read all the memories of the Haikuan brothers. After all, they were, at the very least, existences at the mid-stage of the rule realm, on the same level as a mature world tree. Whether or not useful memories could be extracted from their souls depended on fate. No, luck would work too. Lien and Sumubai shared a telepathic connection. Therefore, upon seeing his actions, she did not hesitate to fully mobilize her authority of luck and supreme divine power, bestowing them all upon him. The moment the power of the authority of luck and the supreme divine power of luck enveloped him, Sumubai immediately closed his eyes to focus, rapidly digesting the information searched by the World Tree Avatar. In the memories of the Haikwan brothers, he saw the vastness of the universe continent and witnessed what true powerhouses were. He also saw that beyond the rule realm, there were the Tao fruit realm, the Tao fusion realm, and the ultimate realm that all living beings yearn for, the origin realm. Not only that, he also saw the secret technique of the death rule that the Haikwan brothers practiced. It was a primary level secret technique, which held little significance for Sumubai. However, their secret technique for burning their divine bodies could be considered a major harvest. Although the name of this technique was plain and simple, just called burning divine body, and it was a widely circulated burst technique on the universe continent. It was, in fact, an intermediate level secret technique. Chapter 1194. Kneel and submit, or die. Using this intermediate level secret technique allowed one to continuously increase their strength by burning the origin of their divine body. The cost was that the divine body would rapidly deplete, requiring the absorption of a large amount of heavenly treasures to recover afterward. Compared to the top-tier secret techniques of the Zhuanshan lineage, burning divine body could be described as extremely simple. Sumubai only needed a slight deduction to grasp its essence. After learning the burning divine body technique, a smile could not help but flash across Sumubai's face. For others, this might be a damaged enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 technique. Not worth using unless in a critical moment, but for him, it was the most suitable burst technique. Isn't it just burning the divine body? If he burns out, he'll consider it his loss. With the World Tree Avatar to replenish him at any time, Sumubai could burn as much as he wanted. Other people's burst methods, in the hands of a cheater like him, had directly turned into a permanent buff that he could toggle on at will. And it was the kind of powerful buff that could continuously double his combat power. However, not everything was so smooth. When Sumubai searched for a way to avoid the repulsion of the embryonic universe, he could not help but frown. Nothing. Until he had flipped through all the memory fragments of the Haikwan brothers, he had not found a single shred of information regarding how to avoid the repulsion of an embryonic universe. With the blessing of the authority of luck and the supreme divine power, the result was that he couldn't even find fragmented information. This meant that the two of them simply did not know how to avoid being repelled by an embryonic universe. Thinking of this, Sumubai couldn't help but shake his head. It made sense. They were only at the mid-stage of the rule realm, and they couldn't even be considered the best in that realm. They were still far from the rule realm of the myriad worlds, so naturally, they didn't need to worry about the issue of being repelled by an embryonic universe. On the universe continent, only powerhouses who reached the late stage of the rule realm and above would begin to face the repulsion of high-level embryonic universes. It was understandable that the two of them didn't know. It seems I still need to venture into the universe continent. Sumubai opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. At this point, the value of the Haikwan brothers had been squeezed dry. Keeping them alive any longer served no purpose. With a thought, the emerald vines of the World Tree Avatar tightened violently. No, a final, faint ripple of consciousness emanated from their sleeping souls before being completely annihilated. These two mid-stage rule realm powerhouses from the universe continent were now utterly destroyed, body and soul, without even the chance for reincarnation. From beginning to end, their true bodies had never managed to step even 1 foot into the myriad worlds they had longed for. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will be. Do not force what is not meant for you. The opportunity to refine a high-level embryonic universe was not something the Haikwan and Haiju brothers could grasp. They had never imagined that they would ultimately fall at the hands of a native from a high-level embryonic universe. Sumubai waved his hand to collect the spoils they left behind and turned to return to the space-time barrier breach. After leaving the myriad worlds, He felt a bit unaccustomed to the absence of the Myriad Worlds game system prompts. Little ghost, little thief by. Seeing that Sumyubai had completely dealt with the Haikwan and Haiju brothers and was turning back, Haijin and Lian immediately went to meet him. But just as they spoke, Sumyubai's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of Haijin and Lian also turned ugly. Ha 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 ha. Those two pieces of trash actually found a good opportunity for me. A wild, arrogant laugh resounded through the starry sky without warning, immediately following a terrifying roar, 100 times more tyrannical than that of the Haikwan brothers, descended from the depths of the starry sky like a primordial beast awakening. The aura was domineering, scorching, and carried a destructive will that incinerated everything. Wherever it passed, the starry sky trembled, and the rules shattered. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, and he whipped his head around to look in the direction from which the aura came. He saw a figure bathed in crimson gold flames, hurtling toward them at a speed beyond imagination. Wherever that person passed, the void was scorched and twisted by the intense heat, leaving behind a trail of flames that refused to dissipate for a long time. That was no ordinary fire. It was a terrifying blaze formed by the very laws of reality shattering and burning around his body. The strength of his aura had clearly reached the late stage of the low realm. Moreover, he was not merely a recent entrant to the late stage, he was a peak powerhouse who had been immersed in this realm for a long time, having even touched the threshold of the Dao Fruit realm. I didn't expect to encounter a high-level embryonic universe at the edge of this remote cosmos. The fiery figure stopped 10,000 miles away, revealing his true appearance. He was a burly man wearing crimson gold battle armor, his hair burning like flames. His gaze bypassed Sumyubai and the other two, looking directly at the breach in the space-time barrier, and finally landed within the Myriad Worlds, his eyes flickering with undisguised greed. Beside him stood a voluptuous woman. The woman was dressed provocatively, with a full bust and wide hips, leaning charmingly against the crimson-armored man's shoulder. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother Huang, how are you going to reward me?" Hearing this, the man called Brother Huang pulled her into his arms and laughed loudly. "Don't worry, Fire. Once I refine this high-level embryonic universe, there will naturally be plenty of benefits for you." As he said this, he glanced at the spot where the Haikwan brothers' souls had been extinguished. "I have to say, that guy was truly devoted to you to be willing to tell you about such an opportunity. That guy was just that stupid. There's no helping it. If you ask me, it's because your charm is just too great, Fire." "Oh, Brother Huang, you are so bad." The two flirted for a few moments, completely ignoring Sumyubai and the others. However, from their conversation, Sumyubai understood everything. It seemed that the fool Haiju had long ago told this woman named Fire the location of this breach. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these two to arrive so quickly. But it was too late to dwell on that now. Judging by the terrifying aura radiating from the crimson-armored man, Sumyubai had no confidence at all. Therefore, the moment they appeared, he acted on a thought. Lian understood immediately and gave Haijin a look. The two quickly turned and crossed the breach in the space-time barrier, returning to the Myriad Worlds. The crimson-armored man did not stop them. In his eyes, the strength of Haijin and Lian was not worth mentioning. If they had chosen to flee, he certainly wouldn't have let them go to avoid leaking information. But since they chose to return to the Myriad Worlds, there was nothing to worry about. These natives, not a single one of them would escape. The crimson-armored man patted Fire on the buttocks, then looked down condescendingly at Sumyubai, who remained in front of the space-time barrier breach, and said coldly, "Kid, your strength is not bad. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll be merciful and give you two choices. Kneel and submit, or die." Chapter 1195, The Powerful Chi-Wang. "Kid, your strength is not bad. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll be merciful and give you two choices. Kneel and submit, or die." The crimson-armored man was named Kai Huang. At this moment, he was looking down at Sumyubai, as if demanding he kneel and submit was a supreme favor. As a being in the late stage of the low realm, he was only one step away from the Dao Fruit realm. His strength was far beyond what the Haikwan and Haiju brothers could compare to. Upon arriving, he had sensed through the energy fluctuations in this star field that a fierce battle had just taken place. From this, It was clear that although this native before him had broken through to the late stage of the low realm, that was all there was to it. To kill those two pieces of trash required such a massive commotion. Naturally, he wasn't worth Chi Wang's regard. In his view, being willing to spare the other's life was already an act of great mercy. What was kneeling and submitting, anyway, compared to one's life? Was it really that important? Chi Wang believed that the native before him would surely make the most correct choice. However, Sumyubai's reaction made him frown. Boom! Without a word, Sumyubai directly used the secret technique he had just learned, burning divine body. Unlike the Haikuan brothers, the flames on Sumyubai's divine body did not belong to any specific law. Dazzling golden divine flames surged upward, granting Sumyubai extreme power. A powerful aura instantly swept outward, immediately doubling his strength. HMPH, seeking death. Seeing this, Fire couldn't help but snort coldly. You don't think burning your divine body makes you a match for Brother Huang, do you? She crossed her arms, looking at Sumyubai with disdain. Brother Huang, let's just kill this ungrateful native. However, Chi Wang suddenly scolded, shut up. Hearing this, Fire looked at Chi Wang in disbelief, but Chi Wang ignored her, staring fixedly at Sumyubai, a flash of excitement in his eyes. To think that a mere high-level embryonic universe could produce a peerless genius who has embarked on the divine body path. Ha 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 ha. I've hit the jackpot this time. The unique divine flames Sumyubai displayed after burning his divine body were exclusive to the divine body path. With Chi Wang's experience, he recognized it instantly. He immediately changed his mind and raised his hand to grab Sumyubai. Vroom. A massive hand formed of crimson gold flames descended toward him. In an instant, Sumyubai's field of vision was filled only by this giant hand. Everything else vanished without a trace. Law of time, time stop. Law of space, space freeze. The wheel of time and space instantly manifested. Sumyubai reflexively mobilized the power of both laws, attempting to block Chi Wang's attack. But before the power of the two laws could even get close to the crimson gold flame hand, they shattered directly, failing to cause even the slightest impact. The late stage of the lower realm meant destroying laws, in other words, being immune to all techniques. Let alone the laws Sumyubai had only mastered to the limit of 9 patterns. Even if they were fully mastered supreme laws, they wouldn't be able to shake Chi Wang in the slightest. Even with the enhancement of the wheel of time and space, a rule-level treasure, it was not enough. The extreme pressure brought by that crimson gold flaming giant hand made it difficult for Sumyubai to even take a step. To dodge was impossible, because right behind him was the breach in the space-time barrier. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai didn't even have time to put away the wheel of time and space. He raised his hand and threw a punch directly at the giant hand. At the same time, a figure flew out from within his body, transforming into a streak of light that darted into the breach of the space-time barrier. It was none other than the projection clone of the Sea of Death that had just disassembled outside the Tower of Time and Space. A projection clone, a futile effort. Chi Wang sneered in disdain, his palm suddenly clenching shut. Sumyubai was instantly seized by the crimson gold flaming giant hand, his fist simultaneously slamming into the center of its palm. Boom! Violent energy erupted instantly. Yet it did not shatter the surrounding space because of Chi Wang's presence. The space in this star field was stabilized to a great degree. Although the power Sumyubai unleashed after burning his divine body was strong, it was still not enough to break through the space suppressed by Chi Wang. In other words, in this star field, he was completely unable to use spatial abilities like teleportation, escape. Don't even think about it. Of course, Sumyubai had no intention of escaping to begin with. If one punch wasn't enough, then he would throw another. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fist shadows fell upon the palm of the crimson gold flaming giant hand like a torrential storm. BNG. The giant hand ultimately could not bear the overwhelming force and was shattered by Sumyubai. However, his current state looked miserable to the extreme. Blood was streaming from his 7 orifices, his body was cracking, and even his divine soul was in excruciating pain. I underestimated you. Chi Wang raised an eyebrow. But how much longer can you hold on? If you keep burning yourself like this, you'll fall into a deep slumber soon, won't you? That last strike was merely a casual move. He hadn't used his full strength at all. A peerless prodigy who had embarked on the divine body path was a rare existence. Even on the universal continent, this native before him was the first one he had ever seen with his own eyes. Having finally encountered such a peerless prodigy, he had to toy with and ravage him properly. Moreover, he wanted to plant a slave mark within the other's divine soul. If he used his full strength and accidentally killed him, what would he do? What Chihuang wanted to do was to continuously pressure the opponent, forcing him to burn his divine body until he fell into a deep slumber. Therefore, after Sumubai broke through his first strike, Chihuang did not get angry but laughed instead, raising his hand to grab him again. Watch out! On the other side of the space-time barrier breach, at the bottom of the deep pit, Lian, who had just returned to the myriad worlds, exclaimed in anxiety, wanting to rush back immediately to fight side by side with Sumubai. Haijin and Yuan felt the same, but Sumubai's Sea of Death projection clone directly blocked them. Don't worry, that guy can't kill me yet. If anyone else had said this, Haijin and the others would not have believed it easily. But coming from Bai's own mouth, they chose to believe it immediately. Even Lian stopped being anxious, her slightly furrowed brows instantly smoothing out, with the connection of the heart-to-heart contract. She was certain that Bai was telling the truth. For a moment, the hearts of the three, which had been in their throats, finally settled down. You all move back a bit. Sumubai's Sea of Death projection clone had no time to explain and turned directly to face the breach in the space-time barrier. Haijin, Lian, and Yuan immediately flew backward. They understood that the level of the coming battle was no longer something they could intervene in. Sumubai slowly raised his hands, his 10 fingers blooming like lotus flowers. From the tip of each finger, brilliant golden light began to flow. That light was not ordinary divine power, but contained a certain supreme essence of sealing. Mystic Heaven Sealing Method, Chapter 1196. Resonance of the Wheel of Time and Space. As the fingertips of Sumubai's Sea of Death projection clone danced, countless fine and complex golden patterns emerged in the void. These patterns connected and intertwined with each other, gradually forming a massive golden web that covered the entire breach. In the center of the web, a slowly rotating, profoundary diagram was taking shape. The array was in the form of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, yet it was millions of times more complex than an ordinary 8 trigrams. Every line seemed to carry the laws that sealed all things, and every node shimmered with the power to suppress time and space. Mystic Heaven Sealing Method activate. The golden array slowly pressed toward the breach in the space-time barrier. Wherever it passed, the edges of the originally unstable breach began to solidify and shrink. The breach that had been torn open by the brothers Haiquan and Haiju was actually healing rapidly under the illumination of the golden light. This is, on the other side of the breach, Chihuang, who was about to continue toying with Sumubai, suddenly paused. His eyes, which were burning with flames, stared fixedly at the forming golden array, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared on his face. Mystic Heaven Sealing. How is this possible? He recognized at a glance that the sealing essence contained in this golden array was none other than the core top-tier secret technique of the Mystic Heaven inheritance, the Mystic Heaven Sealing Method. This top-tier secret technique was famous for sealing and suppression. It had been lost on the universal continent for many years. It was said that the first ancestor of the Mystic Heaven lineage had once used this technique to seal a terrifying existence of the origin realm. In a tiny embryonic universe, not only is there someone who has embarked on the divine body path, but there is also the Mystic Heaven inheritance. The greed in Chihuang's eyes almost solidified. This high-level embryonic universe was simply an untapped treasure trove, but immediately, this greed was replaced by a strong sense of crisis. No, I must not let the breach be sealed. Chihuang knew very well that once the Mystic Heaven Sealing was fully formed, he would never be able to enter again. Kid, I gave you a chance. The playfulness on Chihuang's face vanished completely, replaced by cold killing intent. Since you are courting death, then go to hell. He no longer held back, his 5 fingers on his right hand clenching shut. Boom! Behind Kai Huang, a crimson gold flame disc with a diameter exceeding 1,000 zhang emerged from thin air. The disc rotated slowly, and with every fraction of a turn, the pressure it emitted surged violently. At the center of the disc, the faint silhouette of a giant flaming beast roaring at the heavens could be seen. This was the full-force strike of a powerhouse at the peak of the late stage of the rules realm. One who had touched the threshold of the Tao fruit. If this strike were to land, let alone Sumyubai, even the myriad worlds on the other side of the spatial barrier gap would be annihilated. Secret technique Heaven Burning Flame Meteor, Kai Huang roared, and the flame disk crashed down with a thunderous boom, wherever it passed. Space was vaporized by the intense heat, time was twisted and scorched by the flames, and all rules wailed and disintegrated within the fire. This was the true power of world destruction, facing this cataclysmic strike. Sumyubai's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel every inch of space around him locked down. Even moving a single finger was incredibly difficult. The power brought forth by burning his divine body was like a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon in the face of such an attack. Though he was strong, his true cultivation realm was simply too low. He had not even reached the mid-stage of the rules realm. So how could he possibly be a match for Kai Huang? Destruction was imminent. Although Sumyubai was certain that Kai Huang could not kill him yet, he was deeply concerned for the safety of the myriad worlds. While the Xuanchen sealing method was powerful, sealing required time. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he prepared to fully open his inner world. However, at this critical, hair-breadth moment, the wheel of time and space, which had been hovering beside Sumyubai, suddenly erupted with unprecedented, boundless radiance. That light was not merely the power of time and space, it seemed to awaken some long-dormant will, resonating with an existence in the infinitely distant reaches, almost simultaneously, in the myriad worlds, within the northern frontier divine kingdom, at the center of the far North Star domain. The towering tower of time and space shook violently. At the top of the tower, the previously blurred silhouette of Xuanchen suddenly solidified. On the tower's body, all the black and white time-space inscriptions lit up at once, erupting into a pillar of time-space light that connected heaven and earth. It did not stop there. Throughout the myriad worlds, those time-space nodes that had been anchored by Huijian with ancient coins, the whirlpools in the depths of the endless sea, the rifts in the burial god mountain range, the ruins of the star abyss forbidden land. Thousands of nodes erupted simultaneously with black and white light of time and space. These rays of light shot into the sky, intertwining and connecting above the firmament of the myriad worlds, eventually forming a massive web of time and space that covered the entire universe. In the center of this web, a phantom of a vast, flowing river slowly emerged. It was the true essence of the myriad worlds, river of time and space. Within the river, waves surged. Every crest was a silhouette of history, and every whirlpool was a possibility of the future. And now, this river was being forcibly dragged out of the void by some power and manifested in the present world. At the gap in the time-space barrier, the golden light of the wheel of time and space echoed with the time-space anomalies within the myriad worlds, creating a resonance that spanned dimensions. Crack. With Sumyubai as the center, the time and space within a 1,000-mile radius were instantly frozen solid. The dust in the starry sky was fixed in place. The dissipating energy was frozen in midair, and Wolfire, Liu Yin, Huijian, and Yi Yuan instantly became motionless. Even the speed at which Kai Huang's world-destroying flame disk descended slowed down visibly to the naked eye. What? Kai Huang's expression changed drastically. He felt that his attack was being forcibly suppressed and repelled by a vast, unimaginable power of time and space. Although the time and space energy inexplicably erupting from the wheel of time and space shattered continuously upon approaching Kai Huang, it was endless and relentless, wave after wave, as if inexhaustible. At the same time, above the wheel of time and space, a phantom figure condensed. It was a handsome young man wearing white battle armor, holding a blade of black flowing light. He had deep eyes that seemed capable of seeing through the past and future. He stood there quietly, yet it felt as if he were standing at the end of time and the other shore of space. It was the master of time and space, Xuanchen. Although it was only a phantom, the supreme majesty of one who had fought through countless battles and suppressed an entire era made even a powerhouse like Kai Huang feel a chill in his heart. Playing God, Kai Huang was, after all, a powerhouse who had touched the threshold of the Tao fruit. After a brief shock, a fierce light surged in his eyes. It's just a mere phantom. Even if your true body were here, you wouldn't be able to stop me, he roared. forcibly breaking through the suppression of the time-space power. Get lost, boom. The power of the flame disc surged again, its speed suddenly increasing as it fiercely pressed down toward the phantom of Zuxingchen and Sumubai. With this strike, he intended to burn both of them, along with this patch of starry sky, into nothingness. Chapter 1197. The Return of Zuxingchen.